Welcome to the training kitchen here at UKHarvest for our finale of Food and Fuel Spring Edition 2023. So some of you will know these lovely ladies next to me.
Hi guys. Hi.
So I'm joined in the kitchen by Sian and Sarah today, who have been on a mammoth 5-week road trip around the east of England, visiting some of your schools.
Yep.
And hopefully you've had a fantastic time cooking with these guys. And today you're going to have a great time cooking with all three of us. We're going to make something super yummy for you guys to all enjoy later. And hopefully we're going to have some fun, taste some new flavors along the way. And these guys are going to keep me in check, because these are the guys that love going out and into schools. And I'm normally stuck in this kitchen teaching cameras how to cook. So a little few things as we go through. There's no rush today, okay? No rush at all. Just work at your own pace. You've got others in the classroom with you that can help and assist, who have all got the recipes and methods. As we're not in the kitchen physically with you, please go careful, okay? As I say, no rush. So keep an eye on those sharp knives. If you do need a hand, just give a shout to one of the teachers or teaching assistants.
I can tell you, Simon, they're all great cooks.
They're all great cooks.
We were really impressed.
You are amazing.
By all of you. All the schools we visited, they were all brilliant.
Absolutely.
Really good.
So many great cooks in a classroom.
Yeah.
Do I need to be here?
Yeah, you do.
You do?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
And of course, there are some schools that may be out there joining and cooking with us today. Thank you and welcome. If you haven't had a visit from us, you are going to smash this. We're going to take it nice and slow. It's going to be like a regular practical session that you would do and would be used to in your food tech room. So, you know, go slowly, as Simon says, listen to instruction, take your time. Use the people in the room with you to give you backup. We hope everyone is joining in.
Sorted. So yeah.
We can't rush because we've got to do this. We're going for 10 hours today, guys. So you get the first hour and 3/4-ish.
Absolutely.
We've got to go for 10 hours, so we can't rush this, so we're not going to.
Yeah.
But why are we coming into your classrooms for the schools that haven't been visited by Sarah and Sian? We're coming direct to you to end the spring session of Food and Fuel. It's a project that we've launched in collaboration with UK Power Networks and Cadent Gas, trying to help people reduce their cost to cook. We're all struggling with the energy bills and the cost of living, and we're just doing our little bit with those guys to help everybody bring it down. So if you are a new school and this is the first time you've seen the logo or anything else like that, check out the UKHarvest website. There's loads of information on there under Food and Fuel. And the best bit, we're running a competition all day today to win prizes, and all you guys have got to do is take a picture of the food that you've cooked.
Yeah,
post it,
definitely.
Post it anywhere you want to post it. Tag at UKHarvest in it. Or if you want to go with email, just send it through to info@ukharvest.org.uk.
Brilliant.
So what are we going to cook?
Yeah, absolutely. Going to dive straight in. Sarah's going to be a little bit on background, helping us as we go.
Sarah's
through our
keeping me
session.
in check today and making sure I've got everything I need. So she's vital. So what are we going to do? We're going to cook a chickpea, bean and coconut curry. We're going to do a really nice tomatoey lentil dal.
Amazing.
And then to soak up all that juice, we're going to make some roti breads.
So as you heard it, guys, that is 3 recipes. So we know that that is pushing you, because doing 3 recipes in your classroom in one food tech session is a big ask.
Well, they were amazing with their burgers and chips and the air fryer. So
absolutely.
I reckon.
I'm assured that you guys have got this covered. So we need to get cracking. We're going to have to get on with it because we have got things to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So let's get cooking, shall we?
Thanks, Sarah.
Right. First things first. Hopefully everybody's washed their hands. Keep our food hygiene going.
In school, Simon, everyone will have put their aprons on. Those with long hair will have tied it back.
Yeah.
So hopefully everyone rings
off if we can.
Ready to roll in the normal way that you would before you begin a food tech session in school.
Excellent.
Brilliant.
This curry is so simple, so easy.
So the first recipe, just to go over it again, is
the chickpea, bean and coconut curry.
So
all
lovely.
Right.
Okay.
We've got to prep 2 ingredients. We've got to open 3 tins.
Okay.
And we've got to put our spice mix together.
Okay, fantastic.
I think these guys can do it.
They
From
can
what
do
you
it.
guys have told me, these guys are going to absolutely smash this.
So we're really hoping you've got all your ingredients lined up. It could look a little bit like Simon's
this.
work area here, but if it doesn't and you're operating in a slightly different way, perhaps you've got shared some of your equipment, because obviously everybody is slightly different in school. You work around what's around you. Simon will be taking it nice and slow, you can gather any other equipment or catch up as we chat around what we're doing. We'll be talking about some of the aspects of the project while he's cooking. Simon is chomping at the bit.
We've got quite a bit to do,
right?
Sian. We've got quite a bit to do.
Simon, let's chop that onion.
Okay, so the first thing we're going to do, guys, we're just going to prep our onion up. So we're just going to gently keep your fingers well out of the way. We're just going to take the top off the onion, roll it away, take any loose pieces out of the way. You don't want loose pieces. Hold the onion again and just gently take the bottom off. And again, roll that away.
Okay, so this is just a safety warning for everyone cooking along with us now. As Simon is showing you what to do and you're cutting and using a sharp knife, be very aware that your eyes are fully focused on your knife and what you're doing, and not at that point on us on your screen in your classroom.
Okay, so then what we're going to do, we're going to put our fingers over the top to bridge our knife so that they're nowhere close.
Perfect.
We've got our onion on a flat surface so it's not rolling around.
Nice.
We bridge our knife and we slice through our onion.
Perfect.
Bring the knife back away. We're actually going to lie our onion down, but firstly, we're just going to peel the skin away. If we've got nails, just pick the skin up, peel that away.
And just for the first mention of it today, we are UKHarvest. As you all know, we're a food waste charity. We try and reduce as much as possible food waste. Let's kick off early with our first tip there, Simon. What are you doing with your onion skins?
My onion skins, we're keeping it all to one side.
Beautiful.
Okay?
So might be slightly off camera, but you've got a great pot there for those.
I have. I'm actually just going to use a spoon just to lift the skin up.
Nice technique.
So I'm just going to rub away just to lift that skin up if it's being a bit difficult like mine was.
Perfect.
Because later on today, in goodness knows how many hours time,
yes,
one of the challenges that I've been set is to make food that is hearty, delicious, nutritious, wholesome, flavoursome, out of everything that I've got left or we've got left from the day.
Okay, so you're going to be coming up with a recipe.
I have no idea what I'm going to do, but we will do it.
Every bit of leftover that we accumulate through the day. Fantastic.
So what we're going to do now, our mouth not only tastes food on our tongues and our taste buds, it also tastes texture, it also tastes how the food is prepared.
Sure.
So using the claw grip, which I'm sure all of you have seen in the school.
Absolutely.
We're just going to cut gentle little slices of onion, bringing our fingers away. No rush, nice and gently. And then when we get to that last little bit where our fingers are going to get right where the knife is, we're just going to knock our onion over onto its flat side again. And we're just going to cut through that way. So that we have ribbons and strips of onion. Okay. So we weren't looking to dice this one because we want our mouths to feel the texture. So we've just got our little strips of sliced onion. And we're going to do exactly the same with the other half.
So why are we leaving these slightly bigger in this recipe particularly?
Crunch.
Okay, texture. Lovely.
Crunch and texture.
Sure thing.
Let our mouths really enjoy the difference in texture. The beans will be nice and soft. The chickpeas will just soften down. The pepper will keep a little bit chunky as well.
Brilliant.
And hopefully everybody is keeping up. We're going to take our time. We're going to take a break in between each bit so you guys can carry on. Because what we don't want you doing, we don't want you looking at us. We want you concentrating on what you're doing. So this is why we always build breaks in so that you guys can just concentrate on it. So don't look at me. Slice your onions.
Chopping. Okay? And actually looking at the chopping board, it reminds me that one of the tips that we really try to drive home while we were with you in schools and whenever we're in schools teaching is that having an organized and structured, tidy work area. And if that's on a chopping board, the same thing applies. Make sure you're keeping your organization on your chopping board. So what you've prepared has gone to one side. What you've still got to work on is in another area.
Keep it clean. Keep it organized.
Absolutely.
That's all we've got to do. Okay, guys, we're going to move on to the pepper. Hopefully you're keeping up. Our pepper. All that I'm going to do I'm going to slice the top off of the pepper. Okay. I'm going to take out the green bit, the stalk, to leave me just with the flesh.
Keeping that for now?
I have no idea what I'm going to do with that later, but we'll get to
that
one.
All of those bits, Simon, can go towards making a stock. Or a flavour. Yeah. They just because they're the bits we discard.
I think that's what I'm going to do with pretty much all of the bits out of this.
Okay.
And then to take the pips out, I'm just going to put my fingers in, and I'm just going to get underneath all of the pips, and I'm just going to twist and lift it out. Okay?
Nice.
Then all I've got to do is just pick out the last remaining ones which didn't want to come out of the pepper. They wanted to stay in there. Okay, and tap that out. Okay, and we're just going to chunk up our pepper, always working with it on a flat surface. Okay, so the top is really easy. So that's nice and flat, and we just slice through. That's that one. Now to deal with this, flat surface. So our bridge cut again, we go over the top. So if you guys want to get to that stage, so you've bridge cut your pepper, we've already chopped the top up, so that's ready to go.
Lovely.
Working again, flat surface, bridge cut, cut through, gives us our 2 pieces of pepper.
Okay, so that gives us a moment maybe to just have a think about one of the things we talked a lot about, and we do generally at UK Harvest, you know, work with recipes all the time, but they're a guide. And they're a sort of an overview, which we encourage everybody, particularly students, to really get creative with your thinking.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
We've sent out ingredients to many people who are participating with this recipe. And if that's the case for you, you'll have this selection of ingredients. But when you're working at home and you're working and you fancy doing this at the weekend, shop your larder. Go first to the fridge, see what you have. If you don't have a red pepper, what could we use? Some alternatives.
Courgettes work.
Brilliant.
Aubergines, if you've got aubergines.
Lovely.
Any colour pepper. It doesn't have to be red.
No.
It doesn't have to be a red one.
Yeah, so I think it's all about remembering that you really are free. The beauty, and I remember Sarah saying this many times when we were out on the road, the beauty, the pleasure of cooking your own food for yourself is if you don't like pepper, and you happen to have a vegetable in the fridge like a carrot or a courgette or some peas
broccoli,
in the
cauliflower,
freezer,
anything. Mixed veg out of the freezer works perfectly well in a curry.
Experiment with your ingredients, be brave, try things, because unless we try them, we
never know.
You've got to learn.
Okay, back down to the board.
Brilliant.
So I'm going to hold my pepper so I've got a flat surface, because to get a flat surface, you've got to go that way. And then you've got the knife slipping on the skin. You've got all sorts of problems going on, or you've got to squish it. Okay. All right. So we'll do the very famous let's just squish it person's one the second time.
Why not?
But the first one, we'll just gently strip it. Okay. So using a knife, gently and slowly, just using a rocking motion, we're just rocking through. And if we cut the inside of the pepper, it's a lot easier to cut than the outside, because you're not having to force through the skin. So we just rock through, again into strips, because our beans, our chickpeas are all round. We don't want it to be little dicey bits or little squares. We want something slightly different. So building up that
variety of sizes, so visually it looks interesting when you look at it before and when it's cooked.
So the very famous chef who just does the smash it, let's do the smash it. Gently, if you're in a classroom, guys, we don't want pepper going everywhere.
A gentle.
Just put the heel of your hand on the top. Smash it.
Brilliant.
Okay. Gives you a flat surface to work from. Again, it's easier to cut the flesh side than the skin side.
Okay.
So now we'll turn over. We've got a nice flat surface that we can work from. We're not cutting ourselves. We've not got ingredients rolling all over the place. Sorry to all the teaching staff out there who've just seen their students
smash a pepper.
Smash a pepper.
Well, sometimes, if done sensibly, and I know that a lot of these students can do things sensibly. Yeah, absolutely.
So that basically, guys, is the prep that we need to do with our vegetables.
Perfect.
Okay. Nice and gently, nice and slowly, eased into it. We've got our onions sliced. We've got our pepper sliced.
Brilliant. Just thinking, again, giving you a few minutes if you're still slicing peppers or you're catching up with your prep for your onion and your pepper. This is another recipe that we're bringing today, which is a vegetarian recipe.
Yep. Yep.
And actually could be completely plant-based if you choose to. It is the way
We're going to do it today. It's going to be completely plant-based.
And again, we really encourage people to try and introduce just 1 or 2 meals a week even to your diets.
What today's feast that we're making this morning is all about. We're taking a lot of processed food, rubbish, whatever you want to call it, away from our diet. So actually what we're doing, we're not only giving ourselves really good nutrition, giving ourselves really good flavor, but we're actually giving our body what it wants to keep going.
Absolutely.
We're not putting anything that, any processed into our body. Therefore, what we're getting is a natural cleansing, if you like. So it keeps us proper.
But as well as that, and going back to food and fuel, that is a cheaper option. So meat still is a much more expensive alternative.
A lot more expensive.
And as this recipe shows us, and this will be a reminder to all of the students that we met when we were out and about on the road, there are some fantastic alternative, full of protein, really strong muscle building foods that we should try and introduce into our diet as an alternative to meat, at least just once or twice a week, if not more. So this is one of those great recipes for sure.
But at the moment, we've got onion, we've got pepper, we've got our tin of beans.
Lovely.
We've got a tin of chickpeas.
Full of protein.
And we've got curd.
Highly nutritious. Amazing.
It needs something else.
Yes.
It needs a bit of oomph.
A bit of pizzazz.
So what we're going to do now, we're going to make up our spice mix.
Okay, lovely. Brilliant.
Now, if you haven't got every spice under the sun, don't worry. You just go a little bit higher with the curry powder. Remember, we're putting in chili powder. We're going to put in some ground ginger in there as well. Now, those two are heat spices.
Okay.
So they're going to make your curry hotter.
Okay.
If you don't like it super hot, just don't put them in.
I have to tell you that on the whole, in our experience on the road trip, students out there love spicy food.
Brilliant. Let's crack on then.
So yeah, don't hold back on the chili powder.
In a bowl or anything that you've got, we're just going to make up our spice mix.
Lovely.
So ours includes 1 tablespoon of curry powder. Now you guys that we've sent ingredients to have got medium curry powder. I'm not going to let the guys in here who are going to eat this in a minute know what this one is. So we're going in with a tablespoon of curry powder. Okay,
so that's already got other spices blended into it.
That's got a load in it. It's got fenugreek. It's got all sorts in there. Just double check if you have got a mustard allergy that there's no mustard seed in there.
Worth mentioning.
Because they quite often in curry powders will put mustard seeds or ground mustard seeds. And obviously if you've got a mustard allergy, please steer clear of it.
Okay, no worries.
Ground coriander is next. And we're going to go with a couple of teaspoons. I'll bring this into here, shall I? So Tash can see it.
Lovely.
Couple of teaspoons of ground coriander.
Fantastic.
Then we're going to go in with the same on ground cumin. So these are your flavors. These are your flavor givers. Cumin, coriander, curry powder. That will give you the flavor. The curry powder will give you some of the heat. The next two, your chili powder and your ground ginger, are just going to give it some flavor, but it's going to step that heat right up. So if you don't like it hot, don't go with all of it.
Or don't put any at all.
Yeah.
If you like a really mild korma,
go with that.
Yeah, you like the flavor of curry, but not the heat.
Yeah. And if you want it to change its color a little bit, if you've got any turmeric, anything like that, that'll just make it go that yellowy color. But just going in with a teaspoon of ginger.
Lovely.
And a teaspoon of chili powder.
Fantastic.
And at UKHarvest, we like to get all our ingredients ready because then we can just cook.
Yeah, you're a very organized. You do all your prep beforehand.
Get all the prep done to start off with.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's our spice mix. Okay, so you can see all the lovely colors in our spice mix.
So at that point, Simon, just in case students out there are at the moment gathering those spices and choosing them and putting them together, they may not have them ready mixed on their workstations.
That's fine.
I just was thinking, if you don't have individual spices, There are very inexpensive blends, a bit like you started with at the curry powder at the beginning. You could just go with just
go with a spice blend if not.
Or some of those other products that are out there. We've all seen them, jars, packets, sachets.
They all work.
They're all the same
thing.
They all work. So choose one.
The one thing I would say is if you're going to go with a jar of sauce, you probably won't need the coconut milk.
Okay.
Because they're quite loose and moist.
Yeah.
If you can get the spice mixes, the packet spice mixes, you can get them for 40p.
Yeah.
Or from 40p.
Absolutely.
All your spices are already done.
Sure.
Buy the spice mix. You know what heat it's going to be because they've got all the little chilies on the front and all that sort of stuff.
And they're perfect. With that,
They're perfect. You don't need a spice cupboard like we've got.
But if you want someone who really likes cooking, and you want to really invest in that, then actually buying some of the bigger quantities of those basic spices is a really cheap way of going forward.
Shop the world food aisles.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you go into your supermarkets, you'll see loads of stuff this sort of size, which comes in at about £1.40, £1.50, a little thing like that. Go down the world food aisle, you get the big bags of coriander, you get the big bags of turmeric, the big bags of ginger. Works out so much more cost efficient.
Absolutely.
Will cost you a little bit more to start off with, but will last you so much longer than one little thing like that.
If you're really using those things regularly, if you have a curry night at home once a week, if Saturday night's your curry night, and you really want to keep doing these kind of recipes,
it is worth
investing in those.
It is worth investment.
For sure.
Okay, so powder mix done.
Lovely.
All right, everything else there. What do we need to do now? We're going to open our tins.
Okay.
This is going to struggle. Well, I know I'm going to struggle because I know our tin opener's not very good.
We do have quite a rubbish tin opener,
Let's do our chickpeas first. So we've got our chickpeas. Keep them in the juice. We're going to use the juice, so don't drain them.
Okay, I have to flag that protein element again. Chickpeas are full of protein, and a huge amount of it is actually in the liquid in the tin, not in the chickpea itself. So if we just, as most people do, pour that down the sink, you're actually throwing away a considerable amount of the nutritious content in that tin. So whether you use it in your recipe or for a gravy in the future or as part of your white sauce tomorrow, it has almost no flavor. It can even be used, the juice from a chickpea tin, it can even be used to make sweet dishes.
Meringues.
Yeah, it becomes a product called aquafaba when we whip it, but it is still full of protein. So you can eat a cake that's full of protein. So really try hard to think and be creative.
I was lucky enough.
Use with your juice.
Oh, what was it? 2 years ago. The Rotary group in the UK do Young Chef of the Year. And I was lucky enough to be one of the judges on that.
Wow.
And one of the guys who was 13, I think he was, had made aquafaba meringue and vegan ice cream. And we actually had vegan baked Alaska.
Wow.
It was stunning.
There we go.
So the power of chickpea
absolutely
water.
And if you're eating that chickpea water, as I say, its primary thing is that it is full of nutrition. So glad to hear you're not going to be wasting it.
Okay, not going to waste it.
No.
Going to gently ease my board to one side so I can bring in a pan.
Okay, now we're going to start cooking.
We're going to get some heat on. So big saucepan, large wok, whatever you think you can get all of this lot in. Is what we're going to go with.
Okay,
all right.
So hopefully everyone's pretty set in the school environment at the moment. We were so impressed with the amount of equipment that food tech departments. We've been to many, many schools, and everyone is completely unique and different, guys. You've all got special and fabulous teachers.
Food tech has changed so much.
Oh my goodness, you have no idea.
Compared to the room that I did GCSE
yes.
home economics, as it was called back in the day.
Yeah, not that anymore.
That I did that in, compared to some of the classrooms that we've seen, especially you and Sarah have visited over the last 5 weeks. You guys have got so much kit. You've got so much resources, just potential with what's in the room.
So hopefully you're all pretty organized with what you're planning to cook this in. But yeah, as Simon says, just judge the size of the saucepan appropriate to the size of the meal and what you're cooking. So,
okay, so what you're going to need, you're going to need your oil, okay, which is about a tablespoon. You're going to need some form of wooden spoon, plastic stirring implement.
Excellent.
All right.
Yeah.
So into our pan, we just drizzle our tablespoon of oil.
Does it matter what type of oil there?
Not at all. Not at all. Any oil that you want.
Okay.
Just bear in mind, different oils get hot at different temperatures.
Okay.
So olive oil, for example, gets hot quite low.
Okay.
So
Vegetable oil takes a little longer to come up to temperature.
And what we're going to do, we're just going to turn on and hope that all the power doesn't go.
Wow,
and
we experienced a bit of that while we were on the road trip. So
yeah, there we go.
Can't tell you
And we're just going
to
heat our oil over a medium heat.
Okay.
Okay. So we've got induction in this kitchen.
Okay.
So our induction goes up to 9. So I'm cooking it on number 7.
Okay.
If you've got ceramic, just go just over halfway.
Okay.
If you've got gas in your kitchen,
Lucky you. Some of them have gas.
Just that medium flame, okay? We don't want to get the oil smoking hot.
No.
Because we don't want to burn the ingredients we're putting in it.
Okay, much better to start with a lower temperature.
Yeah, and just
increase it as you need to
gently soften it.
Okay.
And what we'll do is we're going to do our onion. We're going to soften that down. We're going to go in then with our garlic puree or garlic paste. Okay. So I know that everybody in their kitchens, the ingredients that we sent in was garlic paste.
Okay.
So you're going to be looking for about a teaspoon each of that. So whilst one of you watches this, just look around the room and see where that garlic paste is, because you're going to need it in about 5 minutes.
And I have a feeling that many food tech teachers are going to be super organised.
And you might well have measured it out already for you.
There could be quite a few people out there who are working with some very organised areas around them. So yeah, but when it comes to it, don't worry. Don't rush around the food tech room looking for the garlic. Don't stress.
The biggest thing to remember, guys, if you've missed something and you need to go and get it, all you've got to do is take that pan off the heat.
Okay, fine.
That's all you've got to do.
While you go and sort
then
out.
Your area is completely safe. You can go and get what you need. You can come back. Pan goes back on the heat. You can start again.
And one thing that I know can be quite reassuring is that with a recipe like this, a one pot curry recipe, something all cooked in one receptacle, one pot together, you can add those ingredients later.
Yeah.
If you miss it, it's not the end of the world.
No.
Putting it in later while it's still cooking through.
It's never going to be an issue with this recipe.
Great.
Okay, so back down we come. My oil's getting hot.
Lovely.
Okay, I can feel it by using the back of my hand because it's the most sensitive. Don't put it in the pot. Just glance it over the top and you can feel that there's a heat coming through. Okay, what I'm going to do now, my onions are all going to go in together.
Fantastic.
And they shouldn't spit at me because my oil shouldn't be too hot.
Okay, so if that was to happen, if you dropped your onions in and it
starts to go and making this bad noise and bouncing around in the pan, your oil's too hot, so just turn your pan down.
Okay, brilliant.
Because we don't want anybody getting spat.
No, because that spitting oil can be dangerous.
Because it's
can be really hot. Absolutely, it is really hot.
So once our onions are in, just give them a quick stir around because we want to coat all of the onion in oil. Okay. And what we're going to do, we're just going to leave that to cook just gently for sort of 3 to 5 minutes because what we want our onions to do is we want them just to soften.
So there's this term that chefs use quite a lot, Simon, sweating your onions.
Sweating your onions.
Nobody really wants to think about sweating.
Let's just say we're going to soften them.
But
why do we say we're going to sweat our onions? We say we're going to sweat our onions because what we want is we want all of the juice, the flavour, the nutrition to come out of that onion to leave us with the skin, which is going to give us the bite, the crunch, the texture.
Still want that.
But the flavour is then going to come out and flavour the oil. Okay, brilliant. So the sweat of the onion, we are kind of asking our onion to sweat. Yes. It's not doing a lot of exercise, I've got to be honest.
Fair enough.
But it is going to sweat. But generally, just make it so it goes soft so that the pieces of onion go translucent-ish, look a little bit glassy.
So I was going to say, how can we tell when that sort of initial sweating down of the onions, initial cooking is done? Okay.
So at the moment, feel free to come and have a look if you want.
Yeah, they still look pretty white and green.
And they're still
pretty solid
pretty
in colour,
solid.
Pretty white in
So
colour.
what you want is you want them just to soften. Okay. Sweat, soften, whichever way around you want to say. But once they go soft, they will move a lot better in the pan. They'll be more translucent, so they look glassy, like an ice cube.
Okay, start to go a bit see-through.
Yeah, like an ice cube.
Okay.
And once they're looking like that and they're softened, then we can move on to the next stage.
Okay.
Guys, there's no rush. Make sure you're safe. Organised workstation.
Lovely. Take your time.
just relax.
Stay concentrated.
Just relax.
But relax.
Just
Absolutely.
relax.
And this could take maybe 5 minutes, 6, 7 minutes.
This
depending
could
on your
take it,
heat.
yeah. I mean, it depends on the onion, it depends on the oil, it depends on the temperature.
Mhm.
But once they're softened, you'll know that they're softened. And again, there's no rush.
No, and I know that I've seen many of you out there who have cooked along with us already, but generally, if you're just a bit familiar, you're making those decisions all the time. You're absolutely judging whether or not something's cooked and ready, and you can move on to the next stage of the recipe without even realizing you're doing it. You're making those judgments.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
exactly right.
good tips.
And don't be afraid, okay? Don't be afraid. If you think it's going too far, pull it off the heat. You can always go back on. Don't be afraid. I'm here today teaching all of you guys. I don't know how many of you are out there. And I've got Sarah, who some of you have met, stood just there watching everything I'm doing.
Just in case. He's doing a great job though, guys.
I'm
He's
trying.
doing brilliantly. Yeah, well done.
Okay.
So that looks delicious.
My onions are there. So
Yeah,
you can
amazing.
tell that they're getting there. They've all gone soft. The slices are broken up, so we've just got ribbons of onion now and there.
Lovely.
So that's great. We are ready for the next bit.
Okay.
Bum, bum, bum.
Okay, what goes in after the
So
onions?
I'm going to go in with my peppers and my garlic puree.
Okay,
All right, I'm going to put the peppers in first,
lovely.
straight in. And then my teaspoon of garlic paste is going to go in. And then I'm going to need to stir it straight away.
Okay,
Why am I going to need to stir it straight away?
tell us.
Because otherwise my garlic will burn to the bottom of the pan.
Okay, and you want to just spread it out all over.
And that's
the
why I
peppers.
put my peppers in first, so that my garlic puree can go in on top of my peppers.
Lovely.
And then, like we said, we go straight in,
Okay.
stir that all around. That's getting nice, and you'll start to smell the garlic.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the reason that we put the garlic in now, we want to cook it through. We don't want to taste raw garlic.
Okay.
And that's exactly the reason why the next step is to put our spice mix in.
Okay. Just before you move on there,
Yep.
that garlic paste that you've added,
Yep.
it isn't something, to be perfectly honest, I don't buy garlic paste at home. It's not the most common ingredient.
not?
I don't.
Oh, my word.
I go with fresh or dried garlic. When we were on the road trip and we were cooking veggie, fantastic burgers and fries in an air fryer, we had granulated garlic
Yep.
with us. The kids really enjoyed it, really found that the flavor that it brought to their food was really, really noticeable, really yummy.
Yeah. I'm just going to pull that off. I'm pulling mine off the heat because Sian's just
I
talking
am.
for
I
a minute.
was
So I'm just
wondering,
going to pull that off the
Would
heat.
it matter at all in this recipe? Could we use the
No,
other forms?
we
of
can use
garlic?
fresh garlic. You can use powdered garlic.
Right, brilliant.
If you're a household that likes curry,
Yes.
world food oil,
Yeah.
jar,
Yes.
ginger and garlic puree mix.
Ah, good.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a new one for me.
Check it out.
Excellent.
Open it up, use it, stick the jar in the fridge, lasts for months.
Right, brilliant. Okay,
Last
that
month.
is good.
And it saves you having to peel garlic. And then later on in the evening, you go,
Yeah.
all I can smell is
Yeah.
garlic.
Okay, lovely.
All right,
Lovely,
so
lovely.
little tip. Anyway, hopefully your pan is looking something a little bit like that at the moment.
Fantastic.
So that's got the onion in it
Starting to smell
that we've
really
softened
good in
down.
here.
It's got the peppers in it, and it's got our garlic puree in it.
Brilliant.
Now, dry spices, okay? Dry spices. We're going to go in with our spice mix, and we're going to start to stir it around because we need to cook the dry spices.
Okay.
Otherwise, your curry is going to taste really powdery,
Oh,
and
right.
it'll get all globby.
Okay.
So our spice mix goes straight in. Get all of that out of the bowl. And then we're going to stir around. Now, we're still over that medium heat. And this is where the smells are just going to start to hit your kitchen.
Lovely.
If it starts to stick a little bit to the bottom, don't panic.
Okay.
Because we're going to do a very chefy thing in a second.
We are. Amazing. Okay. I love those chefy things.
All right.
Brilliant, brilliant.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to do something that's called deglazing our pan.
Okay.
All right.
Deglazing.
So basically, the glaze is the spices that are sticking gently to the bottom. As soon as we go in with our chickpeas and our water, that water is going to start to bring those spices back up off the bottom.
Okay.
Nothing will be stuck to the bottom of the pan.
Sounds good.
So chickpeas and juice.
Lovely.
Go in.
All gone in.
Beans and juice.
Now, beans, could
All
use any
going.
type of
Any
bean.
old bean.
You've got butter bean there.
I think
haven't
I've
you?
got butter beans. If you've got cannellini beans, they're all good.
Lovely.
Kidney beans there, or any bean.
Right.
It's a bean.
Brilliant. And they've all got different flavors and different tastes. Let's remember again, quick flashback to the road trip. Sarah tried so hard. She ate every single ingredient we came out with raw.
That does not surprise me
because
with Sarah.
absolutely, it's the best
What
way.
are you saying about me, guys?
Well, we were just saying, Sarah,
You just
how
eat everything.
You literally tried and tested everything raw.
Well, then,
And there's really
yeah.
good reason for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Once-
Absolutely. It's good to taste these things before you use them in your cooking.
It is.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Once I've got my beans and the liquor in, and I've got all that juice off the bottom,
Mhm.
I'm now going to bring the pan up in heat and bring it up to the boil.
So there's quite a lot of liquid in there. now.
There's a
Come
lot of
back
liquid
up.
in there. So we're
Come
going
back
to
and taste this one in a
bring
minute.
Absolutely.
bring that to the boil.
Lovely.
Yeah.
And then the last thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to add the coconut milk. So you might need a spoon for your coconut milk because the top is quite often solid. And it's quite often solid because that's the fat rising to the top. Like the old school days when you could get silver top milk and you had the
Okay.
cream come to the top.
These students will be way too young to remember.
Way
We
too
used
young.
to get our milk
Sorry,
like that.
sorry.
But it's the cream separating.
And the
fat
cream and the
separating.
fats separate from the
Same
liquid.
with
So
the coconut.
underneath it'll look like it's a load of water,
Yeah.
Mhm.
but you want all of it.
Okay.
Okay, so my pan is come back up to the boil.
Can I just say, Si, about
You
the
can.
fact that you put the whole tin of beans and water and the chickpeas and water in? That is quite an unusual thing to do. I think a lot of people might be thinking, oh no, we're not going to put the juice in, then we have to strain them first.
Keep the juice, keep the juice.
But
Protein,
actually,
protein. Keep
it's
the juice.
a brilliant idea, isn't it, to use that liquid.
And
as
otherwise,
part of
you know,
your
what
stock.
else are you going to do? You're going to make stock. Well,
Yeah.
why make
Yeah.
stock when you've got flavoured
Yeah,
stock
and
in
it's
front
a
of you?
natural
And it's a
thickener,
natural.
isn't it?
Yep.
Brilliant idea.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Coconut milk, very gently. Just break that layer off the top, which is the cream or the fats and everything that's up there. And then, oh, there's the liquid bit. And then the liquid bit underneath. Make sure you get all of that because this is going to flavour this curry. And the sweetness that you get from the coconut milk will temper some of the heat that you
Mhm.
get out of the spice mix.
Okay, really building those flavour blends.
Yep, and we're not putting sugar in.
No.
We're not putting
Taking
sugar
that
in.
sweeten out.
Yeah.
We
And
we
of
don't
course,
need
the
to.
thickness of that creamy coconut is going to really add richness to the texture
Indeed,
of
it
the
is.
curry.
So it looks a little
Delicious.
bit blobby. So I'm just going to spin it all around, bring it all together. And as I stir, you'll notice that the big bits of white coconut fat, whatever it is on the top, are just going to start to break down and they're going to help this whole dish thicken. And what we're going to do now with it, folks, is we're going to leave that. We're going to bring it to the boil. We're just going to then take it back down to just a gentle simmer. And we're going to leave that to cook for about 20, 25 minutes because we want that sauce to reduce.
Okay.
So by reducing, what we mean is all this steam that's coming off the top
Yep.
is that liquid going away.
Evaporating.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is food tech and not science, and I'm
Yeah,
definitely
but food tech's
not.
got loads of
I'm
science.
definitely not going to try and take the science teacher's job.
No,
Um,
but it's all in there.
but what we need it to do, we need this steam to come off. We need our juice to reduce,
okay.
if you like,
Yep.
because that's going to thicken our sauce. It's going to make our curry something.
So
really
you've got
nice.
it on a high temperature
At the moment, because I
until
wanted
you
to get
see
it.
that real fast bubbling, rolling, bubbling,
Yeah,
and then you'll turn it down.
and then I'm going to turn it
So
down,
keep an eye on that, guys.
and I'm going to leave it sat there,
Lovely.
bubbling away.
Just take a minute or two to get up to boiling on a high.
Yeah, it won't
temperature?
take long.
No,
It won't take
and
long.
then turning it right down.
So I've it started to race and bubble.
Mm-hmm.
I've given it a good stir to make sure that my temperature is consistent throughout.
Fab.
And then I'm going to take my spoon out.
You can really smell the difference of
Can
all
really
of those
smell it.
flavors starting to come together.
And now, hopefully you guys can see we've got a racing bubble again. I'll try and get some of the steam out of the way. Oh, go away.
Steam's tricky on camera.
And what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to bring it back down to that medium heat
Okay.
and just leave it there bubbling.
So turning the light down, whether it's gas or electric.
Yeah,
on
doesn't
your
matter.
cooker,
Just
down
bring it
to-
down to about the same stage as you were when you started off with the onions.
Okay, lovely.
Thank you, Sarah.
Looks amazing.
Be careful, there's
Fantastic.
cloth under there. So this is a little tip because I'm working on a slidey surface.
Okay.
One we used.
We did
that
definitely
Sarah's
use
just
it on the
shown
road
off
trip.
to the whole world.
Yeah.
Is a wet cloth or a sponge pad like we've got. Put it down, put your board on top of it, it'll stop your board sliding. Probably should have said that at the start before we started cutting anything.
But many of the students
But
out
there we
there,
go. I'm told that you guys are super good, so you probably knew that anyway.
many of them will have heard that one before.
So just turn on. I'm lucky enough to have a little extract here, so hopefully that will suck some of the steam down rather than straight into a camera.
Fantastic.
And we're going to move straight on to our lentil dal. So Sarah's just done it for me. Clear down your workstation. Sorry, sir.
That's okay. Bring it
Clear down your workstation so that you're ready to go. Thank you. And simple ingredients for our dal.
So, recipe 1, done.
Done. Bubbling.
Curry
If it-
cooking.
If it looks like it's racing too much,
Yes.
like that,
Okay. Too bubbly.
just turn it down.
Okay, so simmering really means gently lifting little bubbles to the surface.
Just little bubbles coming
not
up.
having that really boiling, ferocious, too much steam. You should take the steam levels down and just keep that real gentle bubbles, just gently lifting up to the surface. So it's that simmering that you want to get your curry cooking. But yeah, that's it. The curry is made. First
One
recipe
curry
of the first session
on.
of the morning, done. Brilliant.
Okay.
Well done, everyone.
So hopefully you're all keeping up.
Yeah.
I'm sure they are because you haven't stopped. Sarah and Sian haven't stopped telling me how brilliant you guys were on the road.
Absolutely.
So thank you
really
for looking
lucky.
after them.
Thank
It
you.
does mean a lot to us that you looked after them or so
You did a
away.
brilliant job. Well done to everyone out there. Teachers, tech assistants, students, schools. Even the caretakers were amazing, Simon.
I met the ones at Basildon.
You did meet some
I
of them.
did meet the ones at
Yeah,
Basildon.
So
Thank you
lovely.
for helping us unload the van. That was
Yeah,
wonderful.
Absolutely.
Okay,
So, recipe
Dal.
1, done.
recipe 1,
2,
tick.
brilliant.
1 down. How many more have we got to go? Oh, well, let's not
Ooh,
even think about it.
2 within this session. So
That's
we're-
fine.
Yep,
So, a lentil dal.
great.
Again, very few ingredients.
Hmm.
Very little prep,
Brilliant. Love it.
but loads of flavour
Loads of flavour,
and loads of goodness.
loads of good nutrition.
All the good stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is why we're putting a dal in with it. And we're going to do our curry with a dal, not rice.
Okay.
Drop all of the ricey bit out.
Yeah.
Let's do a dal.
So
So
dal-
simple and easy.
Yeah, dal, just to drill down, dal specifically is a word that means
It's basically lentils, split peas,
dried.
dried
lentils.
dried lentils
So
made wet into a curry
perfect.
or a curry flavored dish.
Okay, we did encounter, as we've mentioned,
Uh-oh.
Sarah was so encouraging to everyone to try things for the first time. One of the ingredients we did use in our burgers and really brings a great texture and nutrition, all of those good things, is lentils. But if you're not familiar with them and you aren't used to eating lentils or dal,
I'm
you
just
know,
giving
guys,
a quick stir.
go for it. Give
Keep
it
stirring your curry.
give
You
them
don't
a
want it to
try.
stick to the bottom.
And actually, one of the reasons that you might not have come across using lentils so frequently is that people seem to be a bit wary of using them. They're a dried ingredient, so we need to rehydrate them. And often people think there is a real palaver. You know, you've got to soak things overnight. You've got to
give it
cook them
up.
before you. But
some
Simon
pep.
particularly
Give it up.
really likes to throw out the window all of those misconceptions.
Yeah, you don't need to
No.
soak them overnight.
No.
You don't need
Okay, so what are we using
a
in this
bag
recipe?
of red split lentils,
Okay.
dried, and we're going to need about 225 grams.
Okay, quick
So
weighing going
I'm
on.
just going to do a quick weigh.
Lovely.
Weigh.
If you, again, in the classroom, haven't got your ingredients weighed for you in this way, don't worry.
Oh, I bet
Take your time.
they're probably all over it.
They
They're probably
probably
standing
are.
there going, "Why is this bloke weighing his ingredients? Why wasn't he prepped to start off
Absolutely,
with?"
don't worry. If you are as organized or even more organized, don't worry. Take your time. You'll
So-
be able to catch up.
Oh, it's changed to a different unit.
Okay,
So
you're on
225 grams
Lovely.
of red lentils.
How much is in that whole bag? So is that like a 500?
500 grams.
So if you're
I think.
working with bags of 500 grams, you're looking at half a bag.
Yeah, just under half.
And you
bag.
can estimate it, let's face it, when we're at home and we're cooking family food, family meals, we tend to
I've got to be honest, I can't.
half a bag.
I can't remember the last time I weighed out lentils when I made dal.
Well, there we go. Yeah.
But hey, why not?
So let's have a look at that bag. Are we down
So
to
yeah,
about
we're
half?
down on yeah, it's a 500 gram bag. I've taken 227.
Slightly over, but
Slightly
we'll
over,
forgive you.
but let me off,
Perfect.
please.
No problem.
And all that we're going to add to that, we're going to add some curry powder to it, some garlic paste, some veg stock, tin of chopped tomatoes. We're going to dice up an onion, and that's it.
Okay.
So
super duper. Let's get going.
let's get these out of the way. So back to our onion. So same as we did before by taking the top and the tail off. But what we're going to do this time is we're going to just chop it up the quick, easy, diced way. Okay, so we take our top and our tail off of our onion on a flat surface, knife on, bridge cut with our fingers. So we're over the top of the knife, straight through. Put our knife to one side so it's safe. And then we're just going to use a spoon again. Not that one, that one's too big, that one. We're just going to lift the skin away. And that is going to help us in a second. He says, once you can get the skin off, come off. We've picked the onions that want to fight with me today.
Yeah, it means they're fresh and really good.
A bit can go in.
Don't want to give up their skins
I've missed
yet.
a bit of my stock pot for later. And then the other one, we'll just deskin that as well.
So again,
now, I'm
guys,
using a measuring spoon, but if you've got a teaspoon or anything like
that will
that.
do the job.
And if you're using, or anybody wants to use at home, fresh garlic or anything like that. Not fresh garlic, fresh ginger. Easiest, quickest way to peel ginger, use a teaspoon.
Okay.
Just rub the
Scrape it along the
teaspoon
skin.
across the skin. That'll peel your ginger for you, and then you can go from there.
Just again, a reminder to be safe when you're working with knives. Keep your eyes down. Do not be distracted when you're cutting. That is how most accidents happen, is that you're midway through doing something with a knife and you look up at the screen, possibly like right now in your food tech classroom. So please,
fingers gone.
eyes down while you're chopping.
Okay, so to dice, all right, we're not going to go this way, that way, and every other way. We don't need to.
Okay, so
Not
this
for
is a
this.
different type of cut. We're going to
we're
end
not
up with
stripping it.
slightly different shaped
So
onions.
We've
Brilliant.
got flat surface, and then I like to say around the belly.
Okay,
All right.
lovely.
Claw grip, nice thin slices of onion.
Okay.
Okay. Nice and thin. Because what you don't want is you don't want to be chomping into your lentil dal, which is all lovely and beautiful, and then going, oh, it was lovely and beautiful until that really big bit of onion.
Okay.
So we've cut across the belly. We then turn it round, and with the blade angled slightly away from the onion, claw grip again, we're just going to slice through nice and gently. Again, nice and thin.
So trying to keep all of the onion pieces that you're cutting roughly a similar size, so they all cook at the same time.
So they all cook at the same time.
Again, if your onions don't turn out to be so finely chopped,
it doesn't matter.
It's not.
It really doesn't matter.
Okay, and it's
when
all
you
about
get to the end bit again, knock it over. And there we are. Again, using a spoon just to knock the bits off your knife. Don't run your fingers along it. Knives are sharp. It's just cut an onion. You don't want it to cut you. And we'll move that up to the top. Now, before I do my other half, I'm just going to give a quick stir.
Right. Keep an eye on your curry. Make sure things are coming along beautifully.
Which they are. They're
Lovely.
doing well.
Smells amazing.
It's doing well. Quick stir. Back to my onion. Again, take your time, folks. There's no rush.
Okay.
I'll show you again. Claw grip. Thin slices of onion. Across the belly of your onion. and then twist and angle the blade away. Claw grip again, so you're keeping it all together with your finger and your thumb, and the ones in the top are there,
Nicely out the
making
way.
sure that your knife's not hitting anywhere near your fingers, because it's actually going to hit your knuckles first if you've got a claw grip going on.
Absolutely.
And no rush. We've gone through, got to the wibbly bit, turn it over. And as we said, if you get some big bits, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And again, don't use your fingers, use a spoon, just to clean all those bits off of your knife.
You don't want to waste any of those.
And that's our onion done. Okay, that is our onion done. So the next thing that you need to do, if you've got a kettle, it's a good idea to boil it, because we're going to make some stock.
Okay.
If you're lucky like we are and you've got these big boily tap things, newfangled taps,
okay,
we need to make up a litre of stock.
Brilliant.
Now, how do we know how many of these we need?
Tell us, Simon.
All right, so stock cubes are stock cubes. On the back, there will be a recipe in inverted commas to tell you how many stock cubes make up what quantity of stock.
Okay.
So these ones
Yep.
are 450 ml of boiling water with 1 stock cube.
Okay.
So if I need to make up a litre,
Yep.
I'm going to go with 2.
I'd go with 2. Round it up.
All right, I'm going to go with 2.
Again, you know, we have organised many of the schools who are cooking along with us now to have the ingredients that will match what we have, but there are a huge variety of stock.
There are so many stock cubes that are available on the
powders
market.
to pastes to little tins to tubs. Again, getting familiar with what you have at home. If you're going to cook this again at home, have a look in the larder. I bet every one of us has got some random
stock cube
that's been sitting in there since last Christmas.
And it doesn't matter. I mean, we're using vegetable stock cubes.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what sort of stock cube you use. It's obviously just going to give a slightly different flavour to the dal.
And even though we're cooking it in a curry, we still just want that vegetable richness. Or as you say, if it happened to be a chicken stock, if that's what you have normally at home, doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all.
Okay, brilliant.
So I'm just going to put some water in there.
2 stock cubes in.
Keep an eye on that one for me if you don't mind.
For you. Brilliant. Looking amazing. Yeah, lovely. Sauce is really cooking away nicely. Yeah.
Is it thickening?
It's got plenty of time to go, but yeah, it's reducing. Sure thing. Yeah, bubbling nicely, just those small bubbles coming to the surface. Even though it's starting to soften up and cook in the coconut juice. So it looks really, really delicious. Brilliant. Yum. So we need to make sure we've got space on the hob in a minute for the next saucepan, don't we?
Yep.
For the dal to go on.
That should fit if I move one back and one forward. Or I can come this side, but I'd rather we've got a roti to do as well, haven't we?
The roti as well.
Okay, so your stock, very carefully. I've got my stock cubes and they've sunk to the bottom.
Lovely. Okay.
So that is basically coloured water at the moment.
Fair enough.
With a fork, very, very gently, we're just going to stir. Gently stir.
To dissolve that stock cube
Just to
into
dissolve
the water.
that stock into the water.
Okay, I often at home, if I've got stock cubes, you can crumble them.
Some of them
or
you can.
Sprinkle them.
Some stock cubes, you can crumble them in, which is really good. These ones were a bit more pasty.
Dense. Yeah.
So that's why they're like this. Powdered stock or bouillon, if you see that, that's either going to be paste or powder.
Okay, and it will absorb into the liquid in the same way.
Yeah, it'll give you the same
all
result.
breaking down nicely. Lovely.
So, that's our stock.
Fantastic.
Now, I'm aware that they might have just had to boil a kettle.
Absolutely.
So we're going to have a quick little recap on what we've done so far.
Sounds good.
So that everybody can wait for the kettle to boil if they've got to.
Sure thing.
And get their stock made up,
Mixed
ready
up
for this.
and settled.
So our bean, lentil and coconut curry is on, bubbling. We did our onions.
Yeah.
We went in with our garlic and we went in with our peppers.
Okay.
We brought that all through.
Yes.
We went in with our dry spices.
Lovely.
We then deglazed the pan by using that aquafaba, the liquid out of the chickpeas and the beans.
all
Just
those
pour it
spices
all
together.
straight in, bring it all together, get it all up off the bottom of the pan.
Perfect.
Cook that, boiled that up,
Yeah.
and then we just reduced the heat again. We went in with our coconut milk,
Okay.
even the creamy fat piece on
That's
the
the
top.
best bit.
That's the best bit.
Yum.
You really want to have it.
Yeah.
That's gone in.
Okay.
We've brought all of that together to form this lovely yellowy, tanny coloured mix,
Steamy.
which I can see. And then we've brought that up to the boil, and then we've just brought it down so it's just simmering. So those little bubbles are coming up, plenty of evaporation.
Perfect.
Reduce the sauce, strengthen the flavour,
Lovely.
thicken it all up.
Cook everything all the way through.
All done.
Beautiful. Okay.
And
lovely.
then for our dal, we've weighed out our 225 grams of lentils.
Lovely.
We've chopped up an onion so it's nice and small pieces.
Called diced.
Diced up.
Generally, yeah.
Diced that one up.
Lovely.
And we've made our stock. So the only thing that we've got to do now, we've got to get the top off of our tin of chopped tomatoes.
Okay.
And the only other things we need is garlic paste and curry powder.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Okay.
So I got lucky the first time I used the tin opener.
Okay.
Our tin opener in here is not the best, guys.
Might surprise some people to hear that, but we like at home sometimes.
You
We
see, there
don't
you go,
always
look.
have the best equipment.
We're a charity.
We are a food rescue charity.
So
yes.
we're just going to open that one up.
Lovely. It's not working too badly there, Simon.
It's
To be
doing-
fair, it's done
It's
you
doing all
proud.
right. It's doing all right. It obviously got the memo about today. And now, if my tin is like this and it's in the
So
middle,
this
right?
is definitely a danger spot.
This is danger time,
Yeah.
okay? Don't just stick your finger in. No. Fork. Gently work your way around, lift it up,
Mm-hmm.
and then just fold it and leave it attached to the tin for a minute.
Okay.
Because once we've emptied it into our mix,
Mm-hmm.
we can then push that bit back down, rinse it out, recycle.
Okay.
All
perfect.
right.
Absolutely.
Don't touch this with your fingers.
All of that edge is sharp and should be avoided.
Fingers free, please.
Lovely.
Okay, so I'm going to find my curry powder and my garlic paste.
So again, you're using now a ready blended.
Yeah,
curry
so this
mix.
one has got coriander,
Lovely.
turmeric,
Yep.
cumin,
Yep.
chickpea flour.
Excellent.
Interesting.
Thickener.
Yep. Fenugreek,
Nice.
fennel, salt. This has got mustard powder in it.
Mm-hmm.
Chili powder, cardamom, garlic powder, black pepper, and clove.
Okay.
So
wow.
that saves you like 90% of a spice rack
Yes, absolutely.
if you just buy ready-made curry powder.
Perfect.
Every supermarket does it.
Okay.
You don't have to go for the big names.
No.
Because if you actually look at the packet, they've all got the same minimum. It's just a
Mhm.
mix which is different.
Fair
And like we
enough.
said, those sachets, absolutely
Buy
perfect.
a ready-made puree
Absolutely
mix, or
perfect.
or a jar, or other alternative.
Indeed.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to move this one so that you can see what I'm doing
Perfect.
over there. So I'm
Yeah,
going to
I
move
think
that one.
everybody can see those. That's great.
Which I want to come down to my simmering point again.
Lovely.
So with another pan, whether it be a saucepan, that works best in a saucepan, this one.
Yeah. Okay.
Onto the heat. Again, just get the pan warm. Little drizzle of oil to start off with.
Lovely.
Only a little bit. Okay. A little drizzle of oil.
Doesn't matter what oil you
Doesn't
use.
matter what oil. We
Okay.
don't mind.
No.
We use whatever we've
Well,
got.
in fact, actually, at UK Harvest, again, being a food rescue charity, we are really totally dependent on foods that are donated
we
to
get
us.
donated 9 times out of 10, yeah.
From a kitchen point of view, we have a big warehouse, and when Simon or Sarah comes up with a recipe that they'd like to create or cook, they're really driven by what we have, not what they want to use. And that's the same when we're at home.
We don't get a choice half the time, Sarah, do we?
We don't.
No,
No.
you really do need to shop your cupboards. So, you know,
We're
as
just
we
lucky
said,
we get to shop a warehouse.
we do shop a warehouse,
But
but
our warehouse at the moment has got like 8 tons of sweet potato
Well,
in
actually,
it and very little else on veg.
No,
so it's quite interesting
totally.
over
And
there at
for
the moment.
for the last leg of the road trip, we did manage to fill up a few boxes and take sweet potatoes with us because we had such a lot of them and they needed to be used. And we took them to the schools, and many of the students in the last few weeks of the project made a combination of regular potato and sweet potato fries because we had them in abundance. So
okay, what I'm doing here, folks, if you've got 2 hobs or 2 heat sources, one's here and one's at the back, put your curry at the back and do your lentil dal in front of you. So I'm only doing it like this because it gets picked up by the camera better there than it does here.
Okay, common sense, making good decisions, no problem.
So push curry to the back, bring your other pan to the front.
Lovely.
Oil's hot.
Brilliant.
Or warm.
Yeah, you can feel it with the back of your hand.
Yeah. So I'm going to go in with my diced onion. Okay.
Lovely.
Again, not spitting at me.
No, fantastic.
That
not
little
too
fizz,
hot.
but not a spit. Okay, little fizz, not a spit. And hopefully everybody is keeping up with us.
I think you're doing an amazing job, Simon.
And hopefully
well done, everyone,
everybody's having some fun.
And wherever you're cooking with us right now. Can't help but tell you, we're just so pleased to have you with us. Thank you so much. We're midway through our first session of the Cook Along Day. It's going to be a whopper. You're doing a brilliant job out there. Food and Fuel coming live to you in your classrooms, in your food tech setups. Can't thank you enough for being there. Hope you're really enjoying it. And students, on the whole, if everything's going to plan, you have 1 curry cooking. You are moving into your 2nd recipe. And we are really, really loving having you along with us. So, Simon, you're doing an amazing job.
It's good fun. We're doing well.
Could not be going better. Well done, you.
Going well so far.
Onions in for recipe number 2.
Onions are in. So all we're going to do with those onions, those dices of onion, we're just going to gently sweat them off because we do want to keep quite a bit of crunch.
Right.
So we're not going to cook those for as long as we did the first ones.
Sure thing.
Because when we put the stock in and the lentils in and everything else, that will soften all of that onion out.
Okay.
But we don't want it just to go bleh.
Okay. So that initial sweating down of the onions doesn't need to be quite as as far.
No,
okay.
no.
Okay, super.
To that, a couple of teaspoons of garlic.
Okay. 2 teaspoons going in this one. And we've covered this before. Yeah, if you don't.
That's not a teaspoon. That is.
If you don't have the pureed garlic to hand, you can use
3 or 4 cloves.
Dried or fresh cloves. Lovely.
So that goes in. We're then going to go in with a couple of teaspoons, and I will use the little one because that one's wet. A couple of teaspoons of curry powder.
Again, don't rush.
So I'm actually going to be doing 4 because this is a half teaspoon measure.
Okay,
just
lovely.
so that people go, well, you said a couple and you've done 4.
Those are half teaspoon
These
measures.
are a half teaspoon measure because the teaspoon measure is wet with garlic.
Fair enough.
So that goes in. We're going to stir because we need to cook that spice through. It will coat the onions. The onions will start to go orange.
Brilliant.
And this is where I'm just going to pause so that everybody can catch up.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've put our onions in. Just bring mine off. We've put our onions in. We've just lightly cooked those.
Fantastic.
We've gone in with our garlic paste and we're now cooking through the curry powder.
Okay.
And as you can smell, again, it does stick sometimes to the bottom.
It's quite dry in the pan,
but we're going to go in.
Keep an eye.
We're going to go in with our stock and our potatoes. That's not a potato. That's a tomato. We're going to go in with our stock and our tomato, and that will deglaze the bottom of that pan.
Fantastic. Yep. Brilliant.
So that's there. Back onto the heat. I'm going to go in with my tomatoes. And remember what we said, in the middle, so you don't cut yourself.
Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, very sensible. So the whole tin of
my tomato-looking potatoes have just gone down. My tomatoes have gone in. We mix that round, and you'll see that all of the spices that had stuck to the bottom of the pan aren't there anymore.
Brilliant. They're all in that
because they've been absorbed into that tomatoey juice.
Lovely.
Now, your 225 grams of lentils.
Okay. So not soaked. You
Not
don't have to
soaked, they're
leave them
still dry.
overnight. They're dry as a bone. They can go straight in.
They go straight in.
Brilliant. Cook all the way through.
And we're going to
Amazing.
mix that in with our tomato. Tomato.
Yep.
I'm going to have an issue
You're
with
gonna have
tomatoes
tomato
and
potatoes.
potatoes today, aren't I? I can
We'll
sense
keep an
it.
eye on it, Simon. Don't you worry.
Now that is going to go to a thick, stodgy mix.
So
Okay.
again,
And that's where we're going with the stock.
okay, so I was just going to say, tapping into that science-related aspect of our food tech activity, we talked about this on the road trip: dehydration and rehydration. So those lentils are dried lentils,
Yep.
and in order for them to be edible, we need to rehydrate them,
That's
and
why we've got
that's
the
where Simon's using the stock.
So now I'm going to go in with my stock.
Brilliant.
I'm going to go in with all of it. Okay. And it's going to look really wet.
Okay,
But we've still got 40 minutes,
lovely.
which is good because we might need it. So all our stock goes in.
All that flavour, all that liquid.
We mix so we have a constant flavour. Thank you, Sarah. And why do we mix? We mix for the flavour, but we also want, because every time you do this, you'll get 1 or 2 lentils which just want to stick to the bottom of that pan.
Okay, as they absorb the liquid, they become sticky.
And you don't want them to stick. So give it a good stir. Temperature goes right up because we want to bring that up to a boil.
Okay, like we did with the curry.
Exactly like we did with the curry.
Brilliant.
We're going to bring that up to a boil.
Okay,
And then we're going to drop it again down to a simmer, just like our curry is.
okay,
So whilst we're waiting for that to boil, I'm going to give my curry a quick stir.
lovely.
Look at how thick that's going.
Yeah, looking great.
Can you see how thick that's going, guys?
Amazing, lovely.
A lot of the juice is gone. Sorry.
Oh, wow, that looks amazing.
So a lot of the juice is gone. It's thickening up. That's going to taste beautiful.
Yeah, delicious. And I was just going to say, with the lentils,
You've got a tin of them there.
if you didn't actually want to use the dried ones, or if you did have a tin of lentils,
Yep.
you could actually use the tin
Yep.
and the juice again.
Yep. Use the tin and the juice that's
Yeah.
in the tin because they're soaked already. So they're all fat, basically, where
Yep,
they've absorbed the
lumpy and
water.
juicy.
All you'd really need to do, if you did the tin straight into a pan with your spice mix, your onion and your tomatoes, just bubble it up,
Okay.
bring it down.
Makes
It's
it a lot
gonna-
quicker.
It
as
does
well.
make it quicker.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It does make it quicker, but the one thing I will say, you get a lot for your money on dried lentils.
So it works out
Absolutely,
cheaper,
much
cheaper.
cheaper.
So ingredient-wise, you're cheaper on your lentils.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Cool. Looks delicious.
As soon as that dal starts to get to that racing boil,
Mhm.
that's when we're going to drop it down, and it will cook. It will take between 20 and 40 minutes,
Mhm.
and it depends on how thick or gloopy or whatever dry you like the
Mhm.
dal.
Yeah.
So if you want it to be a proper lentil hearty
Thick.
thick mix,
Okay, like a stew.
you just
almost.
cook it for longer.
Okay.
Okay, and then you can scoop it with a roti.
But you
bread.
could almost have it like a soup on the
But you could
side,
do it
where
like a
it's
soup,
much more
where it's a lot
loose.
more. Yeah.
Okay.
lot
liquidy.
looser.
Brilliant.
So as we can see, we are bubbling.
Yeah, that is a rolling, boiling bubble,
Yeah.
not
So
a gentle
I'm
simmer.
going to give it a stir. I'm going to try and get the ones off the bottom of the pan
That
that
will
are
try to
really
stick a
trying
little.
to stick.
Gently but firmly.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And then once all of that is combined again, I'm going to make sure it's boiling, and then I'm going to turn it down to that simmer.
Okay, brilliant.
Now,
So-
you find quite often as well when you simmer things
Mhm.
that actually it stops them burning. As long as you stir them so you're not sticking it to the bottom, you're all good.
Fantastic.
Okay, racing boil. Thank you, Sarah. Racing boil.
Yes.
Turn
very
it
bubbly.
down.
Right.
More than one reason. A, we don't want it to burn.
Yep.
And B, we don't want it to spit all over our cooker because that means we've got to clean again at the end of the session.
Okay, yeah, yeah. And actually, as you mentioned that cleaning word, Simon, I have to say, when Sarah and I were on the road trip, and I know that many students in school setting
Yep.
will be familiar with this, that we are taught and encouraged
Clean as you go.
to clean up as you go along. And this is a stage in the recipe, or 3 recipes in the session, where we would encourage you to have exactly as Sarah is doing to help Simon.
Now
just
is
a
the
bit of a
time to
tidy
clear
through.
up.
What we would perhaps, if we were with you live and in your schools, is we would encourage you perhaps to be washing up, putting away and tidying everything away from this stage in the recipe before we move on. But we do have a lot to get through.
We've got roti bread to
So
make.
we have.
Okay, and we've got, I reckon, about 38 minutes to do roti bread.
Yes.
And these guys to wash up.
Yeah, exactly.
So, at the moment,
yeah,
is a good time.
yeah,
Stir your pots.
yeah,
At least get everything towards the sink.
yes.
If you've got sharp knives, do not put them in the sink.
They've heard that one before.
All right.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Just start to wash up any of the stuff you've used to prep.
Okay.
Because when we come back, we're just going to make the roti bread dough up.
Yeah.
We're going to get it squidged out and
Yes.
we're ready to cook. Roti breads don't take that long to cook.
No. So
this
really
just needs to bubble. So now is the time.
accumulate.
If
your
you've
washing
managed to get your curry on and you've got your dal on,
up. Lovely.
now is the time that everybody can just take stock, breathe,
Gather up your washing
and gather up all your washing up so that you're ready to wash up at
Clear
the
down
end,
your
even if you
station.
haven't started already.
Yeah, absolutely. Clean down your area and your workstation. Many times in schools, you're very familiar with working together on this.
So one can stir, one can wash,
absolutely.
one can dry,
There we
everyone's a
go.
winner.
And in professional kitchens, absolutely no question, it is always a team effort.
And it is clear as you go.
And it is clear as you go. So in a food tech or in a catering and hospitality environment that you're working in at the moment in schools, we would encourage you to do the same. So tidy up, move things away, organize your workstation. If you're not completely washed up and tidied up, before we move on to the making roti bread, the third recipe of this session, don't worry, you will have time at the end of your lesson to complete and tidy up your washing up and to put away all of your utensils and equipment.
Thank you.
But for our purposes and to make sure that we don't run over, because we know that this is just a part of a
your
very
day.
busy day for you, as it is a part of a very busy day for us. We want to make sure that we get through all of the recipes. If you need to come back at the end of the session to tidy up, to wash up, to complete your drying up and putting away, so that your food tech support staff and your food tech teachers don't have to do an enormous amount at the end of your
Don't say
session, then please do take that time to do it now, bearing in mind you might have to do a little bit more of it at the end of the session.
And as you can see, we're working together. I've been
are.
tidying up a little bit round here
Yeah, wonderful,
with
Sarah.
the wonderful Sarah, who's been grabbing it from me as we go.
Absolutely.
Whilst you've been talking to the
So
guys in the classroom.
yeah, and if we have a look at your workstation now, we've
I'm
transformed
getting
slightly.
quite set.
You are nicely organized.
But I understand that not everybody else will be. So
That's okay. We'll take
stir
the
your
time.
curry, stir your dal,
Lovely.
make sure you're safe.
Yeah. So let's just go through the equipment list for the
Okay.
roti breads so that we know what we
A
need.
chopping board so that we can squidge them out so that they're all good.
Okay.
A bowl,
Shaping, lovely.
sieve if you want to. Don't have to,
Okay.
you could go straight in.
Okay.
And you're going to need about 100 to 140 mils of cold water.
Okay. Cold water this time. Super duper.
So I'm just going to work out where the mils are on this jug so I can see where I'm going and get my water. So 140 mils of water. And I'm
Brilliant.
sure that you lot are super duper prepped and you've got all this ready already.
But if not, don't worry.
Don't worry, loads of time.
Take your time.
No
Find
rush.
a measuring jug. If there are groups of you, help each other. You could always measure out 140 milliliters, put it into a cup and pass the measuring jug onto somebody else if you are sharing your equipment.
Now
So-
that's a plan.
Thank you very much. If you need to be sharing equipment, work together, team effort, actually problem solve together. Again, another aspect of cooking in a food tech environment, in a professional environment, even at home, you need to be resourceful. So if you haven't got a jug to hand, but somebody near you has, ask them when they've completed
Share and
it,
share alike.
if you can measure out and use yours next. Brilliant.
Right, you can sieve your flour if you want to.
Okay. So
Don't tell Sarah. But I'm not going to.
what would be the differences, Simon? Would it just
It
mean
just
that
makes it super fine, that's
Okay.
all.
So you're really
Yeah.
just making sure there are no clumps or
Yeah, no lumps,
within
no
the
clumps,
flour,
whatever.
but you're going to work it by hand.
So if I had already weighed my flour,
Yep.
I might well have sieved it.
Okay.
Because I haven't done all my prep, I've got to weigh my flour.
As you go.
So I'm just going to weigh my flour.
Okay. And you're going to weigh it straight into the bowl that you're going to mix in,
Yeah,
which
straight
cuts
in.
down on your washing up anyway.
I'm going to spill flour down.
Beware the open bag of flour trick.
So 225 grams of self-raising flour.
Okay.
If you haven't got self-raising, you can use plain with a pinch of baking powder or bicarb.
Okay.
Okay, so a teaspoon probably.
Simon is pretty confident about how much flour this is going to look like. Obviously, it's on the scales. You could use a spoon and spoon it into your bowl gradually so that you know you're gradually approaching 225 grams.
If you are doing it straight out of the bag, if you hold the bag underneath and just sort of massage the bag with your fingers,
gently pinching it out,
you regulate how quickly it comes out.
Okay.
Because if you go too fast, you end up with this massive plume of flour in the air that goes over your entire work surface, your floor, yourself, and everything else. And I can tell you now that anybody in your food tech department would be dropping me an email going, did you have to do that?
That's fab. You've done it really neatly.
Pinch the bottom of the bag, just gently massage it. It comes out nice and slowly. Bang on this time,
Perfect.
225 grams.
It does say 225.
Woo!
Well done,
Check
you.
it out.
But again, you could use a spoon, and it does allow you that facility to spoon some back into the flour.
Yes, it does.
If you go slightly over.
Okay, a quick mix again. You will feel when you mix
I can see from
that you
here,
have more resistance in your lentil dal.
yeah, that the dal is looking
The
thicker
lentils
and
are
soupier as we speak.
absorbing.
Oh, it looks gorgeous. Yum, yum, yum.
Now, your other curry, the other one, the bean and chickpea one. If it's starting to look like this,
It's lovely.
it's looking good. Hopefully you can see it and the steam hasn't got completely into it.
Still coming through the steam, you can see that.
And the sauce has thickened. Now, this is where you need to make your choice.
Okay.
How wet do you like your curry? Because that, to me, the flavors have absorbed.
Okay.
The beans, the chickpeas, the peppers, everything else is ready to go.
Lovely.
So I could take that off the heat now.
Okay.
It's done.
It's cooked through.
It's cooked.
Lovely.
If you like it wet and you're going to have it with rice, for example, so you want the rice to be able to absorb some of that flavor, keep it wetter.
And being mindful of the fact that we were working with the principle of a flexible recipe. If you've used other vegetables, carrots, for example, might take longer to cook.
Tins of sweet corn.
Potato, if you have put them in,
yeah, definitely.
those might take longer
to cook. So just
judging that.
Use your own judgment. Think about what you're doing. As we say, we're not in any rush.
No.
We're not in any rush. This is setting me up for the next session, which is all about food and mood.
Fantastic.
And at the moment, I'm quite chilled, so
feeling in a good mood.
I don't quite know what
And we
Phil's going to
really
talk to me
hope
about.
it's going so well for you in your classrooms today, guys. Can't thank you, as I said, enough, but really hope it's going smoothly. Looking forward to seeing pictures. Don't forget, Simon said at the beginning of the session.
Take pictures of your food.
Guys, food tech assistants, teachers, if you're not cooking along with us, please, we really hope you're out there with a camera, with an iPad, with a phone, whatever you can take, and then send them in. You can email them, but you can...
Yeah, you can email them to info@UKHarvest.org.uk.
You can, or the Food and Fuel email, whichever you find first.
Or just post them on any social media and just tag in at UK Harvest.
Please do.
Anyway.
Right.
Roti bread.
Third recipe of the first session of Food and Fuel live project finale.
Yeah, the spring term finale.
Absolutely, roti bread, right?
Right, this one, I'm taking my wedding ring off because I don't want to get flour and
fair enough.
Everything in.
For most students, rings will have come off at the beginning of the session. That's all good.
2 right.
Well done, you.
Okay, into our bowl, we've got our 225 grams of self-raising flour.
Lovely.
Okay.
Okay.
If you want to put a pinch of salt in, you can. It just changes the slight flavour of the roti bread.
Okay.
I tend not to cook with salt, so I'm not going to bother.
No, actually, I have to say that I did notice that you didn't put salt or pepper. Obviously, you're making curries. They're very flavoursome.
They're full of flavour already.
So, yeah, don't really need that extra seasoning.
But, yeah, just as a thing, because I don't know why. I just don't cook with salt.
Well, we've mentioned a lot that salt is one of those things that really exists naturally in lots of foods and is added certainly to almost every processed food. So you don't really need to be adding it to your food too often. If you can avoid it, you're going to be more healthy for it.
Definitely.
Okay.
To our bowl.
Yes.
I think it was a tablespoon. I can't remember, but I think it was a tablespoon of oil.
Brilliant. I can see the recipe there. Go tablespoon. Absolutely.
Just a tablespoon of oil, and we're just going to drizzle that over the top of our flour.
Okay, lovely.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
To that, we're going to add about 100 ml of the water.
Lovely.
So you should have water left after you've done this bit.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're going to add just probably about 100 ml of our water. Okay. Well, that's close. We are then, with a spoon or a spatula, or I've seen Sarah do it with a knife, a butter knife, not a sharp knife.
A round knife.
We're going to bring all of that together.
So that is a really simple selection of ingredients.
That's
We're
it.
just talking flour,
Flour,
salt optional,
and
so
water and oil.
Flour, water, and a dash of oil.
And it doesn't matter what oil you use.
And a roti bread. Okay, so it is another term that people might not have come across. You might see it on a takeaway menu or on the TV or something. Sometimes
it's
roti
a very
bread.
easy, simple flatbread.
Is it like keyword, it's a flatbread.
It's a flatbread.
So this is not a bread that's got yeast.
No.
That is going to rise or needs
So if you want,
proving
if you want to look at it and technically, you know, it's an unleavened bread, so there's no yeast in it.
Okay.
It is a flatbread.
Lovely.
And it cooks so super quick and easy, and it tastes
and again
amazing.
these type of, particularly in Indian cooking, Asian cooking, often many cultures use flatbreads.
The chapatis, the dosa, how you pronounce it, naan breads.
They're all unleavened, and that's because often, if you don't have access to yeast or you want quick resulted flatbreads, there are many ways you can do this. They're all yummy. They're all cheap.
They are all yummy. They are all cheap, and they are all super easy.
Super easy.
So I love it.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. Tip for at home. Tip for in the kitchen. One hand only goes in the bowl, because if you put both hands in and you're at home, I can guarantee somebody will phone you. Somebody will come to deliver something to your front door.
Okay.
Or something will happen and you'll be stood there going, but my hands are...
Two hands mucky.
Right. So one hand. In we go and we squeeze together.
Okay. It looks quite dry.
Yeah.
Sort of scraggy at the moment.
Yeah. Don't forget though, I've still got 50 mils. I've kept some water.
Okay.
Now, the reason for keeping the water is because every flour will absorb at different rates.
Okay.
So if you've got a really absorbent flour, it will go really dry and you might need more water.
Okay.
If you've got one which doesn't absorb very much and you put 140 mils of water in to start off with, you're swimming.
Okay. So, and I noticed again, you said at the beginning about if you had it and you didn't have self-raising, you wanted to use plain, you could add a pinch of raising agent to
baking
it.
powder.
But if you had wholemeal in the same way, you could swap out a mixture of flours even.
Yeah.
All of those are just going to affect the quantity of water, but not change it fundamentally.
No, exactly.
Brilliant.
So if you look at my hand now, it's very dusty, but it's nothing stuck to it.
No, it looks pretty
so
tidy.
This is, and I've still got, as you say, the scraggy bits. Thank you. So I need a touch more water.
Okay.
So all I'm going to do, little at a time.
Yeah.
Touch more water. Put the big lump on top of that water. Go round to scrape my bowl up.
Lovely.
And then knead through just with the one hand.
Okay, lovely.
All right.
Do you need any extra flour?
If, however, you've gone too wet,
and
you can then mix other flour in.
Yeah, lots of people might find that really quite intimidating, the idea that it can get too wet or it can get too dry. Actually, the beauty of it is if it does go too wet, you can add more dry ingredient, the flour. And if it does
go too dry, you can go the other way.
Gradually add that little bit more
So
water.
now you can see that mine, I've probably added too much water and my hand's all sticky. So I'm just going to pinch.
Lovely.
A little bit more flour in. Roll it round. Bring it all together.
Ball, though. Looks good.
Yeah.
All coming together.
And what we ought to be able to do is when we've got the right consistency, if it started too wet and we've now made it drier, it will start to pull the moisture off of our hands.
Lovely.
So although it looks messy, it's actually quite dry.
Yeah.
And once we get our dough ball,
again, you're scraping it around the bowl beautifully so you're not wasting any in the bowl.
No, I want all of that coming in.
Amazing.
could you do me a favour?
Yeah,
though?
you've got to
Could you
stir.
stir the dal? This is one where you could ask one of your colleagues or fellow students or teaching assistants or food tech assistants or anything else. Just stir the dal.
Lovely.
looking all
Sarah,
right.
take over
Oh,
with that for
wow,
me.
that
Looks
is-
amazing.
Okay, and our dough ball. All right, we've now got it to the right consistency.
Okay, so
I can pass it from hand to hand.
nice,
It feels squidgy and bouncy,
lovely.
so it's bringing its own shape back up. Yeah, that's a good dough ball. I'll take that one.
Looks great. Okay, and it may be taking you a few minutes in your food tech rooms at the moment.
Just to get it to the
Get
right
your ball.
consistency.
So that's that consistency. Again, this is one of the stages of the recipe that you could do if you were cooking at home and you knew that your evening's coming and you really fancy doing curry and you're going to have roti bread or flatbread with it. You could make this way in advance. You could actually
Turn it
wrap
off.
it up in
Or
cling
turn it
film
down a bit.
in this dough ball state.
Yep.
Put it in the fridge
And then come back to it later.
and come back to it when your curries are cooked. You could even actually freeze down your ball of dough and use it next week.
Yep.
So one of the things we talked a little bit about when we were out on the road is that batch cooking, that approach of doing lots of something in one go. We don't get to do it when we're at school, but when you're at home, if you doubled up on your roti bread ingredients and made twice as much, cut your dough ball in half,
I'm just playing
wrap
with the dough
one.
ball.
You're just playing with the
I'm
dough
just
ball.
playing with the dough ball
Wrap
now.
up one half and freeze it. Then you can come back to that next week when you have curry again on Saturday night. Take your ready-made roti
Do you
dough.
have curry on a Saturday night regularly?
Well, for us, I'm not gonna say. Saturday's curry night in our house. But yeah, just being mindful that there are some really useful ways of cooking, planning. All really helps to reduce our cost to cook.
And our waste.
This is a great recipe for that.
Okay, so we've got our dough ball that I've now been playing with.
Lovely. Can I have a feel
Call
just to see
it.
the
I'm
texture?
going to call it kneading it.
It's got that bounce back.
It's got bounce.
Brilliant.
All right.
Lovely.
So what we need to do now, this should make sort of 6. Okay. So if we roll it into a sausage shape-ish, roll it into a sort of sausage shape, big sausage shape, and then we're just going to pinch and twist so that we get between 4 and 6 pieces of dough. Okay.
Lovely.
Then let's get some space.
So roughly even one
Ish.
per portion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we
Super.
just go roll it into a ball. This takes me back to the days of playing with plasticine
Yeah.
and modelling clay and all that.
Play
Roll
dough.
it into a ball. Put the ball down and press down with our hand. And then we're just going to gently press through with our fingers. Now, if you've got a rolling pin in your classroom or somewhere close, you can roll them out
Okay.
because we're looking to get them to about 3 millimeters thick. So I've either got to stand here and squish,
Okay.
which I don't mind doing.
No. So we're focusing more on the thickness of them than the diameter, than the
Yeah,
size of
no,
them.
they're only little flatbreads.
Brilliant.
And if you're going to roll, generally, if you roll
Mm-hmm.
and turn, and you will see that it will stretch
Yep.
and then bounce back.
Okay.
Now, when we've got pretty close to where we need to be, they're not going to bounce back.
They'll have their
As
maximum
much.
stretch.
And that's probably, I'm going to say probably because I don't know the science,
Okay, fair.
but I would suggest that's down to the gluten in it.
Yep, absolutely. Gluten is what gives dough and flour the stretchy
Okay.
ability.
So then you're going to end up with a roti bread, probably about the size of the palm of your hand, maybe a little bit bigger if you've got smaller hands than me.
True, hard to know.
About, what's that, thickness of a pound coin? Maybe a little bit less.
Yeah, tiny bit.
About the thick, just less than the thickness of a pound coin.
Again, does it matter too much, Simon? Do we
No,
need to
it's
be
just
too
about
worried?
the cooking,
Yeah, okay.
basically, and how long they take to cook.
Lovely.
So we're going to do that for all 6,
Fab.
and then we're going to get them in and get them cooking. And
Lovely.
then, wash up, you guys can eat.
Wow.
Whoop, whoop.
So should we get Sarah to come and ball up some of those? One of my hands has got to be holding this microphone so that we can certainly be
Oh,
heard.
I get
Sarah, do
stuck
you want to?
in.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Roti making, please.
Oh, good texture on the dough.
Thank you. That is praise. I'll take that.
Yeah.
This is like my teachers told me I've done well. I'm like, oh.
But what I was going to say say, if some people are finding that their dough, once they've broken it up into little pieces as well, if it is a little bit dry, or even if it's a little bit sticky, if it's a bit dry, then work it in your hands. Just work it harder, rolling around. You'll get to feel the texture will change. And what you're after is that lovely, smooth, soft surface on your dough balls.
I was just remembering, actually, again, back to going into schools, not everyone loves the hands go in moment.
No.
Actually,
we had,
you know, don't forget, guys, just grab some gloves. All food tech departments have them. We keep them in our kit box wherever we go. Yeah, you know, if you don't want to put your hands in and actually rolling and dealing with the texture of the dough is something that doesn't make you go, oh, yeah, wow, exciting. Then find a way around it and get gloved up. And, you know, this is one of those stages of the recipe where you can just do what suits you. Find what works best for
And they
you.
don't have to be totally round, Sian. These
No,
are
they're
very
looking great.
irregular shapes.
Perfect. That's what makes them feel homemade and natural.
Indeed.
Brilliant job.
Delicious.
Somebody stir the dal, please.
Yeah, sure.
Somebody stir the dal.
So you might be finding that your dal is really coming to the point of being ready now, and you can tell because the lentils kind of burst as they soften and cook. Sorry, could you not hear me there?
If somebody can hear.
Yeah, so look at, I mean, the texture is so very different now compared to how it was right at the beginning when the dried lentils went in. They're really softening, the husks come off them, and they
That's looking good.
thicken all around. That's a really, really good texture. Are you happy with that texture now, Si? Do you want
I'm
to
happy
cook
with
it
the
down a
texture.
little bit more?
I just wouldn't mind a little bit of that liquid just going because we've got quite a liquid curry.
So keeping stirring is really important because they can catch at the bottom of the
Yeah,
pan,
they
can't
can
they?
stick
You
to
really
the
just
bottom
keep
of the
them-
pan. And that
keep
just
them
makes
mixing
washing up
around a bit.
horrible. So keep stirring your dal. You
Yeah.
don't want horrible washing up.
Absolutely.
Right, now
Looking good.
these are all good. Our rotis are all flattened. And this is the bit that you guys need to watch. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes
Okay.
because I want them to be ready. Because the oil that goes into the pan to cook them needs to be the right amount of oil.
Okay.
Not too much, because if
Lovely.
you go in with too much oil,
Yeah.
your first roti bread will absorb all of that oil.
Okay.
It will never crisp up. It will look horrible. It will taste horrible.
So
and
it's a sort of pace yourself when you're
Yes.
cooking the roti bread one after the other.
Yes.
We need to set that up carefully to be ready to have enough oil in the pan, but not too much to cook all of the roti bread
I'm actually
one
going
after
to
another.
brush
Okay,
the oil
sounds
into
good.
my pan.
Okay,
Because my pan, I do not want
get
too
that
wet.
out of your way as well.
Thank
there.
you. So, guys, folks in the classroom, I'm not going to start this for about another 2 minutes. I want you guys to be able to focus and be ready because this pan will get hot.
Okay.
And you guys, I'm going to demonstrate the first one before you crack on. And then I'll cook through as we go.
Okay.
But I need to make sure that you guys are in a position to be able to do it.
Okay.
So take your time. I have Sarah rolling my dough balls. You might be rolling your own. So just take your time.
I was just going to refer to my tip earlier about cleverly saving some of your roti bread dough, putting it in the freezer or keeping it in the fridge, using it on another day. If at the moment in your schools, guys, in your food tech rooms, you're struggling to get all of those roti breads balled, rolled, and ready for cooking, please do feel free to keep back some of them. And to cook the balance of them. You could even take them home, you know, ready to cook as they are in their dough state and cook them. Just put them in a bag, take them home this afternoon, cook them later, leave them in the fridge, cook them when you want to eat them. But if you don't have time, even though we're trying to build in lots of gaps, we've realized there is a lot going on for you in your food tech rooms at the moment. If you don't have time to cook all of them, don't worry. Cook one or two so that at the end of the session shortly, you'll be able to taste hopefully one or two of the things you've been cooking, your curry, your dal, and maybe a roti bread. But if necessary, you could always take home one
definitely.
or two of those rotis and cook them
cook them
at
at
a
home.
later date, or cook them this evening when perhaps some of your family members might like to try your cooking from today's session. And you could freshly fry those roti breads for them later.
And proper
So
show off.
in a way,
Proper
win-win.
show off.
Yeah, if you don't do it all right now during the session, don't worry. Final stage.
Final stage.
Amazing.
Let's get it on.
Okay.
Right, so I'm going to brush my pan. I've got some oil now in my jug.
Okay.
Not with water, obviously. And I'm going to go over a medium heat again.
Lovely.
And I'm just literally just going to brush the pan so it just gets a cover of oil.
Okay, if you didn't have a brush to hand, you would put a small drizzle into your pan.
Small drizzle.
And allow it to spread around.
Yeah, if you haven't got a pastry brush, little drizzle.
Yep.
Warm it.
Brilliant.
And then if you've got like a ball of kitchen roll,
okay.
a ball, so your hand doesn't go anywhere near it, you can then just use the ball
That
just
is
to soak
quite
it.
a common greasing technique.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, fair.
So, once we're hot,
Okay.
because we need to be hot,
Feeling a bit of heat coming
and I'm
through.
going to guarantee that I've picked this frying pan that it takes the longest time to get hot.
Well, that won't
that's
worry
going to
us.
happen, isn't
That's
it?
okay, Simon. That gives people in their food tech rooms chance to get their pans on, to get their oil in there, and to feel that heat gradually building
And
up
it is
in the
just
pan.
gradually coming up.
Lovely.
And what we're going to do, we're going to go in with our roti bread, we're going to put it down,
Yeah.
and we're just going to let it cook.
Okay.
And with a spatula or a set of tongs,
Okay.
we could just look underneath, because what's going to form is bubbles.
Okay.
That's the end.
Okay.
We should see bubbles form. And when bubbles form, we can turn it over.
Okay.
And that's where you get that dark, gnarly bit on your bread, because that air bubble then hits the heat.
Lovely. Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
So let's have a go. The first one of these, I'm going to be honest, the first one of these for me always goes wrong.
Do you know what? Actually, that is something that's really common.
Just to tell you.
But it is really common with pancakes. Guys, if you did pancakes on pancake day, actually the first pancake is always a practice.
Yeah.
And when you're frying a bready or doughy or batter mixture in this way, it's quite an unusual way to cook dough and or batter. And it can mean that it sort of takes a little time for the pan to adjust, for the dough to adjust. So yeah, the first one going in.
First one goes in. It's always going to go wrong.
It's the one that you.
So my pan probably, because if you're looking, there's no bubbles forming.
No, it doesn't look really hot at the moment.
It looks like my pan's probably not as hot as it needs to be.
Okay, so you're going up a little there.
I'm just going to go up just to try and bring it back from the brink.
Fair enough. Speed it up a little.
The next ones are going to be fine.
That's
the next ones will be fine.
Looking good.
We made 6. There's only 2 of you to eat this.
This is a, this is a nice moment where you get to just calm yourself down a bit. Wait and see what happens.
And you get to see that people who do this for a living don't get it right all the time either.
I don't think you've not got it right. You're just working with the process, and that's what cooking's all about.
Trying to work the pan.
That's okay.
Trying to work the pan.
Yeah, I can feel that heat is coming through. Absolutely. Little peek under there.
Oh yeah, that's
right. Starting to take on a bit of colour.
And you'll see it is starting, because there's one coming just there.
Starting to lift up.
So what you'll see is the colour of your roti bread. The colour will start to go lighter and start to dry out. And you will see, especially on those ones, because the pan will be hotter, you will see bubbles start to rise on the top.
Brilliant.
When those bubbles start to rise on the top, you know it's time to turn it over.
Okay, lovely.
As we said, though, the first one always goes wrong, which is why I haven't got really big bubbles yet.
He's worried.
Yeah,
the first one's going wrong, Seth.
You're looking really puffy.
The first one, it doesn't go wrong, Simon. It's just not your best one, but it looks perfect.
It's just a try.
Oh my goodness.
But there you go. That's what the underside looks like. So it is working. So when you get brown little spots just forming, that's the time to turn it over. And just remember, because it's so simple on ingredient, as long as that flour gets cooked through, you've got no issue. You can eat it.
Looks lovely.
What I was just thinking at this point is that with 3 pans on the hobs now, that if anything is maybe ready,
that one's ready. That one could be anywhere.
Yeah, that could actually be moved on. We talked about trivets a lot, didn't we?
Trivets are over there.
We talked about trivets on the road trip, about putting your hot air fryer basket
I'm just going to go in with another one
on a trivet. It might be worth just moving over a saucepan and putting it on a trivet just to free up a bit of hob space there. So
absolutely, go for it. Now, looking there, you can see the difference between a cooked one and a raw one, because the cooked one has risen.
It has.
It's leaving the surface of the pan. It's puffy.
It's gone dry.
And it's got those,
dried
look
out.
like lovely little roti breads.
Sarah's moved my pan onto a trivet, which is great, even
Gives
though
you a
I'm
little bit-
about to dish it up.
Yeah, we're nearly there. We're so really nearly there.
Should I have one
Yeah,
there?
that's it. That'd do lovely. Thank you. You can see the bubbles.
Can see that second one
Yeah.
starting to bubble up beautifully.
As soon as
You
those
haven't
bubbles,
put any more oil in the pan
No.
now.
that one's ready.
Pan's definitely hot now. Do you want a plate, Simon, or are you going to put them back on there?
Put
Brilliant.
that on it. Just do another one now that we know that it's hot.
Mm-hmm. You look great.
Because now what we've got left to do, serve this up. You guys are going to sit and eat.
So Simon's had a great idea, which is that as this is our first session of a long day of a really huge cookathon, but you guys are really the most important guests that we have. And we really hope this has worked out well for you in your classrooms, as well as it has. I'm sure you've smashed it. But Simon's really lovely, great idea is that as this is the first school session, as this is our food and fuel project finale, and Sarah and I were the road trippers who brought this to schools across the country, we get to sit down and taste Simon's yummy, gorgeous bean
Just going to get a couple of spoons.
and vegetable curry and the lentil dal with fresh homemade roti bread. We're going to be the first people who get to sit at our taster table in the studio kitchen where we are right now today. And yeah, we're going to have a chance to sample his cooking. It's a way of you saying thank you. Is it,
It is a
Simon?
little bit,
You are a very
guys.
sweet
Yeah.
person. Thank you so much.
Without these guys going out on the road, coming out to see you, Food and Fuel wouldn't be anywhere near what Food and Fuel has been.
Thank you.
Had
Such an
It
adventure.
was amazing.
It really was.
So
Shall I bring
I'm going to stop my roti breads. You guys can carry on cooking.
Yeah, don't worry. Keep going.
A couple of
Lovely.
plates.
Or you could put the dal in a bowl, maybe. So we have the curry on one.
Oh,
and
hello.
however you go, Simon. You do you.
I can do whatever you guys want to do.
Looking amazing. Wow, that curry's coming out beautifully. Let's bring it onto his side so we can see it coming out of the pan. He's spooning up curry, looking amazing.
Bring that one over there now.
lose that one?
Yep, we can lose that one.
Curry's really thick, full of beans, and ooh, beautiful. Lovely.
And there's plenty to do a family of four.
Really is huge. If you wanted to do an accompaniment, obviously you could do rice, very traditional, but we've got the roti bread today. You know, you're going to learn that there are many, many ways as you go through your cooking journey of putting together a meal. And this is a fabulous option.
Fantastic.
Really yum. Well done, Si.
Just a little handy tip there, guys. When you do wash up your frying pan, it's going to be quite hot. So beware, put it in a safe place. Don't put it straight into water because it will fizz and bubble. Don't leave it on the surface. It's going to be really, really hot. So make sure it sits in the sink, not in a plastic bucket.
Lovely.
There we are, guys.
That looks
Head
so
round the corner,
Simon,
ladies.
Sarah's left you a little bit of fresh
Oh, you got fresh coriander.
Lovely
Because,
larder.
Simon, on the road trip, we tasted different types of fresh herbs, and this is coriander, so you'll all remember that one and know
Tasted
that how
coriander
delicious
a few
it tastes.
times.
That looks incredible.
Wow.
Go on then, round you come.
Right.
I've got
Okie
them.
dokie.
So much.
Sarah, you've got your own mic.
Dinner is served.
You've got your own mic.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Knives, forks. Just leaning across the table.
Thank you.
Wow.
Knives and forks
This
for
is
these
so
guys.
lovely. What a
Ah.
fun way to start the day.
Right,
You're
we-
an absolute star. Thank you so
You
much.
dig in and stop talking for a minute.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
So, as you know, these guys went on the road
Going
for
with the
5
dal
weeks. They
first.
came and visited
Wow,
some of you in your very own food tech rooms. They spent 5 weeks basically away from home, going everywhere, doing the job for us, and we cannot say thank you to these guys enough.
Oh, thank you.
But as a little thank you,
oh, hey.
Wow.
there's one for each of you.
Oh, that's so kind.
Thank you, guys. Without you doing it, it would
Thank
never have
you.
happened.
So-
Mwah, thank you.
And thank you. Enjoy what you're eating.
Oh, well, not this.
Well,
but
we will.
that.
We're not
This-
enjoying
this'll
that
be-
just yet. We've
This'll
got
be for
another
later.
10 hours to go.
That might be for later.
Simon, this is so tasty.
So hopefully the flavours are coming through.
The
Folks in the
smoothiness.
kitchen, hopefully all you've got to do is a little bit of washing up.
Mm.
You've got your dinner made for tonight, if it lasts that long, which I don't think it's going to in this kitchen,
No.
to be quite honest.
Oh my goodness.
We've got a day filled with food, fuel, fun, fabulous guests coming in to see us. If anybody wants to catch up when they get home later on, we will still be live.
Yeah, so we
on
are live. I
YouTube.
mean, I'm not sure whether you guys realize just the extent of how much activity is going on today. We know that you've got to go
busy.
about the rest of your lessons from here on.
Mhm.
But for us, Sarah, myself, Simon,
And the rest of the
And
team.
the rest of the
and the
team.
rest of the UK
team.
Harvest team, we are going to be cooking on through the day.
Yeah.
And then this evening, we have another Food and Fuel live family session coming
Yep.
through YouTube. You can just find us live on YouTube.
Yeah, it's on
live
the
stream.
UK Harvest YouTube channel.
And
hop
you
on and
can
watch
even watch.
Mm.
And perhaps if you look at the website this afternoon, you might find you've got some of the ingredients that you'd need for that family session this evening.
And you can make even more curry with
you
us later.
can make more food with us later.
But in the
So-
meantime, guys, don't forget to send pictures because
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
really important.
Pictures,
we really
pictures,
want to see
pictures.
pictures.
We want to see if
Yeah.
your food, and it's going to, but if your food looks better than this, because I think you can do it.
it is
Yeah.
really,
These
really
guys
yummy. I need to
Have
taste my
told
roast
me
first.
how amazing you guys
Simon,
are.
hold
Yeah.
that for me a minute, so I just need to try it with
Yeah,
roast.
yeah.
And I know this is
Yeah.
very, very
Oh, look at
traditional to
this.
eat with fingers.
There you go.
It's so good.
The
that right?
flavour of that dal is incredible.
What's
You know,
amazing-
such simple ingredients, and it's the
Absolutely.
lentils really bring out
It
the
is.
flavour. Which
It is,
yeah.
but it's sort of tangy.
Mm.
And it has a really nuttiness to
Mm,
it. Totally different flavour to the
And
to
the
the vegetable
beans as
bean
well,
curry.
the butter beans and the beans.
As
in
we're
the curry.
just about to hit
Delicious.
11:45,
right.
and we know that some of these guys have got to go.
Well, I
Do
can't
their
stop
finish
eating
their
that,
washing
that's
up,
Can,
package up their food.
thank you. I'm going to talk because these
Amazing.
guys are too busy eating and
Amazing.
everything
delicious.
else, chowing down on their food.
So
Thank you
yum.
so much for allowing us to come into your classrooms today.
Mm.
I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed Food and Fuel. Keep your eyes out on the website because phase 2 is coming. So you
Yeah.
can get involved even more.
Yeah.
We can have more Food and Fuel ambassadors. We've come in and we've done live lessons in East Anglia, the east of England at the moment. I know for a fact that we've got schools that have been involved this morning coming to us for
Yeah.
this.
Mhm. All over.
Scotland, Wales, Jersey. So phase 2 is coming and it will be bigger and better than phase 1.
So please
Guys,
do,
keep in touch.
Stay in touch.
Keep watching if you want to, but keep an eye on that website. And thank you for letting us come in and speak to you guys today.
We hope to see you again. We'll keep staying in touch. And from all of us at Food and Fuel,
Yep.
UK Harvest, Power Networks, and
Caden, we thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great Easter break.
Yeah, do.
If anybody's
Keep
got
cooking.
exams coming up, good luck with your exams.
Yeah.
But best of all, keep cooking.
Keep
Thank
cooking.
you.
See you
Bye.
soon.
Thank you
Take
so
care.
much. So we're just going to keep on eating.
You guys keep on eating.
Thank you.
I'm going to
So,
go
Simon-
and make sure Fion's sort of all right,
Yeah,
ready for
one
the
hand.
next session.
Mhm.
And then I'll come back.
We've got
But
Fionn coming in.
If-
Amazing.
yeah, we've got Fionn coming in. So Fionn is the Nourish Hub manager.
Yeah.
So UK Harvest Nourish Hub
Yeah.
in London.
Brilliant.
Fully qualified nutritionist.
Okay, you get off and go make sure
And
she's
she's
all
gonna
mic'd
come
up
and
and ready.
Talk to us all about food and mood. So that's coming up
Lovely.
as of about 12 o'clock. Just have a chat amongst yourselves. Eat
Thank you.
and tell everybody all about Food and Fuel if you get a chance.
Okay, we will. We will.
So Fionn is coming on in a minute.
She is.
She's got a really lovely recipe.
She has. What's she going to be cooking? Do you know, Sarah, off the top of your head?
She's making a beanie chili with some sweet potato wedges, which she's going
okay.
to do in the oven.
I know
which,
that her focus is more about food and mood, really. So it's a
yeah,
really
it's
interesting.
going to be really fascinating to listen.
For us,
yeah,
we
she's-
focus so long on the sort of the content, the core content of the Food and Fuel project, which has been about
Mm.
cost to cook.
Mhm, mhm.
And so this is quite a step away from that. We've been looking at different appliances.
How to cut down on your waste as
Mhm.
well, not just the food waste, but obviously the cost to cook.
Yeah.
And yeah, it'd be really interesting to hear what she has to say about different ingredients, different ways to cook, different recipes you can cook that will affect your mood. So yeah,
Quite an interesting time. I mean,
interesting.
it is a step on, you know, and to explain to people who are joining us now going through the rest of the day, we're here from UKHarvest. We are a food rescue charity.
Yep.
Our primary activity is rescuing surplus food, and we all know that that is a massive issue today. It's a big issue environmentally. It's a big issue economically, and it is something which, you know, we have been at the core of our ethos as an organisation and charity. So UKHarvest, we have a very active logistic team who operate with a load of vans, go out, collect food, bring it back here where we are in Sussex, where we have a massive warehouse. We've got all those big vans. We have this fabulous kitchen facility where we cook and prepare a lot of food. And Sarah, although the students who have been cooking with us in schools have seen you in your chef capacity, what's your role here with UKHarvest?
So we create recipes out of the food that we rescue, and we turn it into delicious things. And a lot of it goes out to our Nourish Hubs.
Okay.
Across.
And what are those? Can you explain to people who might not have
the
come
Nourish
across us?
Hubs are places where we go and take over little halls and various different settings around West Sussex, and we set it up like a little food shop or a little market. People can just come along and pay a small donation, fill a bag of shopping, and off they go. And the things that we have on offer at our Nourish Hubs really depends a lot on what we've managed to rescue at any given time.
And if there's a particular, like Simon was mentioning in our earlier session, that at the moment our warehouse is full largely with
sweet
a
potato.
lot of sweet
Yeah,
potato. So what might you do with that in the kitchen here?
So then we might, if we know that we've got a glut of a particular product at any one time, so in this case with the sweet potatoes, we'll bring some into the kitchen, and with the help of some of our volunteers which come in and help us a lot during the week, we will create a few recipes using sweet potatoes. So it might go down the sweet potato soup route, or make a curry, or we might use sweet potatoes to develop a cake recipe or do something sweet with it.
Wow, nice.
And then we package up the food that we make, and then we send it out to the Nourish Hubs in order to encourage people who are collecting the sweet potatoes, give them an idea what they can actually make with it. And obviously we give the recipes along as well.
Lovely.
So it's just a way of trying to get people more sort of used to the idea of using ingredients they might not normally think to buy or think to take from our hubs. And
what
and giving them
other
some tips.
activities might you oversee going on in the kitchen while you're here and you're working generally?
So we do a lot of repackaging in the kitchen, because a lot of the food that we rescue will be in big quantities, come from suppliers or wholesalers.
So in the warehouse there are often like massive sacks,
huge
of flour or
25 kilogram sacks of
it's hard to
any of these
understand and
things.
imagine why people might be throwing that away, but we do get given huge quantities of commercially
overbought
packed,
products, which we will claim, and then obviously it's no good giving a family a 25 kilogram bag of flour.
No.
They wouldn't know where to store it, let alone take too long to go
comes into
through
the
it.
kitchen?
So we have groups of volunteers which come in throughout the week, different sessions, and we might spend some time repackaging those big quantities of ingredients into smaller bags, which we can then
give
much
away.
more conveniently give to people to use in their families.
Wow, that's fantastic.
So that's a lot of what we do in the kitchen. So it's all very exciting, but it's really delicious tucking into Simon's yummy.
How's it going, guys?
Food.
Is it good?
Amazing.
I've had a quick t-shirt
T-shirt
change because I'm now in UK Harvest mode.
Yeah.
Fion's here. Blimey.
Fabulous.
Oh wow!
Wow.
looking happy. She obviously
Yeah.
managed to get the train down this morning all right and get
All the
collected
way
from
down
the
London.
I tell you what, if
From
I
the
take
station.
my food and go and have that somewhere else, I can free up a spot for Fion. Would
That's
that
all right.
be
We're
good?
going to move down
You're
to the
gonna go
kitchen.
Fion's
down
going to
to the
head down
kitchen.
into the
Okay.
kitchen.
And I'm going to
Perfect.
go and meet
Okay.
her
You're
in
all
the
set.
kitchen.
Okay,
Lovely.
brilliant.
Dig in.
Simon,
Turn those
amazing
off. We don't
job.
need to hear you chamming.
No, really brilliant. See you in a bit.
See you in a
Stay
bit.
here and tuck in.
See you in a
Thank
bit.
you so much.
And save the Prosecco for later. Fionn, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome to you're here, we're there. Welcome to the UKHarvest Central Kitchen that I know you've worked in before. A little bit different to the Nourish Hub.
Yes, slightly different.
Slightly smaller,
Yes.
slightly more cameras and lights to be all nervy and afraid about.
Oh, no.
But you have nothing to worry about. And what are you going to cook for us?
So today I am here to talk to you a little bit about food and mood whilst creating one of my favourite dishes that I always have the ingredients for. It's going to be a spicy bean chili, and I've chosen to do this recipe.
Turn your mic on. Nobody can hear you, Fionn. You're
Shall
going to
I
have to
start
start
again?
all over again. Technical issues, live telly, don't we love it? But we're here and we're carrying on. Right, Fionn, from the Nourish Hub, start again with us. Here to talk about food and mood.
Absolutely. So I'm here to talk to you about food and mood today whilst making one of my favourite dishes. So my background as a registered nutritionist, I'm hoping to share some of key information and top tips that you can add to your diet to make sure that you are supporting your mental health whilst also your physical health as well.
That sounds amazing. I'm going to learn so much because I just tend to eat everything.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I do just eat
Variety
everything.
is key.
So I'm going to learn quite a lot today about how we can really balance our meals out to help our mental health, which is key. So
I'll introduce what I'm making and some of the ingredients I'm going to use. So we are going to be making a super spicy bean chili using lots of different vegetables, herbs and spices. And we're going to have a bit of a talk about why I've picked this dish and what the different ingredients will add to your diet as well.
Superb.
So we're going to be serving it with sweet potato wedges because I know we've been rescuing tons and tons of sweet potato wedges.
Far too many sweet potatoes, okay?
Yes.
Far too many sweet potatoes. We love them. Our charities love them. And when we get them in abundance, we like to cook with them.
Yeah.
So sorry, I took out, Fionn had put in some really nice healthy brown rice. I took that out and I've put in some yummy sweet potato wedges. Sorry.
But we'll talk about why I added brown rice to my recipe.
We'll talk about it, because I'm sure that there's a big reason for it. So Fionn's going to cook this session. I'm just going to basically do whatever I'm told by Fionn or asked by Fionn.
Lovely.
Because where she's in our kitchen today, having come down from the Nourish Hub in London, she might not know where everything is, or she might look at something and go, what have I got that for? But it's all cool. It's all cool. And one day we're going to do this from the Nourish Hub. She doesn't know that yet, but I'm sure that we can do this from the Nourish Hub. Right, what do you need?
I'm going to start by prepping my veg because I like to get everything ready before I start cooking, just so I don't get caught out halfway through the recipe.
Fab.
Is this in the right place?
Yep, you're all good.
So I'm actually going to start by chopping my peppers and onions because these are the things that are going to take the longest to cook. I like them nice and caramelized in the pan, and then we'll move on to our sweet potatoes.
Okay, no worries. So just for your knowledge, if you cut that end, that camera will see you. So you're all good. You're all good.
Okay. So
just cut. We'll be fine.
Perfect. So we're going to finely dice that onion.
Okay.
So we're going to take the top off.
Oh, I've got to keep all these bits, Phil.
It's your job.
No, at the end of the day, all these little bits that are in this bucket so far from the first session, all of these I've got to cook with because we're loving our leftovers.
Are you going to make? What do you know? What you're going to
I
make?
have no idea because I'm waiting to see what's going to be in this bucket at the end of the day.
Well,
so
I hope I'm.
If anybody is around and wants a real giggle, about 5 o'clock tonight. Between 5 and 6, anything that's left over, we're loving your leftovers, UKHarvest style. And I've got the job of trying to cook something with it. So it'll be interesting. If you need other knives, we've got other ones. If you want smaller ones.
This is good. I got taught this method by one of our chefs. I used to be a mess at chopping onions, but this is a really simple way to get those really fine diced. Simon, could I have my pan on?
Of course you can.
Heating up with some oil, please.
Yeah, of course, no worries.
You're my glamorous assistant today.
I wouldn't say that. Okay, you just want this on just with some oil in it, yeah?
Yeah, number 6 will be fine. We're going to start adding some onions to it.
Okie dokie, I'll do that. And oil. Just a sort of tablespoon of oil, or do you want swimming in oil?
A
or
glug, a
a
glug.
glug?
A little bit more. That.
A little bit more. There we go. Technical terms, a glug.
So, I guess it'll be helpful to talk a little bit about food and mood whilst we're chopping.
Yeah, tell
preparing.
us. Tell us all about food and mood.
Okay, so I'll start off by saying a lot of people will say to me, how can I boost my mood through food? What do I need to eat?
Yep.
What one miracle ingredient is there? And unfortunately, I'm usually the bearer of bad news because I'll say there's not one food that will boost your mood, but it's more about your overall dietary pattern. So what you're eating across a day, a week, and also not just what you're eating, but how you're sleeping, how you're moving your body. But today we're going to really focus on food.
So I can be totally honest, I didn't sleep that great last night.
Yeah.
Probably because I knew that I had 10 hours of this to do today. But other than that, carry on. Tell me, how can I boost my mood?
How can you boost your mood? So we'll firstly start about talking about your dietary pattern in terms of when you're eating.
Okay.
So it's really important that we eat regularly, including snacks, if snacks work for you, because our energy levels are something we need to keep an eye on. Right, I'm just going to move this across. We'll get our onions in.
That is on. It's on number 6, like you asked.
That's perfect. No, it'll heat up. I'm going to start by peppering my peppers. I want them a similar size to my onions, nice and fine.
Okay,
what
so
was I talking about? And energy. So if we are not fueling our bodies properly, we are going to feel tired. What else do you feel like, Simon? If you're not eating properly that day, if you're skipping meals, and...
I'm a big one for skipping meals. I'm a big one for only eating in the evening, which I know is bad, and you're going to tell me off, and it's just the way it is. But what I find is then when I do eat, I crash. And that probably is because I don't eat regularly.
And the reason, you're right. And it's more specifically to do with our blood sugar. So if we're not eating regularly, our blood sugar is up and down, and it can really make us feel quite lethargic at some points, but then full of energy at others. So really important to make sure we're fueling our bodies properly for that reason, with lots of energy. Do you know what nutrient? I'm asking you questions now.
Oh no!
I'm teaching mode. Do you know what nutrient we need to eat that gives us most of our energy?
No. Go on, educate me.
So my brown rice.
Your brown rice.
What
I took out of the recipe.
What nutrient mainly is brown rice?
Carbs.
Carbohydrates, yeah. So carbohydrates are our main source of energy. And I hate it when people demonize carbs because they really are the nutrient that we need to eat with every meal. Every meal should have a portion. So, where's my yellow pepper? Carbohydrates are ingredients like rice, potatoes, pasta, bread, and you often hear people cutting these out to lose weight, which is not a good idea still because we still need them. And when we're thinking about carbohydrates as well, although we see it as quite a small area of our body, our brain, it uses 20% of all energy we consume. So making sure we're choosing high quality sources of carbohydrate is
so
really
our brain uses 20% of our energy?
Yes.
I really think that much. Wow.
Believe it or not, yes.
That's shocking. Okay. So you're really not going to like what I'm going to cook in the next session?
What are you cooking next?
There's no carb in it.
That's
For
what I'm
any-
saying we're not doing.
Yeah, no,
Different perspectives.
different courses for different horses, or whatever the saying is. But no, I mean, if we want to increase our mood and make our mental health, mental well-being better, then listening to what you've got to say, 20% of my energy gets used by my brain.
And another really important thing to note is the quality of and what type of carbohydrates we're consuming, because carbohydrates are the main source of energy for our brain. We want it to be a good fuel.
Yeah.
So a good rule of thumb to follow is by choosing whole grain carbohydrates.
Okay.
So do you know what I mean by whole
Yeah.
grain carbohydrates?
Yeah. The brown pasta, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
So brown pasta, brown rice. And the reason being is because these foods are full of fiber as well. But also because they give us that slow release energy. So we were speaking about energy and eating regularly throughout the day to make sure our blood sugar levels are regular.
Yep.
But if we're consuming those whole grain carbohydrates like brown rice, pasta, bread, we are going to get an even slower rise and fall of our energy levels.
And that's just because of the
feel...
absorption of the carbohydrate.
It's the form in which you're consuming it, yes.
Right,
so if we'll take rice as an example. So a white grain of rice and a brown grain of rice. A white grain of rice has been through a lot more processing. It's had the hull, I believe, of the rice removed.
Yeah.
And that just makes the white rice contain, it will be quickly absorbed by our body compared to brown rice, which will be broken down a lot slower.
Okay, cool. I'm feeling so guilty that I took the brown rice off of your plate and put sweet potato wedges in there.
No.
But now, after today, I'll be educated enough to know why the brown rice was in there. So, yeah, sorry.
Sweet potatoes are still a great choice because we're going to keep the skin on today, which contains lots of fiber. And sweet potatoes are a source of carbohydrate, a small source, but they're a great accompaniment to what we're making today. So I'm just going to slice my...
So I didn't do it all wrong?
No, you chose well. You chose very well. We're going to make some wedges today, and we're going to be using the oven. So sweet potatoes don't take a lot less than normal potatoes in the oven. So I'm just going to slice them very randomly, more of a fat wedge
a chippy
shape.
wedge.
You see, I'm not very precise.
I think the thing with the wedges, people seem to think it's really hard to do wedges.
Maybe I'll do chippies,
or
actually.
To do oh gosh, you're going chips. We're having sweet potato fries with it.
Yep.
So simple. Sweet potato, chop it up however you want. Onto a baking tray, drizzled with oil. If you want to season it in an oven about 210, 220. Chips that size, come back in 10, 15 minutes and they're going to be pretty much done.
Okay.
And I must admit, I do like a sweet potato with chili. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for a pan, please.
A baking tray.
Baking tray. So I'm going to spread these out with, if you just plonk them there, I'm going to add some oil, which is to my left. And we're going to be using vegetable oil today. So after I've seasoned these, let's talk a little bit more about why we're using vegetable oil and maybe not butter or goose fat or lard. So my gran loves to use goose fat.
I've got to be honest. On a roast potato on the lard, man.
Oh, I need a
tea
towel.
Tea towel, one here for you.
Thank you. I've messed up all my hands.
There you go.
And I'm going to add some salt. And my favourite spice to put on these, I'm going to put a bit of paprika.
Yep.
So I grab this and my salt. Always mindful about how much salt we're using.
Yeah, it's quite strange. Me and Sian were talking in the school session this morning. I don't tend to cook with salt. I always used to. And then my daughter come along and immediately I stopped cooking with salt. Because everybody went, you don't want to put too much salt into your daughter's diet. Kids. Kids. So I don't cook with salt anymore. So now, whenever anybody puts salt in, I'm a bit like, ooh.
Yeah, it's definitely something to be really mindful of. It's great you've got that approach because we should, as an adult anyway, should be eating no more than 6 grams of salt a day. And that's just over a teaspoon. So it's really easy, more so when you're eating a lot of processed foods, takeaways, to go over that. But when you're cooking at home, it's quite easy to manage that. Making
Yeah,
home
blimey,
cooked
if you
food.
go to the fish and chip shop for takeaway, I can remember when back in the day, you'd literally get there. Do you need that one?
Oh yes, please. Thank you.
You'd get there and they'd go, salt and vinegar on your chips. Oh yeah, please. And it's like, they're dredging salt on and they're keeping going and they're then having a chat with the bloke who's frying the fish. And all of a sudden they go squirt with the vinegar and all that. And you're like, oh, there, are they? Whatever potato was in that chip is now just drenched. Do you want those in the oven?
Yes, please.
No
Thank
worries.
you. And whilst we've got those in, they're going to take about, well, I'll check them in 15 minutes, maybe give them a turn, and then give them another 15 minutes. And I never rush this stage. I think we've got plenty of time.
We've got loads of time. It's only 12:05.
Not relating to food and mood, but more for flavour, because it's so important we enjoy our food.
Yep.
I never rush this stage because I want my onions and my peppers to be lovely and caramelised and golden, because that is when you're getting all the lovely sweet flavour. So whilst
and I think that
going,
balances the chili really well.
It
the
does.
Sweetness.
Yeah, you're right.
Really
so
well.
whilst that's doing its thing, let's have a chat about fats, because
Go on, Em.
vegetable oil, which we've used, this is just a classic mix of vegetable oils, probably sunflower, rapeseed oil, a great choice. But there's some oils that we can include in our diet that are great for our brain health, which is, of course, hugely influential on our mood and our mental health. Omega-3 fatty acids. Have you heard of these fats before?
Yeah, I have. Omega-3 fatty acid, cod liver oil.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well done.
My nan taught me something.
So omega-3 fatty acids are what called essential acids, or fatty acids, sorry. And this just means that our body can't make them. So it's really important that we eat them through our diet.
Okay.
So you're right in saying cod liver oil is a source of omega-3. But other sources are generally oily fish. Oily fish are the best. So if you can include 2 portions of oily fish a week, that is what is recommended. But if you're a vegetarian or don't love oily fish, because it's usually a much stronger flavor, you can add chia seeds or walnuts or flax seeds.
Somebody said walnuts to me before.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And you want to have a bit of, you know, you want to throw mackerel in it, or you want to go in with the sardines or whatever as your oily fish. But I'm a vegetarian, I'm a vegan. What can I do? And somebody just died straight, walnuts, and I was like, what?
Yeah,
because you said to me, fishy omega-3. What do you think? I think cod liver oil tablets, or I think oily fish.
Yeah.
Then, as you say, if you're vegan or vegetarian, you've got to find chia seeds.
Chia seeds, flax seeds,
walnuts,
and I always think these are great options to add to yogurt, or on top of a stir fry. You could even put them on top of our chili that we're making today, just to add a little bit of texture as well.
Is it nuts in general, or is it specific ones?
Those 3 specifically, those nuts and seeds are highest in omega-3, but I always say variety is key. So I always get the mixed bag of seeds and nuts, because the more variety you can have, the better. Cool. And the great thing about nuts and seeds as well, which is one thing I want to talk about, is fiber. So fiber, I think, doesn't get the reputation it deserves.
It doesn't get the best of rep.
No, but I think it's one of my favourite nutrients, if you can have a favourite nutrient.
I can tell I'm talking with a fully qualified nutritionist. Fiber is one of my favourite nutrients. Okay, come on, tell us why.
The reason being is because fiber has a variety of properties. So we know it for keeping us regular. It helps our gut to digest our food and keep our bellies nice and happy. But it also has kind of magical properties that we maybe don't hear about. Our bellies, basically, when we consume fiber, help to create short-chain fatty acids, which are, in short, a type of fat that can pass our blood-brain barrier to feed our brain. So linking back to food and mood, eating foods high in fiber, so like our sweet potatoes, are a great choice, because they will feed our gut bacteria and within our bellies create those fatty acids that will then fuel our brain.
Wow. I never knew that something that keeps me regular is actually helping my brain.
Yes, in the nicest way possible. This is very true.
You know, I mean, this isn't necessarily the nicest subject to be discussing over lunchtime, but But actually, when you think about it, if your body is working in a regular fashion, you do feel happier.
Absolutely.
Probably because you're thinking, well, my body's doing what it should be doing. Not actually realising the science that you're telling us all about today, where actually if you feed this bit right, it sorts this bit out.
Yeah.
This is good. I like this.
So you might be thinking, how can I add more fibre to my diet? How can I actually put that into practice? And we spoke earlier about the whole grain varieties of carbohydrates instead of white. That will automatically add more fibre. Again, adding a handful of nuts or seeds to dishes that you're already making. Often it doesn't add a lot of flavour, but obviously the nutritional value is going to be shooting up if you're adding a handful of nuts and seeds. And also trying to include a variety of fruits and vegetables in your diet. Fruits and vegetables are largely water, vitamins and minerals, and fibre. You can see that from the pan. All this steam coming off is basically the water that is coming out of.
Can we just have a look at that? Because that, to me, seems like it's been on for ages.
Yes, it has.
But
we're getting
it's
there.
looking good.
So you can see that the onions are starting to go translucent, which is a good sign. So you could power on with time here. What time are we on?
No, we've got loads. We've got loads. You've got another half an hour to finish cooking this.
Okay.
So we've got plenty of time to wait for that to start to think about. You do want to caramelise onions.
Yeah.
Because the longer that you cook it for, the more's coming out of it and the sweetness is coming through. And that is that, you know, through caramelisation, it does what it says on the tin. It's always a good one as well. If it goes a little bit black, a little bit quick, you haven't burnt it, you've caramelised it. All right?
Exactly. There's always a saviour. Whilst I just thought about the water coming off of vegetables, I want to talk about water because water is part of our diet. We kind of sometimes see liquids as not really having an effect on our diet, but they're not actual food, but they are key. So being dehydrated can make you feel pretty rubbish. Yeah. And when our brain's dehydrated, it can affect our concentration. It can affect how we're feeling. So we should be making sure that we're always hydrated. And it's different for different people. If you're very active, you're going to need more water because you're sweating a lot more. On warmer days, you're going to need a lot more water. But generally, the recommendation is 2 litres for women and 2.5 litres for men.
A day?
A day, yeah.
Water, fluids.
So what you're drinking is key. So tea and coffee do actually count towards that water volume. However, it's the amount of teas or coffees you're having.
I've done well today because I'm normally a coffee fiend. And next to our little auto cue that we've got, I've actually got water today. And I know that Fion's brought her bottle. And I could see her earlier looking for my coffee cup, but I haven't got one. I haven't had a coffee yet today.
So, and one of the things, like, that would be my recommendation to everyone, because I'm here, there, everywhere, day to day, and it's really easy to sometimes forget to drink water. And it's not until the afternoon I start to feel a bit fuzzy-headed. I don't feel great, and it's usually when you don't feel great that you don't eat well either. So I have my bottle, which I carry everywhere with me. Keeps it nice and cold as well. So that's always more pleasant as well when you're drinking cold water. So
yeah, I can't do warm.
No, it's got to be cold.
And it's something, whether it's genetic, I don't know, but there's a little person in my house as well, and she won't drink warm water. It's got to be cold. It's got to be cold. So whether it's a genetic thing or whatever, I don't know. But no, it's got to be cold. And if you could pile ice into it, then I'd be well happy.
So it's looking good. So what I'm going to do because we're nearly there, we're starting to get a few lovely caramelized bits. I'm going to prepare the spices we're going to put in. So I usually, if I'm at home, I'll see what I've got. Literally just raid my fridge, not my fridge, my cupboard, and have a look. So I'm definitely going to use some, chili? Not crushed chilies. I know the choice.
You're getting scared because there's a choice in front of you.
I'm going to do cumin.
Yep.
Chili powder. And I've used paprika on the thing. I think I might do that.
Like coriander.
Yeah. I'll add a bit of coriander. I want my main flavour to be kind of cumin. Do we have curry? We do have curry powder.
We do have,
but I don't want it to be too much of.
So you're not going to use the paprika because you've already put that on the wedges that are in the oven.
Yeah.
And what the paprika would do, that give you that smoky flavour, that smoky note. So I think from the flavour that you should get from the cumin, the chili, a little bit of coriander, that's going to be more warming, spicy. What have you lost?
I want to put my spices into a
You want to put your spices into a little bowl? No, that's fine.
What have we got here? I'm just going to pile it in.
How big a bowl do you want?
That is perfect. Thank you.
There we go. No worries.
So
that's what we're here for.
Most of this is going to be cumin. So I think this is a teaspoon. I'll just check for your... Yeah, it is a teaspoon. So I'm going to use about 1.5 of those.
1.5 teaspoons of the cumin going in.
I want there to be a little bit of heat. You can use fresh chili as well, which is even better because you're also
we could have probably found you some of those.
Oh, do we have chili? Well, I'll use a little.
I'm sure we've got some fresh chili somewhere.
Let me put a little bit of chili in because it is a bean chili. We want it to have a little bit of spice. And then I'm going to put about half of what I put in for cumin in for coriander.
We got some of the funky, fiery little bees.
So now my spice mix is ready. I'm just going to move that to the side. I'm going to prep my garlic.
I'll get rid of those for you.
I didn't put my garlic in at the beginning because I always seem to burn it. So I like to put it in.
And that's a really good tip. Whenever you're cooking onion and you want to fry your onions down, soften your onions off or any other veg off, if you're going to be following it, if you're going to be going in with garlic as well, garlic cooks quicker than onion. So if you pile it all in at the start, you're going to burn your garlic and your onion's probably not going to be cooked. So Ffion, she's gone in the pan, just to recap, she's got onion in there, she's got peppers in there. She's put those on the heat over a medium-high heat. And they've been on for about 10, 12 minutes. Just softening up, starting to caramelise. And now, excuse me, now she's getting all of her spice mix ready. She's got all that garlic chopped together. And I found her a couple of fiery little finger chilies.
Are they going to be very hot?
They'll be good.
Okay.
You might not want both of them, but that's your choice. I don't know how hot you want to make you blow your head off chili.
Well, I'll think about everybody else.
What is good for your brain? No, you're cooking good for your brain.
Well,
so if it's good for your brain to put a load of chili in there, pile a load of chili in there.
Variety is key. And actually, I'm glad we're adding another vegetable because really we want to be eating a rainbow. I love that saying because whatever age you are, you can get on board with that. Kids.
And when we say eat a rainbow, we're not meaning Skittles. All right.
No, that is true.
We're meaning a rainbow of colours on the plate.
Yes. So
rainbow teas.
Yes. We want to eat a variety of different colours because different coloured vegetables contain different plant nutrients, phytochemicals, to be very scientific. And by eating that variety of different colours, we're going to be getting those different nutrients that provide different things for our body. So red vegetables and fruits like peppers and tomatoes are full of lycopene, which is their plant chemical. And that's just one of the examples of the many different chemicals that are in the foods that we eat, vegetables.
Can I just shake your wedges?
Yes, please. Thank you. Simon's going to do that. And while Simon's doing that, I'm going to add my garlic and my spice mix. So
they're looking good, mate.
Prepare. Good. Oh, they're actually going a bit crispy. That's good.
So yeah, just put those, watch yourself a second, under there. So that's what our sweet potato fries are looking like at the moment. Just give them a quick toss around, flick them over, and then they'll just finish off probably 5 minutes. But they're really good. Okay, go back in with those for 5.
Okay, chop my chili up roughly, no big bits, so no one doesn't get a fright of their life.
Yeah.
So
this is really. Oh.
So
did you de-seed it or did you leave the seeds in?
No, I've left the seeds in. No point having a chili if you're not gonna.
That's true.
I'm fully of that opinion. Now, okay, so the next bit we're going to be moving quite quickly because we don't want to burn our spices or our garlic. So Simon, please, could you open these and discard of the water in the beans, please?
Yeah, do Tom's. Do you need the beans first? Get that done for you.
Yes,
first.
that'll be great. So while Simon's doing that, I'm going to add my garlic and chili, just using my knife, and the spices for a minute or 2. We don't want to do any longer than that because our spices may burn.
you want these washed off, Phil, or are you?
No, that's fine. Just drained is perfect.
Yeah, they're pretty much drained. Got as much out of it as I could. Now this was working well for me this morning, and now it's going to start playing horrible with me, isn't it?
I'm going to add a bit more paprika. Well, I didn't add paprika to this. I'm going to add
touch of paprika going in. Nice smoky notes, as we said.
Now we've got that more of a strong heat from the chili going in.
Be careful of your arm on it.
Thank you very much. We've got everything.
It's looking good. Looking yummy. The smells in this kitchen are just amazing.
Do we have, I'm going to use a vegetable stock cube. Do we have a little bit of boiling water, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can do boiling water.
Haven't prepared that. So that's been in for about a minute or two. We're going to add mixed beans and our tomatoes. So we'll talk about why I've chosen mixed beans as well. Get all the good stuff. We don't want to waste any little beans.
Okay, I'll make the stock up for you.
I always feel a bit sad if when people leave all the kind of scraps of beans or the last bite of their plate, food that was perfectly safe to eat, but they just didn't.
I have got no idea what I'm going to cook at 5 o'clock this afternoon out of the ends of a potato, some garlic bits, and yeah. Oh well,
so
we shall see. We
are using beans today because they are a brilliant source of protein. So we're not using meat. We have chosen to use beans because I always have them in my fridge. Most people, or we might not need them.
No, that's right. One stock cube makes 450 mils of stock. So I'm just going to drain some of that water out.
Thank you. More for the stock cube, just so this can simmer away lovely. But protein is key for making us feel fuller for longer. So in addition to having a source of protein with a whole grain carbohydrate, we want to make sure that it's a protein that is going to fuel us and has lots of added benefits. So beans are very high in fiber. A lot of people often report being a little bit bloated after having beans or lentils, and this is completely normal as long as you're not getting shooting pains or it's affecting your day-to-day life. This bloating is due to the huge amount of fiber. Thank you so much, Simon. That's perfect.
So this morning, the first session that we did, when we went live at 10 o'clock, we did a session with a load of school children, and we made a chickpea and bean coconut curry and served it with a lentil dal. So was that all right?
Delicious.
Or should I have been thinking otherwise?
No, well, you've got your sources of protein there from your lentils and your chickpeas in your other curry. So yeah. No, that's brilliant. And the thing with protein as well is choosing a vegetarian source of protein is always going to be low in fat. So where we spoke about oily fish containing omega-3s and I guess good sources of fat for our mental health and our brain, there's certain cuts of meat that are a lot fattier. And by no means am I saying do not eat these. I know lots of people that have a varied diet of red meat, chicken, but it's just in the volumes you have it. So if you are having a red fatty meat, like beef or lamb, it's good to be mindful to reduce the amount of times you're having this a week and your portion size as well.
Superb. I've just taken the chips out.
Amazing. They look great.
Which are great. I'm going to leave them on the side so we can get them back in to warm them up for whoever's going to be eating or whoever's going to join us later. There's people coming in and out all day today. It's absolutely great.
So whilst my beans are already cooked, obviously, because they're a tin, but they are just infusing with the tomatoes, which contain a lot of water, and the stock. So we're just going to let that simmer away. You can see
and you've just gone in with 1 tin of beans?
1 tin of beans, yes.
You don't want another one?
No, you can use another one if you've got it.
No, that's cool.
But no, this will make enough for about 2 to 3 people, this one.
Okay, that's perfect.
But you could easily scale it up. So whilst that's happening, I got my hands on some leafy greens. So we've got kale today, but you could use, I saw some lovely rainbow chard here.
You can use it if you want to use it.
No, I just want to talk about it.
Oh, you want to? Oh, hello.
Because going back to my point about eating a rainbow, we are all creatures of habit. And I know sometimes when I go to the supermarket, I pick up the same fruits and vegetables every week, the same colours. So my top tip for you, and next time you go to the supermarket, is try and grab a different ingredient. So I often would grab kale because it got all trendy and everybody wanted kale. But actually there's so many different options. So you can get chard, and this is rainbow chard. I think there is a lovely pink one as well. I'm messing up the display. But loads of different colours is key for those phytonutrients. You could use Cavolo Nero. You could even use spinach, which is super cheap, and you get that frozen. So I
think this is one of the things from a UKHarvest point of view. One of the things we always try to say is plan, and shop properly. So if you're going to build in that extra different ingredient, why not make it a random one? Just one ingredient that you pick up from that fresh aisle when you go into the supermarket. And one thing to remember, if you do online shop, which so many people since lockdown have online shopped, don't just click repeat order. Repeat order. Repeat order. Build something different in. Go repeat order and then go fresh and funky and have a look and see what's there.
Yeah.
And follow what Fion's saying and go back to that rainbow. Pick something colourful. Yeah,
just try something new as well. Obviously, don't get it if you know you're not going to eat it because we don't want anything to go to waste. But there's some great recipes great resources out there where you can go onto the Love Food Hate Waste website or our website as well and type in the ingredient that you've got and it'll give you a recipe. So do check that out as well.
I'm going to get my bucket because I quite like the fact that there's something green going in this bucket that I might be able to use later. Because you're using those bits.
No. So
I'm actually getting quite excited about them.
Okay. Well, I'm taking these off because it's going to be quite a kind of soft and saucy dish. And the stem, would you call this the stem? The stem of the kale can be quite tough. So I'm just people use a knife. I just use my hands.
That's stir fried, great.
Lovely, because you can eat it, but I'm not using it definitely for.
I'll take that. That's one ingredient that's going in that box that I'm actually thinking that I could do something with. Other than the garlic peelings, the onion peelings, the pepper seeds, and everything else in the middle. Oh. But it'll be fine. I've got until 5 o'clock to work it out.
So I guess it'll be good to also talk about, people might be wondering,
stock done?
Stock is done, thank you. How our mood can also affect what we eat. Because sometimes when we are in a bad mood, so you've had a bad day, you've fallen out with your best friend, or you've had an argument with your partner, sometimes you can feel a bit low, and we reach for those foods that we know are probably not so good for us.
This is the chocolate thing, isn't it?
This is the chocolates and the sweets. And do you know what? I say grab a chocolate bar or grab a little packet of sweets if that's going to make you feel better in that point. It's just, if you're having to rely on those foods all the time to boost your mood, it's probably not a good idea, because often the foods we grab are high in fat, salt and sugar. Foods that we can have every day if we want, but we need to be limiting the volume in which we're having them. So always think of ways you can kind of add goodness to your diet. So Simon, what would you say it was summer and you had loads of different options of kind of fresh, locally grown fruit down here in Chichester? What could you do with that lovely fresh fruit to make a lovely snack?
To make a snack?
Yeah.
I'd go raw and probably have it with hummus, to be honest.
Nice, yeah. So
just crudité it, dunk it in hummus, try and get the rest of the family out of the way so I get some.
Yeah.
Especially my stepdad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Love him to bits, but my God, you put a dressed hummus in front of him and it's gone.
Well, that's the thing. There's loads of things that we do enjoy. And it's just trying to think about how we can choose light hummus, lots of protein, good fats, vegetable fats that are going to fuel us and fuel our brain properly. So I'm actually going to use both of these vegetables.
Oh, you're going back to the chard.
So I'm just going to slice this up, and we're going to add this towards the end of the cooking so it can just wilt within the dish.
And just to, you know, demyth people and whatever. All right, it's in plastic, which isn't necessarily the same. But buying bagged or buying loose leaf is no different. You're still getting the vital nutrients. And some of the more well-known chefs on TV are really plugging frozen spinach because A, you get quite a lot of it, and B, it's better value for money. But still good even though it's frozen?
Absolutely. If anything, studies have shown that frozen fruit and veg often have, I guess, higher nutritional value locked within its structure, because often things like peas and sweet corn are frozen on site. They have these amazing machines that take the sweet corn off the cob and they can freeze them where they are. So, and that almost locks in all those nutrients. So fresh frozen is key. And actually now you can get so much variety of frozen foods. You can actually get mixed vegetables from the freezer, which are great for adding that variety, making sure we're having lots of different plant chemicals to keep us fueled.
And I think, all right, well, some people wouldn't necessarily want those frozen veg on maybe their big Sunday roast or anything like that. But if you're making up a vegetable curry, a vegetable chili, a bolognese, they work so well and they're giving you so much nutrient, and they can just sit in the freezer. You know, you don't have to be going out every day and spending £1.40 on a cauliflower when you've got a bag full of it in the freezer.
This is true.
So it is about looking and shopping. What are you looking for?
I'm going to just try this for seasoning. I want to see
if there's a taste going on. There's a taste going on.
Oh, it looks hot. It's hot. Lovely.
Get rid of that one.
Could definitely have more
heat. Is it kicking? Is it kicking?
Not enough for my liking.
Not enough for your liking. That's why we season, folks. That's why we taste. Because now if Phil wants to spice it up, she can go even hotter.
I am going to. So we've still got a bit of time where the water will be coming out of the pan and it'll be reducing the flavour. But I do know I want a little bit more chilli powder.
Go for it.
So it needs to be hot.
So again, with dried spices, it's just about knowing which ones are going to give you heat, which ones are going to give you flavour. So where the paprika, it's just standard paprika. That'll just bring a smoky note to it. Chili powder, obviously, is going to give it heat. Other stuff we've got over here, ginger would give it heat. Yeah. You might not necessarily want it in your chili, but it would give it heat. Cumin and coriander are more flavours than heat. And yeah, if she really wanted to spike it, she could put the other little green finger chili or a load of the chopped ones in. But I'm not sure. I haven't tasted it. I like my food spicy, but hey. We've got sweet potato wedges to go with it as well. So.
And how long do we have left?
We have 26 minutes.
Okay. And does
until
that include
the end.
Eating?
Yes, that includes eating.
Okay, perfect. Because we are not
We're not a million miles away.
No?
Excellent. Excellent. Right, so have you finished with the kale?
We have. I could tidy it.
Because one thing that we were saying earlier was we've got to keep tidy. We've got to keep tidy. Super Sarah's going to be going in and around in the background probably.
I am going to be... Oh, thank you. I am going to be chopping this up now. I think this is coriander. You can use parsley, coriander.
It was coriander.
You can use kind of any kind of soft
herb.
Well,
I've definitely got half a bag of kale for later because that's left over. Not allowed any waste. It wouldn't be waste, folks. It would go into a fridge. You could use it the next day. But as I've got to try and cook some stuff at 5 o'clock tonight, I'm quite glad that I've got some greens and a bit of a table over here with some bits on it, just in case everybody else goes really, really frugal and doesn't leave me anything.
So I've chopped it all up. I've used the stalk.
That's your coriander, yeah?
Yep, I've used the stalk and everything because it's not going to affect the flavour or the texture really, because this is nice and soft. If you do have a really tough herb and a tough stem, you can leave it off and use it within a stock or... dry it and blitz it. Yeah, we do a lot of that at the Nourish Hub as well. Lots of preservation.
Yes.
Keeping stuff
good for longer.
Yeah.
We've got a clock. We'll wipe that down in a minute. So, talk us through what you've done.
Okay.
Just talk us through what you've done. Because people are going to be coming in and out of this, hopefully coming in and out of this all day. And people won't necessarily have seen the start.
Okay.
And something that we need to tell everybody is all of the recipes will be online Probably not until tomorrow morning because we're making some of them up as we go along. But if anybody does want to cook any of it, you can do, and they'll be online tomorrow morning. And take photos if you do. We're running throughout the Cookathon today. Competition, basically, where you can win an air fryer. Simply take a photo of anything that you've cooked that we've done today or your adaptation on it and just post it on any social media thing.
I'm going to enter.
Right. and just tag at UKHarvest. Or if you need to do it by email, just send it through to info@ukharvest.org.uk. More information I know has already gone out on social media. There is stuff on the website. There are other recipes, other cook-along videos, loads of stuff to do with the Food and Fuel project, which is all about reducing your cost to cook. There's loads on our website. Please do visit at ukharvest.org.uk. I think there's even a link to your Food and Mood webinar that you did on our website.
Yeah.
So if you do want to know a lot more about Food and Mood, Fion's covered so much as we've been going through, and I know she's got a couple of other things that she's going to get into. But there is a webinar on there, about half an hour, 40 minutes, I think, that Fion did a little while ago. Please do hit that up, have a look at it. It does give you a lot of really good information, probably as part of my research before today. I should have watched it. Sorry, slightly busy. But yeah, so we've got probably about 10 minutes before we're looking to sit down or somebody's going to eat.
So I'll explain what I've done.
So yeah, just talk us through what you've done.
We've made a one-pot dish today, other than the sweet potatoes, which we put in the oven. But everything's been prepared in the pan. So I added finely diced onion, but if you don't have onion, you can use leeks or spring onions as your base. We've used peppers, lots of 2 different colors to add those different phytonutrients from the different vitamins and minerals. And we've then let that caramelize. So always don't rush this stage. So we've got
you were really, really hot on that at the start. So Fion diced up all her onions, absolutely tiny. She chopped up all of her peppers and everything like that. And then she put them into the pan with some oil. And she literally cooked it on a medium heat for about 10 to 12 minutes to get those sugars coming out of that onion and pepper and really caramelize that down to start off with. Yeah.
Yeah. And then once I'd let those caramelize, I then added my spice mix, of which I did add a little bit more. I was being far too shy with those spices. And then our beans and our tomatoes. So we used tin beans. So variety again is key. So full of fiber and really high in protein to really keep us fuller for longer, making sure that our blood sugar levels are nice and steady, rising and dipping around this meal that we're going to have. And then I added some more spices because you wanted it with a bit more oomph. And I've got my leafy greens ready. So
and you're going literally with those at the end, what, just to sort of wilt them down, just to soften them off?
Yeah, so you can tell by I guess the texture, the look of them, that these vegetables do not take long to cook at all. So they're going to take about a couple of minutes time. I'm going to add the stalks slightly before because they are a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
And then we're going to add our coriander. You can add it to the top at the end. I also like to add a bit of a spring onion if we have them. We do.
Spring onion, you've got spring onion.
You can see my brain is all about what can I add rather than
what have I got? What have I got?
And it's always what vegetables can I add? Brilliant. And what spices can I add to make more variety? And one thing that I was having in the back of my mind is to try and eat 30 different plant foods a week. So this sounds like a crazy...
You're telling me that my brain's using 20% of the energy that I have, and now you're telling me I've got to count to 30 different what?
Well, if you're going to eat this, Simon, let's go through and count how many different plant foods we've got in this dish, because spices count. I'm feeling a little bit better now. So we've got our onions, our peppers.
Yeah.
We use 3 or 4 different spices. That's 6. We're going to use, and beans and lentils count. So we've got.
Oh, your beans were mixed as well.
Yeah, so we've got 2 or 3 different types of beans. That's 9. Kale and chard is 11. 12 is coriander and 13 is spring onion. I probably shouldn't include this because it, excuse me, good job, I've got my water, going to be such a small amount. But yeah, that just shows that
13. So I only need to eat 3 meals a week, and I've done it. Sweet.
3 nutritious veggie packed meals. Yeah.
Superb. And if we put that with the curry that we had earlier and the lentil dal, then
Yeah.
that's just going up. That had tomatoes in it, that had
Exactly.
beans in it, chickpeas in it,
So definitely
peppers
challenge
in it,
yourself.
onions in it.
Mm.
So this, yeah, okay.
And lovely Sarah has very kindly just put on the table some accompaniments. So
Yeah, you've got some guacamole and some sour cream or yogurt.
And it's always what you can add as well. So we're having sweet potatoes today, but my favorite way to have this as well is in a wrap. So whole grain wraps, making sure this is lovely, nice and reduced. So you make a little kind of
Like a burrito?
fajita. Yeah, fajita burrito. And this is great.
Because if you'd cook the rice to go with it,
Okay.
so if you've cooked the rice to go with it, you've eaten your chili with the rice and everything, and you've had that night, you've got some left over. You've always got some left over, haven't you?
Exactly.
Next day, wrap, little bit of guac, little bit of yogurt or creme fraiche or sour cream. Mix the rice and the chili together, put that in there, wrap it all up.
Yeah.
One burrito, boom.
So many different ways to have it. You can have it on a jacket potato, or simply by itself. Quite like it cold. So I'm going to put in the stalks to the rainbow chard just for a minute.
Okay, where we took the sweet potato fries out, I'm going to stick them back in the oven when that lot goes in.
Perfect. Get them warmed up.
Do you want a plate or a bowl, or what would you like to serve your chili in?
I would love a plate or a plate bowl, somewhere in between. I like the look of this one.
Hang on.
Sorry, Evelyn.
That's all right, no. Try not to clink that right in front of my microphone.
That could work. Or this, I've got my eyes on this lovely bowl.
You've got your eyes on that lovely bowl. Have that lovely bowl then.
Might go missing.
Those lovely bowls are Sarah's lovely bowls.
Oh. I see. So I'll put my sweet potato fries on the side of my chili and then load it up.
Excellent.
Whilst we're doing that, I'll just prepare our spring onion to go on
And
the top
I noticed
as well.
the Wittfit have arrived. So they're the next ones in after you. And I've got to cook again. I'm cooking again.
I have to, whilst I'm here, plug the Nourish Hub, which is...
You've got an hour to do that later on.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Oh,
but you're just sitting down and having a chat with us.
Oh, okay.
All about the Nourish Hub. Go on, give it a plug. Go on, give it a plug.
If you're watching, which you should be, hi everyone.
Fion's obviously instructed the team at the Nourish Hub that they have got YouTube on during the day on the big screen in the main restaurant.
Hopefully, amongst Wi-Fi issues. But you can have really nutritious vegetarian food like this at the Nourish Hub each weekday. So if you are also a bit nervous to make these foods, as well as all the resources online, you can get involved face-to-face at the Nourish Hub if you're based in London, specifically West London as well.
So where is, just for anybody else that's out there that doesn't know, the Nourish Hub, Ffion. Ffion is the manager of the Nourish Hub. Yeah. Where is it?
Nourish Hub is in West London, in Shepherd's Bush. And we only have one at the minute, but everybody's welcome. So please come along. We have a community lunch, which is 12 till 3 each day, where we serve lovely dishes like this, and a variety of different ways to get involved through breakfast clubs, surplus suppers, you name it.
Lots of other ways to get involved. And if you keep popping in during the day, Fion's down with us in Chichester, I think, until 4-ish, 3:30, 4 o'clock, something like that. And she'll be popping in and out, and we'll be just going, just tell us a little bit about the Nourish Hub. It is a stunning building. It's a great project that UKHarvest got involved in originally 2017. It's a dining space, 60. It's got a training kitchen. It's got a rentable office space. It's got a full commercial kitchen. It does donate as you dine food every day, well, Monday to Friday, lunchtimes, open to all. And Ffion did quite a good job on selling it, but she always undersells how brilliant her team and the Nourish Hub actually is. So if you are in Shepherd's Bush, come out of the station, walk the opposite way to Westfield, and you will find us on St Anne's Road. Fantastic space, fantastic food. The team up there are great. Your wedges have just gone back in. Amazing. Can I put those on the table for you?
You can. We can let everybody.
And then I'm going to try and work out who's going to munch your food.
Oh,
Can somebody find somebody that really wants to eat Fion's chili? Because it looks amazing.
I might add a little
What are you
bit
gonna
of
add?
water, just a tiny bit.
Touch of water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink.
Just a slightly.
Just a slight bit of water.
Thank you. Don't want it to be too.
Hello. Fitness people have come in at the back of the room. How you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Are you going to taste Fion's food?
I am, I think. Yes.
Excellent.
Ooh.
Chief
Excellent.
taster.
Good.
Okay,
And then what I'll do.
Try one more time with the clean.
She's going to
first
try again.
seasoning.
She's going to try again. Do you like spice?
Okay.
Do you like spice?
I love
A little
spice.
bit.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. You're safe, Fion. You're safe. You're safe.
Bread. Okay. we're nearly
Okay.
there.
So we've got a spicy bean chili with some sweet potato fries to keep you going now.
Great.
You ready?
How are we doing? Yeah, shall I load up?
Yeah. I'll get your sweet potato fries out of here.
Great.
And a slice to get them off the tray. Did you want these one side or?
Yes, please. I'll put them in a. Sliding down.
That's the only problem with the bowl, Fion.
I know. Typical.
So Fion's plating up. We've got a bowl. Go on, go in with all of them.
Shall I put,
Yeah,
did
because I
enough
don't
for
want them
one.
left.
Oh, yeah,
Otherwise,
no
I've got to
worries.
try and cook with them. Okay, so Fion's just plating it up.
Is there a big spoon? Actually, no, this will be fine.
Hot tray in water. Right. And we're joined by Ben from Wittfit, and Ben's going to chow down on a little bit of this. Fion is one of our nutritionists. She runs the hub. Ben, so just so you know who's feeding you.
Do you like coriander?
Yeah, love it.
Good.
Oh, look at
One
this.
of
Pile
those.
it in, pile it in.
It's one of those.
And then whilst he's eating, this is your opportunity to sell your Nourish Hub.
Oh, again. Okay,
Again.
brilliant.
Sell UKHarvest
Okay.
all day
Let me
and the
deliver
Nourish Hub.
a lovely.
So
lovely
Phil meet
agreement.
Ben meet Fion.
Hello.
Grab a
Also-
seat. Grab a
Oh,
seat.
am I sitting
Yeah,
here?
you can sit here now.
I
We'll
was
do your
running
tidying
back.
up for you.
Okay,
all right.
brilliant. Oh,
So Fion has just cooked this amazing bean chili, topped it off with spring onions and coriander,
Yeah.
served it with sweet potato wedges, because I took out her brown rice that she wanted to leave in there, which really helped when we were talking about food and mood session, which we did a minute ago.
Very good.
But I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
All right.
This is lovely.
I'm going to leave you guys with
Hopefully.
it. Sian's around. If you need anything, just that's it off Sian. I'm going to clear
Okay.
that up so I can cook for you
Okay.
one of the dishes from the cleanse in a minute.
Perfect.
All right.
Great.
There you go. Dig in. Dig in.
Nice.
Hello. Oh, do I need this?
No, you're all mic'd
Okay,
up, so
I am.
I'm just going to grab another one. Well done,
Lovely.
you. Amazing job, Fion. We've thrown Ben completely in at the deep end.
Some curry.
Poor guy knows nothing about what is going on. Yeah, welcome to UK Harvest and how we roll, slightly on the hoof, as they say.
Yeah.
So, Fion, as you may have overheard, has just prepared this for you, is our
Good.
Nourish Hub manager up in London. But she has a heavily nutrition background from the point of view of her food career journey. And as she was bringing a load of that expertise, I don't spend enough time working with Fion, so I didn't realize quite how boffin she is on that food and nutrition. And neither of us have ever met you before, Ben. So when you haven't got a mouth completely full, how is it, first of all?
It's lovely, yeah.
Yeah,
Really good.
so you got bean
Thank you.
chili and scrumptious sweet potato fries.
yeah.
Lovely. Bit of guacamole and yogurt
Yeah.
going on over
What's on
there.
the fries?
Tuck in.
A little bit of smoked paprika.
Nice, nice. And we were hearing a lot about this particular recipe from Fion being really mood boosting.
Yeah.
So looking at the different nutrients and foods that we eat in order to support our mental health and our mood generally, and obviously impact on us physically. So I can now have the big reveal from Fion's point of view because she doesn't know it all. So Ben, you are from Wittfit. Would you
Yeah.
like to tell us who and what Wittfit are?
Yeah, so Wittfit is Wittering's Fitness.
Okay.
We're a small group coaching gym.
Okay.
So it's not a gym where you just walk in and kind of get lost. It's
Okay.
a gym where you're coached. You come in, teach you the exercises, teach you about nutrition,
Nice.
mindset, recovery, all the things that can move you towards good health and away from poor health.
Okay, so just to give a bit of background, because we're going out on YouTube with our lovely Food and Fuel Whole Day live cook along, the Witterings, people may know of it. It's an extremely famous seaside spot down here on the south coast. We're very fortunate, and that's where you're based, and that's why it's called the Witterings Fitness. Okay, cool. And you're a team of people who do one-to-one coaching or small group?
Yeah, mainly small group.
Okay.
It's more fun.
Okay, cool.
We do a bit of online stuff. We have a good YouTube channel if people want to.
Lovely. Plug away. Do it. Get it out there.
See what we do.
Okay.
So there's loads of info on the YouTube channel as well.
Fantastic. Okay. And you have a connection with UKHarvest. Can you tell us how that came about, what that connection is?
So Yvonne, who is
our CEO. Okay.
Yeah, so she trains with us basically.
Fantastic.
So she joined us probably 6 months ago now.
Okie doke.
And has massively improved her health and fitness. She's done our gut cleanse, which is very much related to what you've probably just been talking about.
Okay, gut cleanse. So is that a diet program or sort of a supported program that you offer with Wittfit?
So we're careful with the word diet because diet insinuates that you're just going to cut calories, which is not what it is.
No.
So
good to know.
They don't work.
No.
So the gut cleanse is a program where we remove certain foods for a while, usually just common irritants, which would affect your mood, such as sugar and grains, maybe some dairy and alcohol, things like that. And we do a 21-day challenge. We have this would be really good. This would be perfect. Certain foods which kind of are and aren't allowed. They're not bad necessarily. They just need to be kind of taken out for a while to let your gut reset.
So it's a program where you initially restrict some specific food groups or foods specifically in order to trigger a reaction in your gut.
It just allows your body to cleanse itself, basically, to allow the gut bacteria to kind of catch up a bit, regenerate.
Is that something you incorporate or have come across, Fion, in terms of healthy eating approach in general?
Yeah, I know people who, specifically those that have allergies or intolerances, do cut out foods that can cause them to feel very unwell.
Absolutely. Oh, well, that is really interesting. And Yvonne, having participated in the program with your support at Wittfit, found she really benefited and I can speak because I do know her and I do see her. She bounces about the place, absolutely, no question. And after that 21-day specific program, do you offer support to people, nutrition sort of guidance going forward while they're with you?
There's sort of two options. You do the 21 days or you do the cleanse and sustain, where there's a lot more coaching afterwards to kind of sustain the results, gradually kind of introduce these foods back in a healthier way rather than drinking every night.
Okay, fair enough. So you mentioned a few of those sort of like foods that you might restrict during that 21-day period. After that, are you really recommending just a general well-balanced diet? I mean, as I say, intake diet.
There's so much contradictory information.
So much information,
That's why I say most of it's just about doing the world-class basics really well. So 5 fruits and veg a day. It's a pretty good, strong advice.
Well placed.
We go for 30 different types of plant a week. So that could be seasonings, anything that's plant-based. 30 of those, and that's really good for your gut microbiome.
And we just counted 12.
There'll be loads in
12.
So really, in one meal, you've actually almost got half of what you would recommend you try and encounter in a week. And I think that's really important because for a lot of people, actually, this plant-based sort of tag has become a bit of a trigger and gives people am I going to have to stop eating meat and stop it? It's really not about that, is it? It's about having an awareness and a balance. And I think simple, really accessible tips like that. 30 veggies. Make sure you get 30 different veggies in a week.
And if you do that, you will probably have fed your gut bacteria and your gut will be happy and you'll be in a good mood. But also you'll have got nutritionally dense foods, so things like rice or potatoes, sweet potatoes maybe slightly better.
But eating those less often.
And then if you bulk out with things like beans, legumes and greens and you're going to get lots of nutrition. You're not going to be as hungry anyway.
No.
And you're not going to want that sort of cheaper filling food.
Yes, okay.
Sense.
And I know that, like, we've mentioned it again during Fion's session just now, but also in the earlier morning session where we were cooking with schools that we visited, many of them face to face in the past few weeks. I definitely have been quite surprised about the numbers of young people, the secondary education, so it's key stage 3 and 4, who are still really reluctant to incorporate vegetables into their diet. And I'm not sure whether it's a societal thing or a cultural thing or just an evolution that we really need to force forward. But it is true that there is definitely a lot of stigma around giving up or substituting out some of the meat-based proteins that we're so used to. So I think, this is really valuable, important information, not just for our health, but environmentally, economically. There are so many good benefits to upping that veggie intake. You itchy to do more cooking already, Simon?
Well, no, not really. Well, yes.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah. Well, I have to say that certainly I'm going to take a spoon or fork to the other side of Fion's dish because that looks amazing. We can say a massive thank you to Fion for
we
now.
can. We're going to be seeing her again later.
We're not letting her go very far
because when we get the
might
manager
just
and the
keep you on
Nourish
a
Hub down here,
bungee
we
for the
just
day.
keep them down here to come and give us more information.
But
Thank you so much.
Amazing
No
job.
problem.
Thank you
so much.
And Ben, thank you so far for giving us a bit of an insight into Wittfit. But you're going to head over to the cooking area with
Yeah,
Simon.
you can come down and watch. Now, I'm going to be honest, I didn't realise you were a vegetarian, sorry. So I am cooking a fish dish.
I didn't know that either.
Oops, my bad.
We'll get someone else to come and
But
taste
somebody else, we can organise to taste
It's
it.
not a problem. I'm vegetarian most of the time.
Right.
Like you said earlier about meat. It's
Yes.
not so much.
Okay,
bad.
it's your emphasis rather than a
just
complete.
exactly,
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
we're
Well, I
cooking
might-
something off of the cleanse that we
Yes.
cooked for Yvonne when she did it.
Okay.
And she just raved about it.
Okay.
So hence the fact it was like, well, we've got to cook that today. So we can
I
have a
just
chat about the
clarify,
cleanse
this
as
is
well.
a recipe that has come from the Wittfit program,
Yep.
the cleanse program specifically. Okay, cool.
And it's one that
you're
we
gonna cook
cooked with their guys when they came in, and we did
Okay.
a bit of a session together.
Lovely.
And we're going to do it in the oven today. We're going to bake it on papio.
Okay, well, we'll see. Fiona and I can go and see if we can rustle up
Excited for
somebody
that.
to come and taste the fishy element anyway.
I'm sure there'll be somebody in the
I
office.
reckon we'll
that'll
find
taste it.
someone in the office.
Come with me, Ben. Let's get
Ben,
into
you
the
can take your mic
kitchen.
with you. You go ahead. Fiona, thank you so much.
So I just missed all the chat. So if I go over it again, I do apologise. But welcome
worries.
to
Thank
our
you.
little studio.
Lovely.
There's a potential we could get interrupted at about 1:10.
Okay.
But we'll go with that if we do.
Right.
So yeah, the cleanse diet. First thing that we looked at, Yvonne obviously got all the paperwork from you guys. Eat this, eat this, eat this, eat this, eat this. First thing you're drawn to, what's not on the list?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No potatoes, no pasta, no rice,
Yeah.
no complex crap.
Yeah.
Just real food.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Yvonne won't mind me saying this. She went, "Ugh," when she first saw it, came running out of the office down there to me and Sarah and was like, you guys are going to have to help me here. Otherwise, I'm not really going to know what I'm eating. So we stepped up. We stepped up to the challenge, let's say. So yeah, we're going to do a clean fish dish today for you.
Right.
And as we go through, I just want you just to feed in any information that you want to about what Wittfit are doing, why the cleanse is worth it.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, we've seen how much more energy she had, how much better sleep she was getting, all of that sort of stuff, which had a real positive impact on us as well, while she was doing it, and just the reasons why. Because basically what I'm doing is chopping up a load of stuff which people will be able to see.
Yep.
So educate us around it. I'm going to just chop up some onions to start off with, and then we'll do a bit of funky stuff with a peeler and some cauliflower rice and all that sort of stuff.
Great.
So why the cleanse?
Why the cleanse? So Witterings Fitness is a small group coaching facility down in the Witterings. So we teach exercise, but we also teach nutrition, mindset, recovery, and sleep. So all of the things that impact your health and well-being. And the cleanse is just something that we do. We also recommend people do it either annually or a couple of times a year, maybe 3 at the most.
Okay.
And that's about really it's about sticking a spanner in the works for interrupting some habits.
Body reset.
And a gut reset.
Yeah,
in particular the gut. So gut massively impacts your mood, as I think the last
Ffion was saying that definitely.
But also your energy, your sleep, all of those things. So that's why, because Yvonne was able to stick to it really well, that's why she felt so much better.
Yeah, I mean her sleep, she would admit she doesn't sleep.
Yeah.
I mean she is 24/7, as we all know in here. She is 24/7. But one thing that she noticed was when she was doing the cleanse, her sleep pattern improved so much, and the length of continuous sleep got better, and the quality of the sleep got better. And it's strange. I mean, I said earlier, I eat everything. I don't care. I just eat. Yeah. But to know the impact of what we're eating, not only on our insides but up here as well. The last session with Ffion, this with you, it's just re-emphasizing that what we put in is actually important. So all I'm doing, just let you know, I'm just going to slice up some onions, because what we're going to do a bed of tomatoes, garlic, onions, herb, which we'll go roast off. And then we're going to do the fish on papillote, so in paper, with some ribboned up courgette and carrot. So even though we say at UKHarvest, ditch the peeler, we're actually going to use the peeler today, but we're going to do it so that we've got our veg. And then we're going to do a lemon, caper, and olive. I forgot what I was doing. Lemon, caper, and olive oil dressing to go over the top of all of it. Right. So just rough chop this up to go in with our tomatoes.
Yeah, one of the things you mentioned there about the sleep. So in the cleanse, we challenge people to stop caffeine.
Right. Yeah.
For 21 days. So that has a big impact. On sleep, obviously. Some people think it doesn't affect them, but if it doesn't affect them, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem to give it up for 21 days. And then the second thing that we do, which will really impact the sleep, is we fast throughout the morning.
Yes.
We increase the hydration a lot to help flush the system.
Yeah.
And we stop eating. So we have an eating window, and we stop eating usually by about 8 o'clock. Depends on the person and their sort of lifestyle. But generally, if you can stop eating late into the evening, it will stop your blood sugars spiking in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
And that is often what wakes people up.
Right. Oh, okay.
So a lot of it's about stabilizing your blood sugars as well. And obviously, the less you interrupt your sleep, the better, because sleep is where the magic happens in terms of your body recovering.
Yeah.
And that's why Yvonne would have felt so good.
I can definitely remember Yvonne coming in the mornings going, no, can't eat yet, can't eat yet, can't eat yet.
Yeah.
Which was quite nice, because it actually gave me and Sarah some time to prepare what she was going to eat for lunch. And hydration was a massive one for her.
Yeah.
And really, really putting an emphasis on measuring what you are consuming, what you are eating in the morning, so and drinking in the morning, so you know that you've got enough to get you through the day.
Yeah.
Right. I just need a baking tray to put some of this on.
Yeah, hydration's a really big one, and there's a lot of things that we do on the cleanse which you wouldn't maintain necessarily all of the time.
Okay.
But hydration's, improving that's
it's like you said, it's that short-term stopgap.
Yeah,
reset.
And also fasting's quite a good thing to do long-term as well. You can do that pretty well, especially if you're menopausal. Obviously, you're not, but you might be andropausal, which is kind of the male equivalent.
My goodness,
of menopause.
Words.
But that's basically as you get a bit more. Well, it can happen at any age, but your hormones start to drop, and that kind of affects your mood and sleep and all sorts of things. So
right. So there's quite a lot connected to diet and feeling good, isn't there?
Pretty much, yeah. It's like the fuel. It is the fuel. Right?
Yeah. And I think that it's one thing that I learned when I was doing a load of the food for Yvonne was, you look at that list to start off with, you think, what can we cook? And then you start thinking, well, actually, there's loads that we can cook. It's just thinking outside the box. Yeah. Take yourself away from the speedy norm of, I'll do that and I'll have some pasta. Or I'll do that and I'll do that. It's like this. We looked at it and it's like, we could have it with rice. Well, actually, we can't have rice, but we can have cauliflower, so we'll make cauliflower rice. We're going to, sensationally, it's going to feel the same.
Yeah.
It gives a similar look on a plate, but actually, it's not got all that horrible rubbish in it.
Well,
but-
there's the rice spikes your blood sugar.
yes,
That's kind of
which
the
is
thing.
what Ffion was saying earlier about spiking blood sugars.
Yeah.
And not wanting to spike blood sugar, and you want to keep it with your release points on your food so that you can.
Yeah, a lot of people, the problem they have is that a lot of this stuff is bloating them, and it's kind of interesting to think about what bloating is. Bloating is inflammation.
Okay, yeah.
So if you cut yourself or you bruise yourself and it swells up, that is actually happening in your gut.
Cool,
with certain foods. So beer is an obvious one.
Yeah.
And sugar. So a lot of people feel bloated after pasta, after beer, after eating these kind of processed grains, processed foods. And that's kind of the thing we want to avoid as well.
Cool. Right. So simply, this is one thing, and we tried to do it when you guys came in for the session, and I don't know how many dishes we tried to cook in about an hour and a half, but when you came in, what we wanted to try and do is keep it easy, keep it simple, but keep those flavors there.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. So on the tray, we've literally got onion, garlic, tomatoes, drizzled with olive oil, mixed herbs sprinkled over the top. We're just going to put that straight in the oven now.
Easy.
We're going to give that probably a little bit longer than our fish. So we're probably going to go for about 20 minutes because we want those tomatoes to break down so that it gives us a sort of sauce. And then with our fish, so this is the bit that I wanted the guys around there to be able to see. We're going to do this on papillote, so we're going to do it in the oven. It is the simplest way to cook fish. Demyth the fish. So many people go, I can't cook fish. I always make it too dry. I always make it this. Or it sticks to the pan. And I'm going to keep a couple of these fillets so that we can do them in the pan if we've got time later to show people what it is. I've just got some sea bass fillets. I'm not overly worried about getting them dry, but what I am worried about is what they're going to sit on. So I'm going to ribbon up the courgette and the carrot. We're not going to peel them. For obvious, well, we are going to peel them, but we're not going to peel them, if you know what I mean. With a peeler, we're just going to ribbon up our courgettes. And we're going to do the same with the carrot. So this is one time when UKHarvest don't say ditch the peeler. Because this isn't going to food waste. This is going to be food on our plate. If you wanted to, if you're going to pan fry your fish, you can ribbon this veg up and stick it in with the tomatoes. Just goes a little bit crispier. If it is in there too long. Get some more green bits.
This is a good pasta replacement as well.
It's a great pasta replacement.
Really
yeah.
Reducing your grains.
So I'm going to keep that because I'm going to use that later on because all of the waste. Did you hear what I've got to do at 5 o'clock? Anything that hasn't been used, I've got to make something out of it at 5 o'clock. So I'm actually quite happy to have a courgette going in there. Peelings have got to go in there. So that's my courgette gone in. I'm going to do exactly the same with the carrot. So just straight down through. Thank you, Sarah. And then we're going to make up our lovely little parcels for our fish. Now, this is super duper easy. This is super duper easy, simple, half-hour dinner.
Yeah.
Less than half-hour dinner.
And if you make loads of it,
you're winning.
You've got it for the next day.
Yeah, you're winning. Okay, so super duper easy dinner. Right, there's our carrot. Now I'm lucky I've got 2 little baking tins to put this in, and I've already got my paper made up. So, my paper, I take and I lie in the bottom of the tray. Then I'm going to make my little bed up. So I'm going to have a little bed of courgette, little bed of courgette, little bed of carrot. Sarah, could I grab that zester, darling, please?
Yeah. And also, I think you might need it, Simon.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
For those watching on YouTube, we're going to have a slight interruption in a minute.
Can I carry on for you?
No, we got loads of time.
You sure?
Yeah. No, we got loads of time.
Continue for you. Okay, sure.
So on top of our courgette and our carrot, we're going to go with one of the fillets of fish. We're going to go skin side down. Just going to sit that on top. zest of a lemon, or half of a lemon, because we've got another one to do. Just put that over the top.
Wow, that looks delicious.
And
Really
then
fresh,
over the top of
Really
that, we're just going to take a couple of capers, a teaspoonful of capers. Just pop those on. That's going to bring a salty note to it, because I noticed that salt was something that you dropped in the...
True. You have to be careful what's in the...
well, I'm not going to show
the
you.
liquid of that.
I'm not going to show you.
Have a look at one of those things that can catch people out.
Hand-picked.
If you were on the cleanse,
Pickle.
it's not the end of the world.
Right, don't put too much of the juice in if you're on the cleanse. And then we're just going to go over the top of that with a couple of the olives, because we are actually going to make a sauce with the olives and the capers, which we're going to mash up in a minute.
I think a lot of people got put off track quite quickly with little things as well. So when they were doing the cleanse, but
probably
if you're doing 80% of it, you're doing very well.
Okay, and then the juice of the lemon. Squeeze over the juice. 10 seconds. 10 seconds, and we're being joined live on V2 Radio. So we're live on YouTube. We're going to be live on V2 Radio at the same time. And I'm surprised that our media team haven't come in and gone, we'll go live on Facebook at the same time as well, as we're joined by Wittfit Fitness. Who, have you got your guys watching?
Probably, yeah.
To you, Neil. I can't tell you how exciting this is. I'm actually speaking to you, yes, from UKHarvest,
Drizzle of oil.
where we are really, literally mid-moment. I'm walking into camera. We're actually mid-moment doing a live cook-along. Here is Simon Thresher, who is our main chef of the day. Simon, this is
Hello,
Neil.
Sian.
We are live on V2 Radio.
Hi, Neil. How are you doing? No, you're good at the moment. Nothing's boiling over or burning, so you're okay.
No, it's looking fantastic. But we have a couple of minutes, Simon, to really explain to the listeners at V2 Radio what we're doing here today at UKHarvest base, where we are speaking to you from in Donington, near Chichester. And the project that we're really culminating in today with this massive live cookathons run from 10 o'clock this morning until 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, people.
Yes, yeah, that's 10 hours.
Yeah, live on YouTube the whole time, constantly cooking. This is the culmination of a project. Simon, do you want to give us the nub of what that project is?
Yeah, so back at the end of last year, we joined forces with two power companies, one UK Power Networks and one Cadent Gas, to launch the Food and Fuel project, which was all about taking information, knowledge and education out into the community to help people cook well but cost themselves less in the preparation of that food, so reducing their cost to cook. We've been going into schools, so Sarah and Sian have been into about 20 schools in the east of England in the last 5 weeks on big road trip.
Huge road trip.
And then this morning we were joined by about 55 schools live online for a cookery lesson, going straight into their classrooms. And we were on with them from 10 till 11:45. And today we've just got a day full of food, fun, guests coming in, talking about clean eating, talking about food and mood, a few challenges along the way, chances to win air fryers.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're just basically cooking the day away, Neil, to be honest.
We're culminating this evening in a live, again, cook-along, which is going out from 6 until 8 when we finish, which is a family session. So if you have any listeners who are out there now, UKHarvest, we like to shop our larders. So we've got recipes for the session which are online and available right now. So if you can check out our website, you can see what we're going to be cooking between 6 and 8 this evening. You still, in theory, have time to raid those cupboards, do a fridge raider, do a shop your larder, put together some of the ingredients that will help you be able to cook along with us live this evening on our family session. It's completely free, obviously. And if you do manage to do that, you'll see that on the UKHarvest website. You can access a huge amount of resources. Again, all within the banner. There's a whole food and fuel section there, but about helping people, supporting people to reduce their food waste, to cook economically on a tight budget, to think about their cost to cook.
Yeah. There's loads on there.
Yeah,
just visit the website. Visit the website.
And check us out on YouTube.
And yeah, we're live on our YouTube channel, on the UKHarvest YouTube channel. We're live through till 8 o'clock. We've got a fantastic family fake-away feast that we're cooking from 6 till 8.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to join us, they can. Neil, I'm going to have to get something in the oven. Otherwise, Ben, who's joined me from Wittfit, ain't going to eat.
Can you hear us there all right? Did you get all of that? Oh, I wish you could
come down. Come down. The door's open. You'll have something to eat. On the hour, every hour, there's something to eat, Neil.
We're here till this evening, Neil. Yeah, we know where you are, so you are local enough to us. You can definitely pop in later and pick up something for supper, or even help us cook it. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. We hope you're having a great day. Simon's getting back to the cooking.
Right, so basically then all they've got to do, all they've got to do then, just bring it up. Wrap it. And that was V2 Radio, live on YouTube, live on UKHarvest. It was just live. So yeah, wrap the fish up. Try to seal in all the juice. Try and seal in all the flavour. So
just bacon.
That's just bacon punch.
You can see what we look
like.
You
don't need funky dishes. You can do it on any
as
bacon
Simon
tray.
said, there is still a lot to get through on a very long,
again, just a combination of our ribbons of courgette and carrot.
All in the aid of supporting people who may be facing some sense of food insecurity, struggling with cost to cook in general.
The veggies, they will absorb all the flavour. They will form part of our dinner. But what they do is they keep the fish off the bottom of the pan, so it doesn't burn the bottom of the pan. So basically, the fish gets steamed.
Really make the most out
I'm not
of
going to use the olives and capers in this one because I feel like I did the wrong thing last time. So I'm not going to. Don't need to. Just a little bit of the lemon zest again.
So we talked earlier about having 30 different plants.
Yep.
So lemon zest, lemon is going to count as one as well.
Excellent. There we go. So even the lemon that's there to flavour it.
Thank you so much. Cheers, Neil. Thank you. You have a great day. Thank you for your time.
Put the lemon on the top.
See you soon. Bye. Thank you.
Wrap that one up. Now, if you wanted to use other fish, you can do. We see some interesting ingredients in here. But if you wanted to go, if you had salmon and you wanted to do salmon, maybe rather than doing the lemon on the top, you get horseradish root and just grate horseradish root on the top, cover it with some, and then add some fresh dill to it, something like that. But these are going to take 12 to 15 minutes in the oven, which I'm going to need a shelf for, but that's fine. And in that 12 to 15 minutes, we're going to do cauliflower rice. Oh, that's smelling nice in there. So our onions, our garlic, our tomatoes, I will just pull them out so that you can see what they look like. They've all come together nicely. Give them a quick stir around. So that was just onion, garlic, tomatoes, olive oil, mixed herbs. And then that can sit on the plate and we can put all the veg and the fish on the top to give it height.
What are these little pads you got?
The base bits?
Yeah.
They're silicone baking sheets.
Oh, right.
So basically they're reusable. You wash them, reuse them, less waste, better for the environment.
Brilliant.
Not chucking a load of baking paper in the bin all the time. And they're actually, because they're silicone, they're totally non-stick, which is really useful.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's our fish en papillote in the oven. That just fell down there, but that's fine. So what we're going to do now, we're going to just have a little look and do our cauliflower rice. So simple. Onion, cauliflower, blitzer. Done.
Easy. Easy.
And then all we do is we just fry that off. Pulse on your blitzer or your food processor, so you get to that granular consistency. You don't want it to be powder. It doesn't matter if there are big bits. It doesn't matter if there are little bits. It just all comes together nicely, and it will cook in about 3 minutes on the hob. So I'm just going to chunky up my runaway onion so the blitzer stands a chance. If you want to put garlic in, if you want to put herbs in, you can do. I'm just going to go with it as it is. So, no, somebody just came in the shot and I was like, have I done something wrong? No. So I'm just going to put that in the blitzer. My cauliflower, I'm going to keep the leaves because you can eat them.
Yeah.
And I've got to do something later. I've got to do something later, so I'm going to have to keep the leaves because I'm going to need them. You picked that up from us, guys, when you came in?
I used to throw them away, but
now
my life has been changed.
Your world is changed.
Yeah.
Here you go, Sarah, you can have this as well. This has all got to go to later. So, taking the leaves off, kept those. We'll keep all the rest of it as well.
You could blend them though, right?
You could blend them, yeah. If you wanted to, you could. I'm sure that Ffion will tell me that it's probably going to add fibre to the dish or the like. Just the only thing, if you blend them, they do sometimes go stringy.
Right.
And when you're making cauli rice, you don't really want it overly stringy. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's all got to go in there. So then all I'm going to do, natural fault lines in veg. Just going to pull off the florets. I like to pull them away rather than cut them because then you pull on natural fault line.
Right.
So then allegedly more nutrient stays in it because you're breaking your cauliflower, broccoli, whatever it is, you're breaking it at a natural fault.
Yeah, it makes sense. Except you're about to blend it.
Yeah, I am about to blend it, which is kind of probably doesn't really matter that I'm going to blend it if I'm pulling it on natural fault lines, but
if you were cooking it.
But if you're going to cook it as a piece of cauliflower, yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so that.
I usually just chop mine up.
There you go.
I'll change my.
I'm just going to blitz it to make it.
I've changed all my cauliflower habits.
Oh no! I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we've changed it.
Improved my cauliflower habits.
Get that one on, and then as I said before, I'm just going to pulse this because I don't want it to. When I've got the lid on the right way around. Sarah, why is the food processor not working?
Click. Oh, no.
It won't. Technical issue with blender or food processor. Yeah, it's locked in. You can't trust a man in a kitchen with a piece of technical kit.
That should be all right.
If not, we'll use a stick blender or a liquidizer.
Might have to, otherwise we'll put the blade back in again.
We'll use a stick blender. Or the like. Where's the blender? Sarah's just go find me a blender so we can blend that up. We'll do the other piece of fish. Sian's going to have a go with that blender. I tried it earlier. It did work. It's not working now. So I'm going to get on with what else you could do with the fish, as we've still got time. So one thing that I always do is I always flour my fish if I'm going to pan fry it so it doesn't stick to the bottom. Yeah. Flour on the diet, bit of a no-go. We thought outside the box because we get random stuff. And we've got quinoa flour.
Okay.
So totally gluten-free, quinoa flour. I'm only going to dust it, so it's not going to have a lot. Sarah's got the blender working.
Do you want it on now?
Yeah. We're just going to blend it down so it's rice. Cool.
Jiggle it a bit.
So
yeah, you don't want it.
if you want to come in and have a look, Dennis, you get it down to that. You can get big bits in there and all of that. So just push the big bits down. This can come a little bit smaller. I probably won't be able to use it now. Oh, no, there we go. That big bit's not going to drop. I'm just going to cut it in half. The big bit don't want to drop, so I'm just going to cut the big bit in half. Or quarters, so it will drop onto the blade. Okay, so our fish is in, our tomatoes in. We've got one bit which didn't want to place, so that's going to have to go in the pot for later. But our cauliflower rice, literally in our hands now, you can see how much it looks like rice, and it will go like rice. Doesn't necessarily taste exactly like rice, but it's super good for you.
Really nice.
So that we're just going to put to one side. We'll fry that off in a second. Clean my board up. So fish, if we were going to do it on in a frying pan, just bring that one in. We're just going to, over a medium heat, I've put my olive oil, something like that. Drizzle of olive oil. Then we take our fish out.
Best oil for cooking.
Well, olive oil.
Yeah.
I like it. You just got to watch the temperature that you get to.
Yep.
And then our quinoa flour. All we're going to do is just lightly dust the top, turn it over, lightly dust the other side so it doesn't stick. Don't need loads of flour. Sorry, I'll just keep covering it.
No.
Don't need lots of flour. All you're trying to do is just dry that side, the sides out so it doesn't stick when you put it into the pan. And this is going to cook so quick that I might be shouting at Sarah to get the other stuff out of the oven for me. So once our oil's hot, these pans take a while because they're thick on the bottom. Once our oil's hot, we'll go and skin side down. As soon as it starts to blister on the bottom, we'll turn it over and then we'll take it out. Okay. I think those tomatoes can probably come out onto the trivet. The fish will still need about another 6-7 minutes. And I've got a fish slice somewhere. Metal fish slice. So as soon as that oil starts to run and race around the pan, we're ready to go. Thank you. Stuff started over here and it's gone now. So that's that. If you wanted to, you could go with lemon juice, which will season your fish if you're cooking it this way.
I think a lot of people get confused on the different types of oil and which one's
the
most healthy. But
olive oil is definitely healthy.
There's a big study which was olive oil wins every time. Big Mediterranean diet kind of study.
Just take the temperature up.
I got sucked into the coconut oil trap. Yeah. And it turns out that I think a lot of the promotion is just from Instagram influencers who really don't know
what they're actually doing. Yeah.
I think it's
don't get me wrong, influencers are great. We work with some of them. They are great. But there is a time when you just got to
be wary.
Ease back a little bit. Don't believe everything that you see on YouTube. Or Instagram or Twitter. You should do any of the other platforms that are available. Don't believe everything you see.
Absolutely.
But no, it is. You are right. I'm actually just going to clean this board up so I can get the sauce done. I'll tell you what. I'll keep that and I'll swap. I'll keep that piece of fish. I'll do it later on. That oil wasn't hot enough.
No sizzling.
No sizzling, no nothing at the moment, even though it's on 8. But it will be cooking. I can tell you that it's cooking.
So quinoa is actually a seed rather than a grain, which is why it's gluten-free.
Right, and that is good.
It's better, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's better. Higher nutrient quantity. You could use it to replace rice and things like that.
Okay, yeah.
As well.
But, as a grain.
Yeah, you can use it as a grain, but it's actually a seed. But again, don't overdo it. Think more colours on your plate as well.
Okay, I'm only going to plate one of these up because I know that you don't do fish. No. So I'm actually going to do 6 or 8 olives. Try and get the juice out. Just squeeze these little caper berries. Let's get in there.
It's sizzling.
It's starting to sizzle now. And then all that I'm going to do with my olives and my caper berries, hand on top of the knife, I'm just going to come through because I want the flavour. Don't necessarily want the chunk.
The olives are going to give you some good healthy fats as well.
Excellent.
So they're good. We like those.
Now our fish is it's over a medium hot heat now, and the bottom of it will be starting to cook. And what we need to do is just lift one side just to make sure that it is cooking. The fish in the oven has probably got 3 more minutes. Don't really want to feed any of the team raw fish. That wouldn't go down well, especially when I need them to be here all day. So as you see, it's bubbling around. Just lift it up. The colour will start to change on the bottom. It will start to go brown because the flour will cook. But that's why we only went light flour. And we always go skin side down first because the flesh attached to the skin will take longer to get hot and longer to cook because of the skin being there as a protective barrier. So if we start from the bottom, we can see, not that you necessarily interesting. Coming up the side, you can see the colour change. As soon as you get just over sort of halfway, between halfway and 3/4, that's when you know you can turn your fish over. Just before you do that, go in with some lemon juice. And then when I turn it over, that's when I'm going to go in with my capers and olives. Flick that one over so the skin's starting to go golden. Go in with our capers and olives, which is enough to do this and one of the ones in there.
Do you ever get where the fish starts to...
Where it starts to shrink, yeah. If it's starting to shrink, yeah, score the skin or don't go so hot. So where this went into what was a non-hot pan, as we worked it out, it didn't have time to contract. But if you go into a really hot pan and you basically scorch it, it just goes straight away, which is why you slice.
When I did eat fish, that's what I used to do.
Yeah, slice it up. Another frying pan, which I'm going to put on to get hot so that I'm not waiting around for our cauliflower rice. Again, over a medium to high heat. Sarah, can you take that fish out for me, please? Just double check it, but it should be fine. That's cooking through nicely. Donna's come in because Donna's getting hungry. A little bit of olive oil because I'm going to use the olive oil with the lemon juice and that to dress the top of the fish. Yes or no? Cooked to perfection. You say the nicest things, Sarah. Bit more lemon juice. That can dress both of our fish up.
It's looking good.
They can go in there for later on. So all that lemon juice and the oils out of the olives and the juice out of the capers is all going to be infusing into the fish. I'm just going to turn it back. Oh, that's looking lovely. So I've just flicked it back over just to finish the skin off on the bottom. It's all white, so we'll have coloured plates because it's all white. Yeah, oh, she's gone. I was just about to ask Donna if she was hungry and she's legged it into the office to watch on the TV. So that's now done.
Yeah.
So what I'll do, take that one off the heat and it can rest. And then this one that's on the heat is what we're going to do our cauli rice in. So again, that's just our cauliflower, our onion. If you wanted garlic, if you wanted anything else in it, you can do. Little drizzle of oil. Get it so that it races around the pan. Now this cooks super quick. So as soon as the oil's hot, go in with this. Let it sizzle. I'm only plating up one, and then just keep it moving. Always keep it moving, and you're just looking to cook it through. You're not looking for it to majorly colour. But I know you can have eggs, can't you, on your...
I think so,
You can have eggs on the clams?
Yeah, after a few days or something.
You can.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to do an egg fried rice,
nice.
it works perfectly in there.
Okay.
You might not be able to have the soy sauce in it, but onion, garlic, cauliflower.
Yeah.
Fry off the egg, bring it through. Get everything cooked so that we can get everything plated up. And then we're going to go sit with our lovely Donna. And Donna does a load of our new business development, but has been a massive player in our education and redeveloping it, redesigning it, making sure it's fit for purpose. And hopefully moving forward, we can work a lot more closely with you guys as well on this bit to go with your cleanse or whichever other diets or lifestyle changes, health benefits we're going to work with. Okay. But this is your chance. Take a moment. You've got the camera just there whilst I plate all this up. Just sell Wittfit and what they do for the people of the area, what you do, why you're there, and why working with us has been so
wonderful,
helpful. Let's say helpful. And I'll plate up.
Okay, so
I'll swap places with you. You go.
Okay, right.
There you go.
So yeah, so Witterings Fitness is a small group coaching facility. It's not really a gym in your traditional sense. Most people walk into gyms, don't really know what to do, don't really achieve their goals for their health and well-being.
That's my fault, that beeping.
Who's beeping?
I am. I'll put metal on top of the hob, on top of the buttons. Sorry.
That's all right.
Carry on. Keep going.
So what we do is we help you achieve your goal of usually improving your health and well-being for the long term by improving 5 key factors. So your mindset, your exercise, your nutrition, your sleep, and your recovery, which means how quickly your body recovers from exercise, so that you can not walk out the gym feeling like you've been hit by a bus, basically. So
nobody wants that feeling.
Nobody wants, or when you wake up the next day and it's too sore to move. It's a big thing that puts people off. So it's quite an important one. So that's basically what we do. And then, but it's more coaching. It's more hands-on. So it's the best of personal training combined with exercising in a group, essentially.
And the facilities are fantastic down at the Witterings. We were lucky enough to come down and use the meeting rooms that you've got last week.
Yeah.
And we got over and saw the guys in the gym, and just the atmosphere is just so relaxed, but everybody you know is getting the best out of it, which is absolutely amazing. So guys down there, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to welcoming you all into the kitchen again for another feasty night like we had last time.
It's delicious.
It was good. It was a good night. I enjoyed it. I just need a bigger spoon. Crash. You hungry? Yeah? You're going to have a choice of 2. You don't have to eat them. I'll only feel really, really upset if you don't. No. So just to take people through, we've got 2 different sorts of fish. One's been cooked on papillote in the oven. Nice and simple, 12 to 15 minutes in the oven. The other one, we doused it with flour, cooked it on the hob. Ribbons of veg, which I've got to take out of this one now to put on there. Ribbons of veg, where you can use your peeler. Cauliflower rice on both, with capers, olives, and lemon. So just to show it on the camera, that's the one that was cooked in the oven, fish on papillote. We've got our tomatoes, garlic, and onion underneath with our cauliflower rice. And that's the pan-fried one, which we just tossed in a little bit of quinoa flour, served it with the same tomatoes and veg. Come on back round.
Well,
here you go.
There.
I don't know which one you want, Donna.
Wow.
You've got your choice.
Lovely to try.
You've got your choice. That's the one how Yvonne had it. That's the one now I've done it today.
So,
Sian, I'm leaving it to you whilst I clear up and get ready.
And Ben, how was that? Wow.
Really good. Looks
Quite
great.
a stunning plate of food.
Really nice.
And I can just introduce you because again, in the spirit of our mad day of cooking online and live on YouTube, Ben this is Donna.
Hello.
Donna,
Hi
this
everyone.
Is Ben. So Ben has probably told us about a million times in the past hour. He is from Wittfit, and he's just made this fabulous dish, which looks amazing.
Well, I can't really claim to have made it.
Well, no, okay, fine. But
It's your recipe.
It's a recipe which actually appears, Donna, on one of their programs, their food nutrition programs, which accompanies a lot of their. I'm speaking for you because I've heard you say it a few times. Their program for clean eating, for a 21-day clean eating program, and this is a recipe that features on it. It's also a recipe which our CEO Yvonne, who you might remember, actually goes to the Witterings Fitness and has done this program. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah, she does talk about it quite a lot.
Yeah, she does talk about it quite a lot. And so this is a recipe that we've prepared for that reason, and because Ben is here. Thank you so much.
That's all right. Thanks, Anne.
You've been amazing. I know that you literally, honestly, Ben wasn't meant to be the representative from Wittfit that was here today.
Just been thrown in.
Literally thrown in true UK Harvest style. You have done us proud. So thank you so much for, to bearing with Simon on that cooking project and moment there. But yeah, thank you ever so much. I reckon you should taste. I know that you generally are fish free, so this is a fish not eating day. You did try Fion's cooking earlier today.
Great. Yeah.
We've got a whole team, a whole tech team, and a whole background team. Not mentioning our warehouse team, our logistics team.
Not gonna get wasted.
So it won't get wasted if you don't want to try it right now. But Donna.
I'm very keen to just have a go.
I think you should have a go.
So.
Have we given you a fork?
You have,
Please
yes.
do.
I'll give it a go.
Go for it. And the cauliflower rice,
Let's
really
try.
impressive. I know he struggled a little bit with the blender there, but it looks like it's worked perfectly in the end. And the cooking is called on papillote. Is it papillote? Which
Lovely.
was in the paper or sealed. It keeps all the nutrients. It doesn't allow any of the goodness from the fish and from the cooking process.
Very fresh.
To escape. That looks like a really olivey sort of capers in that kind of tapenade thing on top, which looks amazing. Lots of veggies. The ribbon cooking is a really good shout. That speeds up the process a lot. How did he cook those, Ben? I'm sorry, I did dip out.
Beautiful.
Parcel,
in with the parcel, in with the fish. So clever. So put the whole lot. Quick, easy, and
Just
also,
seems really simple and very tasty.
Brilliant.
And feels really fresh.
Very nutritious, really clean. None of
Try
those,
it at home.
Yeah, try it at home. None of those dietary triggers. I did hear you mentioning, because I know that I was in and out during your time with Simon there, because of our radio phone in from V2 Radio, who called in and we had a quick live chat while Simon was cooking this lovely dish. But you mentioned about hormones in food as well. Certainly that is something which ticks as a box for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really conscious of the hormone impact of foods that I eat, definitely at this time in my life. And so I think it is really good to hear people raising those issues, acknowledging that as we grow and we change. We started this morning with a 2-hour session with teenagers, massive relevance there in terms of what they eat. Beyond then tapping in and mentioning that food and mood, when you think about teenagers developing, growing, changing, the impact that the food that they eat has on them.
And having those, good habit forming at a young age.
Totally. Such a big thing.
It's a game changer.
Absolutely. Building those good practices in when you're young.
We're just about to reach out to a few local schools and do our foundation program with them.
That sounds amazing.
They'll get set. They'll get set up for long term, because it is a big thing.
And then it goes down the generations.
Totally. And then as we grow and we age and we become, in our childbearing years or in our most vibrant, active years, and then as you begin to get older and those aspects of life change in terms of the emphasis that your body can physically put on those, if we're really doing and making good choices, it's an absolute game changer to your quality of life, to your mental health,
energy,
to your all of those things, to your physical strength.
A lot of people talk about lifespan and
that
being something you're interested in getting better, but people are living longer now, but their health span's not so good, so they're not as healthy for as long.
Yes.
So we might be living longer, but our health is actually quite poor.
Yeah.
And obviously food is a big
absolutely.
Big factor.
And I think it's it's interesting, this crossover between good nutrition and conscious mindful food preparation and eating. as we, really look at our health and our physical strength, those things, the crossover of those things, again,
and doing it in an affordable way, because I think that's the thing that's the challenge at the moment. It's people feel that, can they afford to eat healthily? And diet is something that does go to pot if you're limited with the funds that you've got. So it's, how do you do that with your limited funds? And you can be quite clever with your food choices. And
definitely,
we've got lots of kind of recipes and support to help people with that.
I think it's also a bit of a false economy, isn't it? Like if you're buying a packet of biscuits which look cheap, or a packet of apples which look more expensive when you just
actually, which would you go for?
Exactly. The biscuits might fill you up in the short term,
5 minutes,
but because your blood sugar's gone spiked up and come down again, you're going to be hungry again. Whereas
and you actually feel worse on the downside,
and you got no nutritional.
But I do think that is very valid at this time, particularly to, as you say, to think about the fact that, unfortunately, we do live in a world where processed and developed food is so inexpensive that you can buy nutritionally, unfortunately not good family meals. There are ways of eating out, as a family of 4 or 5 for very few pounds, but your nutritional content, your engagement with the process of cooking and understanding, and your knowledge around what you're eating when you're buying a ready meal and you're, pinging its top and putting it in a microwave. No judgment. We all need. We all have those times in our day and in our week and in general where we need to eat and cook like that, but it's a balance. And I think it's about bringing in and, definitely creating awareness with the young is a really, really important part of spreading that knowledge.
And showing those simple ingredients that you can, with a bit of flavouring and a bit of creativity and confidence, and just trying.
Also still inexpensive. I reckon that probably if we cost the plate of food that you've got on your plate now, it's definitely doable for probably around £3 or £4.
Because you can buy the frozen fish as well.
Even
there's
cheaper.
white fish that's frozen.
Absolutely.
That's
certainly.
And frozen veg and things like that. People don't realise that actually the
that's
quality of that is really
Fion
good
was
now.
mentioning earlier, actually, as a nutritionist, that often the content of frozen vegetables, fruits, even animal products are so compact because they take them straight from the plant into a freezer. And so frozen peas, arguably, I'm a keen gardener. I've got a patch in my garden and I try every year. But I was listening, I've heard things and read things about how peas and beans particularly, it's very difficult to grow them in this climate, in this country, with anything like the quantity of nutritional value that the ones that are grown even industrially in this country will have in them, because they're picked and packed and frozen, and you've eaten them, So
one of the things you mentioned there is the processing of food is probably the biggest problem nutritionally with most people's diet. So ultra high processed food, like this is technically processed, right? Because you just blended
done something to it.
But you can do that in your kitchen. It's not really that bad. It's not ultra processed.
No.
But if it was like a cauliflower, I don't know, lolly.
Yes.
Disgusting.
Yes.
But you wouldn't be able to make that in your kitchen.
No.
And that's where.
No. And it's adding those compound ingredients, isn't it? Which are often
cauliflower
really,
nuggets.
Cauliflower nuggets maybe, but often about increasing the lifespan of a food. So they are heavily using plenty of sort of preservatives. They're treating foods and adding additional, usually ingredients that keep you wanting more salt, more sugar, things that are really unfortunately not good for us. So.
Keeps it on the shelf longer.
Absolutely, all of those factors, which from a commercial production of food point of view are really valid, but
then that impacts on the food waste as well.
It does, absolutely.
It all ties in,
It does. So, I mean, actually, one of the things that I'm really feeling is coming through from today, because of the progression of the people that we're going to get in to speak to us and the representatives from within UKHarvest who are going to join us and talk about what we do. It is a big picture. It is an overriding view that we have to take of all of these issues. We're used to dealing with it because we work with food rescue and food waste, and we work in education. But I do think it's a really brilliant aspect of what we're doing, that we've got different people, you know, Ffion with her nutritional background, Wittfit with their health and nutrition and their activity, you know, physical health approach. Later,
because we don't want it to be at the detriment of nutrition.
No, and that's what I was just about to say. Definitely not the detriment, or the definition, the detriment of enjoying your food.
Yeah.
So, you know,
this is lovely, by the way, because I'm intently listening.
But ultimately, we're
You're
all
meant to be
foodies.
eating it.
She's eating
I know.
it. She's getting through it. We're all foodies. We love to eat good food, and we want to share that with people, so that, you know, young people are growing up with an engagement with their food, which we've lost touch with.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that I just eat chicken and broccoli.
Yeah, because those are big muscle builders.
Exactly, and it's not what, not at all.
No.
Like, I love food and I love creating, great stuff.
And I have to say that in schools as well, having come across that reluctance to incorporate more vegetable into our diet and to accept that we need to reduce the animal products that we have in our diet, whether it's dairy or meat, etc. The reluctance from young people is quite surprising. And I think that actually when you say to some of the kids who've said to me, yeah, but I'm an athlete, I'm really into, oh no, I play football, I've got to
athletes can be the worst.
Absolutely. It's incredible. And I said, no, there's a huge shift towards a predominantly plant-based diet being much more effective for an athletic lifestyle. So, again, it's really drilling.
Well, it's having those healthy proteins.
It is.
It's making sure that
absolutely,
if you are going to be taking a diet like that you still are getting your proteins.
Because you can get that protein without the fat.
Yeah.
And you can get that protein that is much more easily absorbed into the body.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fat is also something that's missing from a lot of people's diet. So protein is definitely the thing, but I think the reason that athletes tend to be worse. So I trained for an Ironman triathlon, which is like long distance triathlon. And I actually did that pretty all veggie. I didn't, I wasn't eating meat.
No.
So I can still get my protein. But some of the supplements that I was taking were actually quite high in sugar. Okay. And I actually had to have some fillings in my teeth recently because of sitting on the bikes, drinking that sugar.
Okay.
And so a lot of the sports products that we think are healthy for us, they might really not be. And there's a lot of gut issues that go sometimes with
so then going forward, we've got another triathlon in the diary.
Possibly.
We actually have a marathon runner on our staff. I'm hoping we're going to really bring in the whole tech team later on in the day to sample some of the recipes that we're cooking a little later on. I have to tell you, we have Andrew. He's one of our staff members. He's actually our business support manager. He's completely plant-based, so he's a vegan, has been for a very long time. He's run, I think he told me the other day, about 6 or 7 marathons.
He's running in the Milan one,
off this weekend. He's got to fly off on Friday after work to run the Milan marathon. Totally plant-based. We could big him up more than we do, I'm sure, because it's a really great thing. Yeah, triathlon. You've got one in your diary?
I'm actually going to do a swim run next, which is kind of, you swim a bit. Basically, it's around an island.
Okay.
It's in Sweden, and you swim a bit and you run a bit. You swim a bit, you run a bit. It's kind of something different.
Oh, that sounds brilliant. Well,
out in the wild.
And how long have you got to do that? Yeah, when is it?
I think it's like a half-day event.
Okay, but in the future, how far?
Yeah, June, July. Yeah.
So in training,
are you been swimming this morning?
Okay, brilliant, amazing. Well, I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you.
You really have been a star guest.
Thanks for this as well, Simon, and the recipe idea, amazing.
He's coming. He thought he was going to sit there and have a quick chat. He's ended up stood in a kitchen for 3/4 of an hour with me.
Done amazing.
Live on V2 Radio and YouTube.
We give that one to Wittfit for free.
There you go.
Live plug on V2 Radio.
You carry on eating, Donna.
We're going to come back to you in a little while.
I'm going to go down there and cook. You can carry on watching there. You can eat.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to do a bit of demyth and energy efficient.
Amazing.
Which is something that I know we get feedback from people about, how can we demyth it? How can we demyth it when we're cooking? And so we're going to do a microwave sweet and sour.
Lovely.
We're going to do a steamed sponge pudding in the microwave too.
Oh,
perfect.
Amazing.
And we're going to do proper homemade chicken nuggets.
Okay.
Microwave's making a big comeback at the moment.
Microwave is more than just to heat it up.
Is it 8p an hour or something to run a microwave?
Pennies
who uses their microwave for an hour?
And at the end of the day, you can cook in it. And I'm going to go and do that. So
I'm going to go with
Enjoy.
You
Thank
dig
you.
in.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you, mate, for coming.
Brilliant
All the
job,
best.
Ben. Thank
and
you,
thank
so,
you
much. Donna, we'll be back over to you very soon.
Okay,
Don't go too
fabulous.
far. You can finish your lunch there, my darling, and we'll be back with you very soon.
Eat your lunch.
Keep
Ben,
watching.
Thank you so much.
Just
Good luck
turn the
with
mics
swim
off
off.
whilst you're eating. It's always
Amazing.
better.
Thank you, guys. Mics
Right.
off.
Cheers, guys. Okay, we're still
Wow.
live. We're still live.
Still live.
And
Amazing.
we're
Wow.
5 minutes ahead.
Are we? Love it, love it,
We
love
were
it.
meant to be kicking off with this sweet and sour at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So timing's going really well.
Brilliant.
The food seems to be getting eaten, which
Yes.
is a good sign. Okay, that's a good sign.
I don't know whether YouTube can pick it up, but in the background somewhere off our kitchen, there is a door which every now and again does have a slight creak. If you hear it, it's a staff member creeping in at the back of the studio to pick up something that has just been cooked.
Yeah, and to take it away and snaffle it. Yeah.
Snaffle it. Exactly.
So we're demything, we're talking about energy efficiency.
Great.
We're going to do some beautiful chicken nuggets later on that we're going to use real chicken.
Okay, cool.
We're going to bread them and we're going to do those in an air fryer.
Lovely.
We're going to do a sweet and sour chicken to start off with because it takes the longest time to cook.
Okay.
But we're doing that in a microwave.
Brilliant.
Yes, you heard right, in a microwave.
Okie dokie.
And then for a little sweetener, we might do a sponge pudding. If we've
Nice.
still got time left, we might look at doing some wedges possibly to
Wow.
go with our
Okay.
chicken nuggets.
That sounds like a lot to get through.
It is, but it's actually really relatively simple.
Okay.
Okay.
Speedy cooking, speedy appliances.
Love the microwave.
Chicken
Each
simple.
one's got different wattage. The higher the number of watts, the quicker it's going to cook things.
Okay.
So we're going to do this in a 700 watt microwave.
Lovely.
So our cooking time is probably going to be at the top end because it's one of the least powerful.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're sat in a kitchen and it's 800 watts, 900 watts, just reduce the cooking time slightly if you want to cook any of these dishes.
Okay.
Now, to keep everybody informed of what's going on YouTube Live
Yes,
today,
Okay.
if you cook anything that we've made between now and the end of Friday, please take a photo of it and please share it with us. Now, it's easy to share it. Stick it on any social media and just tag at UKHarvest in it.
Yep.
Or if you really want to, you can pop it on an email, tell us how much you've enjoyed the day, and email that through to info@ukharvest.org.uk.
I can tell you, Simon, because I know you've been super busy delivering, that we have had some great feedback, some pictures, some really good comments, and
Fabulous.
Really, really brilliant to know.
I'm looking forward to seeing them at 8 o'clock tonight of any of the ones during the day.
Might be a bit of clearing up before you get to do that, Simon.
Might be.
Just a little bit of clearing
Might
up
be.
for us. But
So,
amazing.
Let's recap on what we've done so far. We had a fantastic school session this morning.
We did.
Which
2 hours.
which went from about 10 till 12.
Yeah.
They've cooked their dinner for tonight. They've got a
Yeah.
lovely chickpea bean and coconut curry,
Yeah.
a red lentil dal,
Absolutely.
roti bread to mop
Fresh
it all up
roti
with.
bread.
And that recipe is already on our website.
Absolutely.
So visit the UK Harvest website. It might be in the food and fuel section. It might be in the recipe section. Just have a look. There's loads on there.
Mm-hmm.
And where we talk about energy efficiency, that's why we were with the kids.
That is why we were with the
Because
kids.
they've just finished the spring session of food and fuel.
So Food and Fuel was a project that UK Harvest were really proud to run with the support from UK Power Networks and Cadence. We were able to go and visit live schools across the whole of a region of East Anglia broadly and up and down the country from us where we are to there, and deliver in-school sessions where we were cooking and really focusing on our cost to cook, on this particular item that we're going to talk about now, cooking in a microwave, cooking in an air fryer, really having a very focused approach to not just what we're cooking, but where and how we're cooking it. Because at the moment, there is a very big focus, and for all the most difficult reasons, on cutting back on our
So
cost
energy
to
is not
cook.
cheap. Inflation's going through the roof.
Absolutely.
Trying to give back, trying to help as many communities as we can to eat healthy, nutritious food and cook it in the cheapest possible way.
So that was our first 2 hours of the day. We invited all of those schools and very many more across the country, literally right up to the north, right down to the south tips of our lovely islands, but to join us and cook along with us for that 2 hour session. I think we smashed it. It went really well.
It went really well. It was really good.
Great.
Phase 2 of the project is coming.
Yeah.
Probably we're looking to launch that one in September. So if anybody's watching that wants to get involved, you can still sign up to the Food and Fuel project. Just visit the UKHarvest website, go to the Food and Fuel section, get yourself signed up, get schools signed up. We want this to be massive because we want to help as many people as we can. And then from that, we rolled straight into a really good session.
We did.
With Ffion, who's the manager of the Nourish Hub. And she was talking all about food and mood.
Yeah.
How can food affect how we feel, think, and everything else?
I mean, it was a really enlightening session. So if you are watching this and you can save it and go back and re-watch some of these elements and sections of the session, that the whole Cookathon today, Ffion really has a wealth of food nutrition knowledge. Yeah. She just has it at the fingertips in terms of really telling us what we're eating and why, and how it can affect our mood, our mental health, and how we feel about ourselves and the day. It was a really interesting session. She cooked seriously yummy bean chili with some sweet potato fries, which were very scrumptious, served with a little yogurt and some guacamole type avocado dip. So thank you again to Ffion. That was a great session, second up today.
And then we moved from our mental health to our physical health.
We've got it sewn up.
And we spent some time with Ben from Wittfit. We cooked a couple of fish dishes for him, which is all based around clean eating. So we're sorting out our insides, which actually does play with our mood, but also helps us be physically happier.
Yeah, so those recipes came from a cleanse program, which Wittfit use as part of one of their healthy regimes, which is to really give that sort of gut health cleanse. And definitely.
I think we learned quite a lot.
We learned a lot there about clean eating, simple food prep. You did some great recipes.
It was so simple.
Dead easy.
But was it tasty? I'm looking. I've got thumbs up from Donna, who's eating the fish at the moment.
Table, just finishing off the last bits of her lunch.
And now we're going in and we're going to do a load of stuff in a microwave, in an air fryer, and it's simple. It's easy. It's demyth.
Fantastic.
Okay. So first things first, we are going to get our really easy sweet and sour chicken done. Okay, we're going to do sweet and sour chicken in a microwave. Yes, folks, you heard it right. We're going to cook chicken in a microwave. We're not going to reheat it. We're going to cook it. Right. So we're going to get our prep done first. Now, I'm lucky because some of it's already been done for me, which is fab.
Amazing.
So just move some of this out of the way.
Lovely.
And what we're going to do, we're just going to chunk up peppers, chunk up onion, dice up our garlic, and then we're going to get on with it. Put it all in, and away we go. So just take the top off our pepper. Keep that bit. I need that for later. Chunk and chunk. Keep your board nice and clean.
Have you got a cloth under there?
I don't know. I'm thinking that I haven't.
I'll see if I can grab you one.
That would be marvellous. Always a good tip, put a cloth under your board. It will stop it rocking and rolling. Get rid of the seeds out of our pepper. And we want to keep it quite chunky.
I'll pop that under there.
That would be marvellous, Sian. Thank you so much. That's better. We're going to keep this chunky. As I said before, the recipes will be online. If they're not online already now, they will be by tomorrow or tomorrow at some stage. So if you do want to cook any of these with us, you're more than welcome to. If you think, I never knew you could do that, you can. So we're just chopping up our peppers, keeping those out of the way. Do the same with the red one.
Your bucket of leftovers is actually looking very, very happy.
It's looking a lot better now. There's actually stuff in there that I think I can cook with.
So one of the challenges for later on in the afternoon sessions is that Simon is going to be tasked with cooking one or two, or let's see how many you get through.
Let's see where we get to, shall we?
Which is with the leftovers of everything. And I mean, I can show you just a quick flash into prep camera.
I've got a carrot. I've got a carrot. I've got a bit of courgette.
Pot is looking at the moment. All the bits of oniony wrapping paper skin on the outside. A bit of lemon there that's not gone fully used. So It's creating a nice varied supply of ingredients that hopefully Simon
It's ready, steady, cooked to the max. That is a time.
ready, steady his leftovers into something magical.
Love your leftovers.
Later on this afternoon.
So yeah, that's my challenge. Yours is up next, Sian.
It's true.
So Sian's challenge that we set her was to take a £5, go to Tesco's or another supermarket.
True.
I say Tesco's because I know it's the local one to here.
Yep.
Take your £5 and you've got to feed a family of 4 for a £5. And we're doing this as a vegan special, aren't we?
We are, and thank you so much for that lovely challenge, Simon.
So yeah,
I will tell you all about it later.
At least you could buy some ingredients. So I've got to go with what's left in a pot.
You are Mr. Leftover. It's true that from UKHarvest point of view, it's quite a rare thing that we get asked to go and shop for anything.
No, exactly.
Whereas I felt quite privileged to be given the challenge of going and shopping for a meal. But then I was told it was only with £5 and it had to feed a family of 4. And we decided to make it super tricky. Thank you, Simon. It's a plant-based dish. So I really had a little bit of humming and hawing about what I was going to do.
Don't spoil it. Tell us later.
I'm not going to spoil it. I can tell you all about it when the moment comes. But yeah, that is next up.
That is next up, starting at about 3 o'clock.
Yeah, so catch that later.
Feed the 4 challenge.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've done them before.
You might have, Simon.
Yeah, but we've never gone vegan before.
We've never gone plant-based purely with it, and I haven't done it before either. So I'm really excited to talk through it and to show you, hopefully, a fabulous dish for the family on a £5. But for now,
we're doing a microwave sweet and sour chicken.
So let's just big up that microwave a little.
Let's go on, big it up, because this is what you and Sarah have spent the last 5 weeks on a road trip, going round schools, telling and instructing and informing and educating about how we can save money just by cooking things in a slightly different way.
I can tell you that. I think it's quite interesting that of all the schools that we went to, all secondary with food tech, highly equipped rooms, actually what's interesting is that as a sort of evolution of how we cook at home and, generally, we are not using microwaves very much at all. Almost none of those schools have more than one microwave. And if they do, it really is tucked away in the corner of the food tech room and only used primarily to heat up teachers' coffee or perhaps maybe somebody's lunch.
We're not saying that that's all that they get used for.
No, not at all. But in a food tech setting, what we've lost touch with is the fact that actually microwaves are not just for heating up. They are they were designed as a high power, high speed cooking appliance, cooking from scratch in a microwave. So in our Food and Fuel project, we showed and shared recipes which you can cook from scratch in a microwave. So preparing your onions, cooking them in the microwave, adding your garlic, cooking them in the microwave, sweating down, cooking different vegetables, preparing for a sauce, making the basis, and then completing a whole dish. We can cook things like pasta, like rice, all our vegetables, obviously, as Simon's showing here, meat, fish, eggs, cakes.
You can do so much in a microwave.
From scratch in a microwave. And the cost to cook element of it, it's a no-brainer. On average, most microwaves are about 8p a minute to cook in.
8p an hour.
Oh, excuse me, minute.
8p a minute?
It's a long day. 8p an hour, exactly. So I was actually looking at the sweet and sour chicken microwave recipe that Simon's doing now, thinking if we could roughly cost to cook, how much it will cost us to cook this in a microwave. It is pennies. It really is pennies. So,
you're looking at about 15 minutes. So you're looking at no, it's got to be more than that.
If you were thinking about cooking this recipe in an oven, if you were to prepare all your ingredients, fire up your electric or gas oven and put it in. On the whole, the microwave is at least 2/3 of the cost of cooking.
Or even if you do it on the hob,
or even on the hob.
We know with price cap, gas is cheaper than electric.
But it's still costly.
But it still costs more than the microwave.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if we can get it, we're going to do it.
Yeah.
So all I've done so far, I don't know where anybody's been watching, because Super Tash, the director, is picking the shots.
Yeah.
So I don't know who's been watching what.
But you've done a lot of the prep.
All I've done is prep.
Right.
So I've just chunky chopped up all of my peppers. I've cut up my onion. It doesn't need to be fine diced. It just needs to be chopped. I've chopped up my 3 cloves of garlic, and I've just cut up my chicken, all to be about the same size.
Okay, so let's just cover the alternatives option. You've got chicken breast here.
Yeah.
If you wanted to use a different cut, if
Anything.
you had thighs,
Yeah.
or you had legs, or a combination.
The only thing that I would say is just watch it if you're going to use anything which is on the bone. So if you've got thighs, if you've got chicken wings, if you've got legs, whatever it is. If it's on a bone, it takes slightly longer to cook. So ensure that that chicken is really cooked all the way through before you eat it.
Okay.
But you can use chicken, you can use any sort of meat that you want with it. It's just sweet and sour. If you want to do pork in it, you can do pork in it, whatever. Or you can just go with veg.
Absolutely.
So if you wanted to keep it plant-based and vegetarian, vegan friendly, you can go with whatever veg you want, whether that be broccoli, cauliflower, courgette, aubergine, anything.
Lovely.
Anything.
Okay,
Doesn't matter.
sounds good. Plenty of options.
And now this is the really difficult bit. I've just cut chicken. I'm just going to rinse my hands off a minute.
Lovely.
And then I'll be back to you, Sian, because this bit, that is really hot water.
Well done.
There's nothing growing on those hands anymore.
There's no skin on those hands anymore.
There's no fingerprints. There's no nothing on those hands anymore.
Brilliant.
Okay, so this is really, really, really difficult bit now.
Okay.
All right.
I sense a little note of sarcasm.
A slight note of sarcasm.
Yeah,
One bowl. Into that bowl.
Right.
9 tablespoons of ketchup.
Fine.
Okay.
Pre-measured for you by your lovely
Pre-measured
assistant,
for me
Sarah.
by Sarah,
Wonderful.
who today would not have happened without.
Absolutely.
And I can say that with only 6 hours to go.
It'll fly down.
So
Brilliant.
into there, 9 tablespoons of ketchup.
Lovely.
We then go in with 3 tablespoons of any sort of vinegar you want.
Okay.
All right. Malt vinegar, white vinegar, tarragon infused, whatever you want, vinegar. All right, that goes in.
Lovely.
What else are we going to put in there? We're going to put in 4 tablespoons of sugar. We're using soft brown, whatever sugar you've got works. And then we're going to go into that. We're going to go in with our garlic. So we've got 2 cloves of crushed garlic. Out of the way, peppers. That goes in. And I understand that there might be a few people at home watching this who are quite excited about the fact that they're being shown how to make really easy, simple.
Well, I have to say, it already smells like sweet and sour.
It
Even
does.
Is it the vinegar that really?
The vinegar with the
draws out
ketchup.
that-
Yeah. My onion, my 2 peppers, basically everything's going in. All right. So my onion, my 2 peppers, my chicken breasts are all going in. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my onions in. Then I'm going to stir it up, because I want to get that sugar all the way through. So my onions go in, give it a stir. It does already smell like sweet and sour. Mix in the sugar so that it starts to dissolve nicely. The colour is going red.
Already looks like sweet and
Not
sour
that
sauce.
horrible fake orange that you get from certain places.
Yeah, looks amazing. Smells great.
Now I'm going to go in with my chicken. Now the reason I'm going in with the chicken first is because I want some of that to get into that so that it works together.
Brilliant.
All right. So in goes my chicken.
Okay, doke.
Mixy mix. This is a great one to do with the family because the prep is so easy. It doesn't matter how you chop your onion. It doesn't matter how you chop your peppers. The only thing with the chicken, just make sure your chunks are about the same size. That's all that matters. So you can do it with the family. You can get everybody involved. And when this is cooking, you're going to get the smells. You are going to get the smells.
And I could imagine just looking at the dish as you have it so far, you could definitely prepare this ahead of time.
Yeah, most definitely.
Cover it, leave it in a fridge, marinating, getting all of those.
Yeah,
flavors.
you can get to this stage whenever you want, knowing that you've only got about 15 minutes of cooking time to do it.
Brilliant.
So Where some people like to make a dish up for the slow cooker the night before, for example,
Yeah.
and then they leave it in the fridge because they're going to put it in the slow cooker in the morning. Fab, it's ready when you get home. You've got to rush around. You've got the days when you've got to get the kids to an after-school thing, or you've got the days where you've just been work. If you know they're coming and you've planned it and you've prepped it, you're perfect.
Why not? So just aside, mentioning the slow cooker there,
Yep.
we are looking at 2 appliances in this session. You're going to be cooking in the microwave. You're going to be cooking in an air fryer.
Yep.
But we do know that we should be remembering and falling back in love with our slow cookers.
Most definitely. And they are the cheapest way to cook.
They are.
I would have loved to do a slow cooker dish.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say, this recipe, if you were off to work and
Yeah,
it's
you could
first thing
slow
in the
cooker.
morning, you could put that as it is in the slow cooker.
Yeah.
Same ingredients, same list.
Pretty much
swapping
exactly
it.
the same.
Yeah.
What I'd do is I'd probably put all of it in. So the pineapple and the peas that we're putting in later, I'd put it all in. I'd probably put a little bit of the pineapple juice in just to make it wetter because it's going to cook for longer and steam is going to come out.
Okay.
But yeah, perfect. The only reason I didn't do a slow cooker dish, it's pretty boring. It's pretty boring telly
Yeah.
to go, right, so I've put my slow cooker on and now I'm going to watch it for
But
6
I
hours.
can't help thinking we might have missed a trick.
We
because
should have done one early,
could have
shouldn't
put
we?
one on the next time we do a YouTube live.
We'll do one.
Let's set something up in the slow cooker
So-
right at the start. Fantastic.
Ready to go.
Looks good.
Now, you've got 2 options. You can either use single-use wrap or
Rather not.
you can put a plate over the top.
Perfect.
Put the plate over the top. What's that doing? It's going to keep all the steam in. It's going to keep all the smells in. It's going to keep all the flavour in. It's going to stop it spitting all over the microwave. And it's just going to cook it nice and quick.
Brilliant.
And I'm going to stick that in the microwave for 8 to 10 minutes. So on hours, because we're working on a 700 watt, we're probably going to go for about 10 minutes. I've just thought, does the bowl fit? Yes, it does. Thank goodness for that.
And the plate fits.
And the plate
Perfect.
just about fits. And we're going to go for just over 10 minutes. And then we'll come back to it. I'm clearing this board out the way. This board's had raw chicken on it. So that board, that knife can go for a minute. And what we're going to do, we're going to pull in a different board. Actually, I could use that board. But it doesn't matter if you've taken it.
Gone.
It's gone.
Lovely.
Could use that board because we're going to demyth the chicken nugget.
Wow. Okay.
So
Interesting to see this
I'm
one.
about to cut chicken again, so I could have used the same board.
Not to worry.
So that chicken fillet that I had left, because I had 4 in my pack,
Ah, I see why you did that.
means I haven't got any chicken to cook later.
No, you haven't. You're going to have to come up with something else for leftovers.
Really easy, simple chicken nuggets.
Okay.
Okay? Really simple. We want to cut the chicken again to the same size pieces,
Lovely.
and it's a really simple process. So I'm just going to get rid of that gnarly bit that is not edible because it's all gristly and grim.
Okay.
We're going to get all of this out of the way so that we can see what we're doing. Could you possibly, Sian, for me,
Yes.
turn on the air fryer and get it to about 200 degrees for me?
Of course.
Because it isn't going to take that long for us to be ready to go.
Yep.
So, chicken. Cut it up into nuggety shapes. Into nuggety shapes. You all right with it? It
Yeah,
was
I'm
on.
just having a
It
little
was
moment.
plugged
But me
in.
and air fryers, we go way back. So I'm just
That's working. I can hear it
doing
beeping.
that old trick. Excuse the PPP.
So I've diced my chicken up, and now I'm going to wait for Sian so that she can see this next bit. Get a couple of bowls.
Right.
Okay, couple of bowls.
Yep.
Into one bowl. If you've got a load of bread left over, make your own breadcrumbs.
Stale bread.
Just fry them off a little bit so that they dry out. Perfect. If you haven't, tub of golden breadcrumbs.
Ready-made good breadcrumbs.
All right.
I can feel my UKHarvest tips for cutting down on food waste brain twinging away there. Bread is one of the most wasted foods.
It is one of the most wasted foods.
And if we can use those crusts, everyone buys a loaf of bread. Most people do not, unfortunately, still eat the crust. So
It's the best bit.
2 slices that end up straight in landfill. Put them in the freezer. As you accumulate them, you'll get a stock of frozen slices of bread in the freezer. Once in a while, take that stock out. You can do it by hand. You can do it in a blender. You can do it with a stick blender. You literally, they'll be stale. So if you leave them out to dry, they'll crisp up. Make your own breadcrumbs, guys. It's a no-brainer.
Okay, what are we doing? Breadcrumbs, 2 eggs.
Lovely.
Little bit, tiny bit of paprika.
Okay, going easy on the paprika.
Okay. When I say a tiny bit, maybe a little bit more than 3 grains.
Fair enough.
Okay, and then we're just going to mix that up. Okay, we're going to get a fork. If we've got a fork.
You've got one right there.
And we're just going to mix that up. Bring all of that together into one gooey bowl of goo.
Yeah.
Because it's a bowl of goo.
It is. Sticky. That's his job.
Bowl of
Purely
sticky glue.
stickiness.
And what this is going to do, we're going to dunk our chicken in this egg. And then we're going to dunk it in the breadcrumbs. And we might even then dunk it back in the egg and then back in the breadcrumbs.
Would you like a plate to put it on once you are ready so it doesn't go back on there?
Yep, that'd be ideal. Thank you. So some people would flour, egg, breadcrumb.
Mm-hmm.
Don't need to flour with this one because the breadcrumbs are going to do it for you.
Shall I pop that on that side?
So, chunk of chicken goes in. If you don't like the feel of the goo, use a set of tongs, but I don't mind the feel of goo. And then out of there, into our breadcrumbs, dust our nugget with breadcrumbs, push it down, push it all around so that they get a good coating on them. And that is a nugget ready to go.
Lovely, they look great.
It's a good idea not to do it all the time with your fingers because you just get coated in breadcrumbs.
Yeah, you do. But you just have to sort of sit it out, go through the whole process, and your fingers get coated, more coated and more coated. Don't worry, that's just our air fryer telling us it's up to temperature.
Fantastic. So we've set that to about 200.
Yep, it's going to be coming on and ready warmed at 200.
Excellent. So that takes no time at all to get your air fryer up to temperature.
No.
Which is really good. Dust our chicken nuggets.
They're looking good.
Now, when you're using the air fryer for your chicken nuggets, it's a good idea to keep them as a single layer in your basket if you can. Because although you can multi-stack lots of things, you want the air to get all the way around these to crisp them up properly.
Yeah, you do. But I have to say, again, we've been out and about on that food and fuel road trip, cooking with, you know, those secondary school age students. We made burgers, we made fries, we cooked them in the air fryer. Everyone did their own individual homemade, handmade burger and their homemade hand-cooked chips. We cooked them together in one basket. So on the bottom, we put the chips. We sat the burger on top.
Excellent.
The air fryers cooked brilliantly. Midway through a sort of 12-minute cooking period, we used tongs. We lifted the burger. We jiggled and shook the chips.
Which is exactly what we're going to do with this.
Them, and then we put them back in. So I think that you can be quite confident that the air fryer is a really brilliant bit of kit.
And these shouldn't take any more
pretty good.
Than 12 to 15 minutes.
No problem.
So halfway through, what we'll do is we'll just have a little look, give them a jiggle, give them a jiggle and a jaggle.
And put them back in.
And we'll put them back in. So our nuggets, our beautiful nuggets,
perfect,
are now ready. Okay.
Lovely. You need to go and wash your hands. Do you want to take your bowls with you?
I need to just wash my hands.
I'm going to put that on again.
If you want to, do you just want to give them a spray with a spray oil? A little bit of spray oil.
Absolutely. With the air fryer, it's a really good idea. If you can get access to this type of spray oil, many spray oils are available. If you don't have one, it really doesn't matter. Just a drizzle of oil over whatever you're cooking. But it distributes a really fine coating of oil and really helps to stop them sticking in the air fryer, whatever you're cooking. Sometimes you can actually spray directly into the bucket if you need to.
Yeah.
But yeah,
we've had a spray.
Yeah, we've had a spray. Those have had a little coating.
I'm just going to stop that a minute. This says it's only up to 80 degrees, but
that's fine. That's on 15 minutes. That's your timing setting there, Si.
So, having just cleaned my hands, I'm not now going to pick those chicken nuggets back up with
I'm
it.
going to go away with that again.
So we're going to just put our chicken nuggets into the base of our air fryer. Nice and gently. And as we said, these should take about 12 to 15 minutes.
I have to say, my experience on the whole, air fryers cook quicker than you think.
Yeah.
So again, we're dealing with meat, so we've got to be absolutely certain it's.
But we
cooked
will
through.
check halfway through as well.
Absolutely. But on the whole, the whole
And
concept,
little ones like that are going to cook really fast.
Brilliant.
So that's our chicken nuggets in there. If you want to pop that one on for me.
How many minutes would you like there,
12,
Simon?
please.
Lovely.
Well, unless we want to beep it so that we check them.
We'll go 12 minutes and we'll stop it halfway.
Okay, I've just stopped my microwave with about 4 minutes to go. And that is so I can give it a good stir and a mix. So out it comes.
Set that for you.
Thank you very much. As I say, we've got about 4 minutes to go on the initial cook time. If you've put a lid on it or any film, always open it away from you because the steam will come out and you do not want to burn yourself on the steam.
Looks amazing.
And then all I'm going to do, the bowl will be hot. Using the spoon that I mixed the sauce up with, you can see that the chicken started to cook because it's gone white. Yeah,
that's perfect.
And we're just going to put that back in, having stirred it, for the next 4 minutes, the last 4 minutes, before we go in with the super sweet pineapples and peas. And then we're going to put some cashew nuts in it just to give it a crunch.
Yum, sounds
All
great.
right.
Amazing.
Then make sure you don't get the, well, unless you like them, the chilied cashew nuts or whatever, because that's not where we want.
Flavoured ones.
So that can go back in. And that can carry on for the 4 minutes that we had left on there.
Amazing.
Quick clear down. So we've done chicken nuggets.
2 recipes already. We've got,
We've done sweet and sour. So, should we have a go at a cake in the microwave after that finishes?
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. You've just put it back in for 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's got another 5 to have after that. So I reckon we might be able to get a cake done.
Okay.
We might be able to get a cake done. So I've got some stuff to do a cake. Or he says he's got some stuff to do a cake.
Okay, a whole sweet thing.
A whole sweet thing going on, and that fell into the golden syrup. Oh, that's right. Okay. Can make a syrup sponge.
Wow.
Who doesn't like a syrup sponge?
I love a syrup sponge.
Apart from the fact, syrup.
That's okay. I love it with custard and ice cream. Usually both.
It is good, isn't it?
There.
It is good.
Yes.
So we've got pudding basins, we've got mixing bowls, we've got all sorts. I'm actually going to probably use that glass pudding basin over there.
I can bring that for you. No worries. I know that on our website, I've seen that we've looked at before baking cakes in microwave.
Yep.
We've done some fab test ones. To serve.
Did some little ones, did some big ones.
Yeah. A coffee cup or a teacup, a cake in a cup. They work brilliantly. So if it is just you and you only want to do one small cake,
mug cake it.
Mug cakes, exactly.
Mug cake it. Right. First things first. This is super quick to cook. It's going to take 6 minutes in there to cook.
Okay.
So I've got about 25 to make it.
Brilliant.
I reckon we've got the time.
I think you have.
So our bowl, first things first. The reason there's a little bit of butter on a piece of tissue.
Yes.
We grease our bowl.
So you're going to be cooking the cake in that bowl.
I'm going to be cooking the cake in this bowl.
Okay then. Is this a cake to feed how many people roughly?
This will feed.
Well, I mean, one greedy one. No, that's not a good idea.
This will feed 6 to 8, depending on your.
Great.
Depending on your yes, your love of cake.
Yeah, absolutely. How much cake can you eat?
If you love cake, it feeds 1.
Okay.
If you're just sensible with your cake, bearing in mind what Wittfit and everybody else has had to say during the day.
We have had Wittfit in doing healthy
I would say that this does 6 to 8.
Okay, brilliant.
All right.
Yeah.
So I've greased my bowl. Golden syrup.
Yeah, I love it. Love it.
Golden
Could you
syrup.
use maple syrup, Simon, or any other sugary
Yeah,
syrup?
you could do. You could do.
Golden has particular subtle flavour.
It just works and it goes gooey.
Nice.
And it runs and it's just
Lovely.
So put that. I mean, this is about 75 grams of golden syrup.
Okay. And it's
Just-
going into the bottom of
It's
the bowl.
going right into the bottom of the bowl because what we're going to do is put the cake mix on the top, and then when we bring it out, we'll turn it upside down.
Oh, like
So
a
then-
syrupy upside
So
down
then the
cake.
syrup will be on the top.
Okay.
not on the bottom.
Amazing.
So just get all of that in there if you can.
Brilliant.
I'm trying not to touch the bottom because it's the
Sticky,
bottom of
sticky.
another one that got sticky. So all of that
Amazing.
goo
Looks good.
goes in the bottom of there. So that one can go, that one can go.
Ooh,
Bing!
you pinged.
That's the microwave.
Shall I move that
What a
to
great
one side?
place to stop for a second. So I'm just going to get my bowl of chicken sweet and sour
Those over there for you.
out of the microwave. Using a cloth, going really careful. There's steam in here. This bowl is hot. I've still got the rest of the day to go. I can't afford
No
steam burns
injuries.
at the moment.
No injuries allowed.
So what am I doing with it? I'm opening it away from me so that the steam goes out and away so that it doesn't touch me. All right. So
Wow.
a little bit like that. To this, I'm going to add my peas,
Brilliant.
about 100 grams of peas.
Were they frozen peas?
These were frozen peas.
So we've learned today they are highly nutritious.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
These are frozen peas. You can use sugar snap peas, Monash 2, anything like that if you've got it.
So it doesn't matter if they're not frozen.
No,
fresh.
not at all. I'm going to go into that then with about 200-ish grams of pineapple pieces.
Okay. So
So-
that can's 425 grams
With the juice.
with the juice.
260 drained.
Ah,
So I'm going to use it drained,
brilliant.
obviously.
Okay.
I'm just going to go in with the pineapple pieces. I'm going to keep the juice though,
Okay.
because at the end, when I taste this, before I serve it up to the whole of the household, just going to give it a taste. And if it needs a little bit of a sweetener,
You can add that.
I've got the juice.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Brilliant.
And if I don't need it in this, guess what? I've got it to use with the leftovers later.
Lovely. Perfect. Stick it over there.
So in it all goes. Again, remember the bowl's hot. We mix all of that together.
Brilliant. I can remember from working with the microwaves and thinking about cooking from scratch in a microwave. The way that they cook is by vibrating those water molecules.
Yep,
And
indeed.
that does continue happening even
Afterwards.
when the food has been
Yeah.
taken out of the
Because
microwave.
what we're going to do at the end of the cooking, we're actually going to leave it to sit for about
Yeah.
2 or 3 minutes
Okay.
before we do anything with it.
And also, I remember, Simon, from before that microwaves have an issue with them when you're cooking, which is that they do get hot spots.
Yes, which is
So-
why we constantly stir and stir.
Absolutely. Perfect.
And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put a handful of cashews in.
Brilliant. Okay, nice.
Because although I like cashews, I know not everybody does.
Fair enough. No problem.
So just a handful of cashews go in.
Great.
Again, stir the cashews through. You need them to be moist. You don't just want them to be dried out, horrible mush on the
Lovely.
top.
No, super duper.
And then that gets covered, goes back in the microwave for another, normally 3 to 5 minutes. I'll probably go for about 6. So the 6 minutes, it'll make sure that chicken's cooked. It'll give me plenty of time to get the cake ready to go
Wow,
in.
we're really putting a meal together.
And you want to shake those nuggets.
Now I can tell you that you're down to 5 minutes on the air fryer, Simon. If you
Yep.
want to take the nuggets out and give them a check.
Should we have a little shake?
Lovely. Look at
Okay,
this.
so our nuggets have started to brown, which is super good. Just gonna put that down there. Looking for a set of tongs.
I can give you.
I've got one over here, don't
Oh,
worry.
well done.
We'll all die. No, I haven't. They've all gone.
I'll grab you another.
If you grab a set of tongs, that'd be fantastic. All we're going to do with the tongs is we're just going to turn our nuggets over, put them back in, give them about another 5 minutes. We're good to go. If we haven't got tongs, don't worry. I've
Here we are,
I've got a flipper.
Brilliant.
There we go. So they're going crispy on the top. They're going crispy on the bottom, which is how the air fryer works, because the air just gets forced around like a vortex.
It's basically a really tiny oven. So because the cavity is so much smaller than a conventional oven, and the air is used to push that hot, heated air around the food, they cook so much quicker. And yeah, very, very efficient, very cheap to run.
Okay,
Expensive perhaps to buy the air fryer initially.
It's going to save you a
much cheaper
fortune,
to
though.
cook. Absolutely.
Okay, if you set that for about another 5 minutes as well, that'd be ideal.
Brilliant.
Okay, so what are we doing here? We've buttered our bowl our large bowl. We've put the golden syrup in the bottom.
Golden syrup, Simon.
I'm just going to put a little bit of flour around the outside.
Oh, interesting.
Should just help it not stick.
Okay, lovely.
Okay. And then what we're going to do in a separate bowl, we'll use this one here. Don't drop the eggs, don't drop the eggs, don't drop the eggs. In a separate bowl, we're just going to cream our sugar, which I can't see.
Hang on a moment. 2 seconds and we'll get that for you.
That's okay. We're going to cream 170 grams of sugar with 170 grams of butter. So our butter can go in. When I say cream, I'm just going to use a spoon. You could use a whisk, you could use a mixer, you could use whatever you want. I'm going to use a spoon just because I've got one. And my butter's nice and soft.
And your hands
if your butter's hard, use your microwave. Just warm it up a little bit.
5 or 10 seconds even.
And you're away.
Yeah, okay.
So whilst we're just getting the 170 grams of sugar, bowl, nuggets, chicken.
It's all coming together.
Microwave, air fryer, winning, energy efficient.
So let's just have a quick think. That 12 minutes that we'll have cooked in total, cooking in a microwave.
I think it's about 8p, I think, for 10 minutes.
8p for 10 minutes. So we might be
it's
looking
going to cost about 14, 15p to cook it.
Amazing. Okay, amazing.
Cost to cook a 14, 15p.
Brilliant.
Which is, and that's 4.
And I know that in the air fryer, we've done 12 minutes, and that really is approximately 21, 22p, cooking for about 12 minutes in an air fryer. Again, it would cost at least double that cooking in the air fryer, and more than double if you were in an oven, and more than double again.
If you were going to cook those nuggets in the oven to make sure that chicken is cooked all the way through, you're going to be looking at 20 to 25 minutes.
Easy.
Okay?
Yeah.
An air fryer will draw the same amount of power as your standard oven.
Yeah.
So they're costing you about the same per hour.
Yeah.
We're going in 12 minutes,
Yeah.
not 20, 25.
Absolutely.
It's saving us money.
Yeah, saving money.
Thank you, Sarah.
Quick,
you are a
easy.
diamond.
Rescued sugar. So
Rescued sugar. All right. It's fine.
UKHarvest.
170 grams, 170 grams of butter, 170 grams of sugar, wooden spoon.
Nice techniques that we learned.
And you just use the back of the spoon and rub it through, rub the butter through the sugar. So that it does form, eventually, it will form a cream mix.
Nice.
If you need to, you can use a whisk once you've got to it so that it creams it like it would using beaters on a
handheld.
On a hand whisk.
Electric whisk.
An electric whisk obviously is a lot quicker, but that uses electric. And I'm trying to be energy efficient.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
You've
I
got
need
muscle power.
and I need the workout, obviously.
Yes, it's all good.
I'll tell you what, if I eat this cake, I'm going to need the workout.
Yeah, you will.
Right, so the microwave has just pinged.
It
Remember what
has.
we said, though. Everything needs to rest. It needs to sit. It needs that time to finish cooking.
Okay.
So leave that in there.
Fine. Crack
It's
on.
going to carry on cooking. And we've got time then to get our cake going. I think we might need another bowl. Eggs up. And put some vanilla extract in.
Eggs.
And then I've got a... Okay, so we've creamed our sugar and butter. So that's the basis for that. Just
combined beautifully.
Keep that one for a minute. We might need it. Bring in another bowl. Perfect. 3 eggs. Whisk those up. They don't need to be super fluffy, but they want to have a little slight fluff.
And you're combining, obviously, the yolk and the white of the egg.
Yeah, so it's never going to be...
blending it all.
It's never going to give you like the meringue because you've got the yolk in there.
Yep.
So those 3 go in. Whisk those up. So they're all together. Brilliant. And the colour changes to that slightly buttery colour, that lighter yellow rather than that orangey yolk.
That's your
That's our air fryer.
Right. Should we leave it there for a moment while you're finishing off that cake?
Just check and make sure they're not going black.
They look amazing.
They look like
I'm
nuggets.
going to give them the air fryer jiggle, and I'm going to put them on for another couple of minutes just to give them a little bit more colour. And then you can probe them when they come out.
Okay, so into our eggs, we go with a teaspoon of vanilla extract. And we mix that all together. We're then going to add this to our butter mix and bring it all together. So that can go into our butter mix. Superstar, thank you. Have that one as well if you want. And then we're folding that together. Spatula, fold it together. Now you want to bring this all together as best you can, giving it a really good mix so it's all as one. Because in a minute we're going to put the baking powder and the flour into there. And then we've got to make sure we really mix it well so that we don't end up just with a bit of egg.
Okay.
If you end up with a bit of egg, you're going to end up with scrambled eggs, not
cakey cake.
Not cake. And we want cake.
That's good.
Okay, so I've mixed as well as I can my eggs into my butter, my flour mix. Now I'm going to go in with a teaspoon and a half of baking powder.
Lovely.
Which that is, because I know Sarah's measured it.
Fantastic.
And I'm going to go in with 170 grams of flour. Now I'm going to go in with the flour little by little.
Okay.
Gently by gently. Because I need it to be a consistent mix. And if I just pile it all in together, I'm never going to get a consistent mix.
Okay, fair.
Using a spatula so I can get it off the edge of the bowl, we're just bringing that all together. Now, when this goes into our lined dish or our greased dish, hopefully it doesn't sit right at the top because this will grow. This is going to grow beautifully.
That raising agent and those eggs in there.
Yes.
Will lift it up.
Give that a really good mix. Go in with the rest of the flour.
Lovely.
Again, just fold that through. So by folding it to start off with as well, we're putting more air into that mixture. So this really is going to puff.
Looks very cake mixture-y now.
It's getting like a cake mix, isn't it? And remember, no power yet.
No.
Just manpower.
Yeah,
elbow grease. Just elbow grease so far.
That's a good old-fashioned way.
We're just going to mix that all together now. Bring it all in. Make sure you get a smooth, consistent mix.
That's great.
Because that is then going to go on top of our golden syrup.
It's tempting. Is it getting you going, Simon? You fancy a cup
From
of tea?
10 o'clock this morning and we've carried on. I've not had a coffee yet, which would be really, really nice.
Ooh.
And now we're talking cake.
Oh. Coffee and cake. You're nearly there, Simon. It's coming.
Nearly there.
Yeah.
Got 5 more hours.
Well, I'm saying you're nearly there at the coffee and cake moment.
So that is perfect.
Brilliant.
That can then go on top of our golden syrup mix.
Amazing.
Using the spatula just to bring it
Not
all.
wasting any of that lovely cake mix.
I'm not wasting any. It's cake.
No, amazing.
It's cake. We don't do wasting cake.
No. Gorgeous.
And this is such a good one. If you've got some ingredients just in the cupboard and you get normally little ones, I'll be honest.
Small people, you mean?
Small people. I want pudding.
Yes.
I want
What's
pudding.
the pudding?
Well, to be honest, you can make one as an individual one.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we can put a breakdown or we can work it out to go online.
Yeah.
You can put it in the microwave and 3 to 4 minutes, you know, you've got a cake.
Lovely.
I'm just going to smooth off the top a little bit so it's all nice and even.
Fantastic. Okay.
Go and get the chicken out before the cake can go in. So our chicken's now rested. Like we said, you've got to rest it for that couple of minutes.
I'll give you those.
Our chicken nuggets are finished as well, so we can get all of this lot plated up in just 1 second. Now, I'm going to use single-use plastic on this. Sorry.
Ah.
I am going to cling film it.
On the cake?
On the cake,
Okay,
because I need it to steam.
Ah.
Wouldn't be a syrup steam pudding without any steam.
Okay,
and a plate, although good, you don't get it all.
It's nice to know that actually there are times where specifically using certain products that we try and cut back on is worthwhile, because that justifies them existing at all. So every now and again, if you have to use one of those
products, I don't use it, somebody else is going to.
That's great, but you know.
And that is going to go in for 6.
Brilliant.
And whilst that's in, Sian, we're going to plate the rest of it up.
Okay.
So our pot here with our sweet and sour chicken. Remember, open it away from you.
Wow.
Super steamy.
Yeah, looks amazing.
Hold on to the roll. Ooh. But that is 3 chicken breasts, 15 minutes-ish in the microwave. Family of 4, dinner.
Wow. Looks amazing. Well done.
Okay, so we'll take that one round in a minute to the many people that will probably, when they smell it, come in.
Fantastic.
Just get rid of that one up there. We'll get a bowl for our chicken nuggets, and then we might have to ask Donna if I've actually hit the brief of what people always ask her when she's booking the education sessions.
Yeah.
Can you demyth things? Can you make something that the kids are going to want that I know isn't refined and or overly complicated or whatever?
Yeah.
And we always go, yeah, we'll do it. Well, for those people, if you're watching at home at the moment, live on YouTube, I've just done the chicken nuggets that you guys have all been asking for so long.
Takes no time, super easy.
Chicken nuggets.
Well done, you.
Chicken breast, breadcrumbs, egg.
Lovely.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So that's that. Donna, I've done it. All those people that have asked you, can you do stuff the kids will eat? Can you do stuff the kids will eat? I've done chicken nuggets. I've done them in an air fryer.
That's brilliant.
Watch your back.
Sorry, minding my back there.
So I'm going to bring them around to the tasting table with the sweet and sour. If you want to go around too, I'll just wait for that cake.
Certainly will. Who wouldn't want to?
Because we've got a cake in the oven.
Hi there, Donna. Lovely to see you again, my love.
Hello.
So what we've done, Donna, whilst you've been off working, we've done sweet and sour chicken in a microwave.
Lovely.
We've done those. Look. Everybody that's asked Donna, can you please do something for the kids? Proper nuggets. Okay, proper nuggets.
Fantastic.
Feel free to dive into one or two or
bless
whatever.
you.
I know you just ate the fish though, so
Yeah,
you might be full.
A tiny taste.
I totally get that.
See, so.
But they should be cooked. They were about 12 to 15 minutes in an air fryer, which costs
That's
nothing.
great. So
The
talking
chicken-
about processed foods, you know, being able to make your own, dare I say, healthy-ish chicken nuggets.
So it's chicken breast with egg and breadcrumbs.
So you know exactly what's in it. There's no nasties. There's no salt. There's no
I
sugar.
think if you're going to eat those foods, then certainly preparing them from scratch with ingredients that you know where they've come from and what they are, is a really good shout. So you know,
and a great shout for Easter, because we've got Easter holidays coming up, so kids are going to want to probably have chicken nuggets.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely. Well, Donna, do you want to go for it? Have a little.
I'll have a little
sample.
try. Okay.
I don't know whether you're normally a ketchup or a mayo with your chicken nugget person. Either. I don't know whether we've got any ketchup.
I didn't make them for her. I made them for all those people at home that keep having a go at her that we don't make things for the kids.
Donna is
Sweet and sour is lovely.
Donna is the spokesperson for the consumer, for our customers via UKHarvest. So yeah, sweet and sour. How's it going?
Lovely. I think it's really. I mean, everyone likes to sort of have a little cheeky takeaway now and again, but I don't know about you, but a lot of the time they're quite disappointing.
They are.
They don't always feel like they're that healthy.
No, but
super expensive.
You feel like you've spent a lot of money and it doesn't feel like a treat. Sometimes.
Yeah. So being able to do your own fake away, as we like to call it, is a really good option, and you can even put it in kind of like a takeaway packet, so it looks like a real takeaway.
So just so you know where we're at, Simon's cooked this entire sweet and sour chicken recipe from scratch in the microwave. Have you got a microwave at home, Donna?
I have.
Could you, do you cook from scratch in it sometimes?
Not at the moment, but because it's quite a new thing as energy bills are rising. People are more conscious of using lower cost ways of cooking, and so the microwave's sort of making a big comeback. We've only just really the last sort of few months started making recipes with your microwave.
I think, when people see that and they think, wow, I mean, that is a whole meal for a family, no question. You could have with a jacket potato, you could have with rice, or she hasn't quite tried the nugget.
No, I'm not on the like sweet and sour.
Personally, I think it tastes better than any sweet and sour because it's it hasn't got any of those.
That's all you needed to say to me, Donna.
What's that thing that they put?
MSG.
Yeah,
traditionally.
you can tell it's not got any of that in it.
Used as much as it used to, but certainly some of those xanthan gum, other things that preserve foods. So
that gloopiness that you get. It's there's none of that. It tastes
fresh and light and tasty.
Lovely.
And what about the chicken nugget moment?
Haven't tried chicken nuggets.
Have to do it.
I'll try the chicken nugget.
Pass this off to the rest of the team. Simon,
I'll have a nugget.
Try a nugget. Go there. What do you think?
That's good.
That is steaming.
That's
it looks
chicken.
Perfectly cooked. I'll hold that for you, Donna.
Very polite.
So I can hear you chop, chop, chop. Lovely. We've actually got part of our tech team background. She's been with us all day. She's going to be with us all day. Is who we call and refer to as Wonder Tash.
Super Tash.
Super Tash. She is monitoring the cameras. She's really making the whole thing happen for us today. And Super Tash happens to be a massive chicken nugget fan.
I think we should get her to try.
Definitely, we will be sending these. Would you rather we sent them over to you there, Tash, so you can try them, or do you want to pop round and come and have a taster?
Oh, come round. Get the remote.
Wonder Tash coming in.
Tash is coming round live on YouTube. Here she comes.
Absolutely. What a star. You're an amazing tech support person. And thank you so much for all your hard work, Tash. I mean it genuinely. And well done for being brave enough to try Simon's homemade chicken nuggets.
So Tash was our Kickstart apprentice.
Yes.
Brave enough.
Tash is a master of chicken nuggets. You're up against it. You did see what went in them.
What do you think?
What do you think?
As a fussy eater.
Wow.
Is that what?
Very good.
Cool.
So, thank you so much. Brilliant input.
Take the bowl with you.
Yeah, you can take that bowl with you. Go and find the ketchup. That's you done. Thank you, Tash. Brilliant to see you.
Oh, wow. Ping. The microwave's pinged.
High praise indeed. We know Tash is very fussy about her chicken nuggets.
She
so.
is indeed. Simon, you're bringing that cake house?
I will do. I'm going to give it 2 minutes, though, because like we always said, after you've cooked anything in the microwave, you just need to give it that couple of minutes.
Even when something sweet, it still needs
we
to
can
stand.
entertain you for a couple of minutes.
Certainly. Yes. So Donna, I'm going to move this actually out of the way a second. You stay right there. I'll just pop this down on the side over here.
So I think we were going to talk about our education programs.
Well, I was absolutely keen to ask you, as our representative from UKHarvest, who works an awful lot within the education delivery division of UKHarvest.
Our top team.
We have a massive, big, and there are some really serious reasons why we have such a big team looking after the education division, because we're not just a food rescue charity who believe that saving food from landfill is enough. Saving food from landfill is hugely important. Giving it to people who are facing food insecurity, vitally important, absolutely no question. But we really do value the education that we can give people as well. Education, as we were talking earlier with Ben from Wittfit, we need to learn better how to feed ourselves, not just for our own health, not just for our own well-being, but for the environment, for the cost of it, for all these other reasons, as we were saying, that create that bigger picture. Yeah. So education in UKHarvest. What can you tell us a little about it?
I mean, so originally UKHarvest was a food rescue and distribution charity. And born out of that, when we were delivering rescued food to food banks and charities that were feeding homeless and women's refuges, places that we were delivering the food to. Let's say we had a glut of butternut squash or something like that. And the feedback from the food banks was that the people weren't taking those food items.
Right.
One of the reasons was because they didn't know how to cook it.
Right.
So it's become very, very apparent, particularly as I think food education in schools perhaps isn't as strong as it used to be in years gone by.
Yes.
So being able to teach people what to do with the rescued food, that's where it kind of came from.
Right.
And now we're delivering education programs with local councils. So we're quite involved with West Sussex County Council, delivering their HAF program to children during the school holidays. There's a holiday activity and food program in the school holidays. So feeding children that are on free school meals, but also teaching them about nutrition, teaching them about food waste. And also we've got links with, say, Tesco's, the community grants, where we're going and helping local communities learn about food waste and how to save money on food shopping, planning meals, planning shopping. So really trying to combat food insecurity, because it's crazy that all this food's going to waste. People are hungry, and we want to try and redress that balance through education. So it's really helping people with those core information needs that's lacking, to try and educate. So we do it through schools with the Food and Fuel Project. We've done pop-up education. We've done some things, we don't stop. So
pop-up events. We've been at community events.
So we do pop-up education events, like the Over the Rainbow.
Oh, what about Bognor Fenia? We've been down to Bognor Festival,
we taught 100 kids to how to
make
healthy pizza.
Love your leftover pizza.
Love your leftovers pizza.
Absolutely.
So yes. Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Gooey, steamy.
Oh my goodness me! Let's have a little.
It's gooey.
I don't know if I've got room for
sticky.
this.
It's going to be quite dense in the middle, but it is cooked.
And
that was all in the microwave.
And it was all in the microwave.
Perfect.
And don't forget, if you buy ready-made custard, you can stick that in the microwave too.
Definitely have a taste.
Sarah, going to come and you can't resist the steam pudding.
No
way. So I think that's a really key thing, is being able to cook efficiently at a low cost, being able to eat healthy on a budget, and really how to fight food waste. And all of those things are the kind of key areas we're trying to educate.
So that's a good overview of the reasons and how the education division at UKHarvest has grown. I know that we obviously had Ffion in earlier from the Nourish Hub, our London-based site, where we run a cafe which is completely supported by Surplus Food. And for Ffion, again, particularly through the Nourish Hub, they deliver a lot of educational material there, supporting their community. But there's no point us talking education while there's steamed yummy pudding.
Go for it.
Sorry, I'm actually going to hand over.
Steamed yummy pudding.
I'm going to hand over for about 40 minutes.
Wow.
Because the sisters are going to smash
They're going to do it for
the
ourselves.
feed the four for a fiver, apparently.
Oh,
I knew she wouldn't be able to resist being around it somewhere.
Fantastic.
So I'm going to hand this over directly to you, sir.
Thank you. That is absolutely delicious.
So you're on.
I'm going to get mic'd up.
Okay.
Do you want to come down and we'll mic you up?
Yep. Brilliant. Donna, I was just going to see, before we get ready for our next section, I was just going to see if you could expand a little, maybe tell us some of the facts that you try and deliver about food waste, or some of those
absolutely
useful, things even for kids, for students, that's really valuable to share with them.
I think it's really key. I mean, one of the things that people perhaps don't realize is just how much of an impact our own personal food waste can have on the planet. So 70% of food waste does actually come from our own homes.
And I think that is quite a staggering. It is, because 70% of food waste coming from the home. I know that in schools, in the media, absolutely, the emphasis on environmental issues focuses hugely on use of your car, your carbon footprint, whether you take an
Aeroplane travel.
aeroplane, all of those things. And none of those things have the environmental impact that food waste has.
Absolutely.
So when people, particularly young people, realize 70% of waste is coming out of the house, out of our individual homes, even if we can impart just a few tips about that.
I think that's the thing. It's just literally a few little things, that key messages that we try and promote when we're out and about talking to different organisations and people in the community, is things just as simple as ditching your peeler. So don't peel your spuds, don't peel your carrots.
When we were on the road trip, we as you know, we're doing a recipe, the veggie burger and chips, and the most amazing thing about it was we literally didn't put anything in the bin. So the children, the students were quite, surprised at the fact that they were making their food from scratch. Literally nothing went in the bin. So our message was really, quite strong to them.
Can be done.
Which, cut down on your bin in the kitchen. Don't fill it up too quickly. Make sure whatever you're actually going to put in it, think about it. Could you actually use it somewhere else? Could you put it in the freezer? Could you turn it into something and have it tomorrow?
And we are all such creatures of habit that you don't realize that you're doing something which isn't really very good and has a detrimental effect. We would turn up at the schools, we'd be beginning to set up, people being able to see we're using a potato are going to instantly presume we need a potato peeler. And I know it's like our favourite logo.
Programmed, aren't we?
Exactly. And until we just think, hang on a minute, if I stop using that, and as Sarah would continually stress, all of that nutritional value is in the skin as well. You're really throwing the best bit in the bin and just throwing it in the bin, and that creates an impact environmentally, which if every one of those homes, all of our homes, if we reduce just that one element of food waste going in our domestic bin, ending up in landfill, we really can actually make a different. And I think certainly with young people, education.
Just very simple messages.
Exactly.
Really I mean,
helps.
just, fill your freezer, making the most of your leftovers and using your freezer. If it's in the freezer, it freezes in time. You've got another 3 to 6 months that you can get out of that food item.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so much of that food just goes straight into the bin. So
Well, that's really brilliant. And what are some of the things that maybe we've got coming up in UK Harvest? Because I know that we're here today on this epic day. The Food and Fuel Project has been such an enormous part of all of our lives at work at the moment. Some of us, it's been probably for Simon, going home with him as well. But beyond this, I know that this is phase 1 of Food and Fuel. There's more to come.
We've got lots going on. We've got some partnerships with Clarion Homes, where we're going to be going into some of our community food hubs and delivering cooking demos. And Sarah and Sian have been really key in delivering some of those over the past sort of year. We did a cooking demo at Christmas about loving your Christmas leftovers and making the most of that, because obviously Christmas a lot of people overbuy. So seasonally looking at different times of the year where there's a lot of food waste, and looking at how we can demo cooking items that you can reuse and
fantastic.
So that's going to be happening. There's West Sussex County Council recycles. We've got some cooking demos going on with them as well. We've also got some community the holiday activity and food program at Easter.
Have we got a leaflet, Donna? We
have got a leaflet.
Should flag our leaflet. So please.
So basically, we've got some bookings
Big
still.
it up.
So if you've got children that are on preschool meals, we've got an event at Selsey, we've got an event at Bognor, and we've got an event at Littlehampton.
So these are all down here in the South Coast.
They're all in the Easter holidays. Go to our website, and then you can book on. And we're going to be cooking with the children. They'll be taking home an Easter treat. And we've also got some outside agencies coming to talk to the parents as well, like Citizens Advice, the Early Help Team. So we really want to try and make it as fun and active as possible for the kids, but also give support to the parents as well.
Brilliant. Amazing. So all of the information about that holiday Easter activity program, all available through our website. Please do check it out and get in touch. Well, brilliant, Donna. Thank you so much for coming in and talking education.
I cannot wait to see all these things that people have cooked that are watching.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. Please send in pictures. Again, a reminder that, you know, part of participating for us today is really important. If we can get any feedback from guys like yourselves out there now, watching, looking, cooking, please do send in messages, pictures if you have them, of anything that you cook as a result of today or participate in today. So it really is important that for the project, we get as much feedback as possible. It's always big for us at UK Harvest to know that we're on the right track and we're doing good things. So thank you so much. Brilliant job, Donna. You smashed it. You're amazing. You get to take the lovely syrup steam pudding, put it over the table.
Let me take that for you.
Yeah, for them to come. And thank you. And we will see you a little bit later. So now we are, Sarah and I, going to head over to the cooking area. Yeah, I'll tell you all about it over there then.
Let's go.
Right.
Well, Simon's set up for us.
He has. Okay,
got
amazing.
A few things laid out.
Yeah, basically, I think probably if you go on that side, Sarah, just to give people the details that Simon, in his infinite and fabulous wisdom, set you a challenge to me to come up with a family meal for £5. So earlier on, he said, okay, Sian, I'm going to give you a £5. I want you to go shopping, which, as I mentioned earlier, is quite unusual for UK Harvest staff. We're all like, what? Shopping? We don't shop.
We don't. We rescue.
We rescue and we salvage and we save food. But he said, no, I want you to go shop because we need to prove a point. And I think in the bottom of my box, I'm just going to grab it there, was what I created as a printed out version. I can pop it down here for a minute, of the receipt that I got from the supermarket for the shop that I did. I came up with a recipe which I hope people are going to really enjoy, and hopefully it's going to be really filling, nutritious, pretty easy to cook.
And cheap by the look of it.
Definitely very cheap.
Yeah.
I did manage it. I bought all of the ingredients that are needed to cook this recipe. I left a couple of optional things that you could have bought, that I could have bought, but I thought, well, actually, I'm just going to show how the body of this recipe is affordable well within £5.
And then you can go in your cupboards and
you could
add
little,
like we have a larder.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Look at what you might have knocking about in the kitchen.
Good idea.
And absolutely put the rest of the recipe together like that.
Very good idea.
So as you can see from my typed up version of my receipt from the supermarket, I spent £3.55.
That's nothing, is it?
No, it's
That's
good.
really cheap for 4 people.
And this really is a stonker of a meal.
Yeah.
And I haven't really emphasized yet much about the fact that it's plant-based.
Yeah.
But we can talk about that as we go along. I am a big fan of a plant-based diet.
You think that maybe helps the cost? If it was meaty, if it was a meaty version, you actually you might have even gone over budget.
Perhaps. I mean, I would like to think that it is possible to buy some of those animal-based protein foods cheaply enough, whether they're of really good quality or not. But certainly from this section's perspective, we're going to look at plant-based. Yeah. It's good nutritionally, so that vegetable and plant-based protein is really good for you.
So all things considered, when you weigh it up,
cost-wise,
this is by far the best way.
We know we've got to be trying to eat a more plant-based diet more often. So
brilliant.
So yeah, let's get cracking. I have chosen for us today to be doing meatballs without the meat, so meatless meatballs. I'm going to be serving them with a pomodoro sauce, so a tomato, rich tomato sauce, and spaghetti. So this is a sort of play on a spaghetti spaghetti bolognese type, but we're taking the meat out and we're using some really good plant-based alternatives.
Yeah.
So
it's the sort of thing that everyone will be familiar with in some form or other. It's not no surprises.
No, nice and straightforward.
The biggest aspect is that it's really very economical to cook.
Absolutely.
As a meal for four for your family.
And as I say, my £3.55, you know, you might find that you have in your cupboard a packet of pasta. The principle, obviously, is that if you were buying everything to cook from scratch, those things would cost £3.55. But there are a couple of the other ingredients that I'm going to use that you might not think you could use in this way, and they're going to really give you the opportunity to find something knocking about at the back of the cupboard, in your larder, wherever you keep your dry goods, that you might not have thought you could use in this way, but really are going to make a great
So it's a
dish.
familiar recipe that families will know and love, hopefully.
Yep.
But in the way that you're doing it, you're sort of reconstructing it, reinventing it, if you like, in a much healthier way, a very much cheaper way.
Yes.
And, you know, you're going to show how to construct it and produce a dish that will be very familiar in terms of what they're getting.
Absolutely.
But you know, in a really new way, using new ingredients. So let's see.
Brilliant. In the time that we have, the first thing that we're going to need to do is to get our pasta on.
Yep.
So Sarah, if I could ask you to put on a saucepan large.
Yep.
We've got a family-sized pack of spaghetti.
Okay.
And
I'm going to make a noise with the hot tap.
So
if that's
we have our super boiling water tap at the back there. Usually it can fill a saucepan pretty much.
But it does make a noise.
Yep, there we go. And I'm going to get that water on straight away so that however long it takes me to cook the rest of the recipe, I know that the pasta is going to be cooked.
Lovely.
We're going to put a little bit of salt in the water.
Okay.
Again, not essential.
No.
Just gives a little bit of flavour to the pasta.
Yeah.
To give it that little salty edge. So
lovely.
I'll let Sarah set that off in a moment over there.
Okay.
And meanwhile, guys, you're going to have to forgive me. I am not as familiar with the processes of cooking for camera as some of my colleagues have been today.
You're doing brilliant.
So yeah, bear with.
Doing brilliant.
If I lose my track at any point, I will pick it up again. But yeah, that's it. First thing first, pasta on the go.
Okay, shall I open this and get it ready?
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be lovely. The next thing I'm going to do is prepare the meatless balls. So I'm going to use a bowl for that. So I think I've got one over here. And again, the mixture that I'm going to use for the basis of my meatballs, and I'm going to call them meatballs, but I know they're meatless balls, but it tricks off the tongue so easily that you'll have to bear with me. I'm going to actually use a stuffing mix. So this is a regular supermarket brand stuffing mix. It is dehydrated, but it has in it all the right ingredients to form the basis of a meatless ball or meatball. You could actually also use this type of dehydrated mix to form hamburgers without the ham, sausages, vegetarian style. These types of dry packet mixes, and actually because we have the resource of the warehouse where obviously we have lots of donated foods, I went over there and I had a bit of a rummage, and I found over there a few other alternative dehydrated mixes which you could use in exactly this way to form your meatless balls. This one is called a veggie burger mix. It would do exactly the same job. You could use it as the basis to form your meatballs. I've got another one here that's a free from. So this one has no gluten in it as well as no dairy and other things. It's a falafel mix actually, which means its predominant ingredient is going to be chickpeas. They would work just as well. That would work just as well. And another very common brand stuffing mix there. That is why I say it's quite possible that you would have one of these types of items knocking about in the back of your cupboard at home. And, you know, you can really be quite experimental with these in terms of what you can use them for.
Okay, so the spaghetti is on.
Fantastic.
But that is really interesting, isn't it?
Absolutely.
About having those packets.
Yes.
You know, you don't actually know they're lurking in the back.
Absolutely. And sometimes even after Christmas or these big events where we buy these things, you think you're going to use them, you don't end up.
You never get around to it.
They sit in the back of the cupboard.
Yeah.
This is a great recipe to think, oh, what are we going to have for dinner tonight? Oh, what have I got? Yeah, I've got a packet of that.
Boring old packet of dried out stuff that you can actually transform into something
much more
wonderful.
exciting. So I'm going to open that up, pop it into my mixing bowl. It'd be nice actually if I went clear, but hopefully you can see all that beautifully. And I'm going to pop that in. And I know that on the packet, it actually says we need 400 millilitres of boiling water.
Okay.
To be honest, Sarah, I'm going to cut down on that water.
Okay.
I'm actually going to use 300 because we're going to be adding other
ingredients
into the mixture. You can certainly be experimental at UKHarvest. We really try and think of recipes as we all are able, thank you, to make those adjustments, recipes to suit our purposes.
I think that's all about building confidence in the kitchen, though, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
The more cooking you do, it's like anything. The more you do, the more confident you get, because
absolutely,
you make your own mistakes. You can correct them. The thing about cooking is you can taste along the way often.
Sure thing.
And you can adapt. You can use other store-cupboard ingredients, herbs, spices, a little bit more of this or that. And it's really only following that process over time that you build up your confidence.
Absolutely.
And then you can be very much more adaptable about what you use.
Yeah, in this instance, I'm using 300 mils of that boiling water into my packet mix.
Okay.
The instructions on the packet tell you to do exactly this.
Okay.
Just pour the water in.
Do you always have to use boiling water or sometimes cold water?
I have experimented and it really doesn't make much difference.
Okay.
I'm going to handle these by hand.
Yes.
In a little while.
Yeah.
So obviously, whether or not it's cold enough for me to
you
go
don't
in
want
with
it to be too
don't
boiling.
Want it to be too
yeah,
hot.
yeah.
But certainly, I'm used to doing this, so I know that by the time I come to handle it, it will have cooled down
a bit. And also with the addition of the other ingredients, it's going to take
going to bring the temperature down.
Yeah, yeah.
So that is as per the instruction packet. It tells you to leave it for 5 minutes.
Right, yeah.
Before you would normally do whatever you're going to do to make stuffing.
And that's just so that the ingredients can rehydrate and come back to a texture that you can handle.
Exactly, that you can work with.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I have opened I've gone for chickpeas and kidney beans. Again, I have to say, I was on a tight budget. I didn't get anywhere near the top of that budget. But I went for chickpeas and kidney beans because they are some of the cheapest available.
Okay.
But to be honest, the quantity that I'm using amounts to 2 cans of beans.
2 cans of
you
whatever.
Could use lentils. You could use a mixed can of beans.
Yeah.
You could even use a flavored. Some of these types of canned beans have flavorings in them.
Sort of sweet and sour or vinaigrette type.
And just to mention also, we're using canned beans in a few of the recipes that we're going through today. Soaking dried beans is a much less expensive way of using beans. So if you can plan ahead with your cooking, if you're thinking tomorrow I'm going to make something that involves beans,
I mean, of course,
and soak them the night before.
And earlier Simon did do his dal recipe for the students in school where he used dried lentils, which went straight into the dish and cooked as the dish cooked itself.
But with beans, we do tend to need to soak them if they're in their completely dried state. And that usually is an overnight process.
And of course, you got to watch out with kidney beans. Probably don't soak your own kidney beans.
No.
Or if you're going to use kidney beans,
those instructions are always really clear on packets of things. But so for this recipe, we're going with 2 cans. You could use whatever you like. You could swap out for any other pulses, legumes. Exactly. Beans.
Even big beans like butter beans, would you get the same sort of rolling of a small ball?
Down. We're going to break down most of the actual sort of substance of the bean, and that's going to give us additional moisture into the balls. So it really doesn't matter whatever you have in your cupboard or you want to buy when you're out shopping. So I'm just going to get a sieve, and a bowl. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to sieve my chickpeas.
So you're draining out the liquid.
Out that liquid, but I'm keeping it. And just going to remove that one brown chickpea, which I'm going to put in Simon's pot for later. And I'm draining those off, and they're going to go into my stuffing mix bowl. And I'm also going to drain my kidney beans, and I'm keeping that liquid. Again, mixing the two. Just want to show you. I can pop those to the side over there.
So this is very reminiscent. Did you mention about this being the very similar?
I did not. Go for it.
So it's very, very similar to the recipe that we have been doing on our road trip, where we've been making veggie burgers with students in secondary schools around the country, where we have started with a dehydrated packet or mixture of something. And in our case, we were very lucky to have been donated our sauce mix by Infinity Foods.
That's right.
Who are one of the biggest organic wholesalers of food in our part of the world. So yeah, but it amounted to the same basic ingredient to start this process. Dried out, and then we added lots of lovely things to it. So you're using the mixture to make little meatballs or meatless meatballs to go with spaghetti, but this would also be a brilliant structure to use, which you could flavor in all different ways. To make sausages, because you can actually roll them into sausages and cook them.
Same principle.
To make them into patties, like we've done for burgers. Knowing and getting to be confident with this combination of basic ingredients,
really versatile,
can go so far, can't it?
Absolutely.
In a family, and in even a meat loaf, you know, anything that you would sort of do with minced meat, for example. This is a really good substitute.
In there then are both of my types of beans, and over here is my juice, the aquafaba, the high protein content liquid that's come out of those cans. I'm going to put that to side for a second. That's the body of my ingredients.
Delicious.
And then I'm going to add a bit of seasoning. So I'm going to prepare a couple of cloves of garlic. Just pop that one to the side.
We do have a handy UKHarvest tip about peeling garlic in the microwave.
Yeah, I know you're a big. Yeah, go for it. Big fan.
Well, it's just one that I use and have taught to lots of the volunteers who I work with here at the UKHarvest kitchen. Basically, I mean, these skins seem to be coming off very easily. This garlic
Not always
is
quite that simple.
Quite dry. But when you struggle sometimes to peel lots of garlic cloves, in fact, it's a really handy tip. You just put them in the microwave for about 10 seconds, and the heating up of the clove sort of separates itself from the peelings, and they literally then just pop out. And you don't have to use your knife at all. So it was really handy tip.
I'm also going to point that adding these guarded bits. One of the cloves seems to have gone a bit peculiar, but I'm sure it's full of flavour. There's no reason why we can't use that. I'm going to add it with my skins into Simon's stock pot. But I did want to mention that there's a tip also which we talk about using and doing at UKHarvest, which is using these paper shells and the onion shells like this that Simon has had from earlier. I have experimented with and I've tried, and it really works. And there's a thing you can do, which is that you save these all up in your kitchen on the side somewhere. Have a pot or a bowl. Collect all of these papery outer casings, all the bits and bobs that come with it, the little centers of garlic or onion. Collect them all up until you have quite a stash. And then, as a batch baking principle, when you've got your oven on, as we have today.
So when you're using it anyway for something else.
Absolutely. When you're using your oven, you can lay these out in a big tray when you've got a really nice supply of them. And when the oven is finished finished cooking, you can actually put that tray at the bottom of the oven. You can even turn the oven off. And as it cools down, they dry out.
Amazing.
And I wanted to bring this in to show you.
I true Blue Peter style. Here's some I made earlier.
This is a powder which has been made with leftover onion and garlic skins that I dried out.
That's really powerful.
It is really powerful. I'm going to use some in my recipe today because it's full on UKHarvest. Don't waste anything tips time. And that is a really good condiment.
So that's just made from garlic skins.
You can see I've got lots of we use red onion.
And
a lot
onion skin. Just the papery outer layer.
A few knobbly bits might have got in there. It doesn't matter. Once they're dried out, they'll grind
But the
down.
colour is beautiful.
Colour's lovely.
And the smell is really, really
It's really
strong.
potent and really lovely. So I'm going to be using that in a minute. In the meantime.
And of course, that will last for quite some time. So although you might feel it's a bit of a faff to be collecting up your papery skin a period of time, once you've got a lot, it takes no time at all and extra energy.
It's interesting because it is actually really satisfying. When you come across these kind of tips that work,
absolutely.
It might mean having another pot on the side with accumulated, or put them in a bag. They could live anywhere.
You get used to it.
And actually to do that, and then this has become a regular addition to our salt and pepper.
And of course
seasoning.
you can actually add to that, so you could actually
put
bulk
flavouring
that
in there.
out with
Certainly
other things if you wanted to, and make it
absolutely
your
plenty
own
more
family
you
seasoning.
you could put in there. Yes. So
I'm just going to go and check the spaghetti.
you do that. I'm going to crush this garlic with this garlic crusher straight into the bowl with my mixture, my stuffing mix and my chickpeas and my kidney beans. I'm not going to waste any of that. I'm going to get that out and put in all the skin bits, etc. I don't believe in wasting any of those. They all go in as much as possible. Lovely. Get in you. I think that will do. And
so spaghetti needs another minute or two.
Perfect. When it's cooked, we can deal with that. I also bought within my £3.55 very cheap shopping list a whole tube of puree.
Amazing.
We're going to use this twice in the dish entirely.
And then still have plenty left
and
over.
then still put it in the fridge.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a sort of healthy squeeze. I would say probably it's about 2 tablespoons. But a healthy squeeze like that, just going in there.
Of course, because the thing about tomato puree, it's very concentrated already, isn't it? So you don't need to use a whole tube in one dish by any means.
I'm going to go with some seasoning. So I can see we've got a pepper grinder here. Is that the one we're using there? Lovely.
Anything else from behind you here?
I think I'm going to go with some salt just for bringing out the flavour.
Sure. Any chili?
Definitely a bit of chili or paprika.
So we've got some chili powder there.
Lovely.
We've got some chili, crushed chilies as well.
Yeah, that would be nice. I'm going to go with some mixed herbs because I want to give this a sort of Mediterranean, absolutely feeling.
Nice.
Taste sort of.
So tomatoey, spicy Mediterranean.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, lovely.
So I'm going in with quite a healthy.
So once you've got your basic mixture, you can literally go in any direction you want. I mean, you could actually curryfy it with curry powder, coriander, a little bit of extra cumin or whatever, and go down the curry route.
I don't want that to get too hot. I'm going to go with a bit of those chili flakes.
Even with the paprika, you could go down a more barbecue-y type flavour.
You can. Yeah. It's a big popular one in my household.
So it's just having that basic mix of the dried ingredients and then the beans or the protein, whatever you're.
That's true. And then when I've got all of that in, I'm going to begin to mash with a fork. Now, obviously, at the bottom of here, we've got the mixture that has been rehydrated with boiling water from our stuffing mix box.
That's cooled down quite a lot.
Which has cooled down quite a lot. And also, even though it's rehydrated, it's quite dense. It's quite solid. It takes in that water and it sort of clumps it together. So I'm going to begin using the fork because I want to be, and it's quite hard work, I want to be mashing those chickpeas and those beans together.
So if you were making this for your family and you had some fussier eaters in your family and you were trying to make it resemble a meatball as closely as you possibly could.
Yes.
Could you use a stick blender to blend the mixture to hide all those beans and lovely textures that other people might enjoy? But if you're trying to sneak it into a child's spaghetti and meatballs, you might want to take it a bit further.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you can remember when we were doing the burgers that we made, a lot of the kids found it quite miraculous how much the mixture went from looking quite alien and vegetable to looking quite meaty. And actually just adding that splash of tomato puree gave it colour. But it also added texture and taste profiles, which bring the whole thing much more closely to represent something that
you have got there's loads in there.
So that is a huge amount. And as I said to you, that's 2 cans of beans and 1 packet of stuffing mix. It's already really a great texture. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put that to one side. I'm just going to move these things around.
Can we lose the chopping board just now, or do you need to?
You can. I'm going to use it again in a minute. I forgot to add my lovely homemade onion and garlic powder, so I'll just get that back
ingredient.
Don't want to miss that.
Okay, I'm going to drain the spaghetti.
Lovely. So drained spaghetti, if you cook it and it's a little ahead of time, you can always just give a drizzle of oil if you have any on it onto it to stop it sticking while you finish off the rest of your dish. And I'm going to get those over there.
It is smelling amazing in here. It is smelling so good, guys.
I'm just going to keep these nearby me in a moment. But I'm going to bring that into place. So at this point, I'm going to go in with my hands and I'm going to start to ball up my mixture. I did wash my hands before we started, and because I had been sitting over there and eating, but I washed my hands before we sat down. So, I mean, we had a debate in my house when I prepared this dish and when I make these meatballs, whether you like them large or small. It's entirely up to you. Is the beauty of cooking for yourself that you can have these however you like them. That one might be slightly bit of a whopper. And again, this is one of those key moments where this is something which I often make at home and I do it ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, you know, a time-consuming element, which to actually ball all of them can take a while. But if you give yourself that time,
Can I help you?
I'm getting you in on it for sure, Sarah.
And also maybe a little bowl of water nearby, because you can actually.
You don't have to put that there for you.
Put a little bit of moisture on your palms, bit of water.
Absolutely.
Stops all the stickiness.
How
big are we going? Sort of
I'm
golf
going sort of
ball-y.
small, slightly smaller than a golf ball. Is that? I don't play golf. I do
Yeah.
not know. They're
you
quite
can make-
stonky.
Yeah.
but
I think I'd stand a chance of hitting that on a golf course. So
Yeah,
that's quite good, that
you
one.
could do
They are-
littler ones if you
It's
prefer.
been a while since I've swung a golf
Oh,
club,
they
but
look
even
like
I'd hit that
small
one.
They look quite nice and substantial on a serving plate. when they're quite
Again,
big.
you know, if you're making this dish for grown-ups,
Mhm.
you might go a bit larger with the meatless meatballs.
Yep, the kids might be nice. to
And
have
for kids, it
smaller
might be nice to
ones.
sort of have tiny diddy ones and have them mix into the spaghetti a bit more. They go fishing around for them.
Absolutely. But I think that obviously this quantity will make on average, if you do this sort of size ball or slightly smaller, certainly approximately 20 meatballs, which if you think you're going to put 3 or
Loads.
4 on a serving is plenty.
Yeah. Mhm.
Realistically, there's lots there. And as I was going to say before, what you might do is make those up and freeze them. So at this stage now,
Brilliant idea.
where they're in a tray, on a tray, as they are, all
Open
beautifully
freeze them.
Open freeze
Yeah.
them, exactly.
Really
and
good idea.
Once they're frozen, you can chuck them all in a bag or in a Tupperware, label them up and put them in the freezer.
And could you also cook them and then have
You
them
could do
and then
that
freeze
too.
them after that, so that then you
Absolutely.
literally thaw them and use
could
them.
do that
So
too.
either way, they are definitely.
These are looking
usable.
good on the tray, ladies. They are
They are.
looking good.
Thank
So
you,
I think
Simon.
Simon's here to move us on a little bit.
We've got about half an hour left.
Oh,
Don't worry,
Um,
that's fine.
We've got
so
time to
Fantastic.
ball all these.
So I
the
think what
taco
we'll
box
do-
boys are here. They're
Lovely.
just begging me to show them what they've got in their box, but I'm not.
No, that's
So they're
another
doing the
section. That's
warehouse
secret.
challenge later on. So that's coming up at 4:00. Other things coming up today. We've got the warehouse challenge at 4:00 with the guys from Taco Box. We're going straight in with love your leftovers and eating anything that we've got left. Apparently, guys, I've got to
Lose the
cook
board?
something with it all.
Yes, you have, Simon.
So we've
Right.
got that
I
at
got
5:00.
the board, but I'm going to just wash my hands so I can come straight back from balling lovely meatless balls.
And then live at 6, fake away feast straight into your living room. It's still time to join us. We're here on YouTube Live. Just grab the ingredients list off of our website at ukharvest.org.uk. Join us tonight from 6 till 8. We're cooking a fantastic fake away feast, and we'll tell you more about your chance to win an air fryer. Right, now you've got clean hands. Back over to you.
Sarah, let's get
Si.
this on. I'm not very familiar with this hob,
Okay,
so if
so
we
we're
could get a
gonna
hob on and we'll
and
grab
this
my
is-
frying pan.
This is ready for frying, yeah?
Lovely. Yeah.
Okay.
So the way I like to cook these, because it really speeds it up when you're getting close to supper time,
Yep.
is I like to start with,
Olive oil?
yeah, that would be great. I'm going to go with a little drizzle of olive oil into the pan. And what I like to do is to start by frying them off. It
Yeah.
gets the color on them.
Yeah.
Again, it's a plant-based dish. It's a meatless alternative. We don't have to worry about it being cooked all the way through from a contaminant point of view
Yeah,
or a
absolutely.
reaction point of view.
Yeah.
They are actually, you could eat them as they are.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be nearly as yummy, but definitely we can rest assured we're going to get a bit of color onto them in the pan.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use that same pan to cook my sauce.
Good. Yeah.
When they've got a bit of color on them, I'm going to put them in the oven over here.
Right.
And that's where they're going to finish off cooking while I make the sauce.
Okay.
And then we'll be ready to plate it all up.
So by starting them off cooking in the frying pan,
Yep.
not only are you caramelizing the edges a little bit and
Giving
giving
them
them
some
a
lovely
little bit of
colour.
that almost resembling meatballs, meaty meatballs, sort of texture on the outside. You're flavoring your pan, ready for the sauce.
Totally. The sauce is going to soak that all back up again.
So you could presumably miss that stage and put them straight in the oven to roast
you could,
if you wanted
but
to, but you'd miss out on all that lovely caramelization. And
this speeds the whole process up, really.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with cooking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those for now. And then I think what we'll do is put those to one side.
Would you like another tray?
Yeah, that would be great, because that one's got our...
There you go.
Thank you. So we can have that. Just put that here for now. And as those have got a bit of colour on them, it really won't take long at all. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do while they're cooking off. I'll swap sides with you.
Yeah, sure.
You can come there. We'll keep that handy for in a moment.
Okay.
And I will just prep the ingredients now for the sauce. Brilliant. So our pasta's cooked pretty much. Our balls are getting some colour on them. And I'm going to prepare the tomato sauce to serve with. And those are my ingredients, except I need that tomato puree. Somebody has
Here you go.
Oh, lovely. Put some away a little bit further away. So I'm going to go again prepping an onion. Simon has done this many times today, and I have witnessed it many times. So hopefully I won't
learn something new today.
I won't make too much of a mess of it. Yeah, I'm going to take that skin on. We talked a lot about what we could do with those skins. Put them in Simon's pot for later.
And these are
getting golden
they very quickly. I think it's the addition of the breadcrumbs in the stuffing mix.
Yeah, they toast up real quick.
Yeah, and that's
and then
a really speedy thing, isn't
it? And they'll stay nice and moist. You might want to turn that down just a little. Okay.
So as you say, we don't have to cook them long enough to cook through by any means. They're going in the oven anyway.
To really give them colour.
So it's really just about that colouring.
Putting that
I
colour
don't know if the camera can see, but they're it's happening already. That lovely, golden crispy, brown. And literally they're pretty much ready to come out.
Yep. A few more minutes. You go ahead. You call it, Sarah. That's
not long at all.
So I'm preparing a whole onion. Which is going to give the body to the sauce. And there we go with that. I'm going to prepare, on my shopping list, I bought a whole bit of garlic there.
I'm going to get these in the oven, by the way.
Okay. Go for it. They can go in the oven on a tray.
Yep.
And prepare that garlic. And
I'm not going to rush you guys. I'm not going to rush you guys, apart from the fact I am going to rush you guys.
Okay, don't worry, we're getting
Don't worry. The taco box guys, which are coming in after you, they've actually got to get back to the restaurant for 5 o'clock to start service.
Oh, wow.
So they might, so let's just
cane
it through and we're away.
Oh, they're professional chefs, Simon. They'll be used to cooking really quickly.
They are very professional chefs.
In no time.
I'm going to go and find their box so I can put it on the side.
Yeah, let them know that they can do this. They can smash it. If I can cook this recipe within under an hour, they can definitely do that.
So we need the saucepan to...
So we're having that frying pan back.
Oh, yes, we are.
And I will speed up my chopping so that I can get these in. Amazing.
All those delicious crumbly bits.
Lovely.
The flavour that came out of the balls.
Absolutely. Give me 2 seconds and we'll get that onion in.
Perfect. Can I crush the garlic for you?
Yeah. Well, I think what we'll do is we'll put the onions in, shall we? Shall I hold up and we'll go since we're on a speed drive for the first time today. And there we go. Those can go in. Sarah, have you got a wooden there to give you a little, get those cooking up? And then if I pass that to you, this is really a team job.
Absolutely.
You can get the garlic in any moment now.
Well, we are sisters, we're used to.
I'm not sure that everybody knew that.
We've just been on the road for 5 weeks.
You've let it out the bag. We're
couldn't have done it with anybody else.
No, we couldn't.
So
we tuned it all the way.
We are used to. We've got each other's back. There's no doubt about it. We'll have this done and dusted in no time.
Okay, I'm going to open my can of tomatoes. Because as well as using that puree, I'm going to put in a tin of tomato. The key to this sauce, to be perfectly honest, is time. because it really does cook down and reduce.
So in fact, the longer you do have,
it's nice to cook it slowly. It lets all those flavors come together.
Yeah, it'll
We're gonna
produce.
get that. Yeah, it really does thicken it up nicely as well. But we'll get that garlic in.
So maybe today, as we are short of time, we should maybe put a bit less liquid in than we normally would.
We'll see how we go.
Just
Absolutely.
because the reducing time might.
We don't want to be holding up those taco boys.
Yeah.
Lovely. No worries.
They can come and join us if they want to.
They've got plenty of time. They're going to cook like wildfire. They're going to be racing through. Lovely.
Right. This is looking good.
Perfect. We're going to go in this time again. 1 tube for the whole recipe. We'll leave at least half in your fridge. I'm going to go in with a healthy slug, possibly 3 to 4 tablespoons of puree.
Okay, so that's what
really wants to
make it rich.
Absolutely. Thicken it. Oops, with that blob there, you can have that as well.
Thank you. So that's gonna really intensify the flavour of the
Absolutely.
tomato
And
sauce.
I'm now going to go in with my can of tomatoes.
Lovely.
And whack that heat up, if not just for us, for those taco boys. I'm going to grab some seasoning. So I'm going to go with that salt again a little. Wow, this salt really chugged out earlier, so I'm going to go easy with that. Lovely.
Looking good.
I'm going to go with plenty of salt.
Yes, and don't forget your
pepper,
Mediterranean herbs.
Definitely
Going in.
coming in with those.
Looking delicious.
Lots of salt and plenty of pepper.
And it's really starting to bubble away now. I think
Absolutely.
you can see on the
It will
camera that
reduce.
that is coming to a sizzle.
I'm going to grab the mixed herbs for that lovely herby continental flavor.
So the cooking time for this recipe, as well as being important to reduce the tomatoey flavor down to an intense flavor for the sauce,
to give it real richness.
you really need to allow that time for cooking the peppers down as well, don't we? So that the peppers
they soften quite quickly, and
Yeah.
it's quite nice to have that texture. Again, it depends how you like to eat it
Yeah.
when you're cooking for yourself. I did keep back this fabulous liquid that came out of the both of those tins of beans.
Yeah.
And I am going to add a dash, even
Okay.
though I know we're speedy. You can see the thickness.
It actually is a thickening agent.
It's a thickening agent. So
And
it's
the
not really
aquafaba
gonna
is-
let it down in the same way that adding water would. If anything, it will
It
cook in.
really does.
Yep, and it's going to give it
Add
a real
to that texture. That's
tasty
amazing.
texture.
I mean, that stuff is so useful for other things
It's
as well,
wasted.
isn't it?
Literally, it's
Literally
wasted.
don't put it down the sink because
No.
you can use it. In
Have you finished with your
baking.
chopping boards?
I have.
Let
You
me
can
get
have
that
that
out
one
the
now,
way.
Simon. I'm going to clear down a little. Just perfect. I think we're getting there beautifully.
That really looks good. So
Amazing. Pop that to the side.
the meatless meatballs are going back in
So
here for a
again,
minute.
it depends how much time you have. And I know
Okay.
that Simon has got us on a little bit of a roller
I've
coaster.
put you on a tight time scale, guys. I am
Those
sorry. I am so sorry.
They look good.
Yeah.
So you're placing up one. In a
I
bowl.
thought I'd plate up 2 in a bowl that size, maybe. Because I think that's gonna, whichever you think.
Yeah.
On there is perfect, Sarah. Let's go on there. I would like to give my balls a little bit longer, but as it is all for YouTube and TV, we will certainly get it going and on the plate. I've got this lovely basil, which
Oh,
I'm going to
wow. I
just
was gonna
bring
say
into
that
shot.
basil.
Yeah.
Lovely.
This is a Mediterranean basil, so it's a much smaller leaf. It has the most divine flavour. I'm going to let Sarah serve that down, and I'm going to give it a tiny.
There is a little bit on it
yummy,
already.
Indulgent blob of olive oil, just to toss that in.
So this is going to be such a hearty portion.
Yeah.
We've got enough to make 4, as we've said.
You have.
We're
Absolutely.
plating up 2 just now.
I'm going to go with sauce on both of those in abundance. You can see it's already beautifully cooked through.
And so
Nice.
fresh.
Looking good, smelling
Colour is
absolutely
really
amazing.
Totally plant-based, totally divine. Could certainly go feeding a family of 4.
Easy.
No question.
Easily feed the family of 4. You've got the rest of the no meat meatballs to fry to cook off if you wanted to.
Absolutely.
I've just thrown the girls right in at the deep end, giving them no time at all to be able to do this. So I do apologise.
3 per portion is stonking. that's a big
I'm
portion.
just going to go with a little drizzle over just to wet them up.
And that is almost entirely. Oh, sorry. Just
Take
that
that for
little
you.
sprig or two. I'm just going to break up a few to sprinkle. And break up a few here. Stalks and all, because all the nutrition and the flavour is in them. And there we have it. Oops, get you out the other way.
Absolutely marvellous, ladies.
So that is my under a fiver, fantastically nutritious, plant-based, and very, very good for you. Easy, quick, even quicker than quick.
Quicker than quick,
meatless
especially for
meatballs,
me.
Pomodoro sauce and spaghetti.
Well done, ladies.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to dive around that side? I'm going to quickly come back in here, ready to welcome two fantastic special guests for our live cook-along on YouTube today. Just going to give it a quick wipe down before I bring the boys in. Give them a chopping board, give them some knives, and then we're going to give them some ingredients and see what they're going to do with it. So everybody at home, please welcome into the kitchen here at UKHarvest, Martin and Hayden, who are owner, chef, runners, operators. They're the best boys in the world. They're from Taco Box down in Chichester, in Draper's Yard. Visit them. The boys are here. Oh, they've brought their own. I'll take these away if you don't need them then, boys. So Martin, Hayden from Taco Box, we're going to give you the challenge. You've got the UKHarvest Warehouse Challenge. I've got a box of ingredients which I've sort of stuck around there out of the way. I'm going to bring them in, let you have a couple of minutes just to think about what you're going to do whilst I go down and make sure that down there's all right. Then we can come back and you can tell us what you're going to cook and I'll get out your way and let you get on with it. So I'll bring your ingredients in for you. Big box, straight out of the warehouse. Few things that you might recognise, few things that you might not. But all of this sort of stuff is what we take out to our community food hubs. And we run 12 to 15 of those every week. So if you do visit a community food hub, this is the sort of thing that you can get. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say to somebody else, could you possibly go and grab me Mr. JC? Because Mr. JC is one of the two special men who run our community food hubs. So between JC and Nigel, they run our food hubs, don't they, sir? And go all over West Sussex, 12 to 15 venues each week. As I said, what's in the boys' box here is the sort of thing that you get in a community food hub. So this recipe today that these guys are going to cook, hopefully you can get it from the community food hubs.
To our community food hubs to be able to cook like this, actually, because they never know what food they're going to be collecting. We never know what food we're going to be collecting. So if you can be presented with just some random ingredients and be able to turn them into something delicious, then that is the aim, isn't it?
I can hear these boys thinking at the end of the kitchen. The brains are ticking, hopefully not frying. How are we doing, gentlemen? Have we got some ideas? Hopefully. Anything that you don't want, we can stick it on the back. If you want to use anything off the back, you're more than welcome to. So what are we thinking?
So we're going to go for, conveniently, there's some 10% broccoli here, which is really good because in our restaurant we do broccolini, which is
broccolini.
Yeah, so it's a mixture of avocado and broccoli.
Okay.
So we do that because we want to use as much local produce as we can.
Cool.
We want to cut our air miles and stuff like that, so we mix.
Fantastic.
We're going to go for roasted red pepper and tomato salsa, and then we're going to have roasted sweet potato as one of the fillings, and we're going to do some pork albondigas, which is a meatball, as another filling as well.
All of this, that stuff that you can get for a suggested donation of $3.50 at some of our community food hubs. Boys, I'm going to get out of the way. Have I got another chopping board? I certainly have. If you need anything, and the bit I've got to tell you about, anything you got left or that you don't use, has got to go in there for me to do something with later. But yes, I will get you another chopping board right now. And I'm going to come round and have a little chat with Mr. JC. We're going to keep an eye on what you're doing. I'll dive back every now and then to see where we're going. Mr. JC, sir, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Cool. It's quite nice. I get to sit down now. Let the professionals take over.
You've been doing a stunning job.
So yeah, we've been live on YouTube since what time did we go live? 10 o'clock this morning. We've done some great sessions, and it's just going to be interesting to see what the boys come up with. Bearing in mind, this is all stuff that could have ended up at the community food hubs.
And generally does.
And generally does, yeah. So, if you don't mind filling us in a little bit, what are our community food hubs, and why are they different to a sort of pantry or a food bank?
Basically, they're about waste food. We're about waste food. We're about.
I'm still going to take the skin off. I'm just going to.
We're about supplying.
That's good.
Food to people that have a like-minded view that they don't want to see food wasted. But you see all types of people come through the food hub, and sometimes they are people that generally don't have anything, and wow, what a privilege.
Yeah, and I think one thing, a big difference with our food hubs compared to a lot of other pantries, there's no, you don't have to make a payment. They're open to all. You don't have to be referred. We've got wraparound care that we've built in through supporting you, the CAB, and lots of other organisations, and you can just access it all in one place.
It's like I say, it's a very privileged position. We're there giving away food. We have a suggested donation. That is just amazing. If somebody can put something in, we always say it's anything or nothing.
Yep.
And do you know what? It really is anything or nothing.
And the information about those, if anybody does want any more information about the help, the support, or the wraparound care that we offer through the community food hubs, again, just tap up the website, ukharvest.org.uk, gives you all the information you need as to where they are, when they are, how they are, and what they do. JC, I'm going to pop down and see the boys, see what they're cooking for you. Stay here, get yourself a glass of water, do whatever. Boys, how are we? Oh my goodness, so much has happened already.
Yeah,
I've only had a 2-minute chat.
As the last girl said, we're used to cooking under pressure.
Yeah,
That's it, a 2-minute chat. We've got sweet potato diced up. We've got shallots getting seriously diced up. We've got knives, blimey, O'Reilly. So tell us a little bit whilst you're cooking, if you can. Taco box, where did it come from? What is it? Why should everybody in West Sussex, when you're in Chichester, go to Taco Box in Draper's Yard?
So, well, the main reason is because we're the best restaurant in Chichester.
that is true.
That's true. That's a fact.
It's a fact. It's a fact. Now I know earlier I said don't believe everything you hear on YouTube, but it's coming from Martin. He owns the place. He should know. So, best restaurant in Chichester.
So the Taco Box started from my love of cooking and travelling combined. When I was younger, I did a lot of backpacking, and I saw a taco truck on a beach in Hawaii. And then I went to Mexico after that. So loads and loads of tacos.
It's a hard life, isn't it? A taco truck on a beach in Hawaii, and then I decided to go to Mexico.
It does sound awful.
Yeah, tough life.
On the taco truck, it said that they were open every day from 10 till 10, but they're closed when it's big surf. And I saw that, and I went,
I'm all in.
That's
I like that. Yeah. If I can go surfing, I'm closing. End of story.
So that's how it started. So I bought a trailer just before lockdown and started just about 3 years ago now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did that for a couple of years, and then the opportunity sort of presented itself in Draper's Yard, which was great. So
what are you looking for, mate?
Trays.
Trays. What, oven trays?
Yeah, a roasting tray.
I can get you the roasting tray.
Beautiful.
I have a mixing bowl, please.
You certainly can have a mixing bowl. I shall find you a mixing bowl. Big one, little one, doesn't matter. There you go, lovely. Right, here we go. We're straight in. If you need oil, olive oil's on the back. There's veg oil on the back as well. He's looking else as well. Now, you said you needed a blender, didn't you? So let's get you a blender in.
Don't like it.
You can easily clear out anything that you need. So if you just shout it on me, Sarah will clear out whatever you need out of the way.
One of them.
It's not going to lock.
It doesn't like it.
It does. It'll do. It'll work now. It will work now.
Okay, great.
There, that's it. There you go. Super hot. Excellent. talk us through what you're doing.
So I'm just going to sweat down some shallots now, add a few spices to that, and then that's going to go into our minced pork.
Yep.
And we're going to make the meatballs out of that.
Nice. Hayden, what are you up to?
And there, I am preparing a sweet potato salsa.
A sweet potato salsa?
Yeah, which I'm going to roast off in the oven with some shallots, different herbs and spices, and that can be part of the topping for one of the tacos.
Oh, superb, superb. So we have ended up with a taco theme. We like that. That's superb. Why go away from what you boys know how to do best? It's the biggest thing. If you know how to cook it, stick with it. If you don't know how to cook it, don't bother. So you were saying you went to Mexico. Is that where the connection with planting trees, supporting Mexican charities with food, and that's a really big ethos for you and your team at Taco Box, isn't it?
It's a very big ethos. We all like to give back to the community when we can, and we wanted it to be on brand with what we do as well.
Yep.
Hence why we support the charities in Mexico. And then obviously we came to speak to you guys because we want to start giving back to our local community as well.
Came and spoke to us, and then all of a sudden we roped you into. You can come in on our YouTube Cookathon. We'll give you a load of ingredients you haven't seen before, and hopefully you'll be able to cook something. Yeah, superb.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. But it was you that turned around and went, "Don't worry, I'll bring one of the chefs, and he'll be fine." Yeah. So he totally threw you under the bus, Hayden.
It was me.
But there we go. So is it just one specific village or area in Mexico, or do you support as a country?
Through Global Giving.
Okay.
Which is like an online platform that supports, but we do support specific projects on there. So there was a tree planting project in San Luis Potosí,
right?
Which we were supporting, and then also we were donating meals well over. But we've just recently changed over, so there's like a tree planting project. They reached their goal, which was great.
Excellent.
So their goal was to plant 10,000 trees, which they
superb. So it is so good to see young entrepreneurs coming into the industry, but actually with a sense of give back, with a sense of reality in life, and it's lovely. And that's one reason that when you got in touch, your sort of values and everything come in with ours, where we like to enrich all the communities we work in, or the people that we can, which was one reason why we wanted to have a chat. Right, I'm gonna get out of your way because I feel like I'm getting right in your way, and I'm gonna come back down here. We'll keep watching you cook, though, if that's all right. Yeah. And if you're gonna do anything funky, just tell us what you're doing, because we're loving this. This is great. It's like we can sit here, JC, and we're watching the telly.
It's brilliant.
We're watching the telly.
I think I'm even going to get a chance to sample some.
You are going to get a chance to sample it at the end.
It's so nice being cooked for.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Hey?
It's lovely. And by people that actually know what they're doing. You know?
Okay.
We cook for you all day in here. You get used to it. We're used to teaching. These boys are used to being in the heat of the restaurant, working it like mad. And their restaurant, guys, if you do get the chance, go down and support the Taco Box in Chichester. It's got all the best praise at the moment. They were telling me that at lunchtime today, they had 6 of Chichester District Council's EHOs went in for lunch. So they must be doing something pretty right.
Absolutely.
And with what they're doing, both in Mexico to support and in this country, at least they're keeping it real. And there might be something that we're doing in collaboration with the boys moving forward in the next year. So keep an eye out. Rescued tacos or things like that. So shallots going into the mince. Look at this. These boys are racking through the food, guys. I hope that at home you can understand how much pressure I've just put these boys under. And the fact that they turned around to me and said, dinner service this evening starts at 5, so they need to be back at about 1:45. And I was there going, uh-oh. Right, they're going to talk you through the rest because this is getting fun. So I'll let the boys talk to you. We'll turn our mics off so you can hear what the boys are saying. Guys, take us through what you're doing. This camera comes straight down onto here so they can see what you're doing.
So, Hayden, there, you're just about to start a roasted tomato salsa.
Indeed, yep.
Put the red peppers in, so we're blistering the skin of the red pepper because we want to get the skin off of the red pepper because it doesn't taste nice. Lovely. I'm just going to make the meatballs now. So all I've done is some lemon. That's just going to help the meat bind
Bring it
together.
all
So the
together.
meatballs. There you go. So that's all down together now.
Beautiful.
That's good. Got our tender stem broccoli. It's blanching off nicely. I'm going to shop that in cold water in a moment just to keep it nice and vibrant and green. Chili because it's going to be too crunchy.
She's gonna have some fire, maybe some chili flakes.
Chili flakes, yeah.
Quite nice.
Whack a shallot through it.
I am going to use the bird's eye chili though.
It's good to think about what to talk about when you're cooking, isn't it?
Hey, I'm over on this
No
side, so
worries.
it's the free spot. So yeah, I'm Sian. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I've been here all day. We're in for the long haul. But yeah, lovely to see you guys working. I happen to be married to a chef.
To be a thing, yeah.
This is giving
part of
me
it.
slight PTSD. My husband cooks like this at home now and expects there to be a KP,
Yep.
literally following. Yes. So yeah, thank you very much for bringing that back to me. But yeah, lovely to see you work. This is looking amazing. So I'm going to be flying the flag a little.
2 vegan options.
Okay.
And 2 veggie options for the tacos and burritos.
Okay, nice.
Got a load of small plates. Loads of
I mean, it
beef,
really
veggie.
is.
Reverse.
Yes. So if I go there ever in my dreams, in my wildest lovely dreams, if I do go there, I'm not going to have any trouble eating.
No. Absolutely fine. We'll,
Awesome. You do offer those alternatives these days, isn't it? It's a really,
Absolutely.
It's a really big deal.
Gluten-free as well. Which also,
Do you do some that are corn tortillas as
so
well?
all of our tacos are corn
Okay.
tortillas. All of our nachos are freshly cooked corn tortillas.
Fantastic.
The burritos are wheat.
That is brilliant. So do you get to go back to Mexico, or now you've got the taco box in Chichester?
Well,
Who knows when you're
Mexico
going to go
Thinking about closing for November, aren't we?
Yes.
Having a bit of holiday there. So
Taking some time.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
that'd be good.
That
Be a
sounds good.
opportunity to go back,
'Cause-
yeah.
Wow, lovely.
Think about.
Looking great. So that's turkey mince.
So it's pork mince. This is-
Pork
mince,
mince.
them ones.
Okay, you see, you can tell I'm a plant-based person. I have
a little bit of seasoning, some dried
Nice.
mixed herbs. Nothing
Okay.
too mental on there. We're gonna sort of a lot of the flavour is going to come from these roasted tomato salsa.
Nice.
And then we'll just sear them off.
Brilliant.
So they got some colour on
Give
them.
them colour.
Yep.
And then back into the oven.
Lovely.
Finish them up
Nice. Looking good, guys. Is there anything glaring in your box that you thought, no, there's absolutely no way we can't use that?
Asparagus.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, asparagus. That was
not-
a
there. Could have
curveball.
probably used it
If I really thought about it,
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough. They would go in a salsa. You could chop them up and eat them
Yeah.
raw. They're really good raw.
I feel
really
kind of
nice.
bad using a beautiful asparagus just to go into a
Yeah,
salsa.
do you think? I suppose so. I suppose so. Yeah. But when it's a veggie, I'm just like, yep, eat
Yep.
it. Don't worry. Who cares? No, that's
all
brilliant.
roasting off.
Have you always been plant-based?
For about 8 years, I've been veggie most of my adult life.
Yeah.
So about 8 years now. Yeah, plant-based. I've been mentioning earlier, one of our staff here also is plant-based. He's our business support manager, and he's absolutely an athlete, and is a really good flag for that plant-based diet. He's going to be running a marathon
Wow.
this very weekend.
Wow.
He's done about half a dozen. This guy just
Whoa.
smashes marathons. Like,
Okay.
but this weekend he's going to be off to Milan to do the Milan Marathon.
Amazing.
So we're really bigging him up and supporting him in that. And he's doing it, purely plant-based power. So
Sorry, boys, we've had a few technical issues that I just had to double
Simon
check.
jumping out and
And I'm
jumping
just going to
in.
make sure that it is all working again
Okay,
now.
all brilliant. I think the idea was that we were going to be feeding some of our staff. Perhaps they could jump in and taste the Taco Boys nosh in a moment or two, or when they're ready. Yeah, brilliant.
absolutely.
Those avocados looking perfect.
They are absolutely
Considering
spot on.
they are rescued avocados.
Yeah.
We literally have been donated them by a supermarket who felt they were not fit for sale.
Well, there's absolutely
Isn't
nothing wrong
that
with them. They're
incredible?
perfect.
Yeah,
They're absolutely
there you go.
perfect.
Just
So,
goes to show that there is a lot of produce out there that ends up in
goes to
landfill.
waste. Yes.
That shouldn't be there.
No,
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, brilliant.
Right, we've got that blender, chef. Oh, it's just
Yeah, food blenders there. It needs to lock in on that way. Yeah. That's
Yep.
brilliant.
And then I'll need to use that because I'm
Lovely.
going
I'll get out of your
to.
way a little. See if Simon's coming back in.
So tomatoes sweating off. They're going to be fine. Peppers nearly there.
Yeah.
take the skins off.
Yeah.
You can blitz your bits. I'll blitz the salsa. Get the meatballs on the go.
Yeah.
Finish with some coriander. Beautiful.
Done.
Yeah, all diced, ready to go. Slice them up. It's ready.
So, have you got a zester?
Yes, mate. Yeah. Fine, that's mate. Great stuff, zester, great thing.
That one. Yep. Beautiful. She's good.
Simon's fiddling with wires, working things in the background, the tech team getting a bit of backup. It's all still happening live because I've just looked at us on YouTube on one of our hooked up laptops. So yeah, this is brilliant. This is the kind of thing I would love to make. So can you just tell me what's gone in there? Just
so far, I've literally just blanched off the tender stem.
Okay.
So this is what we do in the restaurant, but we use broccoli instead of tender stem.
Okay.
So we
Same thing. Do you use your stalked and all?
We use
as much as you possibly can.
Don't go all the way to the stalk because they get quite fibrous.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, we use as much of it as we can.
Lovely.
And same as like same reason we zest all our limes and all our citrus fruits.
Yeah.
Same ethos as you guys are.
Yeah, trying to waste as little as possible.
Yeah.
I've got a great recipe actually with cauliflower, using cauliflower leaves and shoots and all the outer edges of the cauliflower.
Yeah.
Again, blanching them and then putting them in a salsa. It actually gives it subtle cauliflower flavor and a really nice texture, similar sort of thing.
Yeah, okay.
That is looking gorgeous.
Beautiful. There we
Lovely.
go. Skin's peeling off nicely. Exactly what we wanted.
Skin off the pepper, is that a requirement, do you think, for a good...
It is definitely for a salsa, yeah, because you don't want that leathery sort of, feel
Again,
coming from it.
I would just eat that anyway. But yeah, I can appreciate it. It really does change the texture. That looks fab. The lime smells gorgeous. Yeah, they are amazing.
We get through them.
We get
through them.
because again, you can imagine it is one of those fruits in the supermarkets that people aren't really. I mean, if they're not making a gin and tonic, dare I say it?
It's a good use for them.
It is a good use, but it's not everybody's bag, is it? So I think we end up with. There's a load over there this morning of just on the verge of going a bit yellow.
Yeah.
Which is such a shame to see them head to landfill when they've still got a lot of flavour and a lot of life in them. So yeah, amazing. See this? Is this looking familiar to you, Simon? This lovely messy area.
No, crack on. Yeah. It's looking like real cooking.
It is, isn't it?
I like the way that Hayden, you've roasted the peppers and then you're just taking the skin off with the back of the knife.
Really nice.
Bit of a skill that a lot of people at home might not have seen. Just to take that off, but you're dead right. If you're going to do the salsa, it's got to be right.
Yeah, you'll notice it straight away. It'll be the first thing you would come across.
Yeah, there's a little bit of skin.
Yes, so it's so much nicer.
Brilliant.
Oh, look at that. Ears come back to life. JC, what do you reckon? JC's had to come down here because our monitor that we were watching on a minute ago, we've kind of lost that monitor.
It's given up.
So you crack on. Always rely on the owner to make the noise. That's cool.
Yeah.
Does he do the same when he walks into the kitchen, Hayden?
Every day.
Every day. There you go.
Yeah.
See, so you also get some fun at Taco Box as well.
You know what Martin's about.
Sorry, I'm in your way. Looking good, boys. Smelling amazing. Smelling absolutely amazing. Well, that corn and sweet potato is looking all right, Chef.
Yep, they're coming along nicely.
Lovely, lovely. My goodness.
Oh, I love the pressure.
I just love the way the boys have taken it. Straight in. Here you go, guys. A load of ingredients that you don't really know what they are.
Yep.
Crack on. Do something. It smells amazing. It looks amazing. I'm sure it's going to taste amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, how does your hob work? How's the oven work?
Have you got an oven? Yeah. So no, these guys have really stepped up to the mark this time. Straight in, done it. 50 minutes to go till the start of service. How does that make you feel?
Thanks for that. Yeah.
Sorry.
I just can't wait to taste it.
No, there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Really good.
Shall I start
Splits
sweating
up.
them meatballs now?
Yeah, start sweating down. Yeah, salsa is pretty much
I'll leave you
ready.
that
Roast
there,
sweet
Chef, to
potato
dice
one.
up, please.
No problem. Do that in there. Okay.
2 chefs, 1 hob as a work surface,
And a
1
three-
hob to cook on.
Yeah.
and 1 square meter
And
to work
a
in.
Yeah.
one chopping board.
Yeah. And a load of space and a load of cameras and lights in their face. But they're creating some absolute magic.
No, chef. That one there. There. You.
Concentration is immense. Sorry, I've gone a bit quiet. I'm looking and watching and going, yeah. JC's looking and thinking, it's been a long day doing community food hubs. I'm hungry. And he knows that he can smell it. It's coming.
I think the best bit's coming.
Yeah, they do. They are heavy bottom frying pans. Sorry.
The exact same ones, mate.
You got those ones at Taco?
Yeah.
Nice. So you're going to do, just seal them off and then
Seal them off. I'm going to roast them off and finish them off in the oven.
fab.
I might just leave a few of them for you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. As long as there's 1 portion cooked off, so we can plate it, show everybody how amazing your food looks as well as smells in here. And then JC's got something to eat. We can cook the rest off. None of the food that's been cooked or prepared and not cooked is going to waste. Sarah at the moment is at the end of the kitchen, bagging up everything that has been cooked, so that when our staff decide that those that aren't staying for the long term are going home, they can take it with them. And we love a bit of blender.
Lovely. Yeah, exactly. Got any spoons anywhere? Yes, we do.
So how have you worked out your timings?
Experience, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Lovely.
A lot of communication is always required in the kitchen.
Absolutely.
No problem. There's a little bit of heat coming off this salsa, which is perfect. A little bit of paprika.
Yeah. What? Too much? Or?
No. Spot on. Absolutely spot on.
Oh, we like it hot.
You like it hot? Oh, okay. I should have had some more bird's eyes.
That's probably not a good challenge to give to guys that cook Mexican food all the time. We like it hot. Oh, brother.
Habanero chili jam. Yeah.
What's that? Available in restaurants?
It is.
Excellent. You happy, chef?
Yeah, that's
Good.
Usually we put like red onion and stuff in as well, obviously.
Didn't give you a red onion, mate. Sorry. And I'm not even sure there's one over here. No, there isn't. Oh, I haven't even got onion to deal with later on. Oh my word! What did you leave me out of the box then? Oh, you didn't. You didn't fancy the dates, no?
No, that wasn't up there. That.
Oh, okay.
Coriander.
And you couldn't work out a decent use for a parsnip. That's fine. I'll work something out with the parsnip.
Ooh, absolutely.
Yeah, we got some good stuff over there, so that's all fine. Got some stuff over there. Got a bit of stuff on the back. We'll be all right. We'll make it work. It's what we do.
Well,
Yeah.
it is what
Yeah,
we.
so we can
It's what it
roast
is.
meatballs.
Yeah, about 44 minutes.
Yep.
That's on 220, isn't it?
Oh, I've turned it down. It's a bit. I'll turn it down. So we can do that, and then the salsa's ready.
Yeah.
So we can either finish them off in the pan with the salsa, or just use it as a topper.
I was going to probably chop them in half.
Yep.
Just and spread them out.
Yep. All right, need some fresh
We got a big frying pan to do the
fresh coriander. It's beautiful.
So as the guys said when JC asked, how do you do all this? It's all about communication and teamwork. So I think you've seen all the way through this afternoon, the boys have been talking to each other. What's been going on? What are we doing? Where are we going? Oh, it's a bit pokey and he's going on with chili flakes. Oh, JC.
Just make sure you turn the colour monitor down.
Just a little bit of citrus in there.
The needed squeeze of lime as always. Yep.
Let's do some wedges, yeah.
We did bring our own tortillas.
Yeah, I noticed you sneaked the tortillas in because you weren't going to get them in the box.
I would say that's.
But that's fine.
Forward thinking, isn't
it? And if you had ended up with tortillas, we normally collect any bread product in the evening. So they would have been yesterday's tortillas, and they'd have been the big ones, which you might not have wanted. But
burritos, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, we never know what
we don't know what we're going to rescue.
I mean, I go to do the hubs in the morning with Nigel. We walk in and we go, this is what we've got.
This is it.
And we roll that out. So, but
guys, it's looking amazing
from one week to the next or one day to the next. Depends what we've got. I mean, at the moment, we've got a lot of sweet potatoes. I mean, they're absolutely fantastic. And we try and give people sort of ideas of what other things you can do with sweet potatoes. You haven't just got to bake them, you know, you can boil them, you can mash them.
They're really good for make nice crisps.
Beautiful
crisps.
Use potato paper.
I was just thinking, JC, about that at the moment in the warehouse, like right now today, there are absolutely crates and crates, tons, I'm going to say, of sweet potatoes and of sweet corn particularly. Hearing about the whole tortilla thing, would you be able to, off the top of your head, you know, obviously sweet potatoes, people usually chip them, but anything corn, or I mean, I was thinking about a recipe for making your own tortilla with corn. Is it
with the tortillas? You need maize rather than sweet corn.
Okay.
Because it's more fibrous.
Okay.
And you have to do a process called nixtamalization.
Okay.
Which is adding lime, as in limestone.
Ah,
limestone,
okay.
Churn that with
too hot.
Okay, to make that powder, to make that,
To make it, and then to make that into the flour.
Right.
And then you just add the water to the flour.
Okay, to make that paste. Okay,
So
so
you can buy like massive flour, which is already,
all that
is
combined.
already done.
Too hot.
And so, bearing in mind our sort of like desire to give people good tips and things to do with the corn ribs seem to be a big thing at the moment.
I've not done them
Not
myself.
big fans, not tried it.
Not tried it.
We've tried them a bit in the air fryer. When I say we, I mean at home.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it would be. It's interesting to know. You know, some of those recipe tips. What do you do with a lot of your corn on the cob?
So most sort of traditional thing we do is we do elotes.
Okay.
Which is you find that in the streets of Mexico everywhere.
Okay.
And it's corn, it's sweet corn.
Yep.
Like that, with a dressing over it and cheese. So it's sour cream and mayonnaise based with garlic. And,
nice. So a whole cob.
A whole cob, char grilled, and then you dress it with all that cheese.
Okay.
Which is a type of Mexican cheese, which is really crumbly. It's a little bit like feta.
Okay.
We make cheese in the restaurant, which is similar, queso fresco, which is similar to cojito as well. Right. Really salty. So that's the way we do it. But I personally, I don't know where they're from, but they're not UK grown, are they?
I actually don't know. I would imagine they can't be UK. They're coming out of the
September.
supermarket.
So, so we won't be using corn in the restaurant until
it's in
season. Until it's ready to go.
Especially like where we live.
I know.
There's so many cornfields around.
Everywhere. Okay, fine.
Yeah, we won't be using it. It'll literally be that short
period.
Sort of 4-6 week
Yeah,
season.
yeah.
That'll be the only time we use it. Same with tomatoes. Like we don't have tomatoes on our menu at the moment.
Okay.
So we'll be waiting for the British grown tomatoes to come in.
Absolutely.
They're just the best ones anyway.
I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
But you know, we're literally talking about food waste. So we basically recycle whatever we can get.
Yeah, of course.
And I mean, in an ideal world, we'll all love to go back to seasonal vegetables.
Of course,
absolutely.
But
what you're doing is obviously saving
other
it.
end
It doesn't
of it.
matter. It's been grown and it's come from somewhere. It's
Absolutely.
better off
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I feel comfortable in that because although my belief is we should go back to seasonal vegetables
until the whole country's ready. Yeah, until it's all ready. Yeah, we're not quite there yet. But fantastic. This is looking amazing.
Trying to stay out your
Simon,
way.
I know you're chomping at the bit. Literally.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we're all trying to get out of the way. So JC's just come in at the back. So we're gonna come over about here, stand here, and we're out of the way. They can get past us. They can get to the oven. We can smell it, see it, get excited about it.
Absolutely, yeah, all ready to go. That just needs a little mix,
No.
a little marinade.
No, I'm going to let you go for it, mate. I'm going to let you go for it.
I asked for extra chili.
Yeah, good lad. And I hope, the boys have been amazing. They've literally been on camera for just short of about half an hour. And what they've created from a box of rescued ingredients from the warehouse is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And we've pushed them to the max that they've now brought their stuff out of the oven. Finish it off on the hob, bless them. So if you were going to leave it in the oven, Hayden, how long would you have given it? A little bit, obviously a little bit longer, I guess.
Yeah, it would need another 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So it's quicker just to finish it in the pan.
But we've got a restaurant to run.
Yeah.
Bookings for tonight, good?
Got a few bookings.
Excellent, but still space if anybody at home wants to come down after they've cooked with us and have something to eat with you. Fabulous. Look at this.
Awesome.
It's amazing food.
Could do something like that, yeah.
Fresh.
In Sherville from my garden for a garnish at the restaurant. I was just saying we should have brought some along.
I don't know what you've got over here. That's coriander. That could be flat leaf parsley. That's not Oriental, Mediterranean basil. So no, I'm afraid I haven't got access to the chervil in your garden, but feel free to use whatever's over there.
A couple of minutes away, they're nearly there.
Wonderful.
That's a sweet potato one, so that's a vegan dish. Sweet potato, sweet potato, roasted corn.
Yep.
So sorry, talk us through it again.
It's a roasted sweet potato salsa with some bird's eye chilies, smoked paprika, salt, pepper, and then just a little bit of lime just to finish it off. And then on top is a roasted red pepper and tomato salsa.
Unbelievable. And that's your guacamole.
Yep.
Look at that. All of those elements in 30 minutes to stand.
It is lovely.
Yeah.
Looks absolutely amazing.
Got like a bit of peppery taste from broccoli as well, so it's like peppery. Yeah. But it's mainly the texture.
So standard guacamole recipe, but you chuck in 10 stem broccoli in as well? Sorry, I missed that bit. We were having technical problems.
Get yourself a guacamole recipe.
Yeah.
Weigh your avocados, half it, and replace that half with the same weight in broccoli. Or 10
Superb.
But it's all about texture.
It brings, it gives it more body, more bite.
It's all about texture.
Fantastic.
Otherwise it's a lot more sloppy when it's not.
Andrew's looking and going, they said that's vegan. They said that's vegan. They said that's vegan. We're keeping that plate to one side, Andrew. You're all right. It's coming your way, mate. Don't worry, it'll come your way. And then we went with pork, or you went with pork.
Meatballs, and we're going to do the same toppings on there as well.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, cool. Just finishing those off.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you for coming in. Just in case I don't get a chance to say at the end, we do some crazy things at UKHarvest, and we'll make sure that we keep you well in the loop. And if you ever want to join us for crazy days, you're more than welcome to.
They've earned their place.
They most definitely have. They most definitely have. And we might have them cooking against each other next time, not me and Ollie in the Ready Steady Cook challenge that we did up at the hub last year. These look amazing. Feeling hungry, mate? Go grab a seat. I'll bring it round. I don't know if Sian is coming in for one of the vegan special ones or whether we're saving those for Andrew's part of the tech team. And our marathon man.
There we go. That's it.
I like that. That's it. That's it.
Beautiful.
There you go. My job here is done. So you got the pork meatballs with more of the salsa, more of the guacamole, which I absolutely love the idea of that guacamole. That is just amazing.
And then top fresh basil.
Fresh basil.
Beautiful.
And that's it, just like that. Right, I'm going to run those round. I'm going to come back and say thank you. I'm just going to run these round to JC and Sian. You can tell which one's got meat in it. It's got meatballs. All right. Wow. So just show them to the camera. So there's the vegan one. That looks amazing. That's the vegan one. You've got the meatball one. I'm going to leave you set there. Oh, wow. Gentlemen, sit and watch the praise that you get. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. This is why we're chefs. We all bail. We've served the food. Service is over. See you soon. Guys, thank you so much. All the best with Taco Box. I say to everybody, if you get the chance, pop down and see the boys. They're in the middle of Chichester. It's not difficult to see them. They've got this huge, great board on the gate to Draper's Yard and a big set of A-boards. Go down, see them, support the guys. They're doing so much good in the community as well. Thanks, boys. I'm going to go and see those guys. We'll see you soon. Cheers, guys. Thank you. There's some going on in the room.
My goodness me.
How are we doing?
That's so yummy.
Okay, that says enough. Point.
Yummy.
Big smile.
For the chili to really kick, and it's there.
If the chili kicks, that's because JC said that he wanted a load of chilies in it.
That was really delicious.
But it's warm. It's
Really? Oh no, gradual fresh chili heat. Really, really lovely. I wish they'd made about 12 of these because my vegan colleague.
I think I'm not being funny. They did well to do what they did in the time that they had before they've got to run back for service. And you're getting some good thumbs up from down here. You might have just scored yourself a few more customers.
Really wow.
That's it.
I'm going to get a serviette though, so it's mighty messy.
And then
Brilliant. I'm going to leave that one there just for.
Leave the
Yeah, absolutely.
Marathon Meredith. You can go through them all, mate. Till what the boys have left as well.
What a fantastic session.
And that is what you get when you bring in two absolute chefs to the max.
Yeah.
They come straight in, they see a box of stuff that they haven't got a clue what they're getting, and they create food.
They've done it brilliantly.
And there was no stress. There was no. It was
I mean, I have to say, guys, we've had some amazing cooking going on here. You haven't done too bad yourself, Simon, today.
It's not exactly that, though, is it?
I think it's pretty close.
It's pretty up there. Okay, the fish was good. I'm kind of concerned about the session at 5 o'clock because I know I've got to cook with whatever's left. So in a minute, I might go and have a little look just to see what is left. Because
I'll give you a minute to work things out once you get there, Simon.
Yeah,
that's absolutely fine.
I'd quite like longer than the 30 seconds that Martin and Hayden had. So I'm going to go and have a quick look. You guys have a munch. If you get the chance, have a chat about where we're going now, food hub wise, development. Try and sell the hub a little bit more before Ffion dives out the door on her train to go home. Ffion is getting a train shortly, I would suggest, yes. But I'm going to leave you with this mic as well. I'm going to go down there, clear up and have a look and see what I've got.
Thank you so much. The Taco Boys are just leaving us. Thank you. Ooh, back on. But yeah, just wow, what a whirlwind. What a whirlwind.
What a whirlwind.
Woo! They came, they cooked.
They conquered.
They made mess. And we are moving on.
We feel the draft of them walking away.
We do, but wow, that was just so yummy. And yeah, really, really great.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken in the challenge. They've come in. They've still produced food that is true to themselves.
Yeah.
So they've still.
Yeah, true.
They've had limited ingredients, but they've improvised. And as a chef,
true to them.
I think that's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it is absolutely gorgeous. You're not wrong. That is really, really lovely. I'm really grateful for them. Another session in our mammoth, epic finale to the Food and Fuel project, smashed out the park there. Thanks so much to those Taco Box boys. It's been brilliant. That's really lovely. And of course, going back to why you're here with us, JC, JC, you are a vital part in the, whole process of what UK Harvest are all about. In fact, really, you are the essence, in terms of what the hubs that we run from Sussex here, our food hubs are. And that is using and making something and giving something with that food. So, you are really the best person to represent UK Harvest in some ways to have with us, because, as I say, what you do is really what's at the heart of what UK Harvest are all about: rescuing surplus food and giving it away again.
I mean, yes, we are, but there's a heck of a team that allow us to get to that position. So
that is true.
It's congratulations to all the team to roll out this type of program.
Yeah.
Also, I think this is a really good point to turn around and say, we couldn't do what we do without the excellent volunteers that we have.
That is true.
A big thank you to all of those.
Yeah, that's true.
We go and select the food. It's on a rotational basis. I mean, sometimes we have a great choice, and we can give them the proteins, the vegetables, etc. Sometimes it's a little bit harder. But the volunteers smile every time that they come in.
For people who don't necessarily have a complete picture of what goes on, we run the food hubs from here. We're running 1, sometimes 2 a day. In the area, broadly speaking, because it's quite a big area.
Apart from the ones that are.
True. And at those, we have teams of volunteers. So as a charity organisation, we're a not-for-profit charity. We are dependent on our funders and the support of our volunteers. So, you mentioned those that come. How many, roughly, people do you have supporting hubs through the week? Do you know roughly or exactly?
The average volunteers are probably between 5 and 6
per event.
Per event.
Okay, per food hub.
And most of them are our total volunteers. We do have a couple of helpers from the centres that come in and help us unload.
So these are individuals who've given up their personal time of 2, 3 or 4 hours a week, specifically if they're working at one of our food hubs. They are a team of people. They show up in time to help unload and set up.
They're there to help us unload the van.
Okay.
And then they're like a little army.
Right.
They get the tablecloths out, the mats, make up all the little plastic boxes that we display the food in.
Okay.
And then they proportion all the food. And then hopefully the last person that actually is in the queue has the same opportunity as the first person.
So they're vital people then, and they help to hand out the volunteers help to hand out the food to the customers, people who are coming along who may or may not be able to make a donation, but are collecting that surplus food to take it away and use it.
And they're in the same situation as us. We're non-judgmental. We don't prejudge.
No.
Everybody that comes to the food hub is actually helping us because they're helping us save waste food.
And I think that is a real sort of USP, as people say, about the UK Harvest approach to our food hubs, which is we absolutely want to support people who are facing food insecurity and give them an opportunity to come and collect free food or make a donation if they can. What amount are we donating at the moment in food hubs? Asking people where they can.
Between £3.50 and £5.
Okay, so that's totally optional.
And that is, if they can afford it, please do. But it's an anything or nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And those people come along and assisted by the volunteers and the team of people there and yourself.
And they're made to feel very, very comfortable.
I'm sure they are.
We get the odd person that sits there and says, "Oh, I never thought I'd be here," and I'm going, I probably know really why you're saying that, but actually. Don't feel like that. This is about helping us stopping waste food.
Yeah. And it removes actually some of that element of stigma. So that sort of particular element for us, food banks do exist to support people facing food insecurity. And they work on primarily a referral basis. So people would have to have been referred by social service
CAB or
to
whatever,
be able to access that food support. We're not that. We're there. Really, for those people, yes, please come to us if you are struggling to buy your shopping. Look on our website. All of our food hubs are listed there. You're welcome to come along to any of them. and to collect food. But we're really, as JC is saying, we're there to use that food so it doesn't end in landfill, so it isn't wasted.
And it doesn't go back into our
no,
food
and I
chain,
mean, look at what this is literally an example, apart from that lovely tortilla, which to be fair, they are particularly yummy, aren't they?
They are particularly good, but
yummy.
I mean, I don't
But
think
a
we should go on
Mexican
about that.
speciality.
Because
But
obviously
apart from that,
yeah.
literally everything that those taco box guys put together, I went with Simon myself, and we selected a box of ingredients that we asked them to cook from the produce that has been completely donated. When
you
one of the guys,
you walked around the warehouse picking stock,
we did,
of which we picked, put on a van to take to the hubs.
take to the hubs, absolutely.
It's the
And
same
I mean,
deal.
these avocados, I happened to be there at that moment as I was muscling in, when Hayden, I think it was preparing these avocados in that salsa. They were perfect. There was nothing wrong with those avocados.
Nothing at all.
All of the ingredients that we gave them, sweet potatoes, we've talked a lot about because we've got a lot of them at the moment. But all of those ingredients rescued, and look what you can put together.
And look, in all fairness, in 20 minutes.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's as quick as a ready meal.
Yeah, and that is that.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
It is brilliant.
Look at the nutrition in that.
Absolutely. But, that is what the support of the food hubs can actually bring to people, because we're giving them that opportunity to access that food, to make the most from it, and to save it, creating part of what is a growing and very dark.
But you know what? You'd be absolutely totally amazed the amount of people that are going around the community food hub that look at a sweet potato and go, do you know what? I don't know how to cook it.
No.
And I'll give them a few suggestions, etc., etc. They'll look at a butternut squash and go,
yeah,
I know I cut it.
Yeah,
but
but
take the seeds out, dry the seeds, put them in the ovens a little bit. They make like a nutty little seed.
Absolutely. Yum.
You can scoop it out, cook it. You can mash it in with potato.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
I know that Simon mentioned earlier when he was talking to you that as part of the support that we try and wrap around the food hub is this, really a representative of agencies who are in the local community who can come in and support with education. We ourselves deliver demonstrations at hubs. So sometimes we will rock up, slightly more organized than that, but we will turn up at the hubs.
Yep.
We will cook and demonstrate and give out tasters to really support and encourage people to learn and to broaden their education around what they can do.
And it's about educating, and the other projects that we're involved in, which is sort of getting to the school children, etc.
Yeah.
It's all about educating. So many people look at something that's like a use by or a best before date.
Yeah.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with it at all.
No,
tins. I mean,
I think
it's just,
it is a no-brainer. I think to some extent we do have to acknowledge that supermarkets, they are really trying, distributors of foods. Obviously, the waste element of food for them is, a catastrophe. They're very profit-driven, and to have any waste element is not good, and they are. And legislation is supporting that change to allow us to understand better what we can use by and sell by, and where those boundaries and those lines of definition really do have some scope for people to use stuff before it ends in the bin. So there is progress being made. We have to acknowledge that.
It is slow but sure, but UKHarvest
at the moment,
beating the path to getting more and more people to understand what we're about.
We had a very large UKHarvest staff meeting just recently with our CEO Yvonne, who unfortunately couldn't make it into us today. But one of the things that she was saying was that she had, a few years ago, talking about reducing food waste. She'd really anticipated that she was kind of almost working towards putting herself out of a job. That if we do our job right, gradually the food waste issue will be reducing. But as she quite so solemnly said, we're definitely not there yet. There is still tons of food which is ending up in landfill, which is not being purposed and given and used by people who could make the most of it.
But we still have a generation that are into the takeaways. They're into the ready meals, etc., etc.
Absolutely.
So what we're trying to do, and you're rolling this program out. What we're trying to do is educate people and show them that actually cooking is not that difficult.
No.
There's a few simple rules, and you can have a lot of fun. I mean, I've always said, when the meals I've done, I can do a sort of a pasta meal with a little bit of carbonara or something like that in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's more nutritional than a ready meal that's full of salt.
Absolutely.
At least you know what ingredients you put
what's
in.
gone into it, for sure.
So
Would you say at the moment, the way the hubs are going, I wonder whether you see an increase in people coming to them?
Yeah, sure.
At the moment.
I think over the last 3 months, and as you know, I've only been here a month. The last 3 months, we've seen something like a 20% increase that's coming through the hubs. We're seeing new faces daily. We're seeing new faces that are sad when they walk in and happy when they go out. We're seeing people that are just genuinely delighted that they're actually being a part of the food waste program. So
it's ticking lots of different boxes for different people.
It ticks every box. I mean, it's a win-win situation for everybody.
Yeah.
It's great for us because we get the actual privilege of delivering food and delivering a service. And to see somebody that was possibly sad that goes away happy.
Yeah, sure.
Gosh,
It's a joy, isn't it? And just to big you up a little bit more there, JC, let's not forget that if there are people out there and you are geographically in our area and you have learnt and heard things for the first time today about UKHarvest, about Food and Fuel Project, but UKHarvest as well, and you think you'd like to get involved or support what we do, we have a big fundraising team. We're always looking for corporate funding. We welcome any input of manpower. So if you have a few hours a week that you think you might be able to donate that time and your effort and your energy, we always are happy to welcome on board new volunteers to come and join us. Certainly, we're expanding quite dramatically at the moment our hub offering.
Through the want of need.
Absolutely, because there is a real need there and because the surplus food is still there. So, as JC just slipped in and mentioned there, he's a new member of our team. He has not been with us for long, although he's been a friend of UKHarvest for quite some time, but in his current role. And part of bringing JC in is so that we can expand that offering of food hubs, for which we will need more and more volunteers. So people out there, if you have, as I say, any time, inclination, support, financial capacity, we're a charity. We would love your backup. We would love you to get involved. Please give us feedback on today. And if you want to know or learn anything else about UKHarvest, please do get in touch, drop us a line, send us a message, make a call. So JC, thank you so much.
And they can bring experience and
like
diversity.
You have. Absolutely.
So,
we welcome that.
We're here to listen.
We are, absolutely. Well, thank you so much.
Cheers, JC.
Yeah, you've been amazing.
You've been a superstar.
Yeah.
Thank you for managing to fill the last 20 minutes, guys.
That's okay. It's been a pleasure.
Whilst we've quickly tried to clear down after the whirlwind that was Taco Box.
They were a bit of a whirlwind.
They were superb. I've had a little look.
Yeah. How are you feeling about it, Simon?
I'm just going to wing it.
Okay.
So I've got a few ideas of what we can do.
Sure.
Something that we always talk about is making stock. So all of those peelings and all that, I've put some water on already. I'm going to get my stock on. Going to use that to cook a few bits. We're going to do, I think we're going to use some of the avocado that the guys, not avocado, the avocado, the asparagus that the guys left.
You've got some plans.
Maybe put a poached egg on top of that.
Ooh, sounds nice.
And maybe something over the top of that as well.
You are a master of winging it, Simon.
I've got
so if anyone
some
can do
fish
this.
left. So I might make a white sauce with some parsley, some of the herbs that we've got on the back, just to drizzle over that fish that we had left from where we cooked it earlier.
Okay.
Then we've got turkey mince, which I think I'm going to do a creamy, mushroomy type thing to put with some pasta.
You can tell he's
just
really
a bit of a take on it.
talking.
I'm going to go down there and crack on.
I shall come over and meet you.
You have a
I'm
break.
going to get mic'd up with the other mic.
Have a break.
Brilliant.
Chill out.
I'll see you in a moment.
And I'll just try and wing it from down here in the kitchen. So we're still live. We're still on YouTube. We're still going strong. We've got about 3¼ hours left coming direct to you on our YouTube channel. We've said it before today. We'll say it again. We're running a big competition. It's your chance to win yourself an air fryer. But what have you got to do to get it? All you've got to do is cook something lovely, take a photo of it, and post it somewhere. Whether you send it to us by email, send it to info@ukharvest.org.uk, or whether you post that picture straight onto Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and just tag @UKHarvest. I know that from the tech team, we've already had some come in, especially from the kids session that we did this morning. If you want to do any of the recipes that you've seen today, they will be on our website tomorrow. It's going to take us a little while to do the one that the boys have just done from Taco Box. We might have to watch it back a couple of times to get it all on there. But all the other recipes will be online, and they'll be ready for you for tomorrow. So, the leftover challenge. One thing that UK Harvest always say, love your leftovers. We want to help our nation eat well, but also reduce their amount of household food waste. And when you look at the big picture and post-farm gates, 70% of food waste comes from our own home. It is vital we try and use what we've got. So I've got a tub here where we have been collecting absolutely everything from throughout the day. And I'm going to try and use as much of this to flavour our food so that we get the most out of all of it. So in here, we've got the cob from the corn. Well, what I'm going to do with that, I'm making a big stock up. So I'm just going to slice it through, slice through the cob. I want my stock to go on first because I'm going to use it to cook some of the stuff. Now this, most people would just chuck it straight in the bin. I've chewed the corn off, I'll chuck it in the bin. I'm going to use some of the nutrients and the flavour from this in my stock. So that can go in. What else have we got? Oh, shallot peel, that can definitely go in. Bit of sweet potato, yeah. A carrot that I ribboned earlier, I'm actually going to keep to one side because I could ribbon up some more of that. The middles from the peppers, they can go in. Any skin, that can go in. Chuck the avocado skin in. The core bit out of the cauliflower, that can go in. And a few more seeds. Oh, I've got some greens. Oh, the rest of the courgette, we'll keep that. We'll keep that. And we'll keep the greens. They could come in useful in a minute. Because all of this is edible, guys. Okay, it's all edible. We can use it. The remains of the cauliflower, we can use that. And all the rest of this, whatever it may be, is just going to go straight in the pot. And all I'm going to do, I'm just going to bubble that away. Then I'm going to drain it because I've used as much of the goodness out of all of this veg as I can. And that stock then is going to be beautiful. So just give that a quick mix. Itchy nose. Why does it always happen when you come straight back in that you get an itchy nose? You're trying to cook on camera. So empty that in there. Even the pips out of the avocados have gone in there. And that is going to make us up a really good stock. And we're just going to leave that to bubble, and we'll use that right at the end of this session. Something that we always say, save your peelings, you can make stock. Save your peelings, you can make stock. And we've never made one, as I keep getting reminded by some of our tech team and our media team. It's like we always say we're going to do it, but we don't do it. Today we have. So anything you've got into boiling water, you don't need stock cubes necessarily. This will give you some flavour. You're keeping all the nutrients. You're getting everything out of it. That can go in there. Just get rid of this box. Okay, so what else have we got left? Now, this is really good because Sarah's just legged it and Sarah knows where everything is. But never mind. The boys from Taco Box left me with some turkey mince, some asparagus, mushrooms, shallots, one corn on the cob, some tomatoes. Right, what are we going to do? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do the turkey mince first. We're going to use the shallots, the mushrooms, the turkey mince. And we're going to turn that, because we've got our store cupboard as well. Something that a lot of people have in the cupboard. Tin of chicken soup. Okay, so we're going to use that as our sauce. We're going to cook it off. We're going to fry it all off. Fry off the mushrooms. Fry off the turkey mince. Fry off the shallots. Then we're going to go in with our can of chicken soup. That's going to act as our sauce. We're going to bring that together. We're going to put that with some pasta. Okay, so just turn our pot down so that it's not totally overflowing. We just want that bubbling gently. And let's get in. That one's dirty, don't want that one. And any of our trimmings that we have now, I can just stick straight in the pot. Keep it chunky if you want to. Keep it thin if you want to. Nicely fine diced. It's entirely up to you. This is love your leftovers at the max.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, 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 Sian.
What you got cooking, Si?
What we got cooking? Well, the stock's gone in.
Okay, wow.
Which I'm going to
that
use
looks amazing.
later to actually bring a sauce down. We had some fish left earlier, but I don't know what happened to it.
Ooh, we might need Sarah to tell you. She'll have
That
whisked
was
it away and
what,
put it in
yeah,
the fridge.
she's whisked it away and cleaned up, which is
She
amazing.
would
And
have
she's
put
been
it in
an
the fridge.
absolute superstar today.
Yeah, would you like me to see if I can
Just
dig
have
it
a little
out?
look, because some of it was already cooked and some of it wasn't.
Yeah, there. Yeah, I've got an uncooked fillet there.
Yeah, I'll have the cooked one and the uncooked. That's fine.
Shall I leave them over here for you for now?
Yeah, that's fine. And then what we're going to do with that, we're going to make, so we've got a cooked fillet and we've got an uncooked fillet. We'll cook off the second fillet. We'll make up a quick white sauce, which we'll flavour with some parsley and some salt and some pepper, so that we can have that with that. We've got a sweet potato there, so we might wedge that up, just stick that in the oven. And then hopefully we'll be getting there.
So in an ideal world, if you're making that kind of stock, and I have to say that, I mean, it already does look fabulous.
In an ideal world, I'd leave it bubbling for a few hours.
Would you?
But we'll get a good amount of nutrient out of that.
Yeah.
A good amount of flavour.
Yeah.
And
again, this is one of those jobs that you could store up your ends, your offcuts, your bits and bobs that you're not using. You could put them in a fridge so they don't rot.
Yeah,
and
in the fridge, you can even freeze them.
You can even freeze them. And when you've got a big supply and you've got a nice stock pot's worth.
Yeah,
you
pot
can
of water, on you go.
Right.
Season it,
and
then
away. Store that cooked stock.
Yeah, again,
in bottles or
in the
jars.
fridge, in the freezer, you can freeze stock.
Right, brilliant.
It's whenever you're going to make anything, if you're going to make any gravies up, any sauces up, it just brings that added little bit of flavour to it.
Honestly, that looks like a fabulous pot of
I'm going to
soup
save that because I'm going to use that in the curry session later on tonight.
Okie dokie.
It's not going to waste. It's not going to waste.
Still going to be used later.
Just try and press some of this down. There we go. Oh, look at that. That's getting all in.
Yeah.
So in there, we've got literally every bit of vegetable that we had left.
Looks amazing.
Other than the carrots and courgettes, because I'm going to do those to go with our fish later on.
Lovely.
Frying pan. There's a frying pan.
All right.
Frying pan. So nice and hot. We want to cook this nice and quick. A little bit of oil.
Would you say that, like, as a family, once a week, you might choose to like have a leftover night?
Yeah, I think a lot of families now, whether you're cooking so you don't have leftovers, which is amazing, but a lot of people buy a lot of stuff, put it in the fridge, get to that stage at the end of the week, open the fridge, that drawer at the bottom, they're like, right, what? Oh.
Random this, random that.
There's a bit of this, there's a bit of that. What can I do?
Yeah.
And stuff that you've got in your normal store cupboard, like the can of chicken soup that I'm going to use for this.
Yeah. Fair.
You know, you can use it. It might be soup.
Yeah.
Okay, it is soup.
Yeah.
But you don't have to use it as soup.
No.
You can use it as a sauce. You can use it as a flavouring. Just think, it's a little bit think outside the box.
Yeah.
But if we can manage to get people just to think outside the box.
Well, I mean, certainly we've talked about it quite a bit on and off today, but, you know, this concept of loving your leftovers, of, you know, doing fridge raider recipes, of
it's amazing.
Shopping your larder.
Totally amazing.
Yeah. And also one thing that we perhaps haven't mentioned when we talk about leftovers, we have our own domestic leftovers, but those items in the supermarket, which, you know, tend to be reduced. Big supermarkets use that yellow sticker to signify an item.
Good old stickers.
That's in the reduced section, or goes in the reduced shelves in the supermarket. Really, if you want to be helping to contribute to reducing that food waste, because if that stuff with a yellow sticker on it doesn't get bought, it will either get donated to somebody like us,
which we love, by the way,
hopefully, or it will end up in landfill. And if you can shop that yellow sticker section, you know, really like a routine. I'm really used to it now. When I get to the fruit and veg section of the supermarket, usually my husband is already there ahead of me if we're shopping together.
but I definitely make my way to that reduced area first. Again, it's a no-brainer. Not only because it's cheaper.
It is cheaper.
But you're using a product that otherwise is going to end in the bin. And that is just making a whole load of other things worse. So definitely get over that stigma, that yellow sticker stigma.
Break the stigma.
You know, those things are not rotten off, old, ready for the bin. No, they are still to be used. They're cheaper. And again, all of this product that we are using now, even though this came out of the taco box, boys' ingredients box, and they chose not to use it, it had already been rescued. It was already donated to us. Simon and I dug it out the warehouse. And this was, you know, there with its yellow sticker on it. These mushrooms are perfectly fine. These asparagus, you know.
There's nothing wrong with that asparagus, sorry.
But my goodness, they are absolutely
So I'm just doing a little bit of veg prep for another dish that we're going to cook because I want to make as many dishes in an hour as I can.
Lovely.
No, I'm not going for a world record. No, I haven't asked Guinness to come in.
We'll do that next time, Simon.
Yeah, oh, hello. Yeah, I bet you will.
Lovely. So chucking a few odds and ends in the stock pot.
Anything that I'm not going to use has gone straight in that stock pot.
Lovely.
I've just softened and sweated down my mushrooms. I've sweated down my onions.
Smells great.
Just going to take that off the heat. I've got some garlic paste somewhere.
You have. Lovely.
Just going to go in with a little bit, not the top.
No.
A little bit of garlic paste.
Fantastic. Love a garlic mushroom.
So there's, yeah.
It's such a good combo.
We've got any yogurt.
That's okay. Go for it.
If you want, I know you. See if there's any vegan yogurt in there. We'll make some garlic
don't
mushroom.
worry. You crack on. Done loads of plant-based
Okay, and then we're going to go in with our turkey mince. Whole pack can go in. Let's make it so everybody can eat it.
So I know I am, as we've all heard, enough predominantly plant-based, and certainly on a personal level, completely plant-based. But you're using turkey mince. It's got a lot of benefits nutritionally.
Turkey mince has got a load of benefits nutritionally, but one of the big things with turkey mince is it's low fat.
Yep.
Or notoriously low fat. I think that's probably 7%. You can get 5% fat or even 2% fat as well.
Right, brilliant.
And all I want to do, I just want to try and just break this up and cook it off. Okay. Now, what you'll find, it's going to go quite dry if you're not careful.
Is that because it lacks that fat
because
content?
It lacks the fat content.
Yeah, which although is good for your diet, you know, you might want it to stay moist when you're cooking.
Could you grab us a spoon, please?
I certainly can.
So, I'm in a lucky position. I want to keep this moist. I don't want this to be all dried out. Easiest way to keep it moist, put moisture in it.
Okay.
Best moisture to put in it, stop.
Excellent. You got
and you can see the colour already has changed.
Yeah, wow, lovely.
So I'm just going to go in with a couple of teaspoonfuls of stock. Or teaspoons? Tablespoons. Of stock. And that's going to keep the turkey nice and moist.
Lovely.
It's going to allow it to cook. But that stock will evaporate off, but leave all the flavour behind.
Excellent.
Okay, so we've got the flavour of the stock, which we're then going to be able to mix with our can of soup.
Lovely. Bring that into play for you.
And then we're just going to let that sit. So once we're sealed, that's when we're going to go in with our soup. And then we can get on with the fish and what we're going to do with that.
Wow, amazing.
So soup.
Could use a vegetable soup, a chicken or mushroom. Obviously, those flavours are going to go well, but other plain or vegetable soup.
Yeah, any soup you want, depending on what you're cooking. So where I've got a tin of soup, chicken soup, you can go in with the turkey. It'll go a bit wet. It'll look a bit loose because of the stock that we've put in there.
That's going to cook down.
But we're going to sweat that down now and just bubble that away. And then we can mix that up with a load of pasta, maybe a few mixed herbs into it as well to work well with the garlic.
Sounds great.
And that is that one on the road.
Nice.
So,
get that out of the way.
What else have we got to do? We've got to do another piece of fish. So if you can get me a little bit of baking paper, we'll unpapillote this one as well.
Okay, that I can.
So the thing to remember, this fish is not cooked, this one. This fish we cooked earlier, so this is only going to take a few minutes to just go put that back through the oven. Then we'll top it with a white sauce. So straight onto our piece of paper. A little bit of ribboned courgette, A little bit of ribboned carrot. On goes our piece of fish.
This works so
we'll
well.
have
I
lime
can't
with it
believe
this time.
Brilliant.
So squeeze a lime. You probably can't see me doing it.
No, you're good.
Squeeze a lime. And then that one can go in there. Using that. And what else have we got? What else have we got? What else have we got? Let's just sprinkle a few capers over the top, bring a little bit of salt into it.
Salt and pepper into play there, Simon. Just in case you want those.
Then a grinder pepper. A drizzle of olive oil. And then we're going to wrap that up like a parcel.
And on the baking tray?
Yeah, unless one of those oval tins is there, but it doesn't matter. There you go.
Yeah.
Into a little baking tin, and that is going to go into the oven for about 12 to 15 minutes. Just going to take that one out.
Stick it up top.
So that's our fish, 12 to 15 minutes. Perfect. Right.
Lovely. Amazing. Well done.
Okie dokie, what's next? Right, let's get this out of the way. Right, so our turkey mince is coming together. Okay, so we can see that that is all infusing. The turkey's getting cooked through. A few little mixed herbs. Just to give it a little bit of extra flavour. Black pepper.
Looks great.
Mixy mix. Have we got a trivet anywhere, darling?
I thought we did.
They're behind the air fryer, I think.
Oh, there they are. I got one here. On the end there, Simon.
Just over there
Over
for a minute. Yeah. So that now I'm going to take off the heat because my turkey mince has started to cook through.
Lovely.
And nobody wants to eat this apparently for another 45 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take it off the heat and I'll finish it off later.
When you're ready.
But how quick?
That looks
how
fantastic.
easy.
Very tasty. Looks really, really good.
Okay.
Yep.
And then
well
we'll
done.
just reduce that down a little bit more.
Amazing.
In a minute. Gives us a bit of hob space, which is perfect. A frying pan or wok will do.
Super duper.
I'm trying not to use everything that I want later, just so that I can save anybody else having to wash it up.
Quick wash up.
So I'll bring that frying pan in. Drizzle of olive oil.
Brilliant.
Little bit. Have we got fresh garlic?
I think you might find a little.
In the drawer.
Ah.
Oh, she's hiding it, Danny.
Yep. Sprouting garlic. Lovely.
Okay, so we'll go with garlic. A couple of cloves of garlic, just to flavour the oil.
So what are you making here, Simon?
We'll do the asparagus this time.
So cooking them as a separate vegetable just on their own?
Yeah, it's going to be an asparagus, and we're going to top that with a little bit of our ribboned stir-fried vegetable.
Lovely.
We're going to have with that poached egg.
Nice.
On top of there.
Some of these dishes.
So because I just want to flavour my oil, I'm not worried about chopping my garlic.
Okay.
Can just go in.
Nice.
What I might do with the next two is just give them a bit of a smash.
Release some of those oils.
Just to release a little bit of it, yeah. Smash that one up. In there. You just want to leave the garlic in there probably for a couple of minutes over a medium-high heat.
Lovely.
Just so that it can infuse its flavour. Okay. And all of this bit, which we're not using, goes in our stock pot.
Great.
So just bring that oil through, the garlic through that oil. We're going to take the woody ends off of the asparagus. Just gently take the woody ends off because we don't want those.
Fair enough.
Or we don't want to cook with those. Will they fit in there? They will. That's good.
Perfect. You chose a big pan.
It helps that they fit in the pan.
Yeah.
We're going to put that in
Everything
there.
going in that stock pot. Loving that.
Give that a quick mix.
Actually, it's quite a nice way to do your stock is when you're cooking,
Just add
to keep adding to it, and then let it sit on a low simmer. Once you've got your main meal cooking, you can really just leave that lovely stock cooking down.
So my oil's really hot.
Yep.
So I want to bring that temperature down.
Fair enough.
Because I do not want to burn my asparagus, but I want to cook it.
Lovely. What else are you digging out from back there, Simon?
I'm seeing if there's any pepper anywhere else that we've already used, but I don't think there is.
Well, those are all rescued ones, so you can use them.
So what I'll do is go in with a bit of the chard that Phil was on about.
Lovely.
I'm just going to rip that up. So our asparagus will sit on a bed of veg.
Lovely.
Which we might stir fry first in the garlic.
Very nice.
So our cauliflower leaves from earlier. I don't know what that is.
Bit of cauliflower stalk.
Cauliflower stalks from earlier.
Nice. Getting those nice and fine so they cook quickly.
Indeed.
Great.
Keep an eye on the time for our 12 to 15 minutes on our fish.
You've got about another 5 minutes on the fish.
Okay. So, into here. We've only flavoured it with our garlic. We don't want to serve anybody burnt garlic. So we're going to take that out.
Garlic oil, and you can put that in the stock pot.
That goes in there. Into here with our leafy greens, the stalks, they're all going in. This is going to form the base for our asparagus.
Okay.
If you wanted to, it could form the base for the fish. I might actually keep the egg off of it, and then you guys can actually have this.
Oh, don't worry. You do you. This looks amazing. There'll be plenty of other people who could taste it. Fab.
So all of this ribbony veg is all going in. I've got to work out what I'm going to do with that cauliflower in a minute. Avocados were left by the boys.
How could they? Those perfect avocados, amazing. Well, they
our rescued avocados, which are actually really good.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, bed of stir-fried veg, pan-fried asparagus, avocado, poached egg.
Look at that. That is a perfect avocado. I'm going to catch that for you, Simon. Oh, no, well done.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with that avocado.
No.
Just give our veg a quick stir. Don't want any of it to burn. Just want it to soften and wilt down.
Nice. Getting there. Great.
We want it to have crunch. It obviously went into the garlic oil, which is good.
So it's got flavour.
A dessert spoon, please.
Would you like a small one?
Yes. That's the fish that needs to go back in there. That's on seriously hot, so that fish is probably cooked. So all I'm going to do is scoop my avocado out. I can't believe that this has been rescued.
Yeah. Absolutely perfect.
Because there's absolutely nothing wrong.
Perfect avocado.
Yes.
That's the trouble with avocados, is they are environmentally really, really inefficient. They take loads of water. They only grow in the other side of the world, but we already love them in this country. And we eat a lot of them as a nation. And actually, because of the transport issues, bringing them in, they're often not perfect when we get them. Yeah.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, that is perfect.
You know, it's not coming away from the skin in the slightest.
No.
Which is what's given me the grief.
That is amazing.
We're trying to get round it.
Yeah. That looks good. They're coming out beautifully.
Okay, and all we're going to do with those, because we're going to put them on top, is just slice them.
Ah, I see what you're getting in there. You're getting all chefy.
Yeah, because we're going to fan it, hopefully, over the top of the avocado before we put the poached egg on the top.
Lovely.
Thank
Keep
you.
that going.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Quick nose blow, sorry.
I'm just going to get my finger in there while you're not. Oh my goodness, I love that. Look at that. That is so beautiful. I see where you're headed with that. I'm not going to interfere anymore. I am going to give your veggies a little stir, but they do look amazing and yummy. And
okay, so our veg is on. Our avocado's there ready to be fanned. We need to take that out. We put that on a plate to keep it warm.
Delish.
Phil was on about eating a rainbow. Ben was on about eating a rainbow. Everybody was on about eating a rainbow.
Yeah, we have to eat rainbows.
Look at this.
That looks gorgeous.
So we'll just put that onto the plate.
Amazing.
Very gently. Now this, you could easily split this. You could have it as a brunch.
Nice.
Easily split it down to have as brunch. So pan goes back on. Spray oil, any oil, doesn't matter. Asparagus goes in.
Lovely.
Give that a gentle toss around. I'm going to have to move my stock pot. That's what I'm going to have to do.
Do you want me to take it and put it on another hob in the other side of the kitchen?
Yeah, it's hot.
Yep,
it's
let me
hot.
do that. I think I've got it.
Okay. Because I need another saucepan.
Lovely.
If I'm going to poach an egg, it helps if I've got a saucepan to poach it in. So I'm just getting water.
Put your stock on over there. Lovely.
Excellent, thank you.
Bubbling away still. Amazing. This is such good inspiration for zero waste cooking, isn't it? It's really, really,
it is.
You know, useful
we don't
ideas,
do waste.
practical
We don't like
tips.
waste.
No, but you know, sometimes having those ideas to help you along is really, really important.
Have we got, Sarah, any form of vinegar?
Oh.
There we go.
That'll do. So we've got apple cider vinegar, doesn't matter what it is. Just going to put a little bit into our pan of boiling water.
Brilliant.
Our asparagus is
starting to
cook down, sizzling away. Maybe turn the heat up a little bit. So this is going to make, this will be enough. This is a sharing plate,
Okay,
right?
yeah, lovely. Sounds good.
This is a sharing plate. We just want the heat to come through that before we get involved with that.
Really nice.
So what we're going to do, we're going to layer that on top of our veg. We're going to fan our avocado on it. We're going to put the hopefully runny,
perfectly
poached egg on the top.
Looks great. Amazing.
Fish. Can we take that fish out?
Yep.
Please, if that's possible. I've got to make a white sauce, which will take me no time at all for that.
And this cooked fish, otherwise I'm leaving that there, Simon,
The
for
cooked
now.
fish, yeah, unless you want to put it on an oven-proof thing and just put it back in so it can warm up.
Okie doke. I'm going to put that on a trivet there.
And then I need to get some pasta cooked. That one is really woody, so I'm going to take that one out and I'm going to put that in my stock pot.
Simon, that cooked fish just going in as it is, just so I'm sure I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah, as it is. It just needs to get warm. You could microwave it, but it will probably dry out if you microwave it.
Got that lemon in there, so it's got something to give it a bit of juice. That's gorgeous.
Okay. So our asparagus is coming on. We've got everybody coming in the kitchen now. It's really cool.
It's a bit of an in and out, all good.
Really cool. So that's cooking for that. That just needs pasta. That needs a white sauce. Right.
Brilliant.
So I don't need any of this.
Can go over there for placing up.
Go over there for a minute.
You can use that for a quick wipe over.
And we can get a pan. I'm saying white sauce. Have we got any milk?
Let me peep in.
Yeah, it's because you've got it just wet.
Yep, we definitely have. from our rescue fridge. There's one there.
Superb. So, white sauce. I saw it earlier. Knob of butter. Sarah had some flour somewhere. Because I know I didn't use it all earlier. How many dishes can you make in 1 hour?
Many, 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 Simon.
It's all about the leftovers. Lovely. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so simple white sauce. Really easy, really simple, really quick. Knob of butter.
Amazing.
In a pan. Get it melted. Okay, we're going to poach our egg at the same time. Spoon. Stir our water.
This is one of those chefy moments. Getting that water stirring and moving about in the pan. And then...
The chefy way would have been to separate the horrible bit of the white.
So you're going to go all in because this is just ready, steady, yummy cooking. Spinning beautifully there. Nice. Plenty of pans going.
Plenty of pans going, yeah. Isn't that always the way? So, as soon as you start to get brown coming onto your asparagus.
Yeah, they look amazing.
Start to toast off. You want crunch. This has got crunch, that's got crunch. The avocado and that, no crunch.
Nice and soft, lovely. Okay,
all right, cool. So we're just going to pick up our avocado. Remember we said this is our asparagus. We said this was a sharing plate.
Yeah, lovely.
Okay.
Brilliant. They're caught too busy with your asparagus.
Okay, so our asparagus goes round.
Yum.
Hopefully you can see some of this, guys. I don't know if you can, but you will in a minute.
A little, or is that too hot on there for now?
Let's go in the middle of us. And then we're just going to fan our avocado.
Lush.
Fan our avocado. Doesn't matter if it all falls apart.
Looks great. Got some great fresh herb there, Simon. If you think it would be lovely, get that when you're plating finally.
And I've emptied that drawer of every spoon going today. So I'm going to go over here where I've got a spoon with holes in it. Because my egg.
Looks perfect.
Is looking cooked.
It is. Tiny bit longer maybe?
Yeah, just a little bit longer on that bit. And then our egg can go on top. If you did have the balsamic glaze, you'd go over it with the balsamic glaze, but that's awfully chefy and we haven't got any.
Totally, and we don't mind. Would you like me to get a pan on for that hot water for the pasta?
Yes, please.
Simon? Shall I do that?
That'd be ideal.
Lovely.
We're going to have a burnt butter white sauce, but that's okay.
Gives it flavour.
Gives it flavour.
Excuse the noise from the hot water machine.
No worries. Fresh herbs to go on top of our asparagus. It's going to be coriander. We're just going to go with some fresh leaf coriander on top of there. If you wanted to add anything else to the asparagus dish, if you had any pancetta or any Parma ham, just toast that off,
really
sprinkle
nice.
that over the top.
Why not?
Hollandaise sauce works really well if you haven't got hollandaise.
Beautiful.
Just balsamic.
But actually having that poached egg gives it a bit of flavor, a bit of texture, doesn't it? And works like a sauce.
It will do.
So it'll drizzle out.
As long as I haven't totally overcooked it.
No, I don't think you have. Be patient. Give it a minute. That water's coming through. That fish is pretty done over here as well, Simon.
Okay, excellent. There's our poached egg.
Wow. Lush. Oh my
A little bit of fresh coriander over the top.
Really nice. Beauty.
Dish one. Ready to go. Love your leftovers.
Fantastic. Well done, you.
Right, let's dish one on the love your leftovers.
Perfect.
Go there for a minute.
Lovely.
That can come off the hob because we don't need that anymore.
Okay, and put this one on here.
Now what we're going to do, we're going to finish this sauce off. So it's a little bit burnt butter, but don't worry about that. We're just going to make that now. We're going to add some flour to that. until it goes into a thick roux.
Okay, I'll put that hot water on.
Definitely burnt that butter.
Oh, it looks good though. This gives it a caramel, a burny caramel flavour.
It will do, but it'll be fine on top of the
white sauce.
It'll be fine on top of the fish.
Yeah.
So that then goes thick, gloopy. The butter combines with the flour.
Called a
roux.
Absolutely perfect.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to slowly, once the pan's hot again, we're going to go in with the milk just to thicken that up.
Amazing. Brilliant.
And then we're going to add mixed herbs to it.
Nice.
Or fresh parsley or chervil or whatever.
Or whatever you happen to have left over and holding up a space in your kitchen. I can get that.
So as soon as this gets hot, it will start to thicken. You stir, 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 stir all the time. And then when it gets really thick, that's when you add some more milk to it. If you want to make it quicker, microwave your milk so your milk's hot to start off with.
And bring that reheated fish out for you, Simon.
Superb.
Piping hot now.
If you want to put those onto the two
platters,
the veg that we've just cooked under that spare fillet.
Okie doke.
Split that between the two. That's thickening, as you can probably see, guys. It's getting harder and harder to stir. So now we go in with some more milk, just so that it can thin down.
Looking at your fish in the paper looks fantastic. And what vegetables do you want me under that hot fish?
If we can take
some from there and there.
Oh no, that's right. Just go with that. That's
lovely.
Right. We'll just put it on.
Get that down. Don't
mixed
worry,
herbs.
I can find that.
Sprinkle of mixed herbs is going in here to give it a herby flavour. Bit of salt, bit of pepper.
Okay, so I'm getting one of these on one plate and one on the other. That one on here.
Also, I've got to cook pasta.
Hot water's on, ready to go.
Marvellous. Marvellous.
Classic, this does. Lovely.
And then we've put a very easy, simply made sauce on there. Serve it with any sort of spud you like, or cauliflower rice, or any sort of stir-fried veg. So the same veg as we just did with the asparagus. That would work really nicely with this. Just going to keep that going and going and going until Sian is... Oh, we're ready.
Yeah, I'm almost ready, just coming. So this is our fillet.
So, right.
That's the one that's just been come out the paper.
Okay, so that's the one that's just out the paper. That's the reheated one that we made earlier. No waste in this place.
Nope. That looks fab. Ooh. Pop that down for you,
Yeah,
Simon?
that's fine. Like that. Bit of parsley. Loads of sauce on this one. My goodness. I like it saucy. It's good.
It looks gorgeous. They've got a pop of colour. They look classic and beautiful.
Fish with sauce. We did that
beautiful.
At the home.
Getting those leftovers used. So that water.
It's just pasta.
Yep, boiling for the pasta.
This sauce that's left, you can freeze it, you can fridge it. It's just a white sauce with herbs in it. You can use it on so many different things.
Lovely.
Okay, so we'll fridge that for tomorrow because we're not going to get everything used today.
Fantastic. And take that over onto yours.
Bring in the pan. Beep boop. Pan of boiling water. Any old pasta out of the larder. Rip the bag so it's going to fall everywhere afterwards. In it goes. We're going to do enough for 4.
Pretty much half a bag.
Yeah, something like that. I'd have thought. Yeah, about 100 grams of dry pasta each is what I normally do. That's a kilo bag. Maybe a little bit more.
Tiny bit more.
There we go. That's that. Give that a swizzle. Give that a swizzle. Bring it back up to the boil. And then we're going to knock it down to a simmer. And we're going to start getting ourselves a little bit cleared up here, I think. Although Sarah and the guys in the background behind the cameras today have done an amazing job of keeping us real and keeping us up with it. And I've just got my hob too wet, so it's turned itself off. Get that one back on the boil. And we're going to get ourselves ready for our favourite time of the day.
Yeah. And
Takeaway family feast.
Absolutely. So these dishes that you've created now,
Yep.
Let's just recap. You have made them fully from everything that's been rescued today, saved from all of the recipes.
From everything we've cooked today,
Yeah. Should we
we've just kept as much of it as we can.
What have we been through today, Simon?
Oh, where did we start?
Oh,
so at 10 o'clock this morning, we went live.
Yes.
Really excited, and I'm surprised we've still got the energy, to be honest.
Yeah, but
we went live bang on 10 o'clock, direct into 40, 45, whatever it was, classrooms.
Yep.
Teaching Key Stage 3. So anybody between year 7 and 9.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
there
11
were a
to
few older
14
ones
or
crept
whatever.
in there, yep.
And we were doing that because it's the end of the spring session for Food and Fuel,
That's
which
right.
we'll tell you loads more about in the next 2 hours.
Yeah, we will.
So we started with that. We cooked curry, we cooked dal, we did some roti breads.
That's true.
We had some great fun.
Yeah.
Hopefully the kids enjoyed it as well. The students in the schools that you guys visited were superb.
We have had some
hopefully,
great feedback already from that 2-hour session this morning.
Excellent.
We've had messages coming in, some great pictures of schools who were cooking along with us this morning. We kicked off the day with that 2-hour in-school session. It went really well, and up on our social media and in the aftermath of today, you'll be able to see some of that feedback. I know you haven't had a chance to look at any of it
yet.
But that was our first 2 hours. We made a vegetable curry with bean, chickpea,
and coconut curry.
And coconut. We made a fabulous tomato-y based
lentil dal.
And fresh roti.
Fresh homemade roti breads.
Students in schools cook with us. Okay, that was the first session.
So that was 10 o'clock this morning. That took us through till about 12.
To 12.
Then we had a really good session on food and mood and how what we eat can change our mood, our mental health.
Yeah, we had a staff member, Ffion, who came from our London-based Nourish Hub.
Yeah, so Fion's the manager at the Nourish Hub in London.
Yeah, she came down.
Fully qualified nutritionist.
Yes.
She came down, talked to us all about food and mood. She cooked a bean chili, which got devoured before I think I even got over to that bit of the table.
That
just
quickly.
went. With some sweet potato fries.
She did. And it was all about how food really plays into mood. And when we need to bolster ourselves, give ourselves a boost, the kind of things that we should eat and could be thinking about eating to do that, and how to eat mindfully to really support our mood, to keep our peckers up, to keep us going, to give us positive energy mentally and physically. So it was really, really interesting.
That was a great session.
Ffion really did do well.
And that led really nicely and rolled straight into Ben from Wittfit.
Yeah.
Ben from Wittfit came in. We talked about how food can help your health.
Yeah. So,
and especially gut health and keeping ourselves clean inside.
So Wittfit are a Witterings-based, West Sussex Witterings-based fitness company. And they're really big on nutrition accompanying their activity programs. So they have a whole program all about clean eating. And Simon cooked for Ben, which was lovely for him.
It was great for him, yeah.
You cooked and cooked and cooked.
I've just cooked.
One of the recipes that actually comes from their program, which is a fish-based cauliflower rice.
Yeah,
so
clean fish, basically.
Clean fish.
So nothing processed, nothing complex. There's no carbs in it.
No carbs.
It just really helps clean and keep inside clean and ready to go.
And
so we did a fish dish with olives, with capers, a bit of ribboned veg that we cooked on papillote.
Yeah, and that really sat alongside Fion's session really well because she'd been looking at nutrition and how it feeds into mood and mental health and consciousness about what we're eating from that point of view. And then he really came in with the cleansing, the physical, the how to keep our system, the reducing perhaps sometimes those carbohydrate, those sugar-based foods, which can really slow us down. Go for it.
Excuse me, just choking in the corner.
A little sluggish. So yeah, real sort of contrast and balance of attitudes towards what we eat and how it really plays into our mental and physical health. So yeah, that was Ben from Wittfit.
Yeah. And then,
by the way, let's not forget what happened in the middle of Ben's session.
Oh, what we went live on V2 Radio.
We did. That was
because we haven't got enough to think about, and then we get thrust a phone into our face, and it's like it's on speakerphone and you're live on the radio.
So yeah, we were really proud, really pleased. Thank you so much to V2 Radio for featuring us 1 o'clock right in the middle of everybody's lunchtime. So a really good time for listeners to be able to listen in and to hear what UKHarvest are doing and what we're at today. So some fab promo for us.
It was brilliant. Yeah. Just a bit of a straight in just as I'm folding up the paper on the fish.
Yeah, you did really well.
That's okay. We managed.
Through it, we explained a bit about what the Food and Fuel project is. We had a chance to really big ourselves up in terms of what we're doing. And we did invite Neil
to come
live
on down
the radio to come on down.
But I don't know what time he finishes.
No.
But drive must have started.
I don't know. He may show up. Let's just keep our fingers crossed. But
if there's somebody that we don't recognise wandering around outside, go, then we know exactly who that is. Bring him in.
Yeah, that was a really nice bonus to the day. Having that really brilliant feature on V2 Radio live today. So we're really proud for that. An excellent moment for us at UKHarvest
really good.
And for the project as well. And then that was Ben. So Ben and V2 Radio.
Energy
After
efficient?
that, I think we went energy efficient.
Energy efficient.
You made
chicken nuggets in an air fryer.
And a fantastic
sweet and sour
chicken.
Sweet and sour chicken in a microwave.
Pineapple microwave cooked.
And then a syrup sponge.
Dish. And as if that wasn't enough, we did fit something sweet and yummy in there. You made in a microwave again, bigging up that cost to cook economy, really using our appliances to make the most of our budget. A fabulous syrup-based sponge pudding cooked completely in the microwave, cost no p whatsoever. Yeah,
cost to cook is pence.
Yeah, absolutely. It was delicious and lovely. And at that point, we had Donna come in.
Talked about education.
She talked about UKHarvest and our education program.
Yeah.
She got to sample
all of it
and your fabulous nuggets, which she was really keen to do. Let's not forget that the divine and wonderful Super Tash has been doing an amazing job today. I cannot
get
tell
nuggets
you.
Too.
She did get nuggets.
She did get nuggets
too. We have to keep her strength up because she has literally been command center the entire day.
Tash is
not going anywhere. She's not going anywhere yet. Let's face it. I'm picking her up. She hasn't gone anywhere yet. She got to try the chicken nuggets, and they got the thumbs up. And she herself describes herself as a picky eater, but they got full thumbs up from her. So that is really, really good.
A watch pot never cooks, does it?
No, we had Donna. We talked food, fuel economy.
Yeah.
And then we had me.
Then you came in.
With the fabulous Sarah, the fabulous duo that were the road trip.
The road trip 2 were back in town.
Myself and Sarah, and we were answering the call to Cost to Cook from Simon, who gave me a £5 to produce a family feast for £5. And what did you think?
Feed 4 people for a £5.
Yeah.
I said, go vegan, make it a vegan special, just to throw something else into the mix for her.
Absolutely, just to make it slightly more complicated.
And you smashed it.
Thank you very much, Simon.
You smashed it.
I appreciate that.
Meat-free meatballs.
I know.
With spaghetti and pomodoro sauce.
Absolutely.
All homemade. And not only did you do it for a £5.
Yeah.
You did it for £3.55.
I did it for £3.55 and in about 25 minutes.
You did.
Because I was
kind of pushed you along.
There was so much to fit in today. But yeah, we did it. And I have to, I've tested that recipe. It's a regular on our family table. We all eat plant-based a lot in my house. So it's a really hearty, stonking supper. They're big, full-on, protein-packed meatballs,
Meatless balls.
That really rich, lovely tomatoey sauce and fresh pasta. It was a real winner, a real family winner dinner.
It was a family winner dinner.
It was, and that was my little slot. Sarah backing me up fully on the chef set here, so that was fantastic.
Indeed, and
What
you
happened
guys
after that,
smashed
Simon?
it. After that, we
were
had the Taco
ushered out.
Box takeover.
Woof, we had the Taco Box.
So Martin and the chefs from Taco Box, in they came.
So Taco Box, a restaurant based in Chichester, very relaxed dining experience, totally Mexican based. They support charities in Mexico, having been inspired to create their restaurant concept.
And they're helping them plant trees. They're feeding them down there. Certain percentage of their profits are all going back there
to projects on
the ground in Mexico to basically pay homage to the food that they're cooking and winning with in Chichester. They're in Draper's Yard. So Martin came in with one of the chefs. Got given a box of weird and wonderful ingredients.
Random.
And surprisingly, they managed to make tacos out of them.
Yeah, they did.
We'd gone through the warehouse. We'd just polled whatever goes into any of our boxes. And the food that goes to our community food hubs was in that box.
Yep.
And we said to them, that's what we take to our community food hubs. People who are really in need get that food.
That's right.
What can you do with it to give it a restaurant-y twist? And they didn't disappoint.
No, they were amazing.
I mean, it was like a whirlwind round here.
It was.
It
and
was I think I'm messy, but there we go. But the boys smashed it out the park.
They did a really good job.
And they left me a few bits, which was quite nice, because if they hadn't left me anything,
no,
I don't know what I'd have cooked now.
No, absolutely.
So I've managed to use the fish from earlier.
Yeah.
I've used the remains of the veg from earlier.
Yeah.
The asparagus and the chard and a load of wilted greens to go with the asparagus. I've just put a fried egg.
I'm going to bring that stock back
not a fried egg.
So that people
I've put a
can
poached
see
egg on the top of that.
This
with one of the avocados that they left me.
Stock that you're still cooking.
Yeah, we're still using it. And what we'll do with that, we're going to leave that to cook down, probably until the end of the day.
Have a look at the colour of that liquid, Simon. It looks dark and very full of flavour.
I hope you can see it because I just got
That
steamed.
is just soup right there.
Okay, so that is stock that you can use for anything, made out of all the odd bits of veg, the peel from the garlic, the peel from the onions, the middles from the pepper. There's a sweet corn centre, a sweet corn cob in there.
Yeah.
There's skins from avocados in there.
When
There's all
you've
sorts
drained
in there.
that and you've taken out all of that vegetable matter,
and
you've got that clear, lovely consommé-looking soupy liquid that is your stock, you can still compost all those bits of veg. Guys.
Yep.
You don't have to actually throw it in the household waste.
But the biggest thing, you've taken every nutrient you can out of those veg.
Sure.
So all of the goodness, we're keeping it. The stock you can freeze. You don't have to use it straight away. You can freeze it.
Yeah.
Freeze it in old cream containers. Freeze it in little bottles. Whatever you want to do, freeze it. It will make splendid gravy.
Yeah.
It makes superb sauces.
Yep. Soups.
Soup. Anything that needs a stock base.
Yeah. In our house, often, Simon, we cook our pasta in stock if we have too much of it because it really adds nutritional value and flavour to pasta to cook it in a stock. So definitely.
One more minute and that is ready to go.
Lovely. Amazing. And then I think are we planning on maybe gathering some of the staff and the team?
Hopefully, if there's anybody left, I'm going to grab them to come in and sit in there.
James, we've got Andrew.
Don't take Supertash away from that mixing desk.
Need
she needs to stay at that mixing desk.
Someone's got to be at the controls.
Because in 21 minutes' time, we are starting the last 2 hours of our cookathon.
Wow, and that was amazing.
We are going to cook an amazing family fakeaway feast. We've got a butternut squash, sweet potato, pineapple curry.
Wow.
We've got a bit of sagaloo-ish going on.
Nice.
We've got some turmeric-infused rice.
Lovely.
We're going to make a bit of a pokey curry as
well. Oh, fantastic. Well, hopefully. Simon, I think if you are going to keep your strength up, you definitely need to try some of these dishes. I think we need to get you to have a little bit of taster when we sit down in a moment.
I'm going down my front, so I can't.
Well, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Just to get the green light from you as well.
I think what one thing I would say, and this isn't saying I don't want to eat my own food. I would quite happily eat my own food.
You would chow down on all of that.
When you're cooking it, and you're seeing it all the time,
Yeah, you lose your appetite.
I'm not hungry.
Wow.
I'm not hungry.
He's
I'm
too
hoping that
motoring.
everybody else is. Probably because I'm
Fabulous.
spiking in adrenaline at the moment, ready for 20 minutes time.
Yeah,
but I'm not really that hungry at the moment. I will eat as much of it as Sarah has bagged up down there for us to take home later on today.
Well, we will
I'm going to try to identify and find
what are you
where
after?
all of the ingredients are for this evening, unless this is them, which it could be.
It could be.
Which is a bit of a shame because I've used some of that.
Don't you worry. We will put it all together and make sure we've got everything that we need. I'm sure Sarah is in the background.
Sarah will be all over it because we know that she is. So anybody that wants to eat can. I'm afraid wherever Andrew or Sian will be, none of it, unfortunately, is vegan.
That's why we might need you on tasting time.
Sorry.
But yeah, and Sarah being
colander
veggie,
would be good.
You've got
There's a sieve in there. I just want a
you need
colander. Grab a colander.
Right, I'm going to let you do that, and I'm see if I can rally some troops.
I'll just see if anybody wants anything to eat. There's fish. There's all sorts going on. I'm just going to drain my pasta. Which is a little bit under, I think. It'll be fine. So I've drained my pasta. Get my bowl out of the way. Bring my turkey back in. So you've got two options with this, guys. You can either serve the turkey mince on top of the pasta. I'm just going to put half of the pasta in with my turkey mince. I'm just going to bring that together. Now, if you wanted to, you could mix it all together, stick it in the oven, bake it off for 10, 15, well, for probably 15 minutes, just to thicken that sauce right up. So I've mixed some of my pasta in with it when I'm getting it hot again. I'm then going to mix some more pasta into it in the bowl so that my sauce is coating that pasta. It'll go into the bowl, all of it goes in. It's family food. Tin of soup, bit of turkey mince, few extra seasons.
Wow.
And then I'm just going to, over the top, put a little bit more of the pasta. I'll eat that later on. Bring all of this together. That's still on.
Should I take that off for you?
Thank you. Just bring it together. Take the sauce over the top. This is a good one to do if you've got leftover chicken from a roast. If you've got any, if you get 4 chicken breasts and you only need 3 of them.
Simon, do you want to serve some into a small bowl so that we can take it to the tasting table?
Oh, is there somebody there? Oh, James is there.
We've got James, who is a really new member of our team, but wow, he's made an impact. He's joined us quite recently at UKHarvest, and he's really hit the ground running. So we're really grateful for his input.
There we go.
And
I'll bring them both over.
He is going to have a chance to taste.
Chow down on it.
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
There's only a little bit in this bowl, mate.
Fantastic.
And the pasta, I will tell you now, is a little bit under. All right. So I'll put the main bowl down there. The pasta's a little bit under.
You stand, I'll take a seat, Si.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be tasting, but I'm definitely going to see how James is.
So I'll get in with some of the fish. I don't mind getting in with some of the fish. So
lovely.
At the end of the day, it's been a really big day. It's been a really big day today. James has come in. He's only been with us. How long have you been here? 3 weeks?
About four weeks.
4 weeks.
4.5 weeks.
Time flies.
We've had some staff with us today who have been here from the very beginning.
Well, close to.
Pretty much, and right from the early days. Ffion is definitely somebody who's been here, you know, for a very long time. I'm going to give you a knife there just in case. And I know you can't easily do 2 hands.
Just try the sauce.
And then we've had some staff who've joined us really recently, and James definitely is one of our newbies.
Yeah.
What's your job role, James? Can you give us a little heads up between mouthfuls?
Yeah. So
before I drip it down my front, I'm just going to go down there.
Yeah, go for it.
I've come in as the programs manager.
Okay.
So I look after, or I'm going to be looking after projects.
Okay.
supporting the team and helping the rest of the team where they need my support.
Okay,
So,
fantastic.
coming in, overseeing and supporting the operations
Okay.
with the benefit of my knowledge of the past 11 years in the food industry.
Okay, so you're a foodie as well.
Of sorts.
Okay. So have you got sort of chefy background, or are you coming to us
I
from?
come from horticulture and agriculture.
Ah, agriculture and horticulture. Awesome. Okay. I'm looking for green fingers.
I'm a definite hobby gardener.
Yeah. Okay,
Um,
cool. That's nice.
yeah.
I didn't know that about you, and it's always nice to learn new things about your colleagues. Well done for, as I say, getting right involved. Food and Fuel, this whole project has been a whopper. We don't usually have quite this much going on. I say that, but actually, maybe we do. Actually, if you look at our
We
website,
always have so
yes,
much going on. Sam.
Okay, Simon, it's true. We do. We always have a lot going on. This one has been a particularly big whopper. But, you know, culminating in today, which I think, do you agree? Has it gone well from your you've been in a tech background all day long, James. How's it been?
To get to sit there and watch how inspirational you guys have been, going since 10 o'clock this morning with still another 2 hours to go, and you're still going with the same energy you had
Amazing.
at 10 o'clock this morning. It really is.
We're pulling it out of the bag
positive
today.
vibes. So
fantastic.
Let's have an amazing last 2 hours.
Yeah, we will. We will. And what do you think about this for leftover food?
I think it's absolutely delicious.
Was there in your sort of your commercial, your career background, was there food waste as an issue? I mean, how within agriculture and horticulture, how did food waste kind of come out, as it were, play out in your past?
I think it plays out as more of a profit loss product than an environmental or this can be reused for something else product.
I just think seeing the scale of some of the produce that we are gifted, that we are, you know, saving and rescuing, does that surprise you? Is that something you've encountered in the industry? I mean, honestly, sometimes we can come to work and find pallets and pallets of one particular food item. You've seen it in the short time you've been with us. Is quite phenomenal, isn't it?
I mean, one of the things that is the big drivers is the specifications. The growers, the horticulturists, the agriculture, the farmers have to grow to in order for people to buy it.
Yeah. So is my understanding of it right that manufacturers and growers, in order to have a contract with a distributor, a major supermarket, for example, they have to be able to grow and produce to a particular quota, a particular quantity, in order to have that access to that distribution?
To the best of my understanding, So, but to more the specification of the product, that they are within a certain specification.
Yeah, okay.
Otherwise,
so I know what you're getting to. And actually, sometimes I wish we could have a permanent webcam in our warehouse at the moment. And they just came the day or two ago because they weren't there last week. Go for it. Chinese. There were pallet loads and pallet loads of cucumbers which have come in. Have you seen them over there in the warehouse? They are all wonky. They're not just a bit wonky. These are like some seriously wonky cucumbers, and they're absolutely perfect. They're crunchy. They're not even. I mean, obviously, they're freshly picked. But they are not supermarket worthy. And because of that, they have been donated to UKHarvest. And we have got, I kid you not, from the floor to the beams that you might be able to see on the top of our background behind us here, gigantic pallet loads full of those cucumbers currently sitting in our fridge. It's an absolute gem for us because it means that we have got fantastic, fresh produce to give away and to save from going in landfill. But it is a bit crazy, isn't it?
And the fact that can go right back into the communities in which it's grown, and it can support those people that really are struggling with the cost of living crisis or the energy price crisis. Is just
and
brilliant.
I know the partners who we work with, some of these growers who to some extent have to overproduce, overgrow in order to secure that presence and that contract with a distributor and a supermarket. They're really grateful because they actually hate the waste. Obviously, it signifies a profit and loss issue, but obviously they're environmentalists. They are still people who are trying to live and work and exist, within their business and their sort of restraints of their industry. But they're still real people who just don't want to be wasting like that. So when they know, enjoyable, good. When they know that they can be donating that produce to us and it's no longer going to end up literally in landfill, we do get phone calls. I mean, one of the people we haven't had in today, actually, he works slightly antisocial hours because of when most collections occur, is our logistics manager. He oversees and operates all of the collection and to some extent the redistribution and the use of all of the food, and he manages the warehouse. And I know that, from his perspective, when he really sees that quantity of food that comes in, it's quite incredible. And he'll get super excited and say, you'll never believe it. There's 7 pallet loads of peppers coming in tomorrow, or there's, 10 pallet loads of bananas. It really is as broad and as random as that. But those people who are having to donate are really happy that we're there as well.
Yeah, and I think it's the sense of that they're able to give back to the communities, and it helps them be able to do that in an active way.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, and it really is where we need to focus our attention. Certainly, UKHarvest, we put an awful lot of effort into reducing food waste in that way. As we've talked about today, with education and with support from industry and funders, we're able to really impact what is happening with food waste in a much more global sense. So we're really proud to be able to do that. And we're really, really happy to have you. Yeah, we should have broken that egg sooner, James, while Simon was here. To be fair to him, it would have oozed
when it was made.
Yeah,
you might have noticed, guys.
You've done a costume change.
Quick costume change.
Brilliant,
We're food and fueling live in about 8 minutes.
Fantastic.
So I'm going to get the kitchen sorted out. You guys tuck in here.
Thank you. Amazing.
Sian, you've been superb all day. We've got 2 hours to go.
It'll seem like nothing.
2 hours. What is it? We've already done 8.
Yeah.
We've already done 8. Why can't we do another tea?
It will definitely fly
James, I know that Sian's probably said thanks for all your support behind the scenes today. It's been amazing. Andrew, Tash have joined us. Super Sarah's walking around in the background.
Keeping the kitchen
trying to keep me going, trying to keep everybody going, getting all of our ingredients ready. It's been a great day for us, I think, as UKHarvest.
Yeah.
It's really pulled the team together.
Yeah.
It's been giving us the opportunity to highlight a few of the things that we do. And now, hopefully, from 6 till 8, we can have a fantastic family feast cook along.
Yeah.
With loads of people zooming in. Oh, not zooming in, YouTubing in. YouTubing in.
We're all so good at it now, it doesn't really matter.
And post your pictures. If you take photos of your food, post your pictures. Tag at UKHarvest. Send them through to info@ukharvest.org.uk.
Yeah.
Be in with the chance to win that air fryer.
Oh, yeah.
We are going to give one away. It is going to be totally at random from whoever sends us their pictures. So don't worry, it doesn't have to look restaurant quality. We just want to know that you guys cook.
Just
that
fun.
You guys
just let
involved.
it look fun.
Just
absolutely.
Have some fun, which is what we've tried to do today.
Yeah, we have. Oh my goodness. It's been epic. It's been a roller coaster.
It has, and I think a massive well done to you, Simon.
Yes,
well, both of us. I don't think either of us got the most sleep last night.
No, lots to think about.
With the support of Sarah, you, Tash, Andrew, all of the guys that have come in and spoken to us, we've managed to get through this far. We've got 2 hours and 5 minutes to go.
No, it will fly
where
by.
we're cooking a fantastic
fakeaway,
Indian fusion fakeaway.
Yum, yum, yum.
So,
amazing. Well, I'll let you go for it. Don't worry. I will get changed in a moment. I was just going to, really just say, you get that kitchen ready. You need to line up all your ingredients, make sure you've got everything organized with Sarah. Now, I was just going to say that it's a really lovely thought that at home right now, because we're moving into the family session. So at home right now, there will be families, kids who've come home from school. Perhaps you participated earlier in the day earlier in the project, even in the 5 weeks that have built up to today. You might have met me, you might have met my colleague Sarah if we came to school, and today you've gone home ready to cook with your families, with your carers and support people at home. And if you haven't met us or you don't know us and you are familiar with UKHarvest and you've signed up to join this family session, brilliant, and thank you so much and welcome. But I love the idea that there are people in their homes right now who are thinking, right, we know what we're having for supper tonight. It's a fakeaway night.
We just don't know how to cook
exciting.
it.
Yeah, they will have received recipes and have put together their shopping lists and been able to, and again, UKHarvest style, our recipes, our ingredient lists are suggestions. So, you know, we want you to shop your larder, to search your cupboards, to do a rapid fridge raider session, and to pull out all the ingredients that you're thinking, what am I going to do with that? What am I going to do with that? These recipes, just like all of this here, are intended for leftovers. They're intended to use up those random things. So if you haven't got everything that's appearing on a recipe sheet that you can see on our website or you've downloaded ready for the YouTube session any minute now, yeah, don't worry. Find some of those alternatives. Think a little bit outside the box, you know, try something a bit out of your comfort zone, but get yourself ready. From a food hygiene point of view, you're in your own homes. Be safe. Please cook sensibly and, you know, as you would.
Take your time. Go get changed. You need to be with me at 6 o'clock and you need to do the quick change as well. James, you can knock the mic off. Enjoy whatever's left there. Eat away. I'll come down here. Welcome to the UKHarvest Training Kitchen. We're about 4 minutes away from the fake away feast of today, the grand finale of the spring session for Food and Fuel, and we're really looking forward to it. We've been in here all day today, cooking away, doing some great dishes. It started with a fantastic in-classroom student session this morning, and it's going to culminate in the best fake away feast tonight. We've got about 3 minutes to go until we're really going to ramp it up. We're going to be cooking away down this end like nobody's business because we've got quite a lot to cook. So hopefully if you've been with us throughout the day, if you were with us earlier, welcome back. Thank you for your support. Thank you for coming along. And we are really looking forward to tonight. So things that we've cooked, if you haven't been with us during the day, if you want to skip back through the feed when we finished, right, not now, because we're going to be doing the fake away. We've done some great stuff. We've done a bean chili, which is really good for your mental health and your mental well-being and all of the stuff that goes in it. Just promotes positivity in your head. We've done a fantastic clean fish dish, which is really good for your physical health and helping gut digestion and cleansing the body. We've done a little bit of energy efficient cooking in the middle of the day. We did some homemade chicken nuggets, which we use the air fryer for. We did a sweet and sour chicken in the microwave, and we did a really sticky, gooey syrup sponge pudding in the microwave as well. Then we went in and we saw Sian take on the Feed the Family of 4 for a £5 challenge, which she absolutely smashed. She came in with a vegan meal for 4 people, full-on meal, gave her a £5 and she brought me change. She brought me £1.45 in change. So for £3.55, she fed a family of 4 tonight, which was amazing. Then we had a bit of a kitchen takeover. So the guys from Taco Box in Chichester came in and took over this end of the kitchen for the UKHarvest Warehouse Challenge. We gave them loads of weird, wonderful, random ingredients that we rescue at UKHarvest, things that would be going out into our community food hubs, and said, boys, cook us something lovely. And I'll tell you what, they didn't disappoint. They were like whirlwinds behind this hob, and the food that they produced was amazing. So a big thank you to the guys from Taco Box. During the day, we've had visitors come in from Wittfit. We've had them in from Taco Box. We've had Ffion from the Nourish Hub up in London. We've been live on the radio, which was quite random at 1 o'clock or 10 past 1 when we just got a phone stuffed in our hands and got told it's on speakerphone, just answer the questions. So we did. And now, well, then we did Love Your Leftovers, which we're really keen on. So anything that was left throughout the day, I had to cook something with it. And I managed to cook 4 dishes, I think. 4 different dishes with the leftovers from today. A beautiful stock that we've got to use moving forward. We might even use some of it tonight. I don't know. And now we're here. 1 minute to 6.
Simon,
I think according to our clock, we've got 40 seconds to go. Sian's joining me. If any of you have been in the schools that we've visited, that Sarah and Sian have visited, you'll recognise Sian. She's going to be with me this evening, hopefully keeping me going.
I am. I'm going to be with you, absolutely. And Sarah, who, if you have cooked with us in schools during the past 5 weeks, on the Food and Fuel project, if you were lucky enough, and we were lucky enough to get to your school, you will have met myself and Sarah, who's just coming in to join us to say hi.
Hey,
and we are super happy to be here for the final session of the final Food and Fuel, brilliant, Food and Fuel project. With this fantastic day, as Simon's just been explaining, there has been so much going on.
It's been amazing.
Crazy.
Yeah, we've had a
And this is it.
time.
Yeah.
This is it, guys. We are live. It is the Food and Fuel finale.
It is.
The spring term is coming to an end. We know Food and Fuel is going to go check out the Food and Fuel website.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic project
Yeah.
that we're in collaboration with UK Power Networks and Cadent Gas.
Yeah.
And this tonight, this next 2 hours, brings that spring term to an end.
Yeah.
We're all cooking together. Hopefully you guys are going to love what we cook.
I'm sure you will.
It is good.
Before you really kick it off with the actual cooking, Simon, we've been on a roll all day. It's been full on. It has been an epic adventure. I really encourage you to check it out on YouTube afterwards and see or look through our website some of the things we've been doing. But if you have just joined us, and that is quite likely, this family session is there for people who've been working through the day, who haven't been able to check in with what we've been up to. Hopefully you're at home, you're set up and you're ready. But Sarah, do you want to just give us a brief little overview of the Food and Fuel project? We lived and breathed it for 5 weeks.
You had 5 weeks on the road.
Just to say a little to those people who've just come in and want to catch up slightly on where we're at.
And also a big hello to Charlie and Gemma.
Yes.
Who
UK Power Networks and
Hi guys.
Hopefully
you're cooking with us.
Hopefully. We got there. But yeah, Sian and I have been on the road for the last 5 weeks, having a wonderful time going into many different secondary schools, working with some amazing young people, and trying to encourage them to be a little bit more thoughtful and mindful about the food they throw in the bin and how they cook their food as well. So a lot to do with cutting down on their cost to cook. Our thing was to try to get them to use air fryers for their recipe, the lovely, delicious, healthy recipe that we cooked with them through that time. And so, yeah, I'm just going around and we covered a lot of ground. We met a lot of people.
That's an understatement.
There was a lot of hoofing and doofing with 30 air fryers off the van and then 30 air fryers back on the van.
And then off.
And then off and then on. And some trolleys got us there and some didn't.
Some just big lifting.
Sometimes it rained and sometimes it snowed.
It snowed.
And we were trapped in Colchester in the snowy weather. But overall, we did it and we got back here in one piece.
And let's just say wow and well done to our school systems, our teachers who are out there.
Yeah.
We visited a whole load of schools in some, really challenging times.
Yeah.
Teachers, staff, students, all, experiencing a lot of pressure in life, and they all welcomed us. They were all so happy to see us.
Yeah.
We had a really great reception.
Yeah.
They really took on board the intention of the Food and Fuel project and welcomed that support to encourage themselves, their students, their communities to learn to cook on a tight budget and to be cost to cook.
Let's face it, they loved the food.
They loved the food.
They
That
did.
was a big bonus.
And from our point of view at UKHarvest, we couldn't have got involved with Food and Fuel without you guys.
So without the food.
Well, without the food, we couldn't either. No. And the message that you guys have taken out in reducing your cost to cook, to try and combat rising prices, to try and combat inflation. We're going into schools. You're talking to really good people in those schools. Those students are the voice piece of the future.
Yeah.
What you've done, guys, has been truly amazing. So thank you so much.
We had a great time.
And if anybody who's online at the moment watching us on YouTube doesn't really know exactly what Food and Fuel is, check out the UKHarvest website, click on the Food and Fuel link. So many resources on there, how to reduce your cost to cook, how to reduce your air miles, recipes, cook-alongs, lessons, so many resources, all there for you, and they're not going away.
No.
They're staying there. Phase 1, up until spring, might have gone. Yeah. This is not a problem that's going away. And at UKHarvest, we're passionate about keeping that going.
We are.
Yeah, and we're going to build and we're going to build.
Yeah.
We might not get back into schools in the summer term, but the winter term,
and
we're looking at it already.
Absolutely.
Okay. So,
have
guys,
a great session.
we've got to cook because we've got quite a lot to cook.
Absolutely. We're going to presume that you're all up and running and ready to go, that you're organized, you've got your ingredients, you've had your equipment lists. Sarah's going to be backing us up, running around the kitchen.
I need to go and lay the table for a fantastic Indian
family
type,
takeaway,
Asian-y,
fusion-y takeaway.
A feast, and a celebration at the end. So I'll look forward to seeing you then.
Right.
Excellent. Thank you, Sarah.
Well done, you, Sarah.
Without Sarah today, the whole day wouldn't have happened because she's been running around in the background like mad.
Amazing.
A few little things we've got to get over first.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
Yep.
We're physically not in your kitchen, as you can tell.
Yep.
We're here in our kitchen in Donington in West Sussex. So although all the way through this cook-along, we're going to try and keep you as safe as we can. I'm not the one picking up a knife in your kitchen, so please go careful. We're not going to go fast.
Nope.
We don't do fast.
We've got plenty of time.
Especially after 8 hours of live on YouTube.
Yeah.
We don't do fast.
No.
So keep yourself safe. Make sure your hands are washed. Make sure your boards and everything are clean before you start. And we're going to crack on.
Yep.
All
lovely.
right.
Absolutely.
So
what's the
first thing
recipe we're going to be doing?
Hopefully you've all seen the menu.
Yeah.
So the first recipe that we're going to go into a sweet potato, butternut squash, pineapple, coconut fusion curry.
Okay.
All right.
What ingredients have we got for that?
So I'm going to grab some ingredients from over here.
Lovely.
If somebody could whack the PowerPoint for me, that would be awesome.
Lovely. Super duper.
Well done, Super Tash. She's been in the background as well on the control decks all day.
So many team players really giving us amazing backup.
One or two, I said. One large, 2 medium sweet potatoes. We've got 1 average size sweet potato there, which is going to be perfect.
Fantastic.
We've got a butternut squash. We've got a couple of onions. We've got our chili to give it a bit of poke.
Okie dokie.
A couple of cloves of garlic. A couple of tins of coconut milk. A tin of pineapple chunks. And enough veg stock just to keep us going.
Perfect.
So, Sian, if you don't mind making up my veg stock,
sure
if you're at home and you need to boil your kettle, put your kettle on now. We're not rushing. But there's a couple of those. If you get us half a litre, something like that.
No problem. I'll get that going.
All right. And I am going to very slowly prep our veg up. So hopefully if you're at home, you've put your kettle on. Now, with all of our dishes, we go dish by dish at UKHarvest, and we like to get all of our prep done first, so that then we can just bring the dish together and cook in the safest possible way. So I'm going to start off with my butternut squash. We are not peeling it, people. You do not need to peel it. We're just going to take the top off. We're going to take the bottom off. We're going to stand it up so it's on a flat edge. And with our knife, we're going to straddle our knife. Sian's got a boiling tap going. And we're going to cut down through our butternut squash, which will open up, and we can see that the seeds are in that butternut squash. Now, the easiest way to get the seeds out is to get a spoon and just put the spoon in and just dig those seeds out. So we get our spoon, we just come in, we just dig round, get those seeds out. Don't mind if we get the little bit of the hairy bit, which is in there, but I don't want the seeds. Let's take that through as well. There we go. It's like doing your pumpkin. Okay, just get those seeds out.
So I can almost feel people at home thinking, hang on a minute.
What is he doing?
Why haven't I got a peeler in my ingredients
You don't need a peeler.
So butternut squash, even that tough skin.
That is going to cook down. When we put that in the curry, That is going to cook down beautifully. It's going to soften.
Yeah.
You can eat it. If
And
you're going to roast your butternut squash, you don't need to peel it.
No, and I have to say, I think it really discourages a lot of us from choosing those pumpkin type vegetables, those squash varieties of veg, because we think, oh no, it's a real hassle. I've got to peel that. I've got to get that skin off. It's hard. It's tough.
Nah,
And it's going to take ages to cook, and that's a palaver. Guys, we have for some reason acquired an understanding of food prep, particularly with vegetables, where we remove the skin of everything. It's like one of the biggest first out the door. The tip that we give everyone at UKHarvest: ditch the peeler.
Okay.
No question, you do not need to peel many of these vegetables.
I've turn my butternut squash back over onto a flat surface again.
Lovely.
And then we're just going to go for sort of 2 centimetre cubes. It's been a long day.
Lovely.
2 centimetre, well, between 1 centimetre and 2 centimetre cubes. And we're going to chop all of this up one way, and then we'll just go back through the other way. So you end up with a cube. Okay, that's going to cook down lovely. Skin on, no worries with that whatsoever. Just do the rest of my butternut squash. We're going to do all of it.
Wow, lovely.
Okay, because this is a feast.
It is.
You will have leftovers.
Okay, fantastic. Good
you will have leftovers.
Everybody likes a bit of leftovers when it's curry night.
It can all be frozen.
Lovely.
If you wanted to. It can all be taken into work for your lunch the next day.
Perfect. Good plan.
Stick it in the fridge. If you're going to stick it in the fridge, you've got 3 days to eat it.
Fab.
Okay, so prep day +3. Probably won't need all of this one, because by the time we've mixed it with everything else,
fair enough,
we're not going to need it. Ooh. One way, come back through. Okay, so that is where we've started. We've started by getting our stock done. If you get any really big bits that you think are too big, just chop them in half. Okay, we've got our stock made. So if at home you were boiling a kettle and your kettle's just boiled, when you safely have finished doing your butternut squash, if you want to go and make up your stock, brilliant. Just get rid of these bits.
Do you want me to give you a bucket to put those bits in?
We've got a pot that I can put my bits in. That'd be perfect. We'll save that piece of butternut squash.
Lovely.
So get all those seeds out of the way. Into there. And
those
then,
can be cooked up and used. Let's not forget.
Yeah, you can easily cook the seeds. So if you just wash off all the fleshy bits and the tangly
bits. Rub them in a tea towel to get those all off.
Yeah, give them a quick rinse, dry them out, toast them in a frying pan, just toss them in a frying pan.
Lovely.
And you're away.
Okay.
So butternut squash, check. Potato. Don't peel it. Just pull the little strands of root or hair. We don't need to peel it.
Fantastic.
Because the peel has got so much goodness, so many nutrients, so much of the fibre that as a nation we don't get enough of.
True, absolutely.
And fibre is not only good. I learnt this morning.
Yeah.
It's not only good for our insides,
Was
but
this
it's
from our
great.
nutritionist Fion?
It is great for our mental health as well.
It is, absolutely. We need fibre in our diets.
So we're just going to chop up our sweet potato, very much like we did our butternut squash.
Lovely.
So that we get quite close to equal amounts of the two.
Guys, don't feel like you need to rush to keep up with Simon. We'll have moments where we recap.
There are going to be big recap moments. One of them's coming up when I've cut these 4 pieces of potato.
If you have young people and older people cooking together at home, things might happen at different times. So please don't worry. Focus on what you're doing, especially if you've got a knife in your hand. And we will recap as we go along to give time for people to catch up and work along at the same pace.
Indeed. One thing you don't need is somebody rushing along in a cook along because they think they've got lots to cook, and even though they know they've got loads of time to do it, they're panicking.
No, you're fine.
So what have we done so far? We've made up our stock. So we've got about half a litre of stock.
Give that a little stir.
We've cut up our butternut squash and we've cut up our sweet potatoes. That's all we've done so far.
Perfect.
But we've done it gently, we've done it slowly, we've done it methodically and safely.
Absolutely.
And one thing that you might have noticed, my knife is going through things quite easily. More accidents in the kitchen happen with blunt knives than happen with sharp knives.
Okay.
So it's a good idea. Keep your knives sharp if you can.
One of those false safety measures. If you think your knife's okay and it's not sharp,
it'll slide and it'll cut.
Fair enough.
All right.
Yep.
So hopefully everybody at home has got three-quarters of their butternut squash chopped up. They've got their sweet potato chopped up, so it's about the same volume.
Yep, lovely. Okay.
So we're going to move on to our onions. Okay, we're going to take 2 onions.
Okay.
And we're just going to chop them. Okay. There's nothing, you don't need to be all fancy and dancy when you're doing your onions for a curry. All right.
Yeah.
So we're just going to take the top off and just roll the onion away.
Lovely.
We're going to take the bottom off.
Fantastic.
And roll that onion away. And then we've got a flat surface again.
Lovely.
So it's standing up. Bridge cut again. When we say bridge cut, put the knife down, bring your hand over the top, straight down and through.
Fantastic.
Bring that one away. And then with a spoon or a normal dinner knife, we're just going to gently take that peel away.
Amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you'll see people using knives. That's absolutely fine. If you're confident with a knife, I would normally do it with a knife, but let's just keep it safe.
Fair enough.
Okay, we're just taking that peel off so that we end up with a very bare but beautiful looking onion.
And I know that we've talked once or twice today, but some of these people who are with us now may not have been there through the day. Great tips for those using those skin of onions, skin of garlic, that papery outer layer that we take. Obviously could go in your compost, can go in a pot that you would add water to and be cooking up. Simon's made a fab pot of stock today with all of the offcuts that we've been using. He may well show you in a minute.
Yeah, we'll get that one. I might actually use some of it.
Yeah, but those papery outer layers, if you collect them up, make a sort of little pot in your kitchen where you put all those papery outer layers of onions and garlic, allow a stash of them to build up. And when you do have quite a considerable amount, you can spread them out on a baking tray. When your oven is in use for something else, so if you are cooking something else that takes a while in your oven, spread those papery outer layers onto a baking tray. Just put them on the very bottom of the oven and let them dry out and cook. You can give it quite a lot of extra time. I know you're ready there, Simon.
I'm ready.
And when they're dried out and cooked, you crumble them up and it makes a onion and garlic powder that you can then use as a seasoning. It's really pungent, really tasty. Top tip. Making onion and garlic powder from your
from all of the outer layers.
Absolutely.
Okay, so all that I've got my 2 onions. I've topped them, tailed them, sliced them in half, taken the peel off.
Fab.
All right. Now, when we're eating, our mouth doesn't only taste flavour; it feels texture. So we want to get some texture in here. We've got cubes. We're going to be doing onions. We're going to be doing garlic. But what we're going to do with our onion, take it, turn it round, and we're just going to very gently get some slices of onion, okay? We're going to do one of our onions sliced, and we're going to do one of them chopped.
Okay.
And that is so that we get different textures.
Very texture, lovely.
And when you get to a bit where the onion wants to play wibble wobble, just knock it over onto its big flat surface, and we continue through.
Brilliant.
Okay?
Yep.
So we're going to do another one. Going along.
Excellent.
Nice and gently. We said there's no rush. There is no rush.
So I like that idea that using onion, not just as flavor base. So often we cook onion, you dice it really small. You know, you see chefs loads of times.
It goes to nothing.
Cook it tiny weeny so you just can't see it. And sometimes having onion in your recipes can work really well like that. But actually using it as a vegetable in its own right, so you are eating that onion when it's cooked, is a really good, you know, alternative way to thinking about how to use it. It's part of the vegetable. It's
and then the other one, we've sliced that one. The other one we're just going to chunk up. Okay, when we say chop it, we just chunk it up.
Right, lovely.
Again, when it gets that wibble wobble, let it go over, knock it down. That can all stay together. So across the belly, or what I call the belly of the onion, we're just cutting through a couple of times. We then go twist it round, And we're just going to chunk that onion up.
Lovely.
Really easy, really simple, really gentle. Nothing massive, no big skills, just a little bit of safety.
Fantastic.
All right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to put my knife just there. I'm going to organise my board so my onion is out of the way.
Brilliant.
And I'm going to bring in a couple of cloves of garlic.
Lovely.
So these are all, they've got their skins on.
Uh-huh.
So very gently lie it on its back, cut through the bottom of the clove of garlic and roll it away. And that one's come out of its skin straight away, which is great. If it doesn't know, just take the top off. And again, using a spoon or just gently with a knife.
Like you would with the onion.
Like you would, exactly like you would with the onion.
Okay, perfect.
So I hope, I'm kind of hoping that this one doesn't peel itself so I can show you.
Sarah did share a top tip with us earlier, which is a fab one, that if you have garlic cloves and you need to skin them, putting them in the microwave, just 5 minutes. She loves that, doesn't she?
She loves it.
Yeah, just
5 seconds in the microwave, it just pops the skin.
And it does just pop out.
So otherwise, this one's not been come straight out of its skin.
Okay, fair
so
enough.
With the spoon again, I'm just going to lift the skin up, scrape at the garlic to lift the skin up and just peel it away.
Brilliant.
All right.
Lovely job.
So do that with both of your cloves of garlic.
Fantastic.
And then line them down so that they don't rock.
Mm-hmm.
Take a knife.
Yep.
Blade away from you.
Yep.
Heel of your hand. So put the knife on top of the garlic, heel of your hand, squidge, crunch it down.
Okay.
Crunches the garlic up. And then you can just very gently, keeping the knife in contact with your chopping board at all times, we just rock through. And then we're just going to keep rocking through with that. So the point of the knife goes in the board. We just rock through that garlic. And when it gets stuck to your knife, don't use your fingers, you'll cut them off. You've got a spoon for that.
If you do want to use a garlic crusher,
yep, go for it.
Fine if you have that at home with you.
Or if you've got garlic paste or garlic puree, anything like that is all good.
Brilliant.
Normally the garlic pastes and purees, if you go 3/4 of a teaspoon per clove.
Okay, that's good to know.
Gives you a really good hit.
Yeah, or dried garlic.
Dried garlic works. For those people who might have medical conditions, who go, oh my God, onion garlic, I can't have that. Asafoetida root.
Okay, yeah.
Which is a dried
spice.
Dried spice that you can buy in supermarkets. But it is a really, really good replacer of onion and garlic.
And that makes me just think briefly, I'm sure we'll talk about it again. UKHarvest recipes are always a kind of suggestion. So really we encourage people wherever possible, shop your larder, read your fridge, do a fridge raider recipe. If you don't have sweet potato or butternut squash, but you've got carrot and potato,
it's fine. It'll
absolutely
work.
Fine. So yeah, think
Chili.
outside the box. Go for it.
Chili. Just going to take the top off.
Lovely.
Gently take the top off.
Yep.
Don't want that bit.
Perfect.
Then whilst it's flat, bridge cut again, just to bring my knife straight through it.
Nice.
Okay.
That's a fairly large chili. How hot is it going to be, Simon?
This one's not going to be too bad. Some of the ones that the boys had earlier from Taco Box were the super hot finger chilies.
Okay, fair.
And then all that I'm going to do then is bring in my bowl back in very carefully with a pointy knife, if we've got one, is just gently go down through, and scrape away.
Okay, and if you're concerned about having chili on your fingers, you can just put your washing up gloves.
You can put some gloves on, yeah, or you can do it the other way. And remember, don't touch your face, don't touch your eyes, don't touch your nose, don't touch your lips. Don't touch anything.
Wash your hands.
And wash your hands after you've chopped them.
Yeah.
Don't do it like I did it the other day, where I de-seeded it, washed my hands, thought, yeah, that's great, then chopped it, then chucked it in, then rubbed my eyes, and went, that was silly, wasn't it?
Rookie mistake.
Yeah, very rookie mistake. Should know better.
Should know better.
So once we've de-seeded our chilies, point of the knife goes into the board. We're just going to rock our knife to create really nice thin pieces of chili.
Lovely.
Okay. Working slowly so that we can keep our fingers out of the way and we move the chili, not the knife.
Fair enough.
Okay. If we're going to move the knife, we're standing a chance of cutting our fingers.
Yeah.
If we're moving the chili, we can stop and the knife's not anywhere close.
Okay.
So you move the chili, you don't move the knife. So point into the board, rock through,
if you're not sure about how much chili you like to put in your dish, the best advice we could give you is experiment.
Taste.
Try, taste, check it out. You can always add more chili later. So begin if you're not sure or you're a little cautious. Begin with just a little. You could always add more fresh chili right at the end. It would give you a really vibrant, really strong impact. Yeah, and you might choose
really
to
kick
just
it.
put a tiny bit of fresh at the end, so you really know just how strong it's going to be.
So we're pretty close to being ready to cook.
Okay.
Okay, the only things we've got to do now, open a couple of tins.
Lovely.
Because we want to get everything ready before we go.
Okay.
So I'm opening my tin of pineapple juice. Do not throw away the juice. Keep the juice.
Okay,
guys,
lovely.
keep the juice. Okay, so I've got my pineapple pieces.
Lovely.
I've got my coconut milk. I'm going to give it a quick shake just in case. It can break it up, but it's
sometimes
not going to.
Separates in there,
So the coconut milk will have a really hard bit on the top. And that's your coconut cream, and the fats from the coconut milk have all just solidified on the top. Underneath is the water. You want it all.
Okay.
Okay.
We need it all.
We need
Not going
it
to waste
all.
any of it.
We're not.
Good
But
to
as you
hear.
can see,
yeah, pretty solid,
that's solid
on
on top. We're going to do the same with this one.
Lovely.
And then all that we need next is some curry powder, some ginger.
Shall I see if I can find you those? I've got ground ginger.
Yep.
And I've got curry powder.
That'll do me. And a pan. Any pan. If you want to make it in a wok, you can make it in a wok. If you want to make it in a saucepan, you can make it in a saucepan. I'm going to go with a pan. I'm going to put it on the back so that you guys can see.
Okay. I was just thinking that in this session, we're cooking on the hob because we can guarantee that everyone pretty much has got one. But this is a recipe that you could absolutely start off in a microwave. You could cook off the beginnings of the recipe in a microwave. You could cook it in a slow cooker. You could definitely
slow cook this.
This would be a great one to put in a slow cooker. And, you know, looking at those alternative methods of cooking, those different appliances we could use is exactly what we're all about on the
big thing with the slow cooker one for this recipe.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah, there's no change.
There's no changes. You don't need to change anything, just the cooking time, obviously.
So
if you want to do this in a slow cooker, you put everything in, you set it going on a medium heat. You're probably looking at 4.5 to 6 hours, depending on the slow cooker you've got and how efficient it is, and it's ready to go.
But that is a cost of pennies in
compared to an
cooking
induction
it on a
hob
hob and leaving it in a hob for the duration, or for putting it on a hob and transferring it to a conventional oven. So really, if you have that slow cooker, dig it out the back.
Hopefully everybody's with us.
Okay.
So recap time. Recap time. We've got butternut squash chunked up. We've got sweet potato chunked up. Skins on all the way.
Nice.
We've got a couple of onions, one sliced, one chunked. We've got two cloves of chopped garlic.
Lovely.
One de-seeded chili, which has been chopped and cut into little fine pieces.
Lovely.
We've opened up our pineapples. We've opened up our coconut milk. And we've got our ginger, we've got our curry powder, and we've got our stock.
Perfect.
So we're ready to cook.
Go for it.
Okay. So first things first. Drizzle of oil into the pan. Get that one hot over a medium heat. You don't want it too hot. We don't want to burn any of the ingredients.
Nice.
So just over a medium heat, we're just going to bring that up to hot.
Okay.
Then we're going to just go in with the onions.
Alrighty.
Now, we're not putting the chili in. We're not putting the garlic in at this stage. We're just going in with the onions.
Okay, cooking the onions first.
Yep. And then we're going to go in with everything.
Okay.
So if one of the tech team wants to whack the button on the PowerPoint.
Thank you. Lovely.
That's absolutely superb. Then I can make sure that the method that I'm using is exactly the same method as you guys at home have got, because I've made this so many times that I will just crash on through, and you guys will be going, that's not what mine says.
But again, we would really encourage you, you know, guys, work independently. You know, we're all hopefully pretty familiar with some of these flavor profiles and some of these ingredients for sure. So be brave. Do your thing. We're sticking to the recipe, absolutely.
You know, I'm taking my time. I'm taking it gently.
Hopefully, that's
we are going to need to probably speed up because we've got a lot to cook.
We've got a lot to get through, but don't worry, we've still got good time.
But we're good, right? So, my oil's starting to get warm. I can feel it with the back of my hand, most sensitive part of my body, apparently.
Lovely.
So I can feel that's getting hot. So I'm now going to go in with all my onion, chopped and sliced, and it shouldn't spit. You shouldn't hear that right at the start. Just a gentle Just a gentle.
So if you do hear that right now when you're putting your onions in, turn it down.
Yeah,
it's a
just
little too high.
turn your pan down. You don't want to burn them.
Nope.
All we want to do, we want to sweat those onions down. We want to soften them up. We want them to come a little bit translucent.
Brilliant.
But we want to keep crunch. So rather than going for the sort of 6 to 8 minute cook, we're going for 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
Just to keep some of that texture.
Lovely.
Because remember, that's why we cut them differently.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay, so just to give the people at home cooking along with us a little heads up, this is our first recipe of the family cooking session: sweet potato, butternut squash, and pineapple curry. So if they've got other family members, people that you're cooking with along, friends or family at home at the moment, the next recipe that we're going to be doing is the aubergine and lentil. Is that right?
Aubergine and lentil curry.
So if anyone else is organising things around you in the kitchen, and you do have the time, that's the recipe we're going to be going to next, guys. So if you've got spare pair of hands in your kitchen, in your team,
them.
yeah, get somebody to set up those ingredients, make sure everything is together and ready. We've got that down the other side of the kitchen over there where we know we've got everything prepared. It's all about being organised.
So,
brilliant.
3 to 5 minutes.
Love it.
It's going to start to go translucent. It's going to start to look glassy, icy, whatever other words you want. Clear, see-through, whatever words we want to use.
Okay.
That's what it's going to do.
Okay.
Once we get to that stage, we're going to go in with our garlic.
Okay.
We're going to go in with our sweet potato. We're going to go in with our butternut squash. We're going to go in with our chili. We're going to go in with our veg stock.
Okay.
And then we're just going to let that simmer for 10 minutes.
Okay.
And whilst that's simmering,
yep,
we're going to start looking at that next dish.
Brilliant. Okay.
Or maybe even preparing some of the potatoes for our Bombay potato sagaloo.
Right.
Just getting ourselves
looking ahead
in the mix,
okay,
yeah?
Fantastic.
Because nobody wants to stand in a kitchen and go, I'm just going to watch this pot for 10 minutes.
Well, not when there's 4 or 5 other dishes.
Not when they're trying to make a feast. Okay, so we've gone glassy.
Okay.
Which is perfect. Okay.
Fab.
So in we go. I'm going to go in with the sweet potato and the butternut squash first.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why in just a second.
Lovely.
You might remember from earlier, but everybody at home who wasn't with us won't remember from earlier.
Okay, share away.
So I'm going to go in with this to start off with, and then I'm going to go in with my garlic and my chili on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
The reason for that, I don't want my garlic and my chili to hit the bottom of that pan, which is really hot, and instantly burn.
Okay, it's
because
too much
they
of a
will,
fragile texture, very wet as well.
They will burn, they will stick
Right,
really easily.
fair.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, in with my sweet potato and my butternut squash.
Lovely.
And then in with my garlic and my chili.
All in at once. Fab.
And then I'm going to give it a stir. Okay? I'm just going to bring it all together so it's mixed. So that chili is hitting everything, the garlic, the onion. And then I'm going to go in with my stock.
Would you say you're on a sort of medium to high heat at the
Yeah,
moment?
medium high.
Okay, we've got a induction hob here in our kitchen. It goes up to number 9. Simon's got it on number 7. Just so long as things aren't catching on the bottom wherever you're cooking
And now
at the moment.
stock.
Yep.
500 mils-ish of stock.
Looking good.
And that we need to bring up to the boil, and then we're going to turn it down to simmer. Okay. So what that's going to do, that's going to start to cook that butternut squash. It's going to start to cook that sweet potato.
Lovely.
It's going to infuse the flavours that's in there.
Nice.
But because we're going to bring it down to a simmer, a lot of that stock is actually going to boil off.
Okay.
So we're not going to have the liquid, but we're going to have full flavour and softened veg. And
Sounds
that's
great.
when we can go in with our coconut milk, which is
Okay.
going to bring all of those flavours together and give
Nice.
us a bit more
Creamy
juice.
texture. Yum, yum, yum. Okay.
So that needs to come up to a boil. So I'm going to take that right up to the top. He says, there we go, right up to the top. Get it up to the boil. If you've got a lid, it's a lot quicker because obviously it keeps
I think I might have
steaming.
a lid for you if you want one, Simon.
Oh, Sian.
There we go.
Star. So we put a lid on, let that come to the boil. Then we're going to bring it down so it's just that little bouncy bubble.
Okay.
Hopefully everybody at home has managed to be with us
Fingers
so far.
crossed you're with us so far, guys.
I hope so.
Amazing. Curry number 1.
Curry number 1 is well on the way, which is good.
Amazing.
Don't forget, guys, what we'd love you to do, we're running a competition all day today.
Yeah, we are.
Take photos of anything that you cook. Doesn't have to be restaurant quality, just a photo of what you've
The more
cooked.
fun, the better.
Post it either any way you like and tag at UKHarvest with it, or send it through to info@ukharvest.org.uk. And on Friday, at random, we're going to pick one of those photos, and that person's going to win an air fryer.
Lovely.
All right, so make sure you enter it. Really efficient way to cook. I'm just going to grab some other ingredients. If you can keep your eye on there.
I certainly can give it a quick stir. You're getting
so
the aubergine.
What I'm grabbing is I'm grabbing aubergine.
Looking good.
I'm grabbing garlic. I'm grabbing an onion. I'm grabbing green lentils in a tin. I'm grabbing some chopped tomatoes, some kidney beans, and some stock cubes.
You got it all?
Nearly. That's waiting for the next one.
Yep, lovely. Put those up there for you.
So get some of this over. Okay, all done. So, second curry.
Wow.
Woo.
Okay, let's go. Keep it going. Let's go.
Second curry. What have we got to do? We've got to chop our onion again.
Yep.
But we're just going to chop that one. We're going to chunky chop that one.
Okay, doke.
We're going to cut our aubergine again
Lovely.
into those sort of cubes.
Nice.
And then we're going to start to bring all the flavours together, get some more stock made up, because that's going to pull it all together.
Okay.
The tomatoes are going to go in with the lentils and the beans, plus the water from them.
Lovely.
Then we're going to spice it.
Okay.
Now, this one is going to be a hotter one than that one.
Okay, doke.
All
We're
right.
going to put some more chili in there. Amazing.
So we're just going to peel the top bit
Lovely.
of our aubergine, because we don't want to lose too much of it.
Nice.
Green bit around the outside, we can easily take that off. Just with a knife, we'll just take that off. Okay. Where's my bucket gone? There. Right. Cut. Long ways. Start off with, take one piece away.
Okay.
Okay. Why do we only take one piece away? Because now we got a flat surface.
Okay, great for those knife skills.
So that is now racing boil.
It is.
So we're going to bring that down, lid off, let it simmer.
We'll take that.
Thank you. And then we're just going to cut through our aubergine so that we can cube it up. Okay.
Great. Skin on again.
Skin
Don't
on.
need to take skins off.
You could get away probably for this recipe just using half of it.
Okay.
But we're not going to have any waste this
We're going
tonight.
to go the whole hog.
I'm going to go the whole hog because
Lovely.
I know that there are lots of people who are going to be in and around this kitchen tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Who are going to be going, where's the food you cooked last night? So I need to have it so I can feed them tomorrow.
Fantastic.
Save Sarah a job. She normally is our
Yeah,
super
cook staff
duper chef in the kitchen
When we're
for
lucky enough to get one, yeah.
somebody to cook lunch. So I'm just literally scoring through and cutting away.
Lovely.
Really easy, really simple. Don't rush it. You don't need to.
Mm-hmm.
Aubergine cooks nice and quick, which is a winner.
Yep.
There we go. And we just come over, go through. And away we go. Keep it chunky because when it does cook, it does shrink.
Mm-hmm.
So keep it chunky.
Okay.
We want it to look good on the plate as well as taste good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So my pan I've brought down to a gentle bubble now. It's not taking off. It wouldn't knock the top off and the lid get all everywhere.
Yep.
And that, as I say, that's going to take about 10 minutes. That's why we're carrying on with other things.
Lovely. Okay, let that cook down.
Yeah. Because all we've got to add to that in a minute is our coconut milk, our pineapple, curry powder, ginger. We're away.
Wow.
So nice and gently, we cube up.
Great.
Okay.
Perfect.
Happy?
Lovely. Looking
Happy.
good.
Right. So that is our aubergine. We're going to cut up. Now I've put on the recipe that's gone out. Finely cut your onion.
Okay.
Okay. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
This is a combination of recipes that were put together tonight for the Food and Fuel epic finale fakeaway.
Absolutely.
And sometimes when I've written recipes in the past like this one, got a little bit Sheffield. We have finely chopped this, finely chopped that.
Sometimes you can't.
You just don't need to finely chop it.
Fair enough.
Again, though, if you get any skin left, just using the spoon or a butter knife, not a sharp knife, just take that one off. Then you can work with a flat surface.
Lovely. Oh, a little one in there, snuck in.
Oh, come out. Don't want you in there.
Well done.
And then, like we say, we're just going to chop it again. So like we did before, across the belly 2 or 3 times. And then just chunky it up.
Nice.
It's all going to cook down. It's all going to soften. And it's all going to add to the flavour and the texture of your dish.
Brilliant.
So don't worry or panic. We don't need to.
We're not. You're seeming very calm, Simon.
I know.
It's been a long day, but you're doing
Either calm or
fabulous
tired,
job.
one or the other.
Both of those things, quite possibly. You're doing a fab job. Well done.
But I know that everybody who's joining us now is bought into Food and Fuel. Is bought into sharing that message of reducing our cost to cook. You know, it's been such a project for us. We've loved every minute of it. I know you guys have been out on the road. I know it's been hard. But what an amazing project.
But it's not just us being out on the road, you know, you crack on, don't worry.
The garlic, I'm doing exactly the same as before.
So lovely.
So I'm going to skin it, crush it, chop it up. We can carry on talking.
No, just that road trip has been one element of Food and Fuel project, which has been a huge undertaking for us, UKHarvest, partnering with UK Power Networks and Cadent to deliver this project. Really, we've created a huge amount of educational resources, which are now totally free and available through our website. And you can go and have a look at it when you finish doing this, if you haven't looked already. There are 6 live sessions, live cook-alongs like this, myself and Simon.
As live.
Featuring as live, absolutely, yeah. Featuring all of those different appliances, the air fryer.
Just give them a pot of stir, just to infuse the flavour, okay?
The slow cooker and the microwave. A couple of recipes for each of those appliances, all really focusing and drilling down on the cost to cook in those different appliances, looking at different recipes and how viable and how much cheaper they can be if you cook them in different appliances at home or in your kitchens. So yeah, you know, and as alongside our road trip, we've got all of those resources available. Also on there is a lot of tips, a lot of information. There are the cost to cook case studies where we've done that number crunching. We've looked at how much it costs. There's a lot of teaching resources there because obviously this is a project focused on education, and that's why we were able to really build that background resource source online to support schools, to support staff in schools, and deliver really valuable
I think one of the
education.
biggest things that we found, we did some marketing, we did some research, we did loads of marketing in the key area that we were hitting to start off with.
That's true.
But I'm sure that some of you, excuse me, that are watching us now are probably out of that area. We have had so many people want to register for the project from all over this country, Wales, Jersey, Scotland, everywhere.
Yeah, we have.
This will not be the end of Food and Fuel. It might be the end of the spring season.
Yeah.
We might ease it off for summer season because we know that schools have got exams.
Yeah.
But I think we're going to come back hard. We're coming back hard in September. If you do know any schools that want to get involved, get them to log on to Food and Fuel. They can still register. There's nothing shut.
No.
We might do a cook-along, not 10 hours, a cook-along in the summer and invite everybody to that as well. But please, use those resources. They've been developed for you guys to use.
Stay involved.
They educated me when I was going. I know that much when we were doing them.
That's true. Okay, where are we at?
Where are we at? Okay, if we come eyes back down again onto curry number 2. So we've chopped up our aubergine. We've chopped up our onion.
Lovely.
And I've done exactly the same with the 2 cloves of garlic as I did in the first one.
Fantastic.
Now, earlier on I said, don't drain your beans, okay? I know the recipe says drain your beans.
Yeah.
But you've got a choice. Either don't drain your beans and use the juice out of there, which is free at the end of the day, or drain your beans and your lentils and make up 250 ml of stock.
Okay.
All right.
Brilliant.
So I'm going to use the water out of my cans.
Okay, I have to tell you that if you do go for the use the liquid in your cans option, all canned beans and pulses have that liquid in them. It is full of protein. A considerable amount of the nutritional content of those beans is in that liquid. So using it on that score, also really boosting your protein intake. Really highly recommended.
So as we can see, if we look down into this pan, the butternut squash sweet potato one,
lovely,
our juice is getting less.
Fab.
So we're probably about halfway through cooking it off. So I know that's been longer than the 5-10 minutes I said.
Fab.
If it is, we're just going to knock the temperature back up a little bit just to bubble it off.
Okay.
We just want some of that juice to go
To cook off.
before we put any more wet into it, so that then it can really come together as a curry.
Lovely.
So we need another pan.
Same again.
Aye.
There we go.
Aye. So we've got another pan. In we come. First things first, drizzle of oil. Another drizzle of oil. Medium heat again.
Okay, doke.
Oh, no, medium heat, Simon, not boost.
Lovely.
You press the button.
Yes, is your fingers wet?
No, not that one.
Oh, that one. Yeah,
that
I
one.
can. Excuse me. Let's hit that tech team.
Half
back
our
up.
tech team seem to have legged it, but that's
It's a
fine.
long day.
It has been a long day. It has
There we
been a
go.
long day.
Alrighty.
So we're going to do the
Nice.
same in here. Okay, we've heated the oil, large saucepan. We're going to add the chopped onion. We're going to quickly saute that. We're going to add our 2 cloves of garlic. We're going to quickly saute that.
Perfect.
Then we're going to add all of our spices.
Fab.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's going to be our coriander, our cumin, everything else like that.
Okay.
We're going to cook those off for a little while.
Okay.
Because you've got to cook dried spices.
Nice.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, pan's getting warm. Don't want it to fizz.
Lovely.
So it's not,
No,
which
perfect.
is good. Because if I go in with colder oil, because I'm only going to quickly saute it, I can go in with my garlic as well.
Lovely.
So garlic in, excellent. Quick stir, just saw a wooden spoon. Quick stir to get it all covered in oil. And then just bring that together. Okay, so that can sit on there.
Lovely.
So, coriander. Dried.
Here, just so you know.
Ground coriander.
Lovely.
James, if you can pop that one back up, please, that'd be great.
Just go back one.
So we've got cumin, we've got coriander, we've got ginger, we've got our curry powder. But how much of it do we want? We're going to give it a punch because this is the hot one as well.
Yeah.
So we're going with chili powder too.
Lovely.
So out of our spices, the chili is a heat, the ginger is a heat, the cumin, the coriander are more of a flavour.
Aromatics.
We're going to go in with curry powder as well.
Okay,
and we're going to add just a little touch of turmeric. All right.
Amazing.
So there is quite a lot. Now, if you haven't got all these herbs and spices, don't worry.
No.
Don't worry.
Swap it with something else.
Swap it out. A good or just a standard curry powder
Yeah.
will have a combination of all of them in.
Absolutely. Okay.
This is a hot curry,
Okay.
so pick a hot curry powder.
Okay.
It will have more of those gingers, more of those chili, more of that in it. If you go for a mild one, you'll have more of the turmeric, the cumin, the
But a
coriander.
ready-made, all-round curry powder mixture is perfectly acceptable, as is things like those packets or pouches.
Yeah, the packs, the
Sometimes you get
pouches,
little
everything else,
jars,
perfect.
all of those all work just as well. So again, don't go out and buy individual spices if it's not something you use a lot. On the contrary, if it is something you use a lot, buying big quantities of them is way cheaper. So if you're a regular curry cooker, then perhaps investing in some of them in bigger content.
World food oil. That's all I'm
World
going to
food
say.
oil is a really good
Right.
tip.
2.5 tablespoons of curry powder.
Fab.
Sorry, Sian. Got to
Don't
move
worry,
on.
go for it.
Going into the pan, straight on top of the onion and the garlic.
Lovely.
Could you just open the beans and the tomatoes up
Ooh,
for
I
us,
can
please?
for
That'd
sure.
be
Lovely, no
lovely. Okay, 1 teaspoon. That's a half teaspoon. That's a teaspoon. 1 teaspoon of turmeric.
Can I just say, it's smelling absolutely amazing
Ooh,
down here.
thanks,
Good.
Sarah.
Cheers,
It
Sarah.
really is.
You say all the nicest things.
I am getting starving.
Oh, good.
Excellent.
2 teaspoons of chili powder. Because remember, it's going to be pokey, this one. Gotta move. 2 teaspoons of coriander, 2 teaspoons of ginger. And I've brought the cumin over and I don't even need it.
Okay then.
Coriander. And our ginger. Okay, then we're going to mix it because we want to cook those spices through.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to give it a good mix through. This will start to stick to the bottom of the pan. Do not panic. It's going to.
Okay.
Because the juice out of those chickpeas and those beans, when it goes in, it's going to pick all of that spice up off the bottom of the pan.
Okay, lovely.
So don't worry if your spices start to stick to the bottom of the pan.
Yeah.
But once you've toasted those off, started to warm them up, all the aromatics have come out. All I can smell over this at the moment is that is going to taste gorgeous.
Yeah, lovely.
I'm going to take the tin of lentils, okay? Complete tin with the juice. I'm not making stock, okay? If you've already drained them, please, yes, make your 250 mils of stock.
Okay.
So my cooked green lentils go in with the juice. I've got kidney beans. They go in.
Lovely.
And that's us underway. As soon as I mix that round, all of those spices that were beginning to stick at the bottom have just all come together to make this gorgeous little sauce.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, it doesn't matter too much what order these things go in. You don't have to be too precious. If, you know, sometimes a recipe says put the aubergine in first. There are some things that matter more than others, but actually one pot dishes like these curries, once everything is in there, it's left to cook.
It's just going to cook through.
And it will all come together beautifully.
So, in our first pot, bubbling away, nearly there, sweet potato, butternut squash, onion, chili, garlic, stock that is near enough there, okay? I don't want all of the stock gone. I don't want it a totally dry pot. I just want it to be a lot less than it was to start off with.
Okay, perfect.
In our second pot, onion, garlic, coriander, ginger, turmeric, curry powder, chili powder, lentils, green beans, and that is looking awesome. Let me show you. Just get the temp. If I can work this stove, I want it to come up in temperature. Oh.
It's giving you a moment, isn't it?
See if your fingers are clean enough to work it. So this one, darker in colour, spicier, hotter, yummy. All right. So we're just going to bring this up to the boil as it is now. Then we're going to go in with our tin of chopped tomatoes. Get it nice and hot.
Lovely.
Bring the temperature down and then add our aubergine.
Okay.
We don't want to go in with the aubergine really hard hitting, okay? Because I want it to cook properly.
Okay, fair, no problem.
I've done it a different way to my method. I do apologise.
Doesn't matter. I think we can all think around the box.
It's
as long as get in there in the end.
Let's be honest. As long as all the ingredients end up in there,
we're
all good. Okay, we're all good.
Okay, fantastic.
Recipe books are great.
But they're a guide.
But just give me a list of ingredients. As long as they all get in the pot at the same time and everything's cooked, the flavour is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
So, into there now. That's bubbling. Go in with a tin of chopped tomatoes.
Lovely.
It's going to look really wet, but don't worry. That's what the aubergine's for.
Okay, fantastic. Get those out of your way.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and then I'm going to go... Now that it's come, when that one comes back up, aubergine goes in.
Okay.
Don't need the stock cubes. Then we're going to go back and get that one finished off. So that one's bubbling.
Okay.
And then all of this lot is going to be ready 7:30-ish.
Okay, fine.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah, but we've got a lot to do.
That's good. We've still got Bombay potatoes to do, turmeric rice to do, dosa and cauliflower pakoras.
Okay.
Marvellous.
Keep going.
Not a lot then.
No. Fantastic.
But we did say we were going to push it.
Yeah.
We did get called nuts by quite a lot of people when I said, no, we're going to do all these dishes and everybody's going to be with us on it.
Well,
so hopefully you guys are all keeping up. We've had enough downtime to allow everybody to catch up if they've needed to.
Yeah.
But the important thing, guys, you can't go wrong. All right? You cannot go wrong. Once these are on, they're just going to sit there until they're cooked and you're ready to eat.
Yeah.
All right? You can't go wrong.
Okay. Fantastic.
Right. Hot curry, aubergine. In we go. And that's our aubergine, bean, lentil curry. Good old mix. Good old stick through. Oh, smells so good. So if with your aubergine one, you look and you think it's too dry at any stage, because we're going to bubble this to infuse flavour. Just go in with water. That's all you need. Just go in with just half a can of water at a time.
Okay.
If it's bubbled down, half a can of water, it will bubble down.
That aubergine soaks it up.
The aubergine's going to soak a load of it up.
Lovely. Okay.
The lentils, although they're tinned, so they should be fully blossomed, puffed up, whatever we want to call them.
But they
may
still
well
do
take
on a bit. Yeah, absolutely. And they break down, make it thicker, don't they?
Yeah. So that then sits steaming away.
Gorgeous.
Medium-ish heat, low heat. We're just going to leave that aubergine one with a lid on it.
Lovely. I'll grab that again.
Over a very medium heat. That's all we're going to do.
Lovely. Okie doke.
And if we can skip back to the last little bit of the method for the sweet potato and butternut squash one, you will see, guys, that it's taken more than 10 minutes to simmer. We know that.
Okay.
But we're now at a position where we've got a little bit of juice in there. Hopefully the guys at home can see that.
Yeah, that's great.
But not a lot, and it's thick juice.
Nice.
So it's not just that plain stock.
Okay.
So now we're going to go in with our 2 to 3 tablespoons, depends on how much you like it and how hot you like it.
Okay.
2 to 3 tablespoons of our curry powder. Now, don't be too worried about spice level, because the sweetness of that coconut milk, the sweetness of the pineapple will keep the flavour in there, but will take the harshness out of any temperature that you've got.
Okay.
So I'm then going to go in with a couple of teaspoons, not tablespoons, guys, teaspoons of ginger.
Lovely.
Now, this is one to leave out if you don't want it too pokey. I would always say go with at least one, because it complements the flavour.
Okay. Fresh ginger as an alternative.
Yeah. A good thumb-sized piece of ginger, peel it away with a spoon, chop it up. Yeah, lovely. If you've got random things that people buy for Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We've all got that.
What do you mean, like slippers?
Family member. No, goes.
Food things.
Oh, you said you like Thai food. I bought you this thing of dried lemongrass.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Oh, yeah, brilliant. Thanks very much. It's a sort of weird random stocking filler presents that my mum think is a really good idea.
Yes.
Anyway.
Chuck them in.
They could go in.
Lovely.
So our spices have gone in. Again, like we did before, we need to cook those spices through.
Fair enough.
So we're just going to mix that round. That's going to make that stock so thick, it looks a bit gloopy and it looks like everything's going to squish up.
Lovely.
As soon as we get to that stage, could you just grab us some desserts? Oh,
yeah,
go on.
I put a couple in there.
You're one step ahead.
I was a little bit ahead there.
We're going to go in with our coconut milk, okay? Now, we've just got to break that top seal on the fat and the cream. Yeah. And then we go in with all the water as well. Now, don't worry that you've got big lumps out of the thing of coconut milk in your curry, because as it heats up, that big lump won't be a big lump no more.
Okie doke.
Okay, so the water goes in. The cream goes in. And that's going to add just that creaminess, that sweetness that we want.
And a thickener, really good.
And a really good thickener. So give that a good stir then. Can you see the colours lightening up?
Looks gorgeous.
So we've got our really dark aubergine curry with the
Lovely.
lentils and the beans.
Absolutely.
We've got our really wet, creamy, lighter coloured,
Lovely.
slightly sweeter, less pokey.
Nice.
Less pokey.
Yep.
Coconut, butternut squash, sweet potato. Now for the kicker. Let's add some sweetness to this. Okay,
fair.
So I'm only going to add half a tin of pineapple chunks to start off with, because I'm going to taste it later on to see if the sweetness is right.
Okay.
If it's not sweet enough, I can add some more chunks or some juice.
Okay.
So don't get rid of the juice.
No.
All right.
Sounds good. You all right there?
Yeah. Actually, I'll use the coconut milk one.
Fair.
Just to spoon out a load of those pineapple chunks straight in to there.
Lovely.
And again, I'm just going to bring that up to the boil, and then I'm going to let it simmer. Bring it up to the boil. All of our coconut cream, coconut oil, it's going to infuse so much flavour into here. That's all going to break down. It's just going to go so nicely.
Lovely.
So we'll bring that one up to the boil. We'll turn that one down. Let that one simmer.
Fantastic.
So that is a winner.
Both main curries.
That is a winner. Just going to move that one over there a minute so I can stir this. This is looking awesome. And it's looking really close, actually, to be ready already.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't take long, that one.
Aubergine, lentils, and beans do not take long.
No.
I can smell the spice in that. I love hot curry, right?
Yeah, you do.
I love my spice. I love hot curry. This is mine.
Yeah,
this is mine.
He's got his eye on that one.
All right. So again, I'm just over a low medium heat, between 4 and 5 on this cooker.
Okay.
Just to keep it warm.
Nice.
Softly cook it through.
Okay, so fantastic. Those two are on.
2 on.
Where are we
1, 2, 3, 4 things to go.
Okay.
Hour to do it. We can do this.
Perfect.
We can do this.
Perfect.
So what I'm actually going to do, because we're going to need one of these hobs.
Yep.
Just going to make sure that one boils. Make sure that we break that coconut down. Then we can start on something else.
Lovely.
So we've got our sag that we're going to start on to next.
Okie doke.
So basically, potatoes and spinach. Okay. With some onions, some chili, and a clove of garlic.
Lovely.
This is Super Sarah who's done all this. Put all of my ingredients
Organised.
all into a pot so that I've just got to pick it up, bring it over, and then gently pass it out shot. So, aubergine curry,
Lovely.
top on, bubbling.
Perfect.
So yeah, guys, if you're going to get ready for the sagaloo stroke Bombay potato type thing,
yeah,
I'm not going to say it's a complete sagaloo because it's not. It's a potato thing to go with these.
Lovely.
You're going to need about 600 grams of your potatoes. You're going to need a tin of chopped tomatoes, onion, garlic, chili, curry powder, cumin, coriander.
Okay.
Easy peasy.
Lovely.
Lemon squeezy.
Alrighty.
So the first thing that we're going to do.
Yep.
Hopefully you guys at home are up with us. Nobody so far has put it on Twitter or anywhere else that we're going too fast.
No.
So we're just going to be happy with that.
Fantastic.
Okay. YouTube Live's great. You just can't see what's going on in your kitchens. Please stay safe. Please work at your own pace. We are trying to keep ourselves nice and gentle and calm and slow so that you guys can keep up and you're going to end up having the most amazing dinner.
Yeah, a lovely feast coming for sure.
So, knife. Potatoes. Any old potato will do.
Okay.
All right.
Lovely.
If you get them when they've got the little rooty bits on,
yeah,
all we're going to do is just take the tiniest little bit of rooty bit off.
Put it in your stock pot.
Gives us a flat edge. We can cut through. We can cut through. We're just going to cube up our potato.
Okay.
All right. When I say it doesn't have to be a cube, I know maths teachers out there, sorry. I know it's not a cube. But we're just going to chunk up our potato. Chunk up our potato.
Okay, got it.
But just apparently on a recipe, you're not allowed to write 2 centimetre chunks.
Okay.
People don't know
what. Technical enough. Fair enough.
These people who get really chefy over things.
Yeah.
It's just, you know.
Yep.
So we're going to do all 600 grams.
Okay.
Now, what I like to do is very quickly blanch my potatoes. Why? They go they start to go fluffy, and then when I put them into the pan with a load of hot oil, they go crispy.
Okay.
Then when I put the tomato in to go with it, they keep a little bit of that gnarly crisp and they don't fall apart.
Fair enough.
But, and this is a big but,
Yep.
don't blanch them for too long. So if you are going to blanch your potatoes, literally get your pan of boiling water, dunk them in there, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Lift them out.
Okay, fair enough.
Because otherwise you will end up with Bombay mash.
Okay.
And nobody wants Bombay mash.
No.
Okay, so my sweet potato butternut squash one is boiling. I've just given it a good stir. I want to lose water. I want to lose liquid.
So you're not going to put a lid on that?
I'm not going to put a lid on
Fair
that.
enough.
I'm just going to bring the temperature down to a simmering point. That one is doing good. That one is going to do good. Back to my potatoes.
Okay. So are we planning on blanching these potatoes?
No, probably not.
Okay.
What
but
I will do,
that you could do.
I think on the recipe and on the method, I say to blanch them.
Okay.
But what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to just put them into a large frying pan with a little bit of water to start off with.
Okay.
so that they sort of
Absorb that a
steam
little.
and
Oh, okay, fine.
steam and blanch, if you like, at the same time. The water will then obviously vanish
Yep.
because it's in a
And
really hot
you'll use
saucepan.
that pan to
Then I'll
do
use that
everything
pan,
else.
drizzle them with oil, go in with the onion, go in with the garlic, go in with the chili,
Great.
go in with the tomato so that the tomato can cook the potato.
Okay, that
This
makes
is where I said earlier when we were tomatoes and potatoes and I got all confused.
Yeah.
This is why I got all confused. So yeah, as I say, I know on the method it says to blanch your potatoes.
Okay.
I don't want you to blanch them and have Bombay mash tonight.
Okay.
So I'm going to do it a slightly different way, slightly safer because we've got lots of stuff going on. And I know then that your potato is going to come out really, really good.
Nice.
Okay. So just gently, slowly chop your potatoes up, gnarly bits and all. Notice we haven't peeled our potatoes.
No, yet again, going back to that squash and the veggies at the beginning, sweet potatoes, etc. Don't peel these things, guys. The highly nutritious part of a potato is actually trapped just beneath the skin. That's where all the nutrition, all the vitamins are, and the fiber that is in the skin is highly nutritious. So, you know, if you're peeling that and chucking it away, A, you're really throwing away the best bit of the potato, and B, you're creating waste, food waste that's just going to rot down.
No, we don't want food waste.
Yuck in your bin.
We don't want food waste.
The peeler.
Okay, quick
Brilliant.
stir on my butternut squash one again. I don't want any of it sticking to the bottom, and it's not.
Looks
It's
like
looking
coming together
absolutely
beautifully.
gorgeous in there.
Yeah.
That's going to taste amazing. Okay, just gentle simmer. So our potatoes are done.
Yep.
How you do your onion is how you do your onion.
Fine.
Does it matter?
No. No, go for it.
So
do it how you like it.
I'm just going to, again, top and tail.
Lovely.
I'm trying to work out what I could do with it that's different. But to be honest, there's
Just
only
go
so
for
much
it.
you can do with an onion.
Yeah, go for it.
And when you're trying to cook 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dishes
In
in 2 hours, you might just... So I'm using a knife this time just to peel my onion.
Can I open this one up for you?
Yes, you certainly can. That'd be marvellous. If you want to use the spoon, if you're cooking with younger people, if you're not happy or confident with a knife, use the spoon to take away your peel.
Fair enough.
Take all of our potato up over there. Wait, don't you run away. You're going in the pot.
Lovely.
And then we'll just a little bit smaller this time, so closer to a dice.
Okay.
But however you want to chop it, guys, is how you chop it. I wouldn't use the sort of strips of onion that we put in the first
you want
one.
it smaller than that.
I would go with a dice if we can.
Lovely.
Or a chunk.
Yep.
Because it's all going to wilt down. It's all going to come together. It's all just going to be num, num, num.
Yum. Sounds good. Okay.
Okay. So that's our onion. Now this time, we're not going to de-seed this.
Ah.
We're going to leave the seeds in.
Okay.
The heat is between the seed and the bit that holds the seed to the flesh.
Right.
We're going to leave the seeds in.
Going in with the heat.
And we're just going to go in with rings of it.
Ah, okay.
So that if people don't want it, they can see it.
Okay. And
they can
remove
get it out.
Fair enough.
If you're going to cut it so small and cook it so much that nobody can see it, I would suggest de-seeding.
Okay.
Okay. If you're going to go in and people can see it, they can hook it out if they want to hook it out.
Absolutely.
Don't worry.
Fair enough.
It's all good.
Okay.
And then our garlic as well. And then we're just going to take a little pause, have a little look at what we've got cooking or cooked already, because we're actually going to move those onto a different hob.
Take them off for now.
Yeah. The aubergine one is basically cooked. That just needs to be got hot again when we want to eat it.
Lovely.
So then we can leave that one just cooking down, because I understand that not everybody at home has got access to 5 different hobs in their kitchen.
Yeah.
5 4-ring hobs in their kitchen, because that's what everybody's got. No. We're just lucky that we've got a full training kitchen down here.
That's true.
That we then turn into a YouTube live film studio.
Which all goes a bit mad.
That we then turn into a meeting room and everything else. But it's brilliant. Guys, if you want to know any more about what UKHarvest get up to, feel free to check out the website. I'm sure Sian can tell you how.
Yeah, there's loads of stuff on there, not just about food and fuel and the project that we're delivering this event for, but UKHarvest, we're a food rescue charity. We are primarily occupied by reclaiming and rescuing surplus food. We get it from a variety of sources, from manufacturers, from growers, from farmers, from supermarkets, from shops, from boats, from restaurants. You would be amazed from just
anywhere that has food, we go and get it.
Yeah, and they phone up, they send us messages, they say we have surplus this or that. Could you please come?
Can we just show this one?
We do, yeah, absolutely. Go
So
for it.
our aubergine curry
Ooh, looks
with
fun.
lentils and beans. Okay, that is thick enough. I can't
Yes,
see.
it is.
That is thick enough.
That's great.
It is cooked all the way through because remember our beans and our lentils were already soaked and basically cooked.
Yep.
So that is cooked all the way through.
Lovely.
So folks, what you can do with that one, pop a lid on it. If you've got a trivet or if you've got something in the kitchen that you can put it on, no. And that can come off the heat and then that can be reheated either using your microwave or put back on the stove. But I can move that one now so that we can actually get on and cook our Bombay potatoes.
Okay.
And whilst we're cooking our Bombay potatoes, this one, you might not be able to see very easily, but I can tell you that the liquid level has dropped because it was up here. So the liquid level has dropped. The sweetness out of the pineapple will be coming through. The sweet potato, butternut squash is still in there. You can still see the pieces of it. It's not falling apart because we're just simmering it. We're not
Yeah, okay.
All
Not
right.
a roaring bubble. Okay.
Frying pan.
This one here?
Yeah, that'll do.
Fab.
Right, frying pan. Now, what do we say we were going to do to start off with? We're not blanching our potatoes as the recipe says.
No.
As the method says. If you're already ahead and you've blanched them, fantastic. If you've taken them out already and you want to follow us with the rest of it, can you make sure you get them cold? Because otherwise they're going to keep cooking.
So run them under a cold tap.
So all that I'm going to do, if I could, actually I've got some here. Water.
Okay.
Dribble.
Cool.
Hot. Hot. Thank you.
Lovely.
We're going to let that get warm so it starts a little bit of steam.
Okay.
Then we're going to put our potatoes in and we're going to move it round.
Lovely.
When all of that water's gone and that pan is really hot, we're going to flash some more water in so it immediately goes to steam.
Okay.
So it starts to steam our potatoes.
Fantastic.
When all of that water's gone, we can drizzle some oil over the top because oil and water don't mix. So make sure that all the water's gone.
Okay.
Drizzle some oil over the top. Go in with the onion. Go in with the garlic. Dress it all through. Go in with the chili. Dress it all through.
Sounds great.
Mix all of that together.
Nice.
And then we can go in with our curry powder, our turmeric, our cumin, our coriander. Stir it all together well. Leave it going 8 to 10 minutes just to make sure that it's all cooked through. Remember, the tomatoes are going to cook some of the potatoes for us.
Sure.
And then for the last 3 to 5 minutes, we can just go on top with a load of the spinach. That'll wilt nicely. We mix it together. Boom, we're
Sounds
away.
great.
Another
Okay.
dish done.
Nice.
So our
Nice.
water is bubbling in our frying pan.
Lovely.
In we go with our potatoes.
Okay, this is such a good tip, I think. I've definitely never come across that. You know, rather than blanching something, having to drain it, having to cool it, having to put it.
The problem with blanching
dish.
it, as I say, if you go too far,
Yeah.
you end up with Bombay mash.
Yeah.
And nobody wants Bombay mash.
No, that
People
looks-
want potatoes that look like potatoes
So that's
that have
such a
got the
good
sauce
shout
on.
to put a little bit of water in and cook
Just
them off in
steam
that.
through. Just steam
Perfect.
through. I'm just, one tip in your kitchen. If anything starts to look like that with a big nick out of it, get
That's
rid
the
of
time
it.
to throw it away. That is the time to throw
That
it
is
away.
the time to throw it away.
I'll
So sorry.
replenish your utensils pot there, Simon.
Okay, so this is steaming through. You can see the steam coming off of it. The water is evaporating. The steam coming from underneath the potatoes is cooking those potatoes. If you want to put a lid on your potatoes, you can. I'm going to give the curry a stir whilst I'm here, because I can. That is going to cook down nicely. I reckon that in about 15 minutes is going to be done, which is going to be
Fantastic.
awesome because we're going to need the hob
Okay,
because we've still got all of that lot to do.
lovely.
So if you don't mind,
Yep.
I'm going to move this over there. If you need to put a Kettle.
A kettle.
If you need to put a kettle on to boil some water so that we can cook the rice,
okay.
now is the time to do it.
Okay, so spare pair of hands, put the
Okay.
kettle on, and be ready with a full kettle of boiling water. It will really accelerate the cooking time for the rice and is definitely a good shout if you're cooking lots of things at once and you want to speed up some elements of it.
Okay, so can you remember we put a puddle of water in here?
You did. Yeah, it's gone.
There's no water.
No water there.
There's no water left.
That's it.
So
Lovely.
another little splash because our pan now is really hot. So this will steam really quite quick.
Okay, lovely. Nice.
And then we just stir around again. This is just giving that. You can see the edges of some of the potatoes just starting to soften.
Yep.
And that's what we really want to happen because they are going to soften when the tomatoes go in because we're just going to leave them to cook.
Lovely.
So let's get rid of all of that water as well. This is instead of blanching.
Lovely. Just
takes a little bit longer on the hob, but you definitely don't get Bombay mash.
No, nice. Okay. Brilliant job.
Okay, so just leave that to steam. If you do have a lid for your frying pan, put it on there. Just remember that it's going to hold the moisture in, so it might take slightly longer, but you will steam the top of the potato as well.
Okay.
Or if you can, if you've got a bigger lid, just put it off slightly so that some of the steam can get out and some of the steam stays in.
Enough.
If you're using a saucepan, it's easier. You can make Bombay potatoes in anything. You don't need.
They are actually also a really good leftover recipe. So often, if we're boiling potatoes or we're cooking potatoes, even if they're leftover roasties, chop them up.
Leftover roasties work really well because they're already crispy.
You've already got that crispy outer layer, and you can fry them up with the other ingredients that are in this recipe: the onions, the garlic, the chili. Add those spices. Finish off with the spinach. And you get really great. Love your leftover Bombay potatoes.
It is good.
Yummy.
It is good.
Yep, just as yummy.
Okay, once that once that water's gone,
I'm
going to drizzle with oil.
Lovely.
I'm then going to go in with my onions, my garlic, my chili.
Okay.
Bring all that together. It'll start to fry the potatoes.
Looks lovely.
Which is good. But I need all of this water to go. I'm not going into
much there, very nearly there.
But I'm not going into a pan which has got water in it with oil because that's just going to spit all over you.
Okay, fair.
So no oil goes in whilst there's water in there.
Alrighty, wait for that to cook right off.
That
curry's coming together beautifully. Smells amazing in here.
It is smelling really good.
Kitchens, guys.
Yeah, if your kitchen smells as good as ours does at the moment,
yummy. It's definitely getting me
I would
hungry.
suggest that there's going to be a fair few people getting a few rumbly bellies at the moment.
Absolutely.
For fake away.
Yeah.
It's not Friday.
It's not Friday.
Fake away Wednesday.
Yes. Who cares? Sounds good.
Okay.
Pretty gone?
Pretty much.
Good.
Drizzle of oil over all of my potatoes.
Lovely.
Make it hit the potatoes, not the pan, if you can.
Good shout.
Just in case there is any water in there. Onions, garlic, chili.
Nice.
All of that can go in.
And those whopper chilies. Nice.
And then we're just going to stir it. Okay, now it might well stick a little. That's where your oil is reacting with the water.
Okay.
Just make it all move. Toss it all through. Bring it all together. This is why we prep it all first.
Yeah.
Because
so
then if we get a stick, we can work it out.
Lovely.
And as soon as this all starts to soften off, nice and lovely soften off, that's when we're going to go in with our tomatoes.
Lovely.
If you want to make it that super little bit, you can go in with some tomato puree, give it a bit more of a richness.
Right, lovely.
But it's not a necessity.
Not essential, doesn't matter. Fair enough. Again, raid that fridge.
If you've got fresh tomatoes, chop them up, chuck them in there.
Absolutely, same thing, no problem, yeah.
What you're aiming to get is you're using the tomatoes as a carrier for the flavour.
Lovely.
And to soften a little bit more on the potatoes. But bear in mind, whilst the potato is getting hot, it's cooking.
Smells great.
All right.
Yeah, lovely.
I promise you will get a feast on the table at 8 o'clock.
You're doing it amazingly.
I'm hoping that, we should
all
still be
coming
all right.
together.
We should still be all right.
Lovely. Okay, so going into your blanched potatoes as they have been even in the pan with your onion and garlic and your chili. You're now moving on to
spices.
Lovely.
So James, if you can just pop it back up for our curry powder, turmeric, cumin, curry powder, turmeric, cumin, cumin. Where's cumin gone? Cumin. There we go.
Lovely.
Right. So curry powder, 1 tablespoon of the finest curry powder. That's turmeric.
Nearly.
Woo!
It's been a long day. It's been a long day, guys.
1
This is
tablespoon
a
of the
curry powder
finest
mix,
curry
so
powder.
this has got all those other spices. We read through the ingredients earlier in one of our earlier cooking sessions today. It has everything in it that you could possibly want in the
Just
curry.
go careful. If you've got a mustard allergy, a lot of curry powders have got mustard in
And
them.
that's where I was headed.
Sorry.
Watch out. It's okay. Watch out for that mustard ingredient if you are
Tablespoon
allergic.
of curry powder, teaspoon of turmeric,
Lovely.
teaspoon cumin, teaspoon coriander. That's what I'm putting in there.
Fantastic. Smells amazing. As soon as those spices hit,
As soon as the spices
really
hit,
lifts the flavour.
Coriander.
I'm going to return them to their spot just in case we need those
Yeah,
again. And you
which
can
we
see
will
them.
do.
Yep, any minutes.
Okay, what we're going to do with that, we're going to stir it through. Which pan was I using? That one.
Yep.
We're going to stir those spices through. And exactly like with the curry, they are going to stick to the bottom. Don't panic. So is your potato, but it's all good.
That flavour in that pan.
So
Yum, yum,
all you're
yum.
doing, you're coating your potatoes. Remember, your potatoes were wet. You're just coating them with all those spices. You've got all of that hitting the bottom of the pan.
Nice.
It's really smelly,
Yeah.
but it smells amazing.
Fantastic.
And then into there, we're going to go in with our tomatoes. They're going to deglaze our pan.
Lovely.
Load of steam. Again, if we need more juice, we're going to go in with water. You can, if you like your Bombay potatoes or your sag really, really, really tomatoey, you can go in with another tin of tomatoes if you want.
Or as you say, fresh
Or fresh
puree,
tomatoes
or
or a bit of tomato puree.
I have been known to squeeze a bit of ketchup in the odd Bombay. Why not? It gives a bit of sweetness. It's got all those other flavours going on there.
So what I'm going to do now, leave it,
Fab.
temperature down to a simmer. And I'm going to hope that we've got a lid that fits our frying pan. But I'm not sure we have. Maybe we haven't got a lid that fits the frying pan.
I don't think there is, I'm afraid, Simon.
If there isn't a lid and you don't have a lid that fits, kitchen foil. No, that's right. I'll just kitchen foil it. So kitchen foil
A
it.
little bit, almost perfect, but
Almost
not quite.
perfect, but not quite. Kitchen foil. Take your pan off the heat. Very gently over the top. So only got to create a seal so that that juice stays in, and then we'll come back and we'll just stir that up every now and then.
Lovely.
So that's on a medium heat.
Okay.
Aubergine curry, cooked.
Done.
Sweet potato butternut squash curry. Very close.
Lovely. Looks great.
We said 7:30. We're going to be 7:30.
Lovely.
Everybody had put a pan of water, kettle of water on.
Absolutely. Okay.
That's for our rice.
Okay.
Okay. So our turmeric infused rice, we're going to cook it right at the very end. So we're aiming to eat at 8. So I've got in my mind, because that's going to take 10 minutes, our rice. We've got 26 minutes to do the rest. That's cool.
Okay.
Okay. Cauliflower pakoras. You've got to love a cauliflower pakora. Light, fluffy, battery, fried, sorry. Beautiful. Lovely.
Wow.
And so simple.
Do you need a bowl, Simon?
I would ideally love a bowl that I can mix some stuff in, please.
Okay.
Yes.
A glass bowl type bowl?
Glass bowl would be amazing.
So grab yourselves a bowl, guys.
So any bowl, you're just going to be making up a batter in there. I'm just peeling those off of my cucumber. Cauliflower. God, it's been a long day.
It has.
So what do we need to do? This is so easy, so effective.
Okay.
But so easy.
Nice.
Okay. Gram flour.
Lovely.
Okay. Besan, gram flour, chickpea flour.
Chickpea flour.
Okay, basically.
Okay.
I've got the smallest bag of chickpea flour.
Again, this is an item which quite frequently will crop up in your yellow sticker area.
Yeah.
Because people don't know what to do with it.
Just don't buy it.
But to be honest, even if you are buying it, it's really cheap and it goes a long way.
It is cheap and it does go
It's worth
long
investing
way.
in. And actually, there's loads of recipes that call for chickpea flour, and they're very versatile, from sweet to savoury, from curry to all sorts. Worth a go. Worth
Naturally gluten-free.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, 6 tablespoons I need. 1. I can't believe, I can't remember the last time I measured this. I've got to be honest.
You do it just by eye, so
Yeah.
easily. 3,
4, 5,
well done.
6. So, 6 tablespoons of gram or besan flour, chickpea flour. And to that, we're going to add in garlic, chili powder, baking powder, paprika, cumin, just to give it a bit of flavour.
Okay, nice.
Okay, so the paprika that we put in it is just going to give it that smokiness.
Lovely.
So we're just going to go in 1 teaspoon.
Nice.
Okay. 1 teaspoon of paprika can go in.
Lovely.
We're going to go in with 1 chili powder. Where's the chili powder? There's the chili powder. Just 1 teaspoon of chili powder. We're going to go in with 1 of cumin, and we're going to go in with 1 of baking powder.
Brilliant.
Cumin.
Again, if you didn't have these individual spices, if you really have got your one generic curry powder, it's perfect. It will work just as well.
It will work just as well.
It's just really
This is just to flavour the batter. Okay, if you just want a plain batter, don't put any of this in it.
Yeah.
It's really, really that simple.
Yep.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Into that baking powder. I haven't done the baking powder yet.
And it goes.
In the baking powder goes.
Lovely.
Into that, we're going to put just a couple of cloves of garlic, which we either going to mince or whatever. Crush.
I've got a crusher there.
That's the word.
Use it this time.
Yeah. So I'm just going to peel them and then crush them in. So again, top. So peel away. Thank you. So you see the difference is at home I've got a work surface.
Well,
here I'm using half a cooker.
You are trying to do a lot on a cooker. Yeah. And I'm imagining that at some point we're probably going to have to use this half of the cooker.
We are going to have to use this half of the cooker.
Yeah,
That's why I'm trying to get this bit done.
Yep, lovely.
So just peel those away. Garlic crusher. Garlic goes in. Just get out from this afternoon. So our garlic can come through. Straight in, go down.
Fantastic. Well done.
Press through, go back round, give it a bash. All comes out, all goes in. Absolutely fab. Now you can chop this. You don't have to use a garlic crusher.
And as we said before, you could use garlic paste.
Yep, definitely use garlic paste.
Powder.
Or garlic powder, or asafoetida.
Lovely.
Everything will do the job to go in there.
Nice. Or no garlic if you're not.
Or no garlic if you don't like garlic. So that's our garlic in.
Lovely.
Only other thing to go in is a good handful of fresh coriander. Now, if you haven't got fresh coriander, don't panic. It's not going to change it.
Okay.
All it's going to do, the coriander, is going to give it a little bit of flavour. It's just going to give it a bit of colour.
Nice. It's a very aromatic herb. So if you can get it in there, it's got a lovely flavour profile.
Good handful.
Try it raw, guys, if you haven't. Honestly, coriander is, like many herbs, almost all of them, delicious raw. Really, really tasty.
So stalk and all.
Yep, stalks and all, always.
We're going to cut all the way through. This is where you work out how sharp your knives are.
Lovely.
Okay? Because then we're going to put the point of the knife into the board. And we're going to make it nice and small. Okay? Lovely. Now, if your knives are sharp, this just shows where the mine are.
Yeah, you're doing all right there.
If your knives are sharp, when you lift up the coriander, your board shouldn't be totally green.
Oh, okay. Because you haven't squashed it.
Because you haven't crushed the herb. And if this is a good way of working out if your knives need sharpening. Okay? So, moment of truth.
Pretty good to me.
I'm hoping, get all of that off of there. All of that off of there. We don't want to leave that on the board. I want it in my pakoras. Oh, breathe.
Keep going. Oh, wow.
Yes, my knives are sharp. Thank goodness for that.
Absolutely right. What a good tip. I have to say, I have quite a few chopping boards at home that are stained green from doing that.
So that's how you know if your knives are sharp.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Into that, what else do we need to do? We just need to do enough water to make it quite a thick batter mix.
Okay.
And then we're going to go in with our florets of cauliflower.
I'm going to get you a little jug of water.
If you don't mind. Now, I'm doing cauliflower pakoras. You can do any sort of pakora you want. Veg works really well. Aubergine works really well. Use the same batter and go in with onions. Squeeze them together. Lower them gently into the oil and make onion bhajis.
Nice.
Take out the middle of my cauliflower if it wants to come out. Thank you. And then I can just trim down round that central root. And hopefully in a minute, my florets are going to start to fall off. Give them a little bit of gentle persuasion.
Lovely. There they go.
Don't want any of this bit.
Put that in your stock.
Definitely put that in my stock. I'll show you my stock in a bit. The one that I made earlier. Very, very blue Peter. Right, that butternut squash sweet potato curry. Sorry, I'm jumping around.
Let's have a look.
But that is
wow,
ready.
yeah, looks yum. Perfect.
All right.
Yep.
Sauce is thickened. Veg in there's cooked. That is done. That can now sit with the other one.
Okay, waiting for service
Waiting for service time when we get into our fantastic foods.
Potatoes.
We'll check the Bombay
Ooh,
potatoes.
they look good.
So they're cooking through nicely.
Really nice.
The potatoes are softening.
Lovely.
Slowly, but they are softening.
Excellent.
So I'm just going to go in there just with a touch of water.
Keep that cooking through.
To keep that steam coming through, because that is going to go. That won't be that wet in a minute. And that can go back on.
Lovely.
Underneath its little lid. And we can go back to our pakoras.
Okay.
So get your cauliflower floretted. Once you've got the first ones off and you can get your fingers in, that's when hopefully your florets will break on natural fault line.
Okay.
What I mean by natural fault line, every bit of cauliflower broccoli, it's got a weakness somewhere. And if you just ease it, it will break on that weakness.
Fair enough.
And that weakness is because I want to crack there because I want to keep all the nutrients in it.
Brilliant.
And if I'm taking it at a naturally weak point, then it's got to be working.
Fair enough.
Nuggy bit.
Lovely.
Goes.
All in the stock pot.
All in the stock pot. We've got rice to do.
Yeah.
We've got the pakoras to cook.
Yeah.
And we've got docile.
Yeah.
We're doing well.
We're smashing it.
We're doing well. Right, water needs to go in here. And I need a whisk. If there is one.
Don't know whether that's enough water. I can always grab you more.
No, that'll be plenty.
Lovely.
So into there, little and often. Okay, so in with the water. Balloon whisk. Bring it all together. Too thick.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Too
Whatever
thick.
you say. Yep,
Getting
yep.
close, but too thick.
Okay.
A little bit more water.
Lovely.
Thick enough.
Okay.
If it goes too wet, if you put too much water in and it goes too wet, grab yourself a little bit more chickpea flour. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Balance it out.
Mix it back through. Now, some people will say to do pakoras, you want it really, really thick. I quite like a light batter, which is kind of falling off, more like a tempura batter.
Okay.
So I will make it a little thicker, but not a lot. There we go.
And you can just adjust that as you go.
Just adjust it as you go, yeah.
So that you're happy. It's going to coat the cauliflower florets,
Exactly.
but not actually stick on it like a big gooey
No, but what we're going to
batter.
do is we're going to leave it in there. So we're going to
okay.
take our cauliflower florets. If you don't want to use all of them, you don't have to. That'll probably be enough.
Lovely.
And then with a spoon, we're going to make sure that we stir them. Nice. Okay, so that batter gets into really inside the cauliflower.
Okay, lovely.
And then we're going to set that to one side. because we want to do these right at the last minute because we want these to be
crispy and fresh and hot out the pan.
Yeah.
Yum, yum, yum.
The pièce de résistance.
Okay, no problem. Shall I take that and put it to one side?
Yeah, I'm just going to do that
Put it
over
over
there. That can go round there. I'm just going to blow my nose because I'm itching it like mad because I don't know what's going on with it, but someone has.
Just 2
So
seconds.
I do
You may
apologise.
also need to organise your work area just a little to give yourself a moment to tidy around. I'm going to do that for Simon.
I think it's all the
nose.
smells.
Yeah.
All the smells have just got straight up my nose.
And grab us another chopping
I'm
down
back.
board.
I'm back.
Just in case you need that.
Turmeric rice is next. So clear your bits away. Get yourself a pan.
Do you need a chopping board for this, Simon?
Nope.
No, lovely.
Nope.
Okay, fine. I can get rid of that.
Get yourself a pan. Get yourself a pan. Boiling water. This is my little cheaty tippy bit for rice. Go in there with your boiling water, so out of your kettle, and load it up. Okay, load it up. Don't be shy.
Okay.
Yeah, don't be shy with how much water you got.
Okay.
Get your water to the boil, which shouldn't take long because we boiled the kettle.
Lovely.
It's
Okay.
hot.
Yep, got it.
And then what you're going to do, 70 grams of dry rice per person. So we're cooking for a family of 4, so I've got 280 grams of rice. Okay?
Fine.
Quick maths.
Yep.
Didn't use calculator,
Well
honest
done,
miss.
you. Did it in your brain.
All right, and we're going to go into the water once it's boiling with 2 teaspoons of turmeric. Now, this is just a bit flash.
Okay.
Right,
tip, the flash tip
it's
coming
going to
out.
add some flavour to your rice.
Absolutely.
But it's going to make it that golden yellow colour.
Okay,
All
so
right?
this is how they do
So
it.
Maybe
There are different ways of doing
They
it.
could tell you it's saffron.
Okay, might be, might
Might
not
want to
be.
question that one.
Okay.
Because saffron's like really expensive.
Okay.
The biggest thing though, take your rice, look at the packet.
Yep.
If your rice says 8 to 10 minutes, you're going to cook it for the lowest time plus 30 seconds. That's all you're going to cook it for.
Okay, cool.
We're going to go into boiling water. So the temperature will then drop when the rice goes in.
Yep.
We're going to bring it back up to the boil. We're then going to simmer it. And we're going to cook it. This one is 8 to 10 minutes. So we're going to cook it for 8.5 minutes from the minute the rice goes in.
Okay, sounds good.
Once it's cooked, we're going to bring it out. We're going to drain it. We're going to cover it in cold water because we're going to reheat it in the microwave later.
Okay,
All right?
amazing.
So you can do this a little bit ahead of time if you want to.
Yeah, definitely. Sounds good.
And then all we've got to do is sort our dose it out.
Bring it all to
Start
the table.
thinking about it. Sarah's done a great job of laying that
Yeah, it's
table. I
exciting.
still don't know where I'm going to put all the food, but we'll get there.
Yep.
So, a couple of teaspoonfuls of turmeric
Yeah.
into our water.
Wow, look at that. Yeah.
Whee, getting excited, are we? Okay, we'll just turn
Watch
the
out for
temperature
bubbling
down.
over on your stove, guys.
We'll just
This may
turn
be
that
happening.
temperature down. Now, the more turmeric you go in with, the browner it's going to get.
Okay.
Okay, but don't look in there and go, my God, look, it's really brown. It looks like caramel. That's
Yeah.
going to give me really black rice. It won't.
Okay.
All right.
Lovely.
And then boiling water.
Yes.
Give that a swizzle, actually. Let's just give that a quick swizzle. Make sure we've got no lumps of turmeric hanging around at the bottom.
Lovely.
A little bit warmer. Bubbling, boiling,
Perfect.
pucker,
Yeah.
as somebody else would say.
Yeah.
Rice.
So could use a variety of types
Straight
of
in.
rice,
Yep.
brown rice, white rice,
Yep.
doesn't actually matter.
Doesn't matter.
Mixed
Obviously, with the
grain.
turmeric, if we want it to absorb that colour, brown's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Okay.
Go in with it, stir it, but every rice is the same. If you use long grain, if you use whichever rice, 30 seconds above the bottom length of time.
Okay.
All
Good
right.
to know. Yeah, lovely. Great tip. Ooh, looking nice under there.
So our potatoes, they've softened,
Yeah, they have.
but
You can
they've kept
tell.
their shape.
Lovely.
They've got all of that tomato, that chili.
Nice.
Everything's going through.
Lovely.
We're going to keep it on the stove for a bit. Somebody just start me a timer or something for 8.5 minutes.
Got it. 8.5
Thank you very
minutes
much.
is on.
So, butternut squash, sweet potato, pineapple curry, done.
Brilliant. Amazing.
Aubergine, bean, lentil curry, done.
Fantastic.
Bombay potatoes, about 5-10 minutes away.
Brilliant.
Turmeric rice on, it's going to be taking 8.5 minutes to cook.
Lovely. Fantastic.
We've got pakoras and dosai to do.
Okie doke.
And then we're done.
Wow.
And then we're done.
Simon. Well done
So,
to you. Okay.
I'm just going to move that pan over there
Okay.
to keep it going. Double check my handle's not boiling hot, which it isn't.
You're fine. Really hope this is working out well for you at home, guys, that you are managing to keep up all slightly at your own pace. Don't worry. It's going to be a fabulous feast, especially for a Wednesday. Wow, what a meal. But I really hope that you're managing to put together these recipes and it's all coming together for you. Simon is making it look very easy. It must be that easy. You're doing it, guys. So, yeah, I hope you're having a great time. So
I'm making it look easy.
You are making it look easy, Simon. This is all good. Keep going. We've got this.
Okay. A set of scales, please, Sian, because I haven't weighed out my gram flour.
Okay, there we go.
So I just need 100 grams. Trying to see what was in there. That was 170. Oh, we might get
Being
there.
a bit weird that way as well, Simon.
That's probably because it's on a boiling hot worktop. No?
It is being a bit weird.
It's just being a bit weird.
Can I
Okay.
grab you another one?
No, don't mind. 100 grams of gram flour, 250 mils of water.
Okay.
Okay. That's going to make us our dosa batter.
Okay.
These are like pancakes. So if you've ever made pancakes, you know what the batter looks like.
Okay, fine.
If you haven't, I'll try and show you.
Okay, lovely.
So in a bowl, I don't need one that size.
Fair enough.
In a bowl, I'm going to hope that that is about what I need. And water. Okay, so it's just gram flour and water again. Cover that up. Little whizzy stick.
So that's
whisk.
it?
What, gram flour and water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And cooking in oil.
You dry. Yeah, you cook them a little bit on a. Well, you cook them on in a frying pan. Little bit of oil.
Tiny bit of oil. Brilliant.
And they should turn out so they look like lace, if you like.
Okay.
So when you cook it, yes, it goes in as a pancake, but it should come out sort of lacy with some gaps and some bubbles and some bits
so like
in it.
a really fine pancake, a crepe, one of those sort of very almost see-through-y.
Yeah, a little bit thicker than that, but lacy.
Wow.
So you've got holes in it.
Okay.
And then you can use it to wrap, especially that aubergine curry.
Nice.
That would wrap really nicely. So just whisk it because you don't want lumps. And then all that we're going to do with that is put that little bit of oil in the pan. And then with a spoon, just drizzle into the hot pan, spread it around, leave it, flick it over, take it out.
Okay.
Really quick.
Brilliant. Sounds amazing.
Okay, so that is going to be awesome for that.
Lovely.
Oh.
Come
Breathe.
together. Nearly there,
Breathe.
Simon.
Okay, big saucepan if we've got one. Actually, the wok will do.
Yep.
The wok will do. Wok woo. How are we looking on time for my rice? About halfway there. Brilliant. Pakoras.
Right.
I'm jumping around everywhere, guys.
Don't
I'm
worry.
sorry. I
That's
just want it
okay.
all to be really, really nice when you eat at 8 o'clock.
Fab.
And I'm hoping that a lot of you are managing to keep up with us.
I think so.
If I've gone too fast, I am eternally sorry.
Don't worry.
But the curries are good. Look at the colour coming on our rice.
Yeah, looks
wow,
fab.
that's
Really
doing
good.
good.
Really nice. Right.
Okay, pakoras.
Yep.
Go very, very, very carefully
Okay.
because we're actually going to deep fry, in inverted commas, our pakoras.
Okay. So quite a bit of vegetable oil going in.
Yeah, you need it so that your pakora can drop to the bottom.
Uh-huh.
So if this doesn't look like it's going to be enough oil, I'm going to get a saucepan out and do them in a saucepan.
No problem.
And I'll batch them.
And I know that vegetable oil is one of those ingredients that's really gone up in price at the moment. But absolutely, we should be reusing our vegetable oil when we're
most
cooking
definitely.
vegetable things in it. If you cook anything that doesn't have too strong a flavour or perhaps isn't meat or fish, you can definitely use it, 3, 4 or 5 times before that oil is, really better off moved on.
I'm just bringing those pakoras back in.
Lovely.
Okay, I'm just going to dose them again
in that lovely
with
mixture.
the batter mixture. A little bit thin, maybe.
Okay.
Be honest, it is a little bit thin, maybe. But they'll still
come
work.
together beautifully.
They'll still work. They'll go golden. They'll go crispy.
Okay.
They're going to fall to the bottom of my oil. So my oil I'm going to heat.
Yep.
Now you need to get your oil to about 170 to 180 degrees.
And if people, how can we identify
Gently.
that? Gently. Okay, go
Is how we're going to do
gradually.
it. So medium heat, not burning heat, medium heat.
Okay.
And we work out whether it's cooked, whether it's hot, very easily and very simply. We're not going to put our finger in it.
No.
What we're going to do is we're going to take a little piece of the batter and we're just going to drop it in.
When you think it's hot enough.
Yeah. And if when you drop it in, it immediately fizzes
Uh-huh.
and goes pop, pop, pop and comes to the surface,
Okay.
we're hot enough.
Fine.
Okay?
Okay.
So our rice is still on, which is looking gorgeous.
Cooking very quickly. Really nice.
Yeah. What you could do,
Yep.
if you want to, whilst you're waiting for this to get hot, you could get a bowl.
Yes.
You could put your curries in that bowl
Okay.
so that we can flash them through the microwave and take them straight out to the table ready for our feast
Okay.
to begin.
No problem.
So
I'll get ready on that.
if you want to just start bowling up some of that. Oh, this Bombay potato is amazing. Okay, when your potato looks like this, we are literally going to be ready bang on 8 o'clock. I am so impressed with myself. Anyway, baby leaf spinach.
Lovely. Wow, that looks amazing.
What we're going to do, we're going to leave the lid off now. We
Okay.
don't need the lid on.
Wow, it smells so good.
We don't need the lid on because our spinach is going to become our lid.
Ah. And that wilts down super quickly.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that becomes our lid. Hopefully somebody's keeping an eye on the time because I haven't got a clue how long my
You're
rice
doing
has been
really
in.
well. You've got just 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left on the rice. Okay, if you really want to help your spinach wilt, splash of water, just let that all come through.
Brilliant.
30 seconds left on my rice, yeah?
Amazing. Yep. 30 seconds.
look.
Have you got your strainer in place?
There should be a sieve in the sink, I think.
Yep. Just getting that there.
So with our spinach, we just put it on the top. If you wanted to leave it and let it wilt naturally, you can. If not, we'll just go fold through. Still over just that medium heat. I don't want it to rush because I want the spinach to do what it needs to. Right, I'm going to take my rice off and then we're going to pakora. All right?
Lovely.
So rice comes off. Sieve. Cold
away.
water.
Lovely.
Okay, cold water. We want to stop it cooking. This keeps it safe, folks. Okay, so we stop it cooking, keep it safe, because then we're going to use one of the most energy efficient ways of getting food hot and cooking food, as we did earlier. We're going to use our microwave to get it super hot, super fast. So make sure it gets really cold. That is really cold. And I will show you that although I've just run it under a load of cold water, it is still super duper yellow.
Yeah, looks
Okay.
amazing. Really gorgeous.
So turn that hob off. That's ready to go. Sarah is busily doing my curries.
Yeah, preparing them to
Preparing to
take
take to the table.
Absolutely.
My spinach is wilting slowly, which is what I wanted to happen.
Fantastic.
I'm going to test my oil. A little bit of batter. Should fall to the bottom and bounce back up if it's hot enough. That hasn't bounced back
Just
up.
coming. Oh,
It's
here
coming.
They come. They're popping up. They're coming up.
Okay, so that's
little
close.
test.
That's close, but no cigar.
Okay, fine.
But it's okay because
Slightly
we're just going to
longer.
mix through our batter on our pakoras.
Lovely.
And the DOS I take no time at all.
Let's grab you that holy spoon for getting them out when they're
Yep.
ready.
And if that could end up in a bowl,
Yep, lovely.
that would be ideal. That is cold and needs reheating, obviously.
Lovely.
So a lot of this, guys, if you had friends over at the weekend and you don't want to spend the
whole time,
God knows how much on a takeaway,
yeah,
this can all be prepared beforehand.
yeah.
You can prepare it on a Wednesday and eat it on a Saturday. Keep it in the fridge. The only thing that I do live on the day are your dosas and your pakora. But you can make up the batter beforehand. You can put them in to soak up beforehand.
Yeah, fantastic.
Right, I reckon
Nice plan.
that's got to be good. Saves you a fortune.
Yep, here they come.
Here they come. Saves you a fortune. You've made it all yourself.
I'm going to give you this tray here where they
And you're ready to go.
come out to use that for those. Yeah.
Okay, pakoras. Batter. Stir. Soak. Stir. Soak. Stir. Soak. On a spoon. Pick up. Lower. And let cook. Do not drop your pakoras. Because if you drop your pakoras, you will end up covering yourself in hot oil.
So folks at home, you might have a bigger pan that you're doing this in. Obviously, if you're cooking all of yours in entirety, Simon's got his in a relatively small saucepan, so you're just going to put a few of the florets in there.
Yeah, I'm just going to batch cook.
We'll do the rest of them tomorrow at lunchtime.
Oh, here we go. Everybody's getting excited about lunch.
Absolutely.
So, I've got my pakoras in.
Fantastic.
They're at the bottom at the moment. They're at the bottom because cauliflower's not cooked.
Okay.
All right. When the cauliflower cooks, it all rides. All you need to make sure of, using your spoon, is just give them a little gentle
lift off the bottom.
Lift off the bottom. So that A, the batter doesn't burn, and B, they don't stick, and you're there going, my pakoras haven't cooked, my pakoras haven't cooked, oh.
Actually, they're just stuck on the bottom of the
Actually, my pakoras have cooked.
There.
So they will come out. You can see them starting to cook with a really light batter.
Lovely. Very nice.
The thicker the batter, the more coated they'll be.
Okay.
All right,
yeah.
so that's quite a thin batter.
Nice. Lovely.
Bombay spuds, sagaloo, whatever we want to call it. Very close.
Really yummy. Looking good.
So that is pretty much ready to go.
So everything is cooking now except that last lovely thin,
thin dosa
pancake.
Yeah.
Do you need another frying pan for those,
Yeah,
Simon?
please.
Okay, we're going to go with one of these fat bottom ones.
So yeah, if you want to make your dosa really battery, just make that your dosa. If you want to make your pakoras really battery, just make it really thick batter. I quite like mine, as I say, just so it gives it a golden crunch to my cauliflower.
Lovely.
It's an accompaniment. It's not a main dish. It's an accompaniment. So it's what you want to do with it, guys. Remember, take photos. Send us photos.
Oh, yeah.
Stand a chance of winning an air fryer.
I mean, it's quite epic, but we are really close to coming towards the end. Being able to plate up this
Sarah, any bowl for this
potato? Takeaway and fabulous feast, takeaway feast. And it signifies the end of the Food and Fuel project, which...
In the spring season.
Yeah, in the spring season, it has been an amazing adventure. It's been a real privilege to be able to work on this project with our partners, UK Power Networks and Cadent, with ourselves, UKHarvest. It's taken a massive team effort from us here. And today has just really tipped it off. Simon's worked incredibly hard. I'm sure you have all been working quite hard at home in your own kitchens at the moment as well. But yeah, wow, those look fantastic.
Just take them out onto a piece of kitchen roll. Yeah, kitchen roll. I'm going to put these in whilst I do the dosa.
Okay.
Don't watch this one though, guys. Watch the dosa.
Lovely.
So, dosa.
I'm going to set that microwave off as well, Simon, just to get
that
that
got the
rice
in it? Yeah.
Yep, all
that
the
can
way
go out
through.
the way. Dosa. Like pancakes. The
Okay.
first one always goes wrong.
Okay.
Right? Like
Yeah.
pancakes. First one always goes wrong. You want oil, but you don't want loads.
Okay.
All right? So I've got a little bit.
One if you want
That's
one.
all right. Got a little bit.
You're fine.
And yeah, pastry brush if you've got it. That'd be
Lovely.
perfect. But I do need a spoon.
One of those.
I need a spoon and a slice. Metal slice if we've got it.
One of those. And
So this is our dosa pancake batter. I'm just going to brush my oil all the way around. These cook really quick. Okay, these cook really quick. I've got the thing, they're cooking away.
And there's a spoon.
A spoon, right. So you can either use a metal spatula. I should probably use a silicone one as I'm in here, but hey.
I have got one handy if you want.
And what we're going to do, oil, hot, spoonful of mix.
Okay.
In, spread with the back of the spoon.
Okay.
Okay, as I said, the first one always goes wrong. We know that.
Don't worry.
It's like a pancake. Shake, leave it there. All right, they're not going to be huge. They're not meant to be huge.
Nice little ones. I'm going to find you a plate to put them on.
They're not meant to be huge. We're going to get these off the bottom. Look at that. They're good, aren't they?
Yeah, they look great.
For those of you old enough to remember scrumps at the chip shop, that's what we're going to get in there.
I don't think I know what he's talking about.
Oh, no, you're far too young.
No, I'm not, but I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, and then all we do with a silicone scraper, because it's a non-stick pan and I don't want Sarah to tell me off, I'm just going to go around the edges and make sure we're free. But that is like as thick as a...
Yeah, thick thing.
So I am going to go in with metal. Just don't let her see me.
So they're a delicate little fried, scrumptious thing.
They are. They are. And I'll tell you what, it'd be even easier than that. Here's my palette knife.
Lovely.
And they are delicate and they do break really easily.
Okay, sometimes work better than others.
First one always fails. Told you that.
It wants to work, Simon. I think it's you're rushing it slightly, that little lovely dosa. Understandable. You've got a lot going on.
Okay, flick it over. And it should just be a very dry but moist pancake. And this with a thick curry, like the aubergine curry. Yeah. Works really well. You can put a little bit in the middle of it, roll it up.
Almost like a bread or a soft pancake to just pull it together.
Very much like that. And this pan will get hot. It would help if I thought that this one was on 8, not 5.
No, you need that one a little higher.
So that can come out the way.
Shall I get those out?
Yes, you want to. That would be perfect.
The last of those pakoras. Oh my goodness, they look fantastic.
And then our dosa, that can go in there.
Lovely.
First one always fails, like we said. We're going to go with a proper one this time.
You say that with such confidence, it just makes us all feel a whole lot better.
Well, it does. It always fails.
If number one
and we'll go a bit bigger this time.
Lovely. That's the rice piping hot.
Okay, so we just move this around the pan. That's better.
That is done.
It's cooking straight away. Just move this around the pan. Move this around the pan. Move this around the pan. Leave it sat there. This second one is looking a lot better.
Yeah, already looking better.
So we need a little bowl for the pakoras.
Yep.
Dosa, make them as big or as small as you want.
Ooh,
it's really simple to make up the mix. I don't think I had 100 gram of flour because I've only got enough mix probably in there for another 2 or 3.
Oh, never mind.
But that's what we do.
Oh, these look yum.
As soon as you start to see bubbles in your dosa or dosa, I never do know how to pronounce it. Just lift it off the bottom. Well, Ollie always calls it a dosa.
That's our chef at the Nourish Hub in London.
He's always their dosa.
Okay.
Sarah is very much their dosa.
Excuse me, smoking, creating.
Oh, you're just burning the kitchen
I was just
down.
creating a smoke screen. Let me pop that down. Pop that there. And take that away.
Sian's just setting fire to the place.
Forgot that was really hot under there.
It's oily. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So this is what your dosa should look like.
Looks good.
All right. Look at that. Nice and ribbon, nice and lacy. Ooh, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
To the second we've smashed it, Simon.
6 different dishes, is it?
1, 2,
Sweet
3,
potato,
4,
butternut
5,
squash curry,
6.
aubergine lentil bean curry, cauliflower pakoras, dosa, Bombay sagaloo type potato type thing, turmeric rice, 6 dishes, 2 hours. What a way to end an amazing project. All the first part of an amazing project.
The first part 1.
Food and fuel. There you go. That's what a dosa should look like.
All right. Simon. I think we'll go with that one there. So
okay.
On our table.
First session of food and fuel. A conversation that was had in early October has led to These guys being out and about for 5 weeks, teaching some amazing students and young people all about fuel efficient cooking.
Yeah.
Has put 6 lessons online, has put cost to cook case studies in front of everybody.
Yeah.
Has got coverage now nationwide.
Yep,
and wider.
Yeah.
And today has been the end of that. It's been quite a weird day.
It's been an
we
amazing
started
day.
We started going into however many schools it was, live on YouTube at 10 a.m. this morning.
Absolutely.
We did 2 hours with all the students this morning.
We did.
We've done 2 hours with you tonight. You've got, hopefully, a really nice fusion fakeaway.
Yeah. Fantastic
One which is
spread.
fruity and sweet. One which is going to be a little bit more pokey.
Fab.
With some potatoes which will balance it all out. With some really nice lacy dosa.
You were
with
absolutely
some
spot on.
rice. Have we got rice over there yet, Sarah?
Oh, got the rice out?
With rice. I'm glad that there's a glass on that table.
Oh, there we go.
Guys, I hope you've really enjoyed it. We have loved Food and Fuel. It is just the beginning. It doesn't end now. Things don't change overnight for everybody to be able to afford their heating, their energy, their shopping, their cost of living. Take it away.
Flip that one so it looks so beautiful like the others.
It doesn't end overnight. And that's why we're here at UKHarvest and with Power Networks, with UK Power Networks, with Cadent Gas, we've done something to start the ball rolling.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
And
it's
that
been
ball
a real
is
privilege.
Proper rolling.
It is. We've got to keep this going.
Guys, thank you for joining us.
Let's head over to the tasting
We're going
table.
that side.
See what this spread looks like. Oh my goodness.
Wow,
Wow.
look at this.
Hello, darling.
Simon, you have earned that.
I have got to drive, so but we've got to clear up
taste.
first anyway, haven't we?
Hey.
Well done, guys.
Well done to everyone at
Without
home.
these guys, Food and Fuel would never have happened.
Well done to UK Power Networks and to Cadent for supporting UKHarvest in this amazing Food and Fuel project. Wow, what a 2 hour.
What a 2 hour thing.
Amazing.
Thank you to the tech team.
Amazing. Super Tash, James, you've been with us from the beginning throughout the day. All the people who've come and gone.
Everybody.
Cheers, guys. Food and Fuel. Cookathon's done. Enjoy dinner.
Have a great night, guys. Thank you so much.
Post your
Goodbye.
pictures. Post your
Send your
pictures.
pictures. Win an air fryer. Don't forget, you can win the air fryer.
See you soon. Take care.
Thank you. Goodbye.
We're off.
Cheers. Thank you so much.